A mysterious bolt of lightning struck the cruise ship, and Zhou Feng awoke on the beach. Beside him was his neighbor, Aunt Qin Xiaoxue. Soon, they discovered that the secrets of this island surpassed their wildest imaginings. "Xiao Feng, wake up," came an urgent call, pulling Zhou Feng from a foggy haze. "Don't shout." Zhou Feng instinctively reached out, only to encounter something substantial. A scream followed. He opened his eyes abruptly to find an exquisite woman kneeling beside him. With a stunningly beautiful visage reminiscent of a famous star surnamed Gao, she wore a white t-shirt, now stained with seawater and sand, and form-fitting jeans that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hands, however, shielded her front. Clearly, his earlier actions. "I'm sorry, Aunt Qin, I'm so sorry." Zhou Feng quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing while unable to suppress his desire to gaze longer. Though he had long admired Aunt Qin, he never imagined he would inadvertently touch her. "It's all right. You didn't mean it." Qin Xiaoxue turned her head, her face flushed. "Where are we?" Zhou Feng sat up, realizing he lay on a sandy beach. Scanning the area, he found no one else in sight. His head throbbed painfully, yet memories of the previous night began to surface. They had set out on a cruise, only to encounter a tempest on the open sea. Zhou Feng recalled hiding in the cabin when a blinding flash of lightning struck, and then he lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was to find Aunt Qin beside him. "Aunt Qin, do you remember how we got here?" Zhou Feng inquired, looking at the woman before him. Qin Xiaoxue, their family neighbor, had maintained a good relationship with them. She was also a colleague of Zhou Feng's mother. This trip was intended as a company-sponsored outing, initially meant for Zhou Feng's parents, who had to cancel at the last minute, leading him to attend in their stead. He never anticipated such an ordeal. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head, her hair slightly tousled. She had been with her daughter in the cabin, witnessing the same mysterious lightning before losing consciousness. Upon waking, she found herself on the beach, with Zhou Feng beside her, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. "Qin Yan, I wonder how she is," Qin Xiaoxue murmured, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. "Aunt Qin, she's likely fine. Since we managed to drift ashore, she should have as well," Zhou Feng offered gentle reassurance. Yet, deep within, he sensed that this maritime disaster was far from ordinary. Their arrival here felt less like drifting at sea and more akin to being transported directly to this location. However, the immediate priority was to locate Bai Qin Yan. As Zhou Feng rummaged through his pockets, he was elated to discover his phone. It was waterproof. Alongside it, he found a blood-red piece of jade, tied with a thin cord, resembling a pendant. Oddly, he didn't recognize it as his own. Without much thought, he hung it around his neck. "You have a phone," Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed, her surprise evident. She hadn't expected Zhou Feng's phone to be intact. "Let me see if I can make a call." After shaking off the water, Zhou Feng saw the screen light up, functioning normally. But his heart sank the moment he noticed the signal indicator, none whatsoever. He raised the phone high, still no signal. He attempted to dial for help, but there was no response. Even the navigation software had failed to function, leaving him unaware of their location. "No signal, Aunt Qin," Zhou Feng said, disappointment creeping into his voice. "What do we do now?" Qin Xiaoxue was visibly distressed. "Let's search for Bai Qin Yan first," Zhou Feng suggested, scanning the surroundings. The island appeared vast, and Zhou Feng felt uncertain about finding Bai Qin Yan. With over 2,000 passengers on the cruise ship, there must be other survivors. "All right," Qin Xiaoxue nodded. The two walked along the edge of the beach for nearly 10 minutes, discovering nothing. The island was simply too expansive. Adjacent to the beach stood a grove of coconut trees, with distant mountains stretching beyond sight. The coastline yielded nothing but a few shells. There were no remnants of the ship or any supplies. In most maritime disaster films, there are typically some resources available, but here, there was nothing. This solidified Zhou Feng's belief that this was not a typical shipwreck. Qin Xiaoxue glanced around anxiously. More than a decade prior, she had divorced her husband and raised Bai Qin Yan alone. Her daughter was her entire world. If anything happened to Bai Qin Yan, she couldn't fathom how she would continue. At that moment, Zhou Feng felt himself drawing closer to her. Before she could react, he covered her mouth and pushed her behind a rock. Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback, and as she processed the situation, she felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency. She had watched him grow up. He had always been a good boy. Had their predicament on this deserted island awakened something untoward in him? And the intense gaze he had upon waking. Qin Xiaoxue understood all too well what it implied. Ever since her divorce, no one had touched her. What was she to do? She pushed Zhou Feng away several times, but found him immovable. It dawned on her that he had matured into a strong young man. She had heard he frequented the gym. Was that for this very moment? "Aunt Qin, don't make a sound," Zhou Feng whispered. Furious, Qin Xiaoxue thought, "How can I not? You're doing this, yet expect me to remain silent? You've no fear of being heard. Someone's coming." Zhou Feng squinted ahead. Emerging from the coconut grove was a figure, less than 50 meters away. With dark skin and a short stature, the individual was robust, devoid of any excess flesh. What unnerved Zhou Feng was the long spear in the person's hand, stained with dark red blood, and adorned with bones and other decorations around their neck. He resembled a character from a primitive tale. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue felt Zhou Feng relinquish his grip. She gasped for breath. What is that? Her eyes widened in terror. Perhaps sensing their movements, the primitive man glanced their way. However, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue had successfully hidden behind the rock. After a moment of scrutiny, the figure turned and walked away. Who was that? Qin Xiaoxue still trembled with fear. I have no idea, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head slowly. After all, he was new to this place as well. What if he knows where Qin Yin is? Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but say. That's unlikely, Zhou Feng countered. The primitive man's appearance suggested he was not of modern society. Where had they found themselves? Aunt Qin, brace yourself. This place is more perilous than we imagined. Zhou Feng's expression turned grave. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoxue asked, taken aback. That native. He could belong to a cannibal tribe, Zhou Feng stated slowly. Chapter 2. Danger in many remote locales. There exist tribes that cling to the macabre tradition of cannibalism. In years past, adventurers from the West frequently ventured into these territories, only to be consumed as sustenance. Countless films have depicted such sanguinary tales. The indigenous man bore a necklace of human bones, specifically a skull. Zhou Feng nodded slowly, having merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Yet the shape lingered in his memory, resembling that of a human cranium. Though incomplete, only the top portion remained. It is difficult to dissociate such a savage ornament from the notion of cannibalism. Qin Xiaoxue felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhou Feng hastily supported her, preventing her from collapsing. Aunt Qin, do not worry, I was merely speculating. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. Zhou Feng reassured her. Qin Xiaoxue nodded, holding on to the hope that Zhou Feng had misjudged the situation. Let us procure some food, Zhou Feng suggested. Food? What food do we have at present? Qin Xiaoxue responded, feeling parched. They possessed nothing to sustain themselves. Over there, Zhou Feng pointed towards the distance, where a sparse cluster of coconut trees stood. He led Qin Xiaoxue beneath the palm trees and discovered several mature coconuts that had fallen to the ground. Aside from a few that had decayed, the rest were edible. Zhou Feng employed a stone to hammer away at a coconut until he finally created an opening. Here, Aunt Qin, he said, offering her the coconut. Xiao Feng, you should eat first, Qin Xiaoxue replied, feeling rather embarrassed. Nevertheless, Zhou Feng insisted, placing the coconut into her hands. Qin Xiaoxue, who had long felt parched, eagerly lifted it to her lips and drank deeply. The fragrant coconut water flowed into her mouth, enveloping her senses. Zhou Feng prepared another for himself, taking a generous sip and feeling revitalized. He then ascended one of the coconut trees to gather more coconuts. He did not rush down, but instead gazed into the distance. As far as the eye could see, there were only forests, a vast ocean, and sandy shores, no signs of human habitation, nor a lighthouse. A weight settled in Zhou Feng's heart. Prior to boarding the cruise, he had perused some basic nautical knowledge. If an island were near the coastline, it would certainly have a lighthouse to prevent passing vessels from running aground. Yet, such a large island devoid of structures and lighthouses suggested it was a deserted isle far removed from shipping lanes. Zhou Feng even questioned whether this island appeared on any maps. If it had been discovered, it would have surely been claimed long ago. With a sigh, he finally descended from the tree. How did you learn to climb trees? Qin Xiaoxue asked, astonished as she observed Zhou Feng. Her cheeks flushed upon noticing the muscular contours beneath his short sleeves, realizing it was this very physique that had overpowered her moments earlier. I have a cousin who is a survival blogger. During the summer of my senior year in high school, I learned quite a bit from him, Zhou Feng replied. At that moment, Zhou Feng approached with a playful mindset, unaware that it would soon prove useful. Aunt Qin, please wait here. I shall return shortly, he said, clearing his throat. What are you going to do? Qin Xiaoxue asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice, as she realized that Zhou Feng was currently the only man in her vicinity. I'm just going to take care of some personal matters. Oh, go ahead, Qin Xiaoxue replied, finally grasping the reality of their isolation on this island. It dawned on her that it was just Zhou Feng and herself. If there were no others around, did that mean she would have to share her life on this island with him? Being such a young man, he would surely have needs of his own. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she quickly shook her head, dismissing such notions. It was far too much to contemplate. Her priority was to find her daughter. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching. Wait, that's not the direction Zhou Feng went, she thought, suddenly alarmed. Could it be a native? She turned sharply, her heart momentarily relieved to find it was not a native, but rather a rather gaunt young man. Hey, I never expected to encounter a beauty here, he said with a lecherous grin, his pale complexion and cracked lips betraying his lack of nourishment. Qin Xiaoxue felt a wave of disgust wash over her. "Are you also a passenger on the Wanli cruise ship?" she asked, suppressing her revulsion. If he were indeed a survivor, he might have information about her daughter. "Of course I am. Why don't we have a little chat?" The young man reached out, attempting to grab Qin Xiaoxue. Caught off guard by such a pervert, she shouted, "No, don't come any closer." "What are you shouting for? No one is around to hear you." "I've never seen a beauty like you before," he said, his expression twisted with greed. As the young man lunged towards her, Zhou Feng rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's ribs. The young man cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. "Xiao Feng." Qin Xiaoxue nearly broke into tears, overwhelmed by Zhou Feng's timely intervention. Zhou Feng quickly pinned the young man down, delivering blows to his face. The assailant, weak from hunger, struggled briefly before surrendering, cradling his head and pleading, "Please, stop. I was wrong. Get lost." Zhou Feng shouted as he stood up. The young man, clutching his abdomen, staggered away into the depths of the jungle. As he turned back from a distance, he spat, "You'll regret this. I will make you pay." With that, he vanished into the underbrush. "That scoundrel. Next time, I'll make sure to end him," Zhou Feng declared fiercely, shaken by the encounter. At just 18, he had only ever been involved in petty fights before. He had never taken a life. Yet, if given another chance, he vowed he would not let this young man escape unscathed. Xiao Feng, with tears welling in her eyes, suddenly threw herself onto Zhou Feng's shoulder, sobbing softly. Qin Xiaoxue had never experienced such a moment before. "It's all right. I'm here," Zhou Feng reassured her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Feeling the weight of emotions pressing upon him, memories flooded back to him, recalling events that transpired after he regained consciousness. He found himself thinking that perhaps this desolate island wasn't so bad after all. It was in such a place that he had the chance to connect with Qin Xiaoxue. He yearned for more, but abruptly questioned, "What are you holding on to?" "And nothing." Qin Xiaoxue stammered, quickly releasing her grip as she became aware of the implications. After all, she was no longer a mere girl. Until now, she had always regarded Zhou Feng as a child, only to realize now that he had matured into a young man. Chapter 3. The attack suddenly. A troubling thought crossed Qin Xiaoxue's mind. Did that man know the whereabouts of Qin Yin? No, he wouldn't, she reassured herself, recalling Zhou Feng's unfinished words. If her daughter had fallen into that man's hands, she would likely be beyond rescue. Yet, if the young man had truly encountered her daughter, he would have acted by now. The very idea heightened her anxiety. She had initially been terrified of encountering the natives, but now she feared that other survivors might also pose a threat. Aboard the Wanli cruise ship, all sorts of individuals were present, including foreign tourists and crew members. What if Bai Qingjian were discovered by such people? Who could predict what might unfold? "Aunt Qin, I'm certain Bai Qingjian is safe," Zhou Feng offered, attempting to provide comfort. Qin Xiaoxue replied, though she understood that his words were merely a form of solace. Nevertheless, she felt grateful for Zhou Feng's presence. Without him, she might have faced peril alone. The two continued their search, but before proceeding further, Zhou Feng removed his jacket and fashioned it into a makeshift satchel, stowing 2 coconuts inside, now their only source of sustenance. As darkness began to envelop the island, their search yielded no results, and fortunately, they had not encountered any natives again. Exhaustion set in, compelling them to rest beneath a tree. Zhou Feng recognized that they could not continue this way. The nighttime temperatures were typically low, necessitating some form of shelter. However, seeing Qin Xiaoxue's anxious demeanor, he understood that her thoughts were solely consumed by her daughter's fate. "Aunt Qin, let us head in that direction for a bit longer. If we don't find anyone, we must consider how to survive the night," Zhou Feng suggested, pointing towards a path. "All right, Xiao Feng, I'll follow your lead." Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. She felt a pang of guilt for relying on Zhou Feng. They were both stranded on this deserted island, facing uncertainty, yet he was so willing to help her, regardless of whether they found her daughter. Qin Xiaoxue resolved to repay Zhou Feng's kindness, though she pondered what he might desire in return. What could possibly interest a boy of just 18? As they ventured several hundred meters in that direction, Zhou Feng suddenly noticed footprints nearby. Moreover, it was not merely a single set of footprints, but rather several. The surrounding bushes had also been disturbed, bearing clear signs of human passage. Qin Xiaoxue too noticed these imprints and instinctively drew closer to Zhou Feng. Surely, these could not belong to the indigenous people. A pallor washed over Qin Xiaoxue's face. If they were not indigenous, then these must be shoe prints. Zhou Feng examined the area and let out a sigh of relief. If they truly encountered a multitude of indigenous individuals, it would spell danger. Could it be the people from the ship? Qin Xiaoxue's complexion remained troubled. Her prior experiences instilled a deep-seated fear of those aboard the vessel. In such an environment, devoid of moral and legal constraints, no one could guarantee the intentions of others. It must be the ship's crew, Zhou Feng affirmed with a nod. Presently, a dilemma lay before them. Should they seek out these individuals? If their intentions were malevolent, they would be willingly walking into a trap. Suddenly, Zhou Feng noticed an object on the ground. He bent down to retrieve it. It was a cartoon rabbit pendant, belonging to Qin Yin, from her bag. Qin Xiaoxue recognized it instantly, her emotions surging with excitement. Such a cartoon rabbit was rare. There should be no second one aboard the ship. This meant she was likely among that group of people. Zhou Feng spoke solemnly and grasped Qin Xiaoxue's hand, leading her deeper into the thicket. Having discovered by Qin Jian's trail, he felt compelled to take the risk and investigate further. Zhou Feng held a wooden stick in his hand, which he had previously picked up, originally intended for probing the path ahead, but now it served as his sole weapon. After walking in the direction of the footprints for about half an hour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The imprints were nearly indistinguishable. Just as Zhou Feng contemplated the necessity of giving up, he suddenly spotted a flicker of light ahead. Aunt Qin, be cautious, Zhou Feng warned. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. They approached with utmost care, finally gaining a clearer view of the scene ahead. There, in a clearing amidst the bushes, a campfire blazed. Before the fire stood 7 individuals, comprising 2 men and 5 women. Fish roasted over the flames filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Qin Xiaoxue immediately recognized by Qin Jian, who sat on the ground. Her expression marked by a hint of terror. Instinctively, Qin Xiaoxue opened her mouth to call out, but Zhou Feng preemptively covered her lips. This was not their first encounter with such a situation. Qin Xiaoxue quickly realized the need for silence. Something felt amiss. What's wrong? She asked anxiously. Look at those 3 women on the right. Zhou Feng squinted. Following his gaze, Qin Xiaoxue's expression shifted dramatically. In her concern for her daughter, she had overlooked the other women. The 3 women on the right bore visible injuries on their faces. Although they were distanced apart, it was apparent that 2 of them had swollen faces, evidently the result of a beating. The clothes they wore were tattered and torn, the result of being violently ripped apart. 2 of them bore faces ashen as death, devoid of any expression, while another wept incessantly. It was evident that they had just endured inhumane treatment. A 4th woman sat beside the 2 men, donning a sycophantic demeanor, clearly having chosen a different path to survive. What to do? Qin Xiaoxue felt an increasing urgency. Although Bai Qinjian appeared unscathed, being in the clutches of such ruffians was a harbinger of inevitable disgrace. At the very least, Bai Qinjian seemed secure for now, allowing me to devise a plan. Zhou Feng was equally anxious, facing 2 men, one of whom was exceptionally robust, his arms rippling with muscle. Despite Zhou Feng's agility, he was no match for them, especially against 2 adversaries. The other man, although lacking in muscle, was corpulent, and his weight posed a significant challenge to overpower. The odds of 1 against 2 were daunting. Just then, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind. Zhou Feng instinctively turned, only to feel a sharp blow to his head, followed by an intense wave of pain. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed heavily to the ground. In his dazed state, he heard a familiar voice. I told you, I will end you. It was the triumphant voice of the young man he had previously released. And then consciousness faded into obscurity. Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng. Qin Xiaoxue fell upon Zhou Feng, weeping. She touched the wounded area on his head, feeling the sticky warmth of blood. Trembling, she raised her hand, and by the moonlight, she could see the blood streaming down. Xiao Feng, please don't die. Don't die. Regret overwhelmed her. It was all her fault. Dragging Zhou Feng into the search for her daughter had ultimately led to his peril. Unbeknownst to her, blood flowed from Zhou Feng's forehead, trickling down to his neck. As it touched a piece of blood-colored jade, an eerie crimson light flickered briefly. Chapter 4, The Jade Boss. Boss, these 2 are the ones I encountered earlier, the young man exclaimed excitedly. He held a stout wooden stick, the very instrument that had rendered Zhou Feng unconscious. Initially, he had gone off to relieve himself, but upon returning, he found Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue lurking here, their attention wholly fixated on the campfire, granting him the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. The muscular man, upon hearing this, stood up and approached Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue. Indeed a stunning beauty, he remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Qin Xiaoxue. The muscular man had once been a crew member on a ship, but after encountering that mysterious storm, he awoke to find himself stranded on a small island, with a woman lying beside him. Typically, crew members like him would have time to attend to their needs whenever they made landfall. However, due to previous business commitments, the muscular man had not disembarked for several months. He was acutely aware that in such a place, his actions would bear no consequences. Thus, he forcibly claimed the woman for himself. Subsequently, he encountered a youth and a portly fellow, both of whom became his subordinates. The trio, sharing a mutual affinity, promptly resolved to band together on this desolate island. As for the other women, they were merely tools to them. They swiftly located several isolated women, the first few of whom were exploited for their desires. Ultimately, they came across Bai Qinjian, intending to reserve her for the next day, as they were utterly exhausted from their endeavors that day. Damn, Bai Qinjian exclaimed, rushing towards Qin Xiaoxue upon seeing her. With tears in her eyes, she stammered. Is Zhou Feng still alive? The sight of Zhou Feng sent a tremor through Bai Qinjian's heart. She and Zhou Feng had grown up together, and she had always harbored feelings for him. He is not dead, but we must stop the bleeding first, Qin Xiaoxue finally realized. The immediate priority was to provide first aid. She hurriedly searched for anything that could staunch the flow of blood to bandage Zhou Feng's wounds, but found nothing available. Boss, look, it's a mother and daughter, the youth exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The muscular man's eyes lit up, astonished by his fortuitous luck. Regrettably, he was fatigued from a day spent catching fish, his energy thoroughly depleted. I'll enjoy them tomorrow, he chuckled. Boss, may I? The youth gazed greedily at Qin Xiaoxue, already enchanted by her. Hearing this, the muscular man's expression turned icy. The youth realized he had misspoken, for the muscular man had long established a rule that he would partake first in all matters. I was wrong, boss. The women are all yours first, the youth fawned. Now that is more like it. Toss that guy into the sea. The muscular man nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze towards Zhou Feng. All right, the youth nodded, reaching for Zhou Feng's arm. But at that moment, Zhou Feng extended his hand and grasped the youth's arm. He had awakened. During his unconsciousness, Zhou Feng had not been entirely devoid of sensation. He sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within him, as though the crimson jade had imparted a force into his very being. Seeing Zhou Feng awaken, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qinjian were nearly moved to tears. They had not anticipated his revival. You brat, you actually woke up, the youth sneered, raising the wooden stick high. However, this time, Zhou Feng did not grant him the opportunity. Before the stick could descend, he seized the youth's pant leg, pulling him to the ground with a swift motion. The youth was taken aback, feeling an unexpected surge of strength from Zhou Feng. In a single fluid motion, Zhou Feng flipped and delivered a powerful punch to the youth's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Before the youth could plead for mercy, Zhou Feng grasped his neck and twisted with force. Crack! The youth's head was grotesquely contorted at an angle exceeding 90 degrees. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, and drool trickled from the corners of his mouth. He had ceased to breathe. Witnessing this scene, the muscular man's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by Zhou Feng's formidable prowess, which had so swiftly claimed the young man's life. I will kill you, the muscular man shouted as he advanced toward Zhou Feng, a dagger appearing in his hand. Be careful, Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed in alarm, astonished to discover that the muscular man was armed. Zhou Feng, upon seeing the dagger, inhaled sharply, despite his lack of genuine combat experience. He understood that the best course of action against an armed opponent was to flee. Yet, if he ran now, what would become of Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter? The thought spurred Zhou Feng to grit his teeth and seize the wooden stick that had fallen to the ground. The stick, measuring over a meter in length, offered a considerable advantage over the dagger's reach. Coupled with Zhou Feng's rapid swings, the muscular man found himself bereft of any opportunity to strike back. Instead, his dagger was knocked from his grasp, and Zhou Feng followed up with a painful blow to the man's arm. Stop! Stop! I surrender, the muscular man pleaded, feeling as though his arm had been shattered. However, Zhou Feng showed no mercy this time, delivering a crushing blow to the man's head. Blood streamed down the muscular man's forehead. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. He has killed him. He has killed him. The onlookers erupted in screams at the sight. The hefty man and several women vanished into the underbrush. Aside from the panting Zhou Feng, only Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qinjian remained. Zhou Feng observed the fleeing figures, but made no attempt to pursue them. The women were likely paralyzed with fear at the sight of a murder, and he had no interest in hunting down the hefty man. After all, he was not a cold-blooded killer. Xiao Feng, are you all right? They were all villains. Qin Xiaoxue approached, embracing Zhou Feng and whispering in his ear, concerned for his emotional state. You did it to save me. Bai Qinjian rushed to Zhou Feng's side, snatching the bloodied stick from his grasp. Seeing their concern, Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. I am fine. He did not perceive any significant turmoil within himself. Even though this was his first act of killing, he had long been mentally prepared for such a moment. Your forehead, we need to stop the bleeding quickly. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly recalled, hurrying to examine Zhou Feng's wound. To her astonishment, the previously bleeding area had already scabbed over. So soon? She gasped, remembering the blood she had felt on her hands moments ago. In the wilderness, the greatest fear was an unhealed wound. Any infection could lead to a high fever. I don't know, Zhou Feng replied, instinctively reaching for the jade pendant at his neck. Chapter 5. Mutation. Zhou Feng was convinced that everything occurring within his body was intrinsically linked to the jade pendant. Moreover, This pendant was not originally his. It had mysteriously manifested in his pocket upon awakening. What could possibly be the explanation for this? However, Zhou Feng had no time to ponder these questions. He examined the bodies of the young man and the muscular figure and discovered that both had ceased to breathe. They were truly deceased. The power coursing through him moments ago had been utterly terrifying. Afterward, Zhou Feng conducted a brief search by the campfire, retrieving several roasted fish and a backpack. Though he was unaware of the bag's owner, it contained numerous useful items, including 2 lighters and some snacks. Naturally, he did not forget to take the muscular man's dagger as well. Let us depart from this place. Zhou Feng turned to Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter, who nodded in agreement. The presence of 2 corpses on the ground made them reluctant to linger any longer. Ultimately, Zhou Feng resolved to return to the spot where they had initially harvested coconuts, as he was hesitant to lead Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter to unfamiliar territories. Uncertain of what they might encounter, indigenous people, other survivors with ill intentions, Zhou Feng was unsure. Although he had narrowly escaped the recent assault, there was no guarantee that fortune would favor him again. While the jade pendant had healed his wounds and augmented his strength, he feared that if he were to perish, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter to survive on the deserted island. Before long, the 3 of them reached the shore. The night air was bitterly cold. They sought refuge in a sheltered thicket, gathering twigs to create a makeshift bed on the ground. They consumed the roasted fish to replenish some of their strength. For safety's sake, Zhou Feng refrained from lighting a fire, uncertain whether it might attract unwanted attention. Zhou Feng inquired about Bai Qingjian's experience. In a hushed voice, she began to recount her ordeal. She had also witnessed the flash of lightning before losing consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself beneath a tree. Subsequently, Bai Qingjian had set out in search of Zhou Feng and her mother. At this point, she stole a furtive glance at Zhou Feng. Though I did not find you, I encountered a group of men, she confessed, her lips trembling. In her eyes, those men were nothing short of demons, having already violated 3 women. Had she encountered them sooner, she doubted she would have escaped their clutches. She pondered the fate of those unfortunate women with a sense of sorrow. The situation had been too chaotic for her to anticipate that the women would flee. Qin Xiaoxue quickly offered words of comfort, assuring her daughter that this was not her fault, but rather the wrongdoing of those scoundrels. Wait a moment. You appeared beneath a tree, not on the beach. Zhou Feng suddenly realized this detail. Yes, I woke up beneath the tree, Bai Qingjian confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's brow furrowed in concern. If Bai Qingjian had drifted in from the sea, how could she have ended up beneath a tree? Moreover, there is another matter to consider. The muscular man had already been on the island 3 days prior. Bai Qingjian spoke with a grave expression, clearly having detected the oddities herself. Everything about this situation felt exceedingly peculiar. 3 days ago, Zhou Feng inhaled sharply, astonished to learn that the muscular man had arrived on the island 3 days earlier. This only deepened the mystery. If they had all fallen into the water on the same day, it would be impossible for anyone to arrive on the island 3 days later. When Zhou Feng first regained consciousness, he felt a dull heaviness in his head, but hunger was not overwhelming. It was certainly not the state of someone who had gone without food for 3 days. This place is utterly bizarre. I miss home so much. When will we be able to return? Bai Qingjian began to sob. Qin Xiaoxue looked equally perplexed, merely holding her daughter close. She too was uncertain if there would ever be a day when she could return alive. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will protect you both, Zhou Feng assured as he cast his gaze upon the mother and daughter, focusing more on Qin Xiaoxue's face. He would not allow anything to happen to Aunt Qin. Thank you, Zhou Feng, but please do not act so recklessly in the future, Qin Xiaoxue replied, nodding. I will be more cautious from now on, Zhou Feng responded. The 3 were utterly exhausted, and Zhou Feng soon laid down on the ground, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he vaguely sensed someone embracing him from behind. Who is it? Zhou Feng instinctively murmured. It was only after speaking that he realized he was on a deserted island, and aside from Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, there was no one else around. Could it be Aunt Qin? The thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Thank you for saving me today, Bai Qingjian whispered. She was deeply moved, especially by Zhou Feng's willingness to risk his life for her. The moment he saved her brought her to the brink of tears. We are friends. Of course, I would save you. Zhou Feng nodded, though he felt a twinge of regret. He had always seen Bai Qingjian as a comrade. What if we cannot escape from here? Bai Qingjian continued, her tone tinged with sorrow. Unable to shake the thought, Zhou Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. He, too, was uncertain about what the future held. Then let the 3 of us live together. Eventually, we will be rescued, just like in Robinson Crusoe. Zhou Feng recalled a book he had once read. Robinson had drifted for 28 years before finally returning home. 20 years? Can we endure for that long? I have never even had a boyfriend. Bai Qingjian's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Zhou Feng felt the arms around him tighten, and the embrace became rather restless, wandering across his chest. Then I suppose I shall just be an old maid, Zhou Feng chuckled. How annoying. All right, let us go to sleep. Tomorrow may bring even greater dangers, he yawned, genuinely feeling drowsy after a day spent searching with Qin Xiaoxue. The soft sound of Qin Xiaoxue's breathing nearby confirmed her fatigue as well. Very well, Bai Qingjian replied, her tone carrying a note of regret. In less than a minute, Bai Qingjian was greeted by the sound of Zhou Feng's snoring. She was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by how quickly he had succumbed to slumber. Yet, a twinge of sympathy filled her heart. Zhou Feng must have been utterly exhausted from the day's activities. Starting tomorrow, she resolved to prove her own worth by undertaking tasks within her capabilities. The following morning, Zhou Feng, still in a haze, dreamt he was devouring a gigantic steamed bun, its aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. He grasped one, bringing it close to his face, inhaling deeply. Oddly, a hint of coconut wafted from it. Suddenly, the shrill scream of Qin Xiaoxue pierced through his reverie. Zhou Feng's eyes shot open, and he realized what had just transpired. I'm sorry. He immediately apologized. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you had a fever, Qin Xiaoxue replied. Her cheeks flushed as she covered herself, concerned for Zhou Feng's injuries. Qin Xiaoxue had kept vigil by his side the previous night, fearful that he might develop a high fever. In her attempt to check his temperature, she had inadvertently invited his hand's grasp. Flustered, she fled from the awkward scene. Zhou Feng scratched his head, reminiscing about the peculiar sensation. Had he not taken that bite? Would he still be lost in that moment? At that instant, he noticed something in his hand, a fallen scab. Upon inspecting the site of his injury from the previous day, he discovered that the flesh had already healed. A chill ran down his spine. It must be connected to the jade pendant. If others were to uncover the pendant's secret, they might go to any lengths to obtain it. Resolute, Zhou Feng vowed to keep the pendant's existence a secret. Not far away, he spotted Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, who had constructed a makeshift shelter from branches and leaves, cleverly concealed within the thicket. It was quite an impressive refuge. Zhou Feng approached, noting their morning's labor. You've worked hard, he sincerely complimented, recognizing the physical toll such efforts demanded in a place where resources were scarce. He surmised that Qin Xiaoxue must be utterly fatigued. His gaze drifted toward her, noticing that her white t-shirt was stained, evidence of her toil. A pang of jealousy struck Bai Qingjian. What about me? Don't you care? She thought to herself. You've worked hard too, Zhou Feng remarked, observing the scratches on Bai Qingjian's palm. For a girl unaccustomed to strenuous labor. It was no small feat, however. Zhou Feng soon realized a concern. The shelter was rather small. It seemed a bit cramped for 3 people. Upon hearing his unspoken worry, Qin Xiaoxue blushed slightly. We had no suitable branches, so we'll just have to squeeze together at night. But it'll keep us warm, she quickly explained. That makes sense, Zhou Feng replied, acknowledging her rationale. Zhou Feng nodded, already beginning to anticipate the night ahead. He proceeded to crack open several coconuts, which had become their vital source of sustenance. Not only did coconuts provide abundant water, but their flesh was also rich in fat. However, there were only a few coconut trees, and they would eventually run out. It was imperative to seek alternative food sources. I will explore the beach to see if I can discover anything. Zhou Feng rose to his feet. I will accompany you, Bai Qingjian declared, also standing up. Qin Xiaoxue expressed her willingness to assist as well. Yet, Zhou Feng shook his head, indicating that the beach was not safe at the moment. It was far too easy to expose their position. If they were to be discovered by the indigenous people or other ill-intentioned survivors, it could be perilous. They should remain here for now. Zhou Feng ventured alone to the beach. He observed carefully and found that there were indeed a number of small creatures around. Occasionally, he spotted some hermit crabs and shellfish, but these were insufficient to satisfy their hunger. To fill the stomachs of 3 people, he would have to search in the water. Soon, Zhou Feng discovered a multitude of fish swimming among the coral reefs in the shallow sea. If he could capture these fish, it would provide them with a source of protein for the coming days. Although Zhou Feng and his cousin had learned some survival skills in the wilderness, he had no real experience in fishing. Even with the fish swirling at his feet, he felt a sense of helplessness. However, Zhou Feng soon experienced a delightful surprise. As he focused on the fish, he noticed their speed had significantly decreased. This was no illusion. His own speed had improved, all thanks to that piece of raw jade. He quickly returned to the shore to find a suitable tree branch. After sharpening the end of the branch, Zhou Feng approached the coral reef. In no time, he had speared 3 large fish, each weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. Carrying the fish, Zhou Feng made his way back into the thicket. Such large fish. Zhou Feng, you are incredible. Bai Qingjian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fish. They were far larger than those caught by the muscular men yesterday. Let me take care of this, Qin Xiaoxue said as she took the fish from him. She produced a dagger, sliced open the bellies of the fish, and scraped off the scales, removing the gills with her hands. Although some fish lack scales, the ones Zhou Feng caught did have them, albeit quite fine. What a pity that there are no seasonings for such fresh fish, Qin Xiaoxue lamented. Not to worry, the seawater contains salt. The taste will not be too bad. Zhou Feng took the 3 fish to the sea to wash them thoroughly. Upon returning to the thicket, he found that Qin Xiaoxue had already kindled a fire. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, as the fish sizzled and oozed fat. These fish were exceedingly rich, their bodies laden with fat. In such circumstances, fat was a precious commodity. The method of grilling seemed somewhat wasteful. The proper way to prepare them would be to make a stew, ensuring that the nutrients remained intact. However, they currently lacked the tools for cooking a stew. How fragrant! Bai Qingjian exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight. She stepped forward, intending to grasp one of the fish. Just as Bai Qingjian's hand reached out, it was swiftly swatted away by Qin Xiaoxue. "Mom, what are you doing?" Bai Qingjian asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved and bewildered by her mother's actions. This fish was caught with great effort by Zhou Feng. "How can you just take it?" Qin Xiaoxue frowned deeply. "We also contributed. I helped gather firewood. And besides, didn't you prepare this fish, Mom?" Bai Qingjian pouted in protest. That was a trivial amount of work. Zhou Feng exerted himself the most. It is only right that he distributes the fish. Qin Xiaoxue's tone was resolute. "Fine," Bai Qingjian said, looking at Zhou Feng with pleading eyes. She never expected that she would one day need Zhou Feng to decide how much she could eat. "Aunt Qin, please don't be so formal. We are not strangers. There is enough fish for everyone to share," Zhou Feng said, retrieving 2 large fish from the campfire and handing one to each of the women before taking one for himself. The fish was perfectly grilled, exuding a fragrant aroma, with juices bubbling inside. Zhou Feng tore off a piece and relished it, unable to stop eating. Bai Qingjian was taken aback. "Is it really that delicious? This fish is enormous. Let us share one. You can eat the rest," she suggested. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxue handed another fish to Zhou Feng. Bai Qingjian wanted to protest. Although the fish was large, she could finish it. However, the words caught in her throat. After all, Zhou Feng was her savior, and without him, she could not fathom her current predicament. Moreover, she noticed her mother was watching her closely, and clearly, if she voiced her opinion, it would lead to another lecture. "Zhou Feng, you go ahead. We girls eat less," Bai Qingjian reluctantly conceded. Zhou Feng smiled at this scene. "Aunt Qin, you can eat without worry. I'll catch more later." Hearing this, Bai Qingjian smiled. "That is quite gentlemanly. Zhou Feng, want to you eat a bit more?" Qin Xiaoxue asked with concern. "Aunt Qin, I'll just have some coconut jelly. We are unaware of the circumstances around us, and you both need to conserve your strength to survive on this deserted island." "We must work together," Zhou Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Work together?" Qin Xiaoxue understood all too well. She and her daughter were merely a burden. If it weren't for Zhou Feng being their neighbor and someone they had known since childhood, providing them with a sense of security on this deserted island, she shuddered to think what might have befallen them. Before long, Bai Qingjian had devoured her fish down to the bones. She now understood why Zhou Feng's eating habits appeared so uncouth. This roasted fish was simply too delectable. Qin Xiaoxue also began to eat carefully, savoring every morsel, leaving half for Zhou Feng, indicating she could not finish it. Observing the neatly halved fish, Zhou Feng felt a swell of gratitude within him. Qin Xiaoxue had intended from the outset to secure her own survival. Chapter 7. A new survivor. Zhou Feng understood Qin Xiaoxue's intentions and did not hesitate to finish the remaining half of the fish. He pondered the fate of the women who had fled. He wondered how they were faring. Bai Qingjian sighed, expressing that had they not escaped at that moment, they would have had each other as support now. "Everyone has their own destiny," Zhou Feng remarked, shaking his head. Observing Zhou Feng's demeanor, Bai Qingjian hesitated, yearning to inquire about the feelings Zhou Feng experienced when he took a life the previous night. Yet, after much contemplation, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, not wishing to bring forth unpleasant memories for Zhou Feng. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed towards the beach. He hastily scooped up handfuls of dirt and quickly covered the fire pit. "What are you doing?" "My mother and I struggled to ignite that fire," Bai Qingjian exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. The branches in the thicket were damp, making it quite difficult to start a fire. "Someone is coming," Zhou Feng whispered urgently. Qin Xiaoxue immediately approached and covered her daughter's mouth. Zhou Feng looked up in the direction of the approaching figures. A few individuals, both men and women, were trudging toward them, their appearances gaunt and malnourished, as if they could collapse at any moment. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed in concern. He was uncertain of their identities. If they were akin to the brutish men, a gang of unscrupulous ruffians targeting Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, then he would have no choice but to resort to violence once more. This was a desolate island, devoid of laws and moral constraints. All were compelled to adhere to the most primal laws of the jungle. "Wait," Is that Manager Gua and the others? Just then, Qin Xiaoxue spoke up. Manager Gua? Zhou Feng recalled that the leader of this expedition was indeed Manager Gua, whom he had encountered a few times aboard the ship. Sure enough, among the group, Zhou Feng spotted Manager Gua, a portly middle-aged man with a balding head, who still carried himself with an air of authority as he walked. Despite recognizing him, Zhou Feng and the others had no intention of revealing themselves, yet the group was approaching directly, evidently having detected the smoke from their fish roasting. Realizing they could no longer hide, Zhou Feng and the others stood up. Look, Manager Gua, it's Qin Xiaoxue and her group, shouted a man with a pointed face. A smile instantly spread across Manager Gua's face, while Bai Qingjian displayed a look of disdain, muttering under her breath, how is this guy still alive? Zhou Feng understood well why Bai Qingjian harbored such animosity toward Manager Gua. He had heard his mother mention that Manager Gua, a divorced man, had pursued Qin Xiaoxue several times, only to be rebuffed each time. Consequently, he harbored resentment and often made things difficult for Qin Xiaoxue in their work. Thus, Zhou Feng felt a wave of displeasure at Manager Gua's arrival. Wonderful news, Xiaoxue, you're all still alive. Manager Gua approached the group with a beaming smile. You must have gathered quite a bit of supplies by now. I just noticed some smoke. Are you lighting a fire? It seems there's a scent of barbecue wafting through the air. The others chimed in, their eyes gleaming with longing. Qin Xiaoxue instinctively glanced back at their makeshift dwelling, where a number of coconuts remained, along with a backpack obtained from the muscular man, containing some candies and biscuits. They had refrained from consuming these resources, reserving them for a dire situation, as they were invaluable. If discovered by this group, they would undoubtedly be seized. Xiaoxue, why not share any good items you possess? We must support each other through these trying times, Manager Gua smiled. Qin Xiaoxue furrowed her brow, preparing to speak, but at that moment, Zhou Feng stepped protectively in front of her. We will not share our belongings with you, he declared, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the smile on Manager Gua's face faltered. A nearby man with a sharp face pointed angrily at Zhou Feng. Who do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. You can take that up with him, Zhou Feng retorted with a cold snort, brandishing a glimmering dagger. In such circumstances, the dagger spoke volumes. Manager Gua and his companions instinctively took a step back, yet their hunger urged them not to let this opportunity slip away. So, you are Zhou Feng, the relative of one of our employees. We are essentially family. It would be selfish to refuse to share. Manager Gua's insincere smile returned. Zhou Feng scoffed at the notion of family. What era are we in that we are still playing such games? If you are willing to share your food with us, I will personally recommend you for a position at our company. The current job market is dire. Many graduates from prestigious universities are only earning a few thousand. Think carefully. This opportunity may not come again. Manager Gua narrowed his eyes. The others echoed his sentiment, urging Zhou Feng to seize the opportunity and avoid future regrets. You may only encounter such a benefactor once in a lifetime. Zhou Feng laughed at their attempts. Clearly, Manager Gua possessed a knack for leadership, as evidenced by his adeptness at painting grandiose visions. Enough with the chatter. Whether we can survive this ordeal is a pressing concern. Now, kindly leave, Zhou Feng stated coldly. Witnessing Zhou Feng's indifference, a flicker of irritation crossed Manager Gua's face. This island does not belong to you. What harm is there in us lingering nearby? He then turned his gaze towards Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter, inquiring if they wished to join his side. Manager Gua's group comprised 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women, giving them a numerical advantage. We will remain with Zhou Feng and will not join you. Qin Xiaoxue firmly shook her head. Zhou Feng had saved her daughter, and she could never betray him at this critical moment. You may carry on your way. Bai Qingjian playfully stuck out her tongue at the group. Manager Gua let out a cold snort, and a few individuals sauntered off to a nearby spot to rest. Zhou Feng, what if they decide not to leave? What if they come over to snatch our food? Bai Qingjian expressed her concern with a worried expression. That would mean they are courting danger, Zhou Feng remarked, casually toying with the dagger in his hand. He felt assured that, even without the dagger, he could handle those individuals. If trouble arises, I will confront them. Qin Xiaoxue declared through gritted teeth, her worry primarily directed towards Manager Gua and his group. She feared they might unleash their primal instincts, much like the muscular men they had encountered previously. Qin Xiaoxue was acutely aware of the kind of person Manager Gua was. Zhou Feng, this is bad. They are heading towards the coconut trees, Bai Qingjian suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the coconut trees. Chapter 8. Even on a deserted island, there are workplace rules. Zhou Feng followed her gaze and discovered that the 2 men had already arrived at the base of the coconut tree, contemplating how to retrieve the coconuts. Let them be. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had already gathered a fair amount of coconuts, and there were only a few left on the tree. Let them be. Bai Qingjian felt a surge of anxiety. To her, those coconuts represented their food and a vital source of fresh water. What should we do? Should I go over and tell them that I planted this coconut tree, and they must not touch it? Zhou Feng teased. Qin Xiaoxue's face flushed with embarrassment as she muttered something about him being annoying. Since they are not behaving inappropriately, we must not provoke them either, Zhou Feng replied. Shaking his head, he then suggested that, while there was still daylight, he would go catch a few fish for their evening meal. Zhou Feng handed the dagger to Qin Xiaoxue, instructing her to keep it for self-defense. If you encounter any danger, just shout. I will hear you, he assured. Don't worry. We can take care of ourselves, but you should be cautious. Qin Xiaoxue tightened her grip on the dagger. All right, Zhou Feng nodded before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the two men had finally managed to retrieve 5 coconuts after much deliberation. They wrapped them in their clothing and presented them to Manager Gua. Although Manager Gua had not exerted any effort, he solemnly proceeded to distribute the coconuts. With 5 coconuts and a total of 7 people, he allocated one to himself and his secretary, and assigned one to his right-hand man, Wang Jun, a lanky man. The remaining 2 men and 2 women were instructed to share the last 2. Manager Gua, we retrieved these coconuts. Shouldn't we each get one? One of the 2 men who had worked for them protested, pointing at Wang Jun. I have no issue with you and your secretary getting one. But why does he get one too? It was common knowledge that the secretary beside Manager Gua was his girlfriend, indulging in an office romance. Although labeled a girlfriend, it was merely an arrangement of unspoken rules. Manager Gua would periodically replace her, and if the secretary ever refused to comply, she would swiftly find herself dismissed. Huh. Who first spotted the coconut tree? If it weren't for my discovery, you would all be starving now, Wang Jun scoffed. Upon hearing this, the 2 men wore expressions of anger. Wang Jun merely claimed the privilege of having seen it first, even if he had not. They would have inevitably discovered those coconut trees on their journey. Are you dissatisfied? If you had brought back a few more coconuts, would there be any need for such squabbling? Wang Jun showed no regard for the 2 men. At that moment, Manager Gua interjected. You are aware that the company will be laying off employees next month. At your age, losing your job is a grave concern. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the 2 men hung their heads in silence. In these times, no one is immune to the fear of unemployment. Especially these 2, who had purchased homes just a few years prior. With the current decline in housing prices, they bore the burden of hefty mortgages. Failing to meet their monthly payments would result in the loss of their homes, costing them substantial sums. Of course, I am not coercing you with your jobs. I merely emphasize that demonstrating your dedication at this juncture is crucial for retaining your positions, Manager Gua stated calmly. Rest assured, Manager Gua, we will surely work diligently. Whatever you say goes, the 2 men replied, although begrudgingly, swallowing their dissatisfaction. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Once rescue arrives, I will remember your contributions and advocate for your promotions and raises, Manager Gua smiled. Wang Jun concurred, adding, the news of the cruise disaster must have spread by now. The world is certainly searching for us. In 3 to 4 days, we should be able to return. The 2 men fell silent and turned their attention to opening coconuts. Soon, they had consumed the coconut water and plenty of flesh, appearing significantly revitalized. Manager Gua, look over there. Wang Jun exclaimed, eyes wide as he gazed toward the beach. What is all the fuss about? Manager Gua asked, slightly annoyed. However, when he turned to look, he was left speechless. They all saw Zhou Feng carrying several large fish towards the bushes. Where did that guy get the fish? Manager Gua's eyes widened at the sight. They had all awakened just the day before and had eaten little throughout the day. Now, seeing Zhou Feng with fish, how could they not be thrilled? From that direction, Wang Jun pointed. Let us go check it out and catch a few fish ourselves. Manager Gua stood up. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted. Manager, I'm too weak. Could I rest here for a while? It was Li Ran, Manager Gua's secretary. With a distinctly trendy appearance, she was an archetypal beauty. Her exaggerated curves appearing somewhat unnatural, though undeniably impressive. Very well, take a moment to rest, Manager Gua nodded. Upon the utterance of those words, the remaining 2 women expressed their dissent, indicating their own fatigue. Moreover, neither possessed the skill to catch fish, a task deemed suitable for men. Their presence would serve little purpose. If you choose not to go, you shall have no share of the catch when it arrives. Manager Gua's demeanor shifted to one of icy severity, starkly contrasting his earlier disposition towards Li Ran. The 2 female employees, incensed, began to mentally berate him. Scoundrel! It is precisely because they refuse to acquiesce to the unspoken rules that they endure such treatment. Their ire only intensified upon observing Li Ran, sitting on the ground with an air of entitlement. Yet, at that moment, they realized their arms could not prevail against the might of the thigh. Thus, they reluctantly rose to their feet, harboring a twinge of envy towards Qin Xiaoxue, who effortlessly avoided the toil of fishing, as others diligently brought the fish to her. Manager Gua and the others ventured into the coral zone of the shallow sea, where they indeed spotted numerous fish swimming about, their excitement palpable. However, That enthusiasm quickly waned into dismay as they soon discovered their utter inability to catch any. Among them, there were no seasoned fishermen, nor even casual anglers. Manager Gua attempted various methods, even fashioning a spear akin to Zhou Feng's. Yet, the wooden spear wielded in their hands lacked any semblance of efficacy. Ultimately, they returned with mere shells, hardly sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. You failed to catch any fish, yet I see Zhou Feng has secured several, Li Ran remarked. Her disappointment unmistakable as she observed Manager Gua and his group returning empty-handed. Chapter 9. Do you wish to be my father? Manager Gua, too, felt a pang of frustration. How could that fellow be so adept at fishing? If only he were one of his subordinates, he would know how to exploit their weaknesses with ease. However, Zhou Feng exhibited none of the vulnerabilities typical of others. Moreover, judging by Zhou Feng's earlier demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would share his catch with them. How then? Did Zhou Feng manage to procure fish? A man sighed, contemplating that such knowledge would not be readily divulged, as it constituted a stable source of sustenance for him. Manager Gua squinted. Were he in Zhou Feng's position, he would certainly guard such secrets closely. If all else fails, let us resort to theft, Wang Jun suggested. His impatience evident. He possesses a dagger, another man interjected, unable to restrain himself. We have 4 men here. Should we really fear just one? Wang Jun scoffed. The 2 men exchanged glances, each discerning the other's apprehension. For against one? What a ludicrous notion. Should a confrontation ensue, Manager Gua would undoubtedly hide behind the others. Wang Jun, the sycophant, would not be the first to charge into battle. Ultimately, it would fall upon the 2 of them to take the brunt of the assault. Typically, they might endure some labor, but now they were expected to shield themselves from harm? No one was a fool. They would not engage in such folly. Wang Jun. We are respectable individuals, not ruffians inclined to brawling. There is no need to risk our lives, Manager Guo observed, having detected the subtle machinations between his 2 subordinates. Clearly, now was not the appropriate moment for action. They had not been driven to the brink of desperation. Upon hearing Manager Guo's words, the 2 men exhaled in relief. You are indeed correct, Manager Gua. It was my oversight. Wang Jun immediately donned a flattering smile. Shall we let this matter rest? Are we to dine on these shellfish tonight? Li Ran expressed a hint of impatience. Dealing with such an inexperienced lad is hardly a challenge. There is no necessity for force, Manager Guo replied, shaking his head. Wang Jun promptly began to flatter him, extolling Manager Guo's wisdom and prowess. Claiming their thoughts were not on the same plane, he then feigned humility, inquiring about possible solutions. Men like Zhou Feng at that stage are utterly defenseless against the allure of women. Xiaoran, please make an effort to negotiate with Zhou Feng and inquire how he manages to catch fish, Manager Guo suggested, directing his gaze towards Li Ran. The others were left speechless. It appeared that this was Manager Guo's brilliant idea, using Li Ran's charms to entice him. Such a base notion was hardly original. Manager Guo, he only admires you. I hardly wish to cast a glance at other men, Li Ran cooed, linking her arm with Manager Guo's. The other 2 women nearly retched at the sight. Given Manager Guo's appearance, it was unfathomable that any woman could harbor admiration for him. Li Ran was truly a schemer, the type who could be easily swayed by a little advantage. This time, I shall graciously endure. Later, I will treat you, Manager Guo whispered into Li Ran's ear. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Manager Guo, your word is your bond. Of course, now off you go, Manager Guo nodded approvingly. Li Ran made her way towards Zhou Feng and the others. Wait, Manager Guo suddenly called out. Li Ran looked puzzled. Manager Guo approached her. Noticing her fitted crop top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with high-waisted denim shorts and strappy high-heeled sandals. Her attire was already quite alluring. But Manager Guo further adjusted her top, rolling it up slightly, enhancing her allure. Wang Jun and the other men gazed in awe, momentarily envious of Manager Guo, pondering how he managed to enjoy such playful interactions with Li Ran. All right, now go, Manager Guo admired his handiwork with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxue was guiding by Qinjian in cleaning the sea fish. For fish like these, the entrails must be thoroughly cleaned, Qin Xiaoxue patiently explained. Bai Qinjian mimicked her mother's actions, attempting to assist. However, she soon accidentally cut her finger, causing blood to flow. Does it hurt? Qin Xiaoxue had not anticipated Bai Qinjian's clumsiness and felt a twinge of concern, coupled with a hint of regret. In the past, she had managed all household chores herself and had never required Bai Qinjian to help. Now, however, she needed to learn in this desolate island. It's nothing. The wound isn't deep, just a little prick. Bai Qinjian managed a faint smile. Let's focus on cleaning for now. Zhou Feng produced a bottle of mineral water, a remnant from the bags of the muscular man, now emptied of its precious contents. Yet, in this desolate island, the bottle remained a treasure. Zhou Feng had previously filled it with a bit of water, and now he carefully cleansed Bai Qinjian's wound with it. It appeared that infection would be avoided. How clumsy you are, utterly incomparable to Aunt Qin, Zhou Feng teased. That's obvious. I've never cooked before, Bai Qingjian retorted with irritation. It's not merely about cooking. Aunt Qin excels in every aspect, possessing beauty and kindness, Zhou Feng stated candidly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxue blushed, stealing several glances at Zhou Feng. Could it be that he genuinely thought so? Are you trying to woo my mother? Planning to become my stepfather? Bai Qingjian quipped. What's wrong with pursuing her? Zhou Feng replied earnestly. In the past, he had merely entertained such thoughts internally, weighed down by societal pressures. But now, in this isolated paradise, what was there to hold him back? More importantly, he did not wish to harbor regrets. Then go ahead and pursue her, Bai Qingjian scoffed, assuming Zhou Feng was jesting. Well, as long as you have no objections, Zhou Feng smiled with narrowed eyes. You too. Are you making a fool of me? Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed, her impatience surfacing. Is love something to joke about? Aunt Qin, I'm not joking, Zhou Feng began, but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning around, he spotted a woman dressed rather provocatively approaching them. Qin Jia and Zhou Feng, right? Li Ran greeted with a smile. What brings you here? This is our territory. Zhou Feng's expression turned icy in an instant. He had previously noticed Li Ran lingering near Manager Gua, sensing an unusual connection. I don't have much to discuss. Li Ran attempted to cultivate a closer rapport. Then you should leave. Don't trouble us, Zhou Feng replied coolly. Li Ran was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so unsparing. Despite her revealing attire, he barely cast her a glance. Chapter 10. Internal strife. However, Li Ran was unwilling to leave empty-handed, having failed in her endeavors. Moreover, Manager Gua had promised her benefits, including jewelry. She had cozied up to him solely for financial gain. Zhou Feng, I need to speak with you privately. How about we go to the bushes over there? Li Ran suggested softly, twirling her hair in a coy manner. We can discuss everything here. I won't keep anything from them. Zhou Feng shook his head. Some matters aren't appropriate to discuss in front of them. I promise I'll offer you something in return, Li Ran persisted. I have no interest in women like you. Return to your Manager Gua. Your presence here only makes me nauseous. Zhou Feng firmly rejected her. You'll regret this. Li Ran left in indignation, her teeth clenched, humiliation etched across her face. If she had been rejected by some wealthy individual, she could have accepted it, perhaps even grown accustomed to it. However, to be spurned by someone as immature as Zhou Feng was utterly unexpected. Zhou Feng, I did not anticipate your resolve to be so unwavering. Bai Qingjian gazed at Zhou Feng in astonishment. Given the fervor Li Ran had just displayed, it was likely that most men would have faltered, especially at Zhou Feng's age. With such beautiful company around you, I certainly do not find interest in ordinary women, Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. Humph, such flattery. Bai Qingjian scoffed, though she felt a sense of delight within. Earlier, she had been anxious that Zhou Feng might leave with Li Ran. Who knew what might transpire in the thicket? What was Li Ran really here for? Qin Xiaoxue furrowed her brow slightly. What does it matter? As long as she doesn't disturb us, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Manager Gua, upon seeing Li Ran, returned in a fit of rage. Sensing that things had gone awry. What happened? Manager Gua inquired. That Zhou Feng wouldn't even listen to me. He just told me to get lost. Li Ran retorted, fuming as she sat on the ground. He isn't interested in you? Wang Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Wang Jun had long harbored a desire for Li Ran, especially considering her alluring attire, which he found exceedingly tempting. He could hardly fathom that someone might not be captivated. That fellow is surrounded by two cheap women. He has probably already enchanted by them, Li Ran speculated with venom. Wang Jun suddenly understood, deeming it quite plausible. After all, Qin Xiaoxue was far more beautiful than Li Ran, and within the company, it was Qin Xiaoxue who garnered greater admiration. Manager Gua, what shall we do now? Everyone turned their gaze toward Manager Gua, awaiting his direction. First, let us gather food. I will devise a plan later. At least it's safe here for now. Manager Gua said, waving his hand in impatience. Gather food? Where are we supposed to find food? The others replied, somewhat bewildered. What are you all standing around for? You three go, Wang Jun commanded, pointing at the remaining individuals. The two men and two women exchanged glances, reluctantly rising to their feet. They headed toward the beach to collect some shellfish, splitting into two groups. Two of the men walked together, enjoying the shade while leaving the labor to others. Let them do the work, Yang Wei grumbled as he walked. What can we do? He is the manager, and we must endure, came the resigned response from Fan Jian. It seems that from now on, all the dirty and laborious tasks will fall to us, Yang Wei expressed his discontent. Since the previous day, they had been relegated to servitude, catering not only to one person but also to Wang Jun and that insufferable woman. Fan Jian grimaced. Manager Gua had them under his thumb, and there was nothing they could do. With a mere word, he could jeopardize their jobs. Yet, why should they also serve Li Ran, the secretary? What right did she have? They had not even laid a finger on her. While playing, no one called out to themselves, leaving one to ponder their own actions. Even more despicable was Wang Jun, that scoundrel, who barked orders at them. Let us endure a few more days. Once the rescue arrives, everything will be fine. Perhaps we might even receive compensation, Yang Wei remarked. While gathering branches to inscribe a large SOS signal in the sand, they had already drawn several during their journey. This maritime disaster seemed far from straightforward. As Fan Jian squinted thoughtfully, not so simple, Yang Wei was taken aback. Consider this. How could so many individuals drift to this island and remain unscathed? Fan Jian articulated slowly. They had also awakened suddenly on the beach, initially believing themselves to be the sole survivors, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhou Feng and others. This situation appeared rather peculiar. On that cruise ship, Manager Gua and Li Ran occupied luxurious suites on the upper deck, while they were relegated to the economy cabin below. If calamity truly struck, their group would likely face dire consequences. Yet, here were Qin Xiaoxue and the others, safe and sound. What are you implying? Fan Jin mused, suggesting that there might be some peculiar circumstances at play, especially since rescue would not arrive swiftly. But didn't Manager Gua say, what they meant was to keep us hopeful, so they could manipulate us? Fan Jin scoffed. Those scoundrels. Realization dawned on Yang Wei. He had been played all along. Spirited by this thought, he turned to confront Manager Gua, only to be restrained by Fan Jian. What are you doing? Fan Jian inquired. Of course. I'm going to settle the score with him. That scoundrel deserves a taste of his own medicine. Yang Wei clenched his fists, furious at being toyed with. Make him pay? What can you really do? You can't just kill him. Fan Jian shook his head. Yang Wei hesitated, his demeanor visibly deflating. As Fan Jian pointed out, he could not resort to murder over such matters. That would render him a criminal. What about giving Manager Gua a good beating? That would serve a purpose. Yet, what good would that do? We can't afford to be at such a disadvantage. While he flaunts his affair with his secretary, we are left to serve him, Yang Wei exclaimed. Enduring labor is one thing, but we lack wilderness survival skills, which means hunger will surely befall us. Ultimately, we will be the first to starve. At that moment, Yang Wei's stomach growled, prompting him to nod in agreement. They had gathered quite a bit, yet received the least to share. Let us part ways. Together, we can't possibly starve, Yang Wei declared. Part ways? Are you truly willing to leave like that? Haven't you always been fond of Li Ran? Fan Jian smirked. Yang Wei's face flushed, and he hastily waved his hand. However, his actions had betrayed him. In truth, among the men in the company, few were not envious of Li Ran, who often flaunted her allure in the office, dressed in short skirts and black stockings. They deliberately spoke with a lisp. Within the company, everyone looked down upon Manager Gua, yet secretly aspired to his position. Yang Wei, however, was somewhat different. He had genuinely developed feelings for Li Ran. It was during the last annual meeting, after a bout of drunkenness, that Fan Jian overheard him. Stop pretending. What are you trying to hide? Fan Jian remarked nonchalantly. Is Li Ran truly possible? Yang Wei could not help but exclaim, but then he shook his head. No. What if she refuses? He continued. Fan Jian, perplexed, could not fathom why Yang Wei was enamored with Li Ran, as her reputation in the company was far from favorable. Nevertheless, Yang Wei was his only ally, and Fan Jian was compelled to bolster his confidence. Do you think those good-for-nothings can procure food? If they don't agree, they'll starve, he declared. Before long, Li Ran will come to us willingly, and at that moment, you can have the upper hand. Indeed, Yang Wei's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Bai Qinjian was overcome with worry. Zhou Feng, aren't we going to do something about those people who are scouring for food? What can we do? Should we let them starve? Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. He was patiently sharpening a wooden stick with a dagger, having already crafted two similar ones. This was the third. Such sticks could be used for fishing and, in dire situations, could serve as a means of self-defense for Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qinjian. Zhou Feng remained indifferent to the plight of others. Given the current circumstances, self-preservation was already commendable. There was no energy left to rescue anyone else. I'm worried about the trouble they might bring. Didn't you see the wild men before? Bai Qinjian recalled Zhou Feng's earlier words. Remembering that wild men roamed the island, potentially cannibals. The wild men were likely just passing through. There's no immediate danger, Zhou Feng replied, relieved that their camp had not yet been discovered by them. What if the wild men really show up? What then? Initially, Bai Qinjian had not been so fearful of the wild men, perhaps because now that they had food, the basic necessities of life were secured, making her realize the danger they posed. Otherwise, when one is starving, who has the energy to worry about wild men? When the time comes, you all flee. And I'll hold off the wild men, Qin Xiaoxue interjected, actively reinforcing their campsite by laying down branches to avoid sleeping directly on the ground. Mom, Let us all run together. Bai Qinjian exclaimed, taken aback by her mother's unexpected words. I surely can't run as fast as you. It's better for me to distract the wild men, Qin Xiaoxue replied, shaking her head. Mom, if you don't run, I won't either. Bai Qinjian bit her lip gently. Silly girl, you must survive with Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxue was about to continue when Zhou Feng interjected, if such a situation arises. We shall face it together. Zhou Feng's gaze lingered on the spot where the wild man had vanished. At that moment, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted from the direction of Manager Guo and his associates. Are you two utterly useless? Have you returned with nothing? Even those two female employees have fared better. Wang Jun berated, hands on his hips, pointing accusatorily at Yang Wei and Fan Jian. The two men remained silent. Their expressions icy as they fixed Wang Jun with a steely glare. Oblivious to the palpable tension, Wang Jun assumed they were merely too intimidated to retort, just as before. All right, everyone faces such unprecedented circumstances for the first time. Their inability to procure food is understandable, Manager Guo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Manager Guo, your generosity knows no bounds. Wang Jun resumed his flattery. Yet, they managed to find some oysters and scallops, while you two Haven Tea even spotted a dead fish. I must admit, I am quite disappointed, Manager Guo sighed, subsequently declaring that the food collected by the two female employees would not be shared with Yang Wei and Fan Jian. Sometimes, hunger fosters a clearer mindset for contemplating our next steps. Manager Guo, we have no need for those shells. You may keep them, Yang Wei spoke up, a subtle shift in his tone not escaping Manager Guo's notice. What do you mean by that, Yang Wei? Nothing of consequence. From now on, we shall operate independently. This is not a company, and you cannot command us, Fan Jian scoffed. Before Manager Guo could respond, Wang Jun, as per usual, interjected, Are you plotting a rebellion? One word from Manager Guo could have you losing your jobs. Suddenly, Yang Wei delivered a fierce punch to Wang Jun's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. Curled up like a shrimp. You insufferable wretch. I found you irksome for quite some time. Yang Wei continued, unable to contain his fury, and kicked Wang Jun twice more. Stop the fighting. Please, calm down. Li Ran attempted to mediate, though she hesitated to approach, fearful that she might become a target herself. You now have a choice. Follow Manager Guo and Wang Jun, or join us. Yang Wei addressed Li Ran and the other two female employees. They had discussed this course of action on their way. The other two female employees, diligent in their work, exchanged glances before ultimately aligning themselves beside Yang Wei and Fan Jian. They understood the gravity of the situation. Should they continue to follow Manager Guo, they would be burdened with the task of procuring food for the three men, making them the most exploited in the group. Think this through. Rescue will arrive soon. Manager Guo remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated such a swift rebellion from Yang Wei and Fan Jian, especially considering it was only the second day since they had drifted to this desolate island. Rescue? In the current circumstances, is there truly any hope for rescue? Fan Jian fixed his gaze intently upon Manager Guo, who fell silent in response. Manager Guo had long sensed that something was amiss. This maritime disaster was exceedingly peculiar. Yet he had refrained from voicing his concerns. Li Ran, will you accompany us? I shall look after you. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, to Yang Wei's astonishment, Li Ran shook her head. I believe it is prudent for us to remain united, and I have faith that Manager Guo will ensure our survival, Li Ran stated earnestly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Wei's eyes. You are always welcome to join us whenever you wish, he remarked before departing. Observing Yang Wei and the others leave, a subtle smile graced Li Ran's lips. She was currently hedging her bets, choosing to stay close to Manager Guo for the time being, with plans to assess the situation further down the line. Chapter 12. Softness. It seemed they had dispersed. Bai Qinjian had been observing for quite some time and noticed that Yang Wei and his companions had retreated to a distant thicket, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, separating themselves from Manager Guo and the others. Moreover, Yang Wei's group had kindled a fire, seemingly roasting something. It appeared they possessed a lighter and had procured food. It seems the distribution of resources is uneven, Zhou Feng remarked with a shrug. Thank you, Zhou Feng. The food was indeed acquired by you. Bai Qinjian expressed her gratitude, particularly upon witnessing the swift disbandment of Manager Guo's group. Let us not dwell on that. We've known each other for many years, Zhou Feng smiled. Indeed. Bai Qinjian nodded in agreement. It's getting late. Let us retire early tonight, Qin Xiaoxue suggested, as the sky gradually darkened. Based on their experience from the previous day, they had only a few minutes from dusk to complete darkness. All right, then, let us sleep early, Zhou Feng declared, lying down first on the branches, which were soft and comfortable. Bai Qinjian intended to occupy the middle position as she had the night before. However, Qin Xiaoxue, seeing this, swiftly claimed the central spot. That morning, Qin Xiaoxue had awoken first to find her daughter and Zhou Feng nestled closely together. Bai Qingjian's arm draped around Zhou Feng in a manner that appeared quite intimate. Although there was ample space on the ground to accommodate 5 or 6 people, the two had still chosen to huddle together. While Qin Xiaoxue recognized Zhou Feng as a good young man, he was, after all, a man. And she worried about the potential for unforeseen circumstances in such close proximity. Mom, are you going to sleep in the middle? Bai Qingjian asked in surprise. Yes. You should sleep on the side, Qin Xiaoxue replied, her face flushed, embarrassed to mention the events of the previous night. However, she was convinced that by placing herself in the middle, nothing untoward would occur. Why do you want to sleep so close to Zhou Feng? Bai Qingjian inquired, puzzled and pressing further. I. Qin Xiaoxue struggled to explain. If it's inconvenient, I can find another place to sleep, Zhou Feng said, sitting up and scratching his head. In truth, sharing a space with Qin Xiaoxue and the others also carried the intention of protecting them. With Manager Guo and others present, who could tell if they might attempt to steal during the night? A few grilled fish were hanging from a branch beside the camp. Zhou Feng felt his senses heightened. Even in slumber, any disturbance, no matter how subtle, would rouse him instantly. There was no need for inconvenience. It was time to rest. Qin Xiaoxue lay down, and seeing her mother remain silent, Bai Qingjian had no choice but to do the same. Glancing at Zhou Feng across from her, Bai Qingjian felt a pang of disappointment. She had cherished the feelings of the previous night. Time passed, though how long she couldn't tell, when Qin Xiaoxue sensed an arm draped over her abdomen. The arm held her firmly, and the sound of Zhou Feng's breathing reached her ears. After a couple of attempts to shift away, she resigned herself to the situation, smiling helplessly within. Zhou Feng was rather restless in his sleep. Fortunately, she had swapped positions with Bai Qingjian. Yet, this feeling of being embraced was not entirely unpleasant. When Zhou Feng opened his eyes, dawn had already broken. To his surprise, he found himself holding Qin Xiaoxue. This stirred something within him. Had he truly maintained this position throughout the night? Had Aunt Qin not rejected him? With this thought, he instinctively squeezed a few times, feeling the softness of her abdomen. There was no excess flesh, only a warm sensation. Qin Xiaoxue emitted a soft sound. Reluctantly, Zhou Feng squeezed a couple more times before releasing his grip. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiaoxue, facing away from him, had already opened her eyes, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Zhou Feng's unintentional actions from the previous night could be interpreted as him being restless in his sleep. However, this morning, Qin Xiaoxue felt relieved that Zhou Feng did not pursue any further advances, but instead stood up and walked outside. After several more minutes, Qin Xiaoxue feigned awakening, while Bai Qingjian remained in a drowsy state. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoxue asked, noticing Zhou Feng standing at the edge of the bushes, gazing into the distance. I'm watching those people. They are catching fish, Zhou Feng replied, squinting his eyes to observe. It was Yang Wei and Fan Jian, who had been stationed at the coral area since morning. Although they lacked fishing spears and couldn't catch fish as Zhou Feng did, they had crafted a wooden fish trap. It was likely that they had set it out the previous night, baited with small fish. Now, they were checking their catch. As they hoisted the fish trap, jubilant cheers erupted, indicating success. Fish had indeed entered the trap. The two women beside them joined in the celebration. This meant they would not go hungry. While a single trap might yield few fish, creating multiple traps could provide a steady food source. What will happen when all the fish are caught? Qin Xiaoxue's face suddenly displayed a look of concern. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Feng chuckled lightly. There are plenty of fish over there. Yet we cannot solely rely on them. We must seek alternative sources of sustenance, he remarked. Seeing Zhou Feng smile, Qin Xiaoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. His presence instilled a sense of security within her. However, Zhou Feng himself felt uncertain. Who could say whether they would find a stable food source? Yet, in front of Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter, he could not exhibit any signs of confusion, for such a display would only heighten their fears of the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Manager Guo and his companions stood on the beach, watching Yang Wei and Fan Jian as they caught numerous fish. That scoundrel Fan Jian. Who would have thought he could craft a fish trap? He kept that hidden until now. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. Manager Guo's expression darkened even further. Since the previous night, they had scarcely eaten anything. After Fan Jian and the others departed, they had attempted to find food but returned empty-handed, forced to sleep on empty stomachs. The sight of Fan Jian's bountiful catch now filled Wang Jun with resentment. Manager Guo, we must devise a plan swiftly. I am also quite famished, Li Ran implored, shaking Manager Guo's arm. Manager Guo glanced at Wang Jun. In the past, he would have sent Wang Jun to forage for food. However, now, with Wang Jun being his only companion, he could not afford to drive him away, lest he be left with nothing. Let us venture into the thicket and see if we can uncover some nourishment, Manager Guo suggested slowly. Into the thicket? Li Ran frowned. casting a wary glance towards the underbrush. She could not shake the feeling that something dreadful lurked within. Merely eating fish will not sustain us for long. Perhaps there are wild fruits in the thicket, and we are in dire need of fresh water, Manager Gua elaborated. Their only source of fresh water was the coconuts they had gathered the previous day. He further speculated that there might be residents on the island. If they could establish contact, they would no longer have to endure hunger. Indeed, Manager Gua is quite the strategist, Wang Jun continued to flatter. Let us gather our belongings and depart. Manager Gua began to collect their possessions. When Yang Wei and the others had left the previous day, they had taken nearly everything, leaving Manager Gua and his group with very little. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow Manager Gua and the others. After all, they had yet to encounter any real danger, and deep down, she was reluctant to remain on the island, preferring to take a chance. Zhou Feng also took note of Manager Gua and his group as they ventured deeper into the thicket. What are they up to? Qin Xiaoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. They are likely seeking their fortune in the woods since they have found little food on the beach, Zhou Feng speculated. But aren't there wild men in there? Should we not inform them? Qin Xiaoxue could not help but exclaim, considering they were all colleagues. It is imperative to inform them. Zhou Feng nodded. Although he harbored no fondness for Manager Gua and his associates, he could not simply stand by and watch as they ventured deeper into peril. At the very least, they should be mentally prepared. There were other survivors on the island, some as feral as beasts, posing a significant threat. Bai Qingjian had quietly approached the two, and upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, he instinctively touched the back of his head. The scar had faded, and even his hair seemed to have regrown. Yet the sensation of near death was a memory he would never erase. Thus, Zhou Feng approached Manager Gua and his entourage. What do you want, kid? Wang Jun's displeasure was evident as he noticed Zhou Feng's approach. However, as Zhou Feng continued forward, Wang Jun instinctively retreated a few steps. Recalling how he had been struck by Yang Wei the previous day, leaving him with lingering abdominal pain. Are you planning to head into the thicket? Zhou Feng inquired, directing his gaze at Manager Gua, knowing he was the only one among the three who could be taken seriously. Indeed, lingering on this beach holds no promise. Manager Gua nodded in agreement. Weren't you saying there was a rescue operation earlier? Wouldn't it be easier to be spotted on the beach? Zhou Feng remarked nonchalantly. Instead of taking offense to Zhou Feng's mockery, Manager Gua merely smiled, indicating his desire for Zhou Feng to join their team. Team up with you? I have no interest in that. I'm here to warn you that there are savages on this island, and they may resort to cannibalism. Zhou Feng recounted his encounter with the wild men, also mentioning other survivors he had met, who were enslaving fellow castaways. He, however, refrained from disclosing that he had killed 2 of them. Go ahead and spin your tales, wild men on this island. I hardly believe it, Wang Jun scoffed, convinced that Zhou Feng was merely attempting to frighten them. Thank you, young brother. We will be cautious, Manager Gua responded courteously. Yet, once Zhou Feng departed, Manager Gua's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. Wild men? Is he trying to fool us? Li Ran interjected, unable to fathom why Zhou Feng would come to deceive them. The reason is simple. He doesn't want us to leave. He intends to wait until we are on the brink of starvation before we beg for his help. At which point we would become his slaves, Manager Gua sneered. Ah, so that's his malicious intent. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Li Ran hesitated, feeling Zhou Feng was not that kind of person. However, as she watched Manager Gua and Wang Jun head into the thicket, she decided to follow them. They're not listening to you? Qin Xiaoxue observed as Manager Gua and the others resolutely entered the thicket without a trace of hesitation, completely dismissing Zhou Feng's warning. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. In truth, after he turned to leave, he overheard Manager Gua's remark, "We have done all we can." Qin Xiaoxue let out a helpless sigh. However, we should now consider migrating into the forest, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. Why? Is there something wrong with this place? Bai Qingjian expressed her trepidation towards the woods. Zhou Feng briefly analyzed their current predicament. They were facing a severe shortage of fresh water, and the remaining coconuts were insufficient. It was imperative to locate a source of fresh water within the forest. Additionally, staying by the beach might not be safe. The open space made them vulnerable to detection. Where shall we go then? Qin Xiaoxue inquired earnestly after listening. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. I noticed a cliff over there while I was up in the coconut tree. Perhaps we can find shelter from the wind and rain there. Their current dwelling was beneath a single tree, which would offer little protection during inclement weather. Falling ill in such conditions would only exacerbate their suffering. When shall we depart? Bai Qingjian asked. We need to gather some provisions first. Tomorrow should suffice, Zhou Feng contemplated. Subsequently, he instructed Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian to start a fire while he ventured to the coral area to catch fish. After several trips, Zhou Feng soon returned with a dozen large fish. Qin Xiaoxue took on the task of cleaning the fish, while Bai Qingjian hung them over the fire to smoke. In such an environment, Smoking would effectively dry the fish, preserving them for several weeks, whereas grilled fish would only last 2 to 3 days. Just as Zhou Feng returned with a few more fish in hand, Fan Jian and Yang Wei intercepted him midway. Both held wooden sticks, sharpened at the ends, similar to the one Zhou Feng wielded. "You seem to be overstepping, young man," Fan Jian remarked with displeasure. They had only just discovered a stable food source, and Zhou Feng was already competing with them for fish. "I catch my fish. It has nothing to do with you," Zhou Feng replied calmly. "This area belongs to us now. In the future, keep your distance and drop the fish you're holding," Yang Wei scoffed. "Are you attempting to rob me?" Zhou Feng realized their intentions, but was not surprised. This was bound to happen eventually. "You broke the rules first. If you hadn't caught so many fish this morning, we wouldn't have come to confront you." Yang Wei's face darkened with anger. They had only caught 4 fish that morning and had just enjoyed a delicious grilled meal, only to discover Zhou Feng had caught a considerable amount more. This infuriated them, making it seem as though Zhou Feng was deliberately opposing them. "What rules exist on this island that you would have me abide by?" Zhou Feng chuckled, amused. It was his first time hearing of any rules since arriving. "Enough with the pleasantries. Drop the fish, or don't blame us for taking everything you possess." Fan Jian threatened ominously. "Come and take it if you dare." Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. "All right, you asked for it." Yang Wei roared, swinging a wooden stick as he charged towards Zhou Feng. Observing this scene, Zhou Feng shook his head inwardly. Although he lacked combat experience, he understood that weapons should not be wielded in such a manner. To defeat an opponent, one must strike at the head. Moreover, Yang Wei's movements appeared to Zhou Feng as though they were in slow motion, lacking any semblance of threat. He raised the stick and lunged forward. "Ah!" Yang Wei clutched his abdomen, letting out a pained cry. The fabric at his waist was torn, blood gushing forth. "You!" Fan Jian suddenly panicked, gripping the wooden stick, hesitating to advance. Though it was merely a superficial wound, infection on a deserted island could be fatal. "If you dare to seek your demise, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you as well. After all, I have taken a life before." Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. "What?" The man before him had already killed someone. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian's complexion darkened, understanding the intensity in Zhou Feng's eyes. Fan Jian realized this young man was certainly not bluffing. But when had he committed murder? Was it after arriving on this island, or before? By the time Fan Jian regained his senses, he found Zhou Feng had already departed with a fish in hand. He hurried to Yang Wei's side to assess his injuries, and his expression grew even more grim. Zhou Feng had shown no mercy. Yang Wei bore a gash of about 10 centimeters, blood flowing freely. "Am I going to die? I haven't even been with a woman yet," Yang Wei lamented. Although they had separated from the 2 female employees and manager for the previous night, Yang Wei and his companions had not acted in any extreme manner, as they were all acquaintances. "I will bandage you up." Fan Jian, lacking any first aid knowledge, could only remove Yang Wei's clothing to staunch the bleeding. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the camp, Zhou Feng encountered Qin Xiaoxue and Qin Jian, both wielding sticks. "What are you doing?" Zhou Feng asked, bewildered. "We saw you were in trouble and wanted to help," Qin Jian declared resolutely. Zhou Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry. They are no match for me," he reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. Those two were merely posturing and paled in comparison to the muscular man from before. "Xiao Feng, are you hurt?" Qin Xiaoxue approached Zhou Feng, examining him closely and even lifting his shirt. This made Zhou Feng quite embarrassed. "Why is your face so red?" Qin Jian inquired, puzzled. Qin Xiaoxue paused, realizing Zhou Feng was shy, and she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Yet, a smile crept into her heart. In previous encounters, Zhou Feng had remained unflustered even when she accidentally brushed against him. It seemed this young man was capable of feeling bashful. "Aunt Qin, rest assured, I am fine." Zhou Feng coughed lightly. "What was that terrible scream just now?" Qin Xiaoxue inquired. Zhou Feng hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events. Yang Wei had been the first to act against himself, inviting his own misfortune. Those fish were not theirs. What right did they have to seize them? Qin Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. She began to mutter her dissatisfaction, expressing that the likes of Fan Jian were far inferior to Manager Gua, who at least did not come to pilfer their belongings. Zhou Feng, however, did not regard Manager Gua as particularly noble. It was merely that circumstances had not yet compelled him to that extent. In such an environment, the darkest desires within one's heart could easily be awakened. Former friends and colleagues could very well don entirely different visages. By evening, they had successfully prepared a dozen smoked fish. If they rationed their consumption, they could sustain themselves for 3 or 4 days. Zhou Feng packed all the smoked fish into his backpack, along with essential items like the dagger and lighter, which constituted their most treasured possessions at present. In the morning, Zhou Feng was greeted by a delicate fragrance. He inhaled deeply and, upon opening his eyes, discovered he was holding Qin Xiaoxue. "Auntie, you smell wonderful," he blurted out instinctively. Qin Xiaoxue, still in a drowsy haze, had not slept well the previous night. Plagued by nightmares of Yang Wei and his cohorts seeking revenge on Zhou Feng, who was beaten to a pulp. It was not until the latter part of the night that she finally found some peace of mind, although Zhou Feng's hand had remained possessively around her. She could only laugh and cry at the situation. Should they manage to return home, she resolved to inquire with her close friend whether Zhou Feng had always been so unruly in his sleep. After a few moments, Qin Xiaoxue realized what had just transpired. "Zhou Feng, please let go," she whispered urgently. Fortunately, Bai Qingjian was not nearby, likely having gone to the restroom. Moreover, the dawn had just begun to break, obscuring their surroundings. Otherwise, if discovered, Qin Xiaoxue would have been at a loss for an explanation. "Auntie, I don't want to let go." Zhou Feng tightened his embrace. "What do you mean?" Qin Xiaoxue was flustered, unsure why Zhou Feng would suddenly say such a thing. "Auntie, I like you," Zhou Feng whispered softly. At those words, Qin Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat. She had never anticipated hearing such a confession from Zhou Feng. "Auntie likes you too," she managed to respond, feigning calmness. Even if she understood that Zhou Feng did not mean it in that way, she felt compelled to pretend otherwise. "I have liked you for a long time, but I was afraid to confess back then. However, being on this island has made me realize how fragile life is, and I do not wish to leave any regrets behind," Zhou Feng whispered into her ear. Chapter 15. Twisted Ankle and Truth. Zhou Feng's embrace of Qin Xiaoxue that night had been deliberate. He wished to discern Qin Xiaoxue's attitude, and it appeared that Aunt Qin bore no aversion, which meant he might have a chance. This child, Qin Xiaoxue mused, must have felt immense pressure since arriving on the island, prompting such thoughts. She understood, for the weight of their lives rested upon Zhou Feng's shoulders. "Auntie, please agree to consider being my girlfriend," Zhou Feng continued. The notion of becoming Zhou Feng's girlfriend was unfathomable to her. Even in her dreams, she had never entertained such an idea. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching. It was Bai Qingjian returning from afar. They had to walk over 100 meters to the restroom, maintaining a respectful distance between the genders. Merely hearing the footsteps filled her with embarrassment. "Zhou Feng, release me," Qin Xiaoxue urged, her tone urgent. Their current position was undeniably intimate, with Zhou Feng nearly pressing against her. "Auntie, you must allow her some time to contemplate." Zhou Feng acknowledged that Qin Xiaoxue would not readily agree to be his girlfriend. Fine, I will think it over," Qin Xiaoxue reluctantly acquiesced. A sigh of relief escaped her as Zhou Feng released her moments later, grateful that their daughter had not witnessed the exchange. As Bai Qingjian returned to the campsite, she remarked, "Are you still asleep?" before lying down and covering herself with leaves to rest. Although they had feasted on fish these past 2 days, Bai Qingjian felt strangely lethargic, as if her nutritional needs remained unmet. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Feng pretended to awaken, just as the sun began to rise above the horizon. Qin Xiaoxue rose with him, though she dared not meet his gaze, sensing an intensity in his eyes. After a modest meal of smoked fish, they set out into the brisk morning air of the island. "Are we leaving a bit too early?" Bai Qingjian quietly complained, shivering in her thin clothing as the cool breeze swept by. "Here, take this," Zhou Feng said, removing his shirt and offering it to Bai Qingjian. "Are you out of your mind? What will you wear?" she exclaimed, astonished at his gesture. Zhou Feng was left in just a short sleeve, now bare-chested. Yet, Bai Qingjian was taken aback by the sight of his muscular physique, complete with well-defined abs. How peculiar. She recalled seeing Zhou Feng sunbathing on the boat, where he lacked such muscle definition. It was improbable that hunger over the past few days had caused fat loss, revealing muscle. "I'm not cold, you keep it on," Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Since that fateful night, he had felt a transformation within himself, a newfound strength. "Stop being stubborn, just wear it." "I'm not that cold," Bai Qingjian insisted, unwilling to let Zhou Feng remain shirtless. He quickly tossed the clothes over to him. "All right then." Zhou Feng nodded and put the clothes back on. "Zhou Feng, where did you get that jade pendant around your neck?" Qin Xiaoxue, who was nearby, also noticed the object adorning Zhou Feng's neck. "A friend gifted it to me." Zhou Feng initially intended to mention that he had discovered it in his pocket upon awakening on the island. However, he remained uncertain about what this red jade truly symbolized. For the sake of caution, it was best not to disclose too much. "A friend gave it to you, and you wear it all the time? Do you have a girlfriend?" Bai Qingjian's expression suddenly darkened. Qin Xiaoxue felt a wave of confusion wash over her, emotions swirling within her. Zhou Feng already had a girlfriend, yet he had said such things to her that morning. Was he mocking her? The thought left Qin Xiaoxue feeling unsteady. "What? It's from a male classmate whose family runs a jade processing business. It's just some discarded scrap." Zhou Feng casually fabricated an excuse. Both Bai Qingjian and Qin Xiaoxue sighed with relief. "So it was merely from a male classmate. I knew it. I hadn't heard you mention a girlfriend." Bai Qingjian's face immediately brightened with a smile. Qin Xiaoxue, however, remained silent, her head bowed and a faint smile lingering on her lips. Unbeknownst to them, they had been weaving through the thicket for an hour. Zhou Feng led the way, using a stick to clear the obstructing underbrush and warding off any lurking creatures. After all, should a venomous snake spring from the grasses, a bite would be fatal. Despite their hour-long trek, they had covered less than 2 kilometers. However, as they progressed, the density of the underbrush decreased, and the path became significantly easier to navigate. "Mom, why have you been hanging back?" Bai Qingjian noticed that Qin Xiaoxue had been trailing behind them, seemingly maintaining her distance. I don't dare to get too close to Zhou Feng," Qin Xiaoxue admitted, uncertain of her own reasoning. Perhaps she feared Zhou Feng would inquire about her thoughts on the matter. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue suddenly slipped, stepping onto a patch of moss, and fell to the ground. "Qin." Zhou Feng rushed forward but was a moment too late, helplessly watching as Qin Xiaoxue tumbled down. "Mom, are you alright?" Bai Qingjian quickly rushed to check on her. "I think my ankle is swollen." Qin Xiaoxue glanced at her left ankle, her expression tinged with panic. To twist her ankle at such a time? Wouldn't that hinder Zhou Feng and Bai Qingjian? "Qin, let me take a look." Zhou Feng immediately grasped Qin Xiaoxue's ankle. Qin Xiaoxue tried to retract her foot, but Zhou Feng's grip was firm, rendering her immobile. She could feel the warmth of his hand where he held her. Zhou Feng carefully examined the injured area, noticing it was already slightly red and swollen. It was likely to worsen if left unattended. Under normal circumstances, I should be applied right away. Currently, the conditions are far from ideal. Zhou Feng grasped the ankle gently, applying slight pressure to the swollen area. Qin Xiaoxue furrowed her brow. "Zhou Feng, are you skilled in healing?" Bai Qingjian regarded Zhou Feng with suspicion, wondering if he was attempting to take advantage of the situation. Cough. "It seems Auntie is unable to walk," Zhou Feng remarked, clearing his throat before releasing Qin Xiaoxue's foot. Such a blatant opportunity to benefit from the situation was likely a rare occurrence. "What should we do now?" Bai Qingjian expressed her anxiety. "Fear not, I shall carry Auntie." Zhou Feng replied with a smile. "No, that won't do. Why don't you leave me here while you search for the camp? Once my foot has healed, you can return for me." Qin Xiaoxue quickly shook her head. "Mom, that is out of the question. Who knows what dangers lurk here?" Bai Qingjian dismissed the suggestion firmly. Being alone in such a place was far too perilous. "Aunt Qin, just get on my back. We can take it slow," Zhou Feng interjected. "Very well." Qin Xiaoxue conceded with a sigh. Deep down, she understood that Zhou Feng and her daughter would not abandon her. Yet, she still wished not to be a burden to them. As she rested against Zhou Feng's shoulder, a blush crept across her face. Their bodies were nearly touching, and her thoughts drifted back to the events of that morning. She pondered what Zhou Feng might be thinking now. However, Zhou Feng, carrying Qin Xiaoxue, felt no fatigue. Rather, he found himself walking even faster than before. He realized that this was not merely a psychological effect, but a tangible change occurring within his body. Most delightfully, the bumpy terrain provided a peculiar enjoyment with each jolt, and he resolved to savor the experience fully in the future. Bai Qingjian took the initiative to carry their backpacks and walking sticks, forging ahead to scout the path. After more than 2 hours of travel, they were nearing noon. They paused to rest twice, and at last, they found themselves close to the cliff. They were heartened to discover puddles dotting the ground, indicating a nearby water source. Soon, as they arrived at the base of the cliff, a modest cave appeared before them, extending 7 or 8 meters into the rock face. "A cave? How splendid! And it's on the slope," Bai Qingjian exclaimed with delight. "Be quiet," Zhou Feng urgently whispered. Bai Qingjian then realized her earlier recklessness. Who could say if this cave was inhabited by wild men? Even in the absence of humans, it could harbor other wild creatures. "You all stay here. I will venture inside to investigate," Zhou Feng said as he gently set Qin Xiaoxue down. He then picked up a wooden stick and cautiously approached the cave. The cave was situated halfway up the slope, with an entrance approximately 5 or 6 meters wide. Although it was midday, the interior remained dim, obscuring visibility. Zhou Feng inched closer, intently using his sense of smell to discern any potential threats. Many wild animals rely on scent to assert their territory. Fortunately, there are no pungent odors here. Zhou Feng cautiously approached the cave, discovering that there were no signs of any living creatures within. The interior was cool, a stark contrast to the outside temperature, and the space above was quite expansive, at least 3 meters high. To Zhou Feng's delight, he soon stumbled upon a small spring not far from the cave, its waters flowing down the slope into the underbrush below. Although the stream was modest, Zhou Feng tasted the water and found it to be fresh. Finding a suitable dwelling is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in locating potable water. The treatment process for spring water is considerably simpler than that for stream water. Zhou Feng quickly assisted Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian into the cave. Upon discovering the presence of fresh water, both women were elated. for it was the most coveted resource on their journey. They had only brought along a small supply of coconut water, which they needed to ration. Can we drink from this spring? Bai Qingjian, parched from their trek, inquired. It should be fine, Zhou Feng assured her, having already sampled it. This spring water appears to be uncontaminated. Then I shall have some. Bai Qingjian could no longer restrain herself and knelt down to drink a few sips, feeling an invigorating chill. She then filled a mineral water bottle and handed it to Qin Xiaoxue. This water is slightly sweet, Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed after taking a sip, unable to contain her admiration. Let us eat something first. Zhou Feng retrieved some roasted fish from his backpack, dividing one between Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, while he consumed two on his own. Just as Zhou Feng set down the roasted fish, he suddenly froze, noticing a glimmer on the rock wall beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a radiant light, but rather a reflection from something in the distance. Get down, Zhou Feng urged. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, taken aback by his urgency, complied and crouched down. Zhou Feng observed the reflection for several minutes, relieved to find it remained still, indicating that whatever it was, it posed no immediate threat. He gestured for the two to rise, and then turned his gaze toward the source of the light, deep within the woods to the north. Something was shimmering through the leaves. What could that be? Bai Qingjian mused. I don't know, but it could possibly be metal, Zhou Feng speculated. Only something metallic could produce such a gleam. Regardless of what it was, Zhou Feng felt compelled to investigate, given its proximity to their cave. I'll go with you, Bai Qingjian declared eagerly. This isn't a leisure trip, and you must look after Aunt Qin, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. What if something happens to her while both of you are away? Her ankle is still swollen. You both should go. I can manage alone. If anything occurs, I'll call for help, and you will need assistance over there, Qin Xiaoxue insisted. Zhou Feng had more to say, yet he found himself unable to contend with the two individuals. Moreover, the distance was not considerable. Thus, Zhou Feng led Bai Qingjian ahead, assuring her that he would return shortly. Before departing, Zhou Feng entrusted a dagger to Qin Xiaoxue, deeming it at least a means of self-defense. As Zhou Feng and Bai Qingjian traversed the forest, they soon arrived at the shimmering location. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Zhou Feng's mouth fell agape in astonishment, while Bai Qingjian wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is that a helicopter? She exclaimed. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them. A helicopter lay crashed upon the ground, its body severely damaged. It appeared relatively small, accommodating no more than 3 or 4 individuals, and was ensconced in a tangle of vegetation, indicating that it had been there for quite some time. The earlier flash of light had emanated from a piece of glass at the front of the helicopter. There can't be anyone inside, can there? Bai Qingjian's face reflected her fear. I'm not sure. I'll take a look, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. He pushed aside the underbrush and approached the helicopter's door, only to discover it was riddled with rust and thick layers of dirt. This sight weighed heavily on Zhou Feng's heart. It was evident that the helicopter had been down for an extended period. Chapter 17. The wreckage. Bai Qingjian sensed something was amiss when she saw Zhou Feng emerge from the helicopter, his face clouded with gloom. What's wrong? Are there corpses inside? Her voice trembled slightly. Although she had encountered the dead before, the thought of decaying bodies within still made her feel nauseous. There's nothing. Just this, Zhou Feng said, lifting an object. Bai Qingjian leaned in to see. It was a round item, roughly the size of a human head. She nearly screamed. But upon recognizing it as a metal helmet, she exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, she remarked. Not quite, Zhou Feng countered with a shake of his head. What do you mean, not quite? Bai Qingjian inquired, puzzled. The existence of this aircraft, Zhou Feng asserted, indicated at least 2 critical truths. He raised 2 fingers. First, this island is far more perilous than we anticipated. A helicopter crashed here long ago, and yet there has been no rescue. The second point suggests that the human presence on this island may be greater than we previously believed. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Greater than we imagined? What do you mean? Bai Qingjian felt a shiver of apprehension stir within her. Zhou Feng began to analyze the situation. Until now, they had assumed that the island was inhabited by only 2 types of people, the survivors of the shipwreck and the island's wild inhabitants. However, this helicopter hinted that perhaps survivors had existed on this island long before. For instance, the absence of bodies in the helicopter, coupled with the lack of valuable items, everything had seemingly been taken, spoke volumes. Zhou Feng even discovered that the fuel tank of the helicopter had been pried open. What shall we do? Bai Qingjian exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. Of course, we must first consider how to survive. Zhou Feng's words remained unfinished. From the direction of the cliff came a piercing scream. Ah, it was Qin Xiaoxue's voice. This was dire. Zhou Feng immediately sprinted towards the cliff, with Bai Qingjian trailing behind, her heart fervently praying for her mother's safety. By the time Bai Qingjian reached the base of the cave, she was breathless and exhausted. However, Upon seeing Qin Xiaoxue unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Mom, are you alright?" Bai Qingjian quickly inquired, her mind racing with worry. That loud scream from her mother could only mean she had encountered some terrifying creature. "I'm fine, it's over there." Qin Xiaoxue pointed towards a tree in the distance. Bai Qingjian glanced in that direction and noticed Zhou Feng standing nearby, next to a figure lying motionless beneath the tree. "I heard noises outside while I was tidying the cave," Qin Xiaoxue began to explain, but her instinctive glance revealed a bloodied face approaching unsteadily. In a moment of panic, she let out a scream, a prearranged signal. Yet, to her astonishment, as soon as she shouted, the figure collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng had already stepped forward to investigate. Bai Qingjian hesitated to approach. After all, she was just an ordinary girl before arriving on this desolate island. However, considering Zhou Feng was of a similar age and had endured much hardship collecting food over the past few days, she felt compelled to support him. Summoning her courage, Bai Qingjian approached Zhou Feng's side and saw the bloodied individual on the ground. She turned her gaze away swiftly. "Is he still alive?" she asked. "He is already dead," Zhou Feng sighed, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. The man had breathed his last by the time Zhou Feng arrived. "How did he die?" "It's likely he succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. His face has been slashed. You know him. He is Wang Jun." The sycophant of Manager Gu, Zhou Feng said in a solemn tone, recognizing the attire of the deceased. "What? It's him." Bai Qingjian took another glance at the corpse, realizing the clothing was indeed familiar. "What have they encountered? What about the other two?" Her voice trembled slightly. "I don't know, but the outcome is surely grim," Zhou Feng replied, grasping the corpse by its ankles. With Wang Jun now deceased, the other two would undoubtedly face peril as well. However, the immediate priority was to conceal the body. Quickly, Zhou Feng hid Wang Jun's lifeless form within a thicket. Lacking tools, he had no means to further obscure it. Upon returning to the cave, Zhou Feng recounted the events to Qin Xiaoxue. Although she often looked down on Wang Jun, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. That his manager was sycophant. Previously, those muscular men, although also on the ship, did not know one another. However, Wang Jun was different. He was a colleague with whom they shared daily interactions. The news of his demise struck a harsh chord within Qin Xiaoxue, making her acutely aware of the island's brutality. Nevertheless, the foremost concern now was whether their current location remained safe. "I believe we are still relatively secure here," concluded Zhou Feng. Upon examining Wang Jun's body, Zhou Feng noticed rope marks on his wrist, suggesting he had escaped from someone's grasp. It appeared that he had fled quite a distance, barely making it to this spot, and may have even lost consciousness several times along the way. Curiously, his pursuers did not follow him. Presently, the cave housed precious fresh water, and given Aunt Qin's injured foot, it would be wise for them to remain here for the time being, Zhou Feng added. After all, with Qin Xiaoxue's ankle injury, any attempt to leave would prove arduous. Furthermore, Zhou Feng was uncertain about where safety lay. If they ventured away from this place, they might inadvertently plunge into an even more perilous situation. "What should we do? I am so sorry for being a burden," Qin Xiaoxue expressed with a face full of regret. "Aunt, please refrain from saying such things. We are family," Zhou Feng replied earnestly. "Family." Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxue recalled Zhou Feng's earlier confession. This boy genuinely wished to become part of her family, to be her husband. Beside her, Bai Qingjian misunderstood the sentiment, thinking they had all known each other since childhood and were neighbors, thus sharing a familial bond. Just then, a bird's call echoed from nearby. Zhou Feng immediately turned his gaze, spotting a wild chicken perched atop a tree in the distance. Meat. Zhou Feng was instantly filled with elation. However, the question of how to capture the wild chicken loomed large. Noticing several stones on the ground, he swiftly picked up a few and hurled them toward the bird. Thud. Startled, the wild chicken flapped its wings in an attempt to flee but had barely flown a meter before crashing to the ground. Chapter 18. Escape. Zhou Feng. "You are remarkable," Bai Qingjian exclaimed, jumping with excitement. She had always adored stewed chicken. "Let me check it out," Zhou Feng said, seizing a wooden stick and making his way over. Soon, he returned with the wild chicken, which weighed approximately 2 kilograms. In nature, wild chickens are not particularly heavy, but their flavor is unparalleled compared to that of sea fish. Once again, it was Qin Xiaoxue who plucked the feathers. After meticulously cleaning the chicken and removing the entrails with a dagger, she chopped it into small pieces. Bai Qingjian gathered numerous twigs to ignite a bonfire. This time, they had a suitable tool for cooking the meat, the helmet Zhou Feng had previously collected. After a quick clean, it could serve as a pot. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the cave. Bai Qingjian gazed longingly at the pot of chicken, unable to suppress her salivation. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to shift. Would this aroma attract other animals, or worse, humans? If it were merely animals, she would not be overly concerned. The real issue lay with humanity. While there might be a chance of attracting animals, humans would certainly not be drawn in. Zhou Feng shook his head and remarked, "The scent will only travel a few dozen meters at most. Human noses are not that sensitive. If animals come, we could always provide them a meal. As long as they are not large carnivores, I am confident we can handle it. Moreover, on an island like this, it is unlikely any large creatures are present." Relieved, Bai Qingjian exhaled softly. The image of Wang Jun's lifeless body occasionally haunted her thoughts. The chicken had been simmering for over 2 hours, finally reaching a tender, fall-off-the-bone consistency. Though they possessed a pot, the trio lacked bowls or similar utensils. They resorted to using broad leaves as makeshift bowls, while they also lacked chopsticks. A pair of twigs sufficed as substitutes. The pot of chicken was soon devoured, and despite the absence of salt and other seasonings, the three had not enjoyed a proper meal in days. They feasted heartily, their faces glistening with grease, ultimately licking the pot clean. Only a single chicken leg remained. "Aunt Qin, you should take this chicken leg. It will help you recover faster," Zhou Feng insisted, offering the leg to Qin Xiaoxue. "My ankle isn't hurting as much anymore." "You should have it," she replied, attempting to return the leg. Zhou Feng, however, stood up and evaded her. With her mobility hindered, Qin Xiaoxue could not pursue him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Qingjian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "What are you laughing at, child? Come eat," Qin Xiaoxue urged, handing the chicken leg to Bai Qingjian. "Mom, you should eat it." Bai Qingjian quickly declined. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Xiaoxue wrapped the chicken leg in leaves and set it aside in a cool spot for later. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, having satiated his hunger, ventured outside with a wooden stick. With twilight still some time away, he aimed to thoroughly explore the area for any potential dangers. This time, he carried several stones, each carefully selected from the base of the cliff. Each stone was about the size of an egg, rugged and angular. He discovered that, in this environment, throwing stones could serve as a potent deterrent. With precise aim, their impact could be quite formidable. Given the strength that coursed through him, Zhou Feng believed he could even deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. After surveying the surroundings, Zhou Feng encountered no new threats. However, he did spot a wild rabbit, which he swiftly dispatched with a stone. Lunch for the following day was assured. Before returning to the cave, Zhou Feng decided to check on Wang Jun's body. Yet, as he pushed aside the underbrush, an unsettling sensation prickled at the back of his neck. Wang Jun's corpse had been tampered with. Zhou Feng distinctly remembered that Wang Jun's corpse was positioned face up, yet now it lay on its side. Generally, if wild animals had dragged it away, there would be traces left behind. However, there was nothing here. It had to be a person. Zhou Feng felt a chill of dread wash over him. Who had approached Wang Jun's body? Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian? Impossible. They lacked the courage to inspect the corpse. It must have been someone else. The critical question was whether they had already been discovered. Was this place still safe? And was the person who examined Wang Jun's body the very murderer? Uncertain, Zhou Feng resolved to return to the cave to inform Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian of the situation. What should we do now? Bai Qingjian suddenly panicked. Regardless of the scenario, a sense of terror gripped her heart. "I have an idea, perhaps the only viable solution, but it requires some sacrifice," Zhou Feng said slowly. "Sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice?" Bai Qingjian inquired. "Xiao Feng, no matter what your idea is, we will follow your lead," Qin Xiaoxue asserted with unwavering conviction. Their survival thus far was entirely due to Zhou Feng. She was willing to make any sacrifice, having previously suggested putting herself at risk for their safety. "I need you to take off your clothes." Zhou Feng scratched his head. "Well, what? You rogue," Bai Qingjian exclaimed, flustered. At such a critical juncture, Zhou Feng was suggesting this. Moreover, he wanted them both to comply. Did he think of indulgence in perilous times? Would he not know the taste of a woman's presence before facing death? If it were a request solely from Zhou Feng, Bai Qingjian might have considered it. However, asking for both of them was out of the question. "Xiao Feng, you must have a plan, right?" Qin Xiaoxue, blushing, sensed a misunderstanding. Zhou Feng was surely not that kind of person. Indeed, this island is fraught with danger. If we simply leave, we might find ourselves in even greater peril. Therefore, it is wiser to remain here. "I intend to use your clothes to create a decoy, placing it in the cave as bait," Zhou Feng explained, nodding. Upon realizing Zhou Feng's intentions, Bai Qingjian felt a wave of relief. She had misjudged him. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Zhou Feng. I didn't consider it that way. I thought you," Bai Qingjian hesitated, refraining from calling Zhou Feng a rogue again. "A decoy? So you plan to stay here?" Qin Xiaoxue grasped Zhou Feng's intent. He was willing to face the danger alone. "Yes, you both should stay by the helicopter. That area should be safe," Zhou Feng affirmed. "Moreover, it won't be cold inside the helicopter at night." "Then let's do it." Qin Xiaoxue took the lead and began to undress. In truth, during their time on the boat, Zhou Feng had seen them in bikinis. However, There was a distinct difference between bikinis and the clothes they wore underneath. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue start, Bai Qingjian followed suit and removed her t-shirt. Zhou Feng cast a few glances at Qin Xiaoxue before hastily turning his head away. In this desolate wilderness, she was rather captivating. There was no need for embarrassment. Who knew when they would be able to depart? Qin Xiaoxue, noticing his reaction, merely smiled. Indeed, it was nothing to be concerned about. Bai Qingjian's face also flushed. Zhou Feng scratched his head and turned back, feeling that there was nothing inappropriate in their conversation. If he were to dwell too much on it, it would only create awkwardness between them. Moreover, in such a place, the wear on their clothing was quite substantial. It would not be long before they would need to fashion garments from leaves. When night falls, you should sneak over, Zhou Feng suggested, uncertain if they were being watched. This seemed the most prudent course of action. All right, Qin Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. They then established a signal. If Qin Xiaoxue found herself in danger, she would scream his name towards the sky, and Zhou Feng would rush to her side, for they were merely a few hundred meters apart. What if you encounter danger? Bai Qingjian inquired. If I find myself in peril, I shall ignite this pile of firewood. Zhou Feng indicated a large stack of wood beside the cave. This was the timber he and Bai Qingjian had previously gathered, initially intended for fuel. Once set ablaze, it would surely illuminate the night sky, visible even from their location. While Zhou Feng could also shout to signal, such an action would be too conspicuous. If any adversaries were present, they would undoubtedly realize that others were nearby. All right. Bai Qingjian nodded. If Zhou Feng were in danger, their abilities would likely be insufficient to assist him. Not being a hindrance would be the best outcome. Soon, darkness enveloped the land. Bai Qingjian supported Qin Xiaoxue as they stealthily made their way towards the helicopter under the cover of night. Zhou Feng handed Bai Qingjian a dagger for her protection, while he armed himself with a sharpened stick and several stones scattered on the ground. A girl like Bai Qingjian wielding a stick possessed little combat capability. It would hardly suffice to incapacitate someone instantly. The dagger, however, presented a slight threat. Watching the two depart, Zhou Feng picked up a makeshift mannequin crafted from branches and grass. He then collected a neatly folded t-shirt that Qin Xiaoxue had left beside him. Upon grasping the garment, an unusual sensation washed over him. Instinctively, he brought it closer to his nose. Despite having been worn for several days, it bore no unpleasant odor. Instead, it carried a familiar scent, reminiscent of the mornings in recent days. This is not good, Zhou Feng murmured to himself. He then draped the t-shirt over the mannequin. A faint glow emanated from within the cave, casting shadows that made the mannequin appear quite lifelike. Zhou Feng positioned the two mannequins deeper inside, rendering them even more indistinct. He then scattered numerous small stones around the rocky walls of the cave. As the preparations drew to a close, Zhou Feng closed his eyes and reclined within the cave, seeking respite. In such circumstances, an early rest was essential to maintain one's vigor. Otherwise, enduring until the late hours would lead to overwhelming fatigue. Time passed, though its measure remained elusive. Suddenly, faint sounds emerged from outside. Crunch, crunch, indicative of footsteps upon the gravel. Zhou Feng's eyes flew open, and he listened intently to every movement around him. The sound abruptly ceased, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, after a 2-minute interval, the sounds resumed. Once more, the crunching echoed, revealing that someone was approaching the cave along the slope, accompanied by multiple footsteps, 3 in total, drawing nearer to the cave's entrance. Zhou Feng felt an immense wave of relief. His additional preparations had proven fortuitous, for otherwise, they would surely have faced dire consequences. These intruders harbored ill intentions. Quietly, he rose and concealed himself in a corner of the cave, a spot uniquely advantageous. Only by entering and turning around could one discover his hidden presence. Before long, the trio had stealthily arrived at the entrance of the cave, their silence betraying no hint of communication. Clearly, they were aware of their purpose. They advanced directly towards the lifelike dummy on the ground, and Zhou Feng, watching intently from behind, discerned that these individuals were not primitives, but modern men. Albeit clad in tattered garments, their hair in disarray, suggesting they were not recent survivors of misfortune. Each wielded a spear, poised to strike at the dummy. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Had these 3 been lying in the cave, they would now be either dead or gravely injured. With a fierce roar, he seized a wooden stick and charged forward. One of the attackers, taken aback, uttered a sound of confusion, for he sensed that the figure clad in clothing was no mere human. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted as Zhou Feng's stick plunged into his body, pinning him against the rock wall. The man howled in agony, blood gushing from his mouth. Damn it, it's a trap. The other 2 assailants swiftly turned around. Zhou Feng discarded the stick and lunged at one of them, his fist crashing into the man's face with a sickening crunch. The attacker's nasal bone shattered. and he was sent sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain. Zhou Feng then sidestepped to evade the spear thrust aimed at him from behind. Pivoting to face the last standing assailant, a man in his late 20s, filthy and disheveled. Bending down, Zhou Feng retrieved the spear from the ground, causing the remaining attacker to panic. "Let us talk this out," the assailant stammered, swallowing hard. "Let's talk it out? When you launched your attack, did you consider this?" Zhou Feng growled, his voice low and filled with fury. The assailant's expression shifted slightly. Upon seeing Zhou Feng raise his spear, he hastily exclaimed, "Wait. I possess valuable intelligence. I can trade it for my life." The assailant raised his hands. "Ho Chuan, if you dare to speak of this, the boss will not spare you." Just then, another assailant, covering his face, spoke. "Ugh." Without hesitation, Zhou Feng thrust his spear forward, piercing the man's chest. The individual convulsed a few times before falling silent. Witnessing this scene, Ho Chuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. The person before him was formidable. Chapter 20. Interrogation. As long as you divulge everything you know, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Zhou Feng turned to Ho Chuan. He swallowed hard. "What do you wish to know? What is the name of this island? Who are you, and how did you arrive here?" Zhou Feng inquired. In truth, Zhou Feng harbored numerous questions, yet he opted to commence with the simplest. "We are unaware of the island's name, but some refer to it as Paradise Island," Ho Chuan quickly responded. "Paradise Island?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Prior to this journey, he had researched online and encountered many places that claimed to be Paradise Island, such as Fiji, Bali, and the Hawaiian Islands. It was merely a form of promotional tourism. Could this place also be dubbed Paradise Island? Was it perhaps a tourist haven? Who refers to this island as Paradise Island? Zhou Feng soon detected an inconsistency in Ho Chuan's words. Since the name was created by Ho Chuan's group, there must be others involved. "We discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Paradise Island," Ho Chuan slowly elaborated. "A stone tablet? There exists a stone tablet on this island?" Zhou Feng queried. "It is located at our current residence, approximately 3 kilometers from here." Ho Chuan pointed in a direction. Zhou Feng discreetly nodded at that direction. It seemed Ho Chuan was not lying. Wang Jun and the others had headed towards that location. "When did you arrive on the island?" Zhou Feng squinted. Ho Chuan explained that they were crew members of a fishing vessel. While traversing a certain maritime area, the weather suddenly turned tumultuous, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Everyone lost consciousness, and when they awakened, they found themselves on this island. They had been stranded for over 6 months without rescue. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed. Their experience mirrored his own precisely. Moreover, these individuals had been here for half a year. "Did you kill the body found in the bushes?" Zhou Feng inquired further. "Yes." Ho Chuan nodded. "Why did you kill him?" Zhou Feng's tone grew grave. Ho Chuan quickly gestured in denial. "Our boss sought a particular item, so after capturing him, we interrogated him, but he unexpectedly fled." "What item?" Zhou Feng asked. "Wang Jun should possess nothing of value." "I do not know." Ho Chuan shook his head. His expression troubled. Zhou Feng's brow tightened once more. Upon observing Zhou Feng's evident anger, Ho Chuan hastily defended himself. He truly did not know what they were searching for. All he was aware of was that their leader instructed them to retrieve all personal belongings from Wang Jun. They had pursued until they discovered this location and found Wang Jun's lifeless body. While rummaging through the remains, they realized the presence of other survivors. To avoid alarming them, they had chosen to conceal themselves discreetly. "You have not returned at all," Zhou Feng exhaled in relief. This indicated, at least for the moment, that no new assailants had arrived. Ho Chuan immediately clarified that their leader was unaware of their recent discovery of survivors, as they had not yet had the opportunity to report back. Zhou Feng nodded, surmising that perhaps the presence of 2 women beside him made the trio seem formidable. "Was your assault on us also motivated by a search for something?" Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Among the survivors on this island, even without mutual assistance, there existed no rationale for senseless slaughter against one another. Their actions were undoubtedly related to the quest for something, which could not merely be the supplies they bore. Although each of them carried some items, such as knives, lighters, and mobile phones, there was no justification for a massacre over such trivial possessions, especially in the absence of electricity and signal, rendering electronic devices futile. Zhou Feng's own phone had already run out of battery. "We do not know what the leader is seeking, but we cannot leave anything behind." Ho Chuan shook his head. "Is that so?" Zhou Feng squinted, pulling out a pendant from beneath his collar to examine it. Could it be the pendant he possessed? Zhou Feng pondered that if anything could incite such reckless violence, it must possess extraordinary value, perhaps akin to his own pendant. Where had this pendant originated? How had it ended up in his pocket? Zhou Feng was utterly clueless. Yet the pendant's allure was undeniably worth the risk for anyone. Simultaneously, Zhou Feng cast a sidelong glance at Ho Chuan, clearly witnessing the surprise and greed flickering in his eyes. With a subtle smirk, Zhou Feng intentionally revealed the pendant, eager to gauge Ho Chuan's reaction. The glint in Ho Chuan's gaze confirmed his deceit. It was evident that Ho Chuan harbored knowledge he had not disclosed. You must have companions among those you have slain. What has become of them? Zhou Feng inquired. Accompanying Wang Jun were Manager Gua and Li Ran. Now that Wang Jun had perished, what had happened to the other two? They are still alive, residing in the base, Ho Chuan explained. Are they truly unharmed? Zhou Feng queried, increasingly suspicious of Ho Chuan's words. Li Ran, being young and beautiful. It was not surprising that she had survived. Yet, how could Manager Gua, his rotund figure and prominent features, also still be alive? Given the torment Wang Jun endured, how could Li Ran possibly remain unscathed? It seemed implausible. Even if Manager Gua had indeed survived, why would they leave him behind? Do you have any further inquiries? The tone of Ho Chuan grew increasingly urgent, clearly eager to leave this place. Have you ever encountered a wild man here? Zhou Feng inquired again. No. Ho Chuan shook his head. Well, you may go now, Zhou Feng replied. Rest assured, I certainly won't return to my boss and the others. If 3 of us venture out, only I will return, and he will kill me, Ho Chuan asserted resolutely. He then cautiously retreated to the entrance of the cave before swiftly dashing down the slope. However, at that moment, a sound sliced through the air behind him. Bang! A stone struck Ho Chuan squarely on the head, causing him to collapse. Zhou Feng slowly approached, picked up a large rock nearby, and brought it down with force. After concealing the 3 bodies in the underbrush, dawn had already broken. Zhou Feng arrived at the site where the helicopter had crashed. Bai Qingjian and Qin Xiaoxue, upon seeing Zhou Feng, came out to greet him. Zhou Feng first returned their jackets. After all, it was difficult to endure such a sight of 2 beautiful women in distress. Was everything all right last night? Bai Qingjian asked, a hint of dark circles under her eyes indicating she had not rested well. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, but decided to recount everything that had transpired. For given the myriad dangers on the island, they deserved to be informed. Thus, he narrated the events, omitting the matter of the jade pendant. What? There are such madmen on the island? Bai Qingjian's expression darkened. To kill upon sight. This island is far more perilous than we imagined, Qin Xiaoxue murmured. Aunt Qin, how is your foot? Zhou Feng asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can walk, Qin Xiaoxue replied. Zhou Feng had just seen her walking out on her own. Let me take a look, he said, approaching her without hesitation and removing her shoes. Oh dear, Xiao Feng. Qin Xiaoxue felt a bit flustered. Needing to lean on Zhou Feng's shoulder for support, Zhou Feng squatted down to examine her ankle and found it had already reduced in swelling, seemingly without issue. He helped Qin Xiaoxue put her shoes back on. Now I have an idea. I wonder if you all would agree. Zhou Feng stood up. Whatever you say. We will follow you. Qin Xiaoxue promptly expressed her support. I will follow your lead as well, Bai Qingjian echoed. Zhou Feng shared his thoughts, which entailed returning to the beach to seek out Fan Jian and Yang Wei. What do we need them for? Bai Qingjian remarked, her frustration evident at the mention of those individuals. Those fellows are hardly good people. I'm somewhat concerned that they might also fall victim. Zhou Feng spoke in a low voice. Manager Gua and Li Ran's fates remained uncertain. However, Zhou Feng believed they were likely being coerced to lead others back to the beach where they had initially landed. As the boss was in pursuit of the jade pendant and would not spare any survivor. That has nothing to do with us. They brought it upon themselves. Bai Qingjian harbored not an ounce of compassion, especially given the previous altercations involving Zhou Feng and Fan Jian. If they were captured, they would undoubtedly inquire about our whereabouts. And it was only a matter of time before they came knocking at our door, Zhou Feng explained. Thus, it would be wiser to seek out Fan Jian and the others now. Despite the prior skirmishes, they had once been colleagues, which rendered them far more trustworthy than strangers. The safety in numbers was undeniable. Then we can simply change our location, Bai Qingjian suggested. No one knows if there are further dangers on the island. We cannot act recklessly any longer, Zhou Feng countered, shaking his head. Their fortune thus far had been commendable. Had they barged into the territory of Manager Gua and the others, they would have found themselves in a dire situation from the outset. Li Qianxian and Sun Hong are rather unfortunate. We should alert them, Qin Xiaoxue interjected. The 2 names she mentioned belonged to female employees who were closely associated with Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Both had recently joined the company. Mere novices with less than 6 months of experience. They were quite earnest in their demeanor and likely never anticipated such a fate on this desolate island. All right, Bai Qingjian conceded, acknowledging her mother's sentiments with a nod. On their return, Zhou Feng placed their provisions near the helicopter and devised numerous signals around the cave. Along the essential paths, he discreetly scattered stones. Anyone passing by would inevitably disturb them. They carried no substantial supplies, only water and weapons. Their armaments consisted of the spears left by Ho Chuan and his companions, the tips forged from sharp iron, bound with hemp rope. Their return journey would be significantly expedited. Having cleared a path the previous day, what had taken 4 to 5 hours could now be traversed in just over an hour. As they navigated this route, Qin Xiaoxue realized Zhou Feng was indeed correct. Should that band of ruffians follow the trail, they would soon be discovered. During this passage, Zhou Feng took special care to monitor Qin Xiaoxue, selecting only the most navigable paths. After a little over an hour, they reached the edge of the jungle. "You two wait here while I assess the situation," Zhou Feng instructed the women. "Be careful," Qin Xiaoxue responded with a firm nod. "I'll assist you," Qin Xiaoxue offered. Eager to contribute, Zhou Feng, bemused, could only assure her that he could manage alone. "Very well," Qin Xiaoxue finally acquiesced. Zhou Feng crouched down at the jungle's fringe. His vision and hearing had markedly improved. In an instant, he spotted the gathering place constructed by Fan Jian and the others. Upon discerning the scene before him, he could not restrain a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, Fan Jian and Yang Wei stood armed with weaponry, sharpened wooden sticks. 2 female employees cowered beside them. Before them loomed 6 individuals. 5 were men, and the 6th was Li Ran, who appeared utterly disheveled. Her attire from the previous day had vanished, replaced by a pair of oversized men's garments, marred by numerous bloodstains. Zhou Feng instantly recognized it as Manager Guo's clothing, and the bloodstains spoke volumes of Guo's dire predicament. "Huh, you think you can resist with those sticks?" sneered a dark-complexioned man, exposing a grin. He was none other than the leader referred to by Ho Chuan, Wu Wenrong. "Boss, let us just finish them off." "Those 2 girls look appealing," shouted a man beside him, brandishing a spear identical to those held by Ho Chuan and his companions. "Not so fast, let us have a chat. After all, I'm looking for something," Wu Wenrong gestured dismissively. "We bear you no ill will. Why do you seek to kill us?" Fan Jian's countenance darkened. Meanwhile, Yang Wei's demeanor was even more dismal. His hands trembled around the wooden stick, his gaze frequently darting toward Li Ran, filled with sorrow. It was evident that Li Ran's condition pained him deeply. "It's nothing, merely in search of something." "And where are the other 3? Wu Wenrong's eyes scanned the surroundings. At this moment, Zhou Feng comprehended. The 3 individuals Wu Wenrong referred to were likely himself and his companions. This indicated that Wu Wenrong might genuinely be unaware of their presence. It seemed that he had learned of the survivors from Manager Guo and Li Ran, prompting his arrival at dawn, albeit delayed due to the considerable distance from the beach. "Is there any hope for us?" Fan Jian scoffed, casting a glance at Li Ran. He was no fool. Upon seeing Li Ran clad in Manager Guo's garments, he understood that the 2 men were likely in grave danger. "They have met a tragic end." Li Ran's voice quivered with suppressed tears, her swollen eyes revealing her inability to cry. Suddenly, a man struck Li Ran sharply across the face. "Mind your tongue." Chapter 22. Kneeling in gratitude. Witnessing this, Yang Wei seized the wooden stick and charged fiercely at the assailant. The men instinctively retreated, not underestimating him simply because he wielded a mere stick. After all, they were on a deserted island where even minor injuries could turn lethal if infected. Furthermore, Yang Wei's youth and vigor lent him considerable strength, despite lacking technique. He exuded a formidable presence. Of paramount importance, they all understood that Yang Wei's prowess could not endure. Indeed, mere moments later, Yang Wei was already on the brink of exhaustion. He had scarcely consumed any sustenance over the past few days, and now he had depleted all his energy. "Leave him alive," Wu Wenrong spoke indifferently. One man beside him took the initiative, raising his spear and striking towards Yang Wei. Yet, instead of aiming for a vital point, he targeted Yang Wei's thigh, intending to incapacitate his mobility. Yang Wei hastily retreated. At that moment, 2 more assailants charged at him, thrusting their weapons forward. Despite his desperate efforts, Yang Wei was struck on the arm by a club, feeling a tingling numbness accompanied by a sharp ache. "Fight back." Upon witnessing this scene, Fan Jian let out a furious roar and charged forward with a wooden stick. However, even with their combined efforts, they were no match for their adversaries. Sun Hong trembled as she observed the unfolding chaos. "What kind of hell is this?" she murmured to herself, initially believing this to be merely a maritime disaster. She felt fortunate to have survived, only to discover a band of madmen on the island. Demons, perverts, killers. Just as Sun Hong was lost in her thoughts, a man seized her arm, forcefully tearing at her clothing, his face contorted with greed. Sun Hong emitted a piercing scream, but it proved futile. The man did not relent. Instead, his gaze grew more fervent and his expression more deranged. Witnessing this, Lu Qingqing's legs buckled, and she fell to the sand, paralyzed by fear. Like Sun Hong, she was timid and lacked resolve. The sight of Sun Hong's torment left her trembling in terror. At that moment, unexpectedly, a stone flew from a distance, striking the man tugging at Sun Hong's clothing squarely on the head. Thud! He collapsed face first onto the beach. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. None anticipated an attack from afar. Yet, Zhou Feng's assault was not limited to that. He emerged from the underbrush, hurling another stone. Thud! Another unfortunate soul was felled. This individual was considerably luckier. The stone merely grazed his scalp, but blood quickly streamed down, staining half his face. Who dares? Wu Wenrong turned, glaring fiercely at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's unexpected appearance ignited a surge of joy among Fan Jian and the others. They had never anticipated that he would come to their aid at such a critical juncture, especially given their prior conflicts. They were already at their wits' end. With capture merely a matter of time, Zhou Feng's arrival offered them a much-needed respite. Armed with a spear, he charged towards Wu Wenrong and the others. Upon seeing the weapon in Zhou Feng's hands, Wu Wenrong's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized that spear. These were weapons wielded by his own subordinates. Yet they now found themselves in the hands of Zhou Feng. However, Wu Wenrong and the others had no time to marvel at this turn of events. Zhou Feng charged forward, spear in hand. Who was this reckless youth? Seeking death, a man rushed at him, evidently skilled in the art of spear combat, aiming directly for Zhou Feng's vital points. Yet, Zhou Feng's speed and strength surpassed his own. He evaded the man's attack and thrust his spear fiercely into the man's abdomen. With a sickening sound, as Zhou Feng withdrew the spear, blood gushed forth from the man's wound. The man, stunned, clutched his belly, agony etched across his face. Zhou Feng, however, offered him no second chance. The spear struck again, this time piercing the man's chest, and he fell to the ground lifelessly. Witnessing Zhou Feng's ferocity, Wu Wenrong's expression shifted dramatically. Altogether, let us put an end to him. At that moment, only two companions remained by Wu Wenrong's side. One, bloodied and furious, charged at Zhou Feng. But Fan Jian intervened. The man who had been knocked unconscious by a stone had dropped his spear. Fan Jian seized it and launched a surprise attack, eliminating the bloodied assailant. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng had also pierced another subordinate's neck with his spear. Realizing he was now utterly alone, Wu Wenrong suddenly grasped the gravity of his predicament. "Spare me. I surrender, I surrender," he cried, raising his hands and retreating hastily. "Surrender?" Zhou Feng scoffed. "You surrender now? Just moments ago, you sought to eliminate us." Yang Wei's eyes blazed with fury. "Now you wish to capitulate? What a jest! You are ignorant of the circumstances on this island. I can divulge vital information, if you grant me my life. Otherwise, with just the few of you here, your demise is inevitable." Wu Wenrong continued his desperate pleas. Hearing his words, Fan Jian and Yang Wei felt a flicker of intrigue. Just as Wu Wenrong had noted, they were entirely unaware of the situation on the island. Initially believing it to be deserted, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many individuals. Moreover, Wu Wenrong and his companions appeared to have resided on the island for quite some time and likely possessed valuable insights. Perhaps we should spare his life, at least temporarily. Fan Jian mused, signaling with narrowed eyes. He intended to extract information from Wu Wenrong before ultimately disposing of him. Yet, he cast a furious glance at Li Ran, unable to forgive the events that had transpired concerning her. "I truly possess valuable intelligence. This island is far more complex than you can fathom," Wu Wenrong insisted, eager to demonstrate his worth. Just then, a piercing scream escaped his lips as a spear penetrated his chest. He turned in disbelief to Zhou Feng, unable to comprehend the sudden betrayal. "You killed him," Fan Jian exclaimed, shock evident on his face. He had intended to spare Wu Wenrong's life. "Do you truly believe he would reveal the truth to you? He would seize the opportunity to flee," Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. "Keeping him alive is a liability." Most importantly, Zhou Feng had gleaned some intelligence from Ho Chuan. It was unlikely that Wu Wenrong could articulate anything particularly elaborate. The singularly significant piece of information was that Wu Wenrong was in search of something. What could Wu Wenrong possibly be seeking, leading him to hunt down survivors indiscriminately? Zhou Feng harbored a suspicion that the object of Wu Wenrong's quest might be the jade pendant adorning his own person. However, Zhou Feng understood that Wu Wenrong would never divulge such matters. If he were to kill, then so be it. Such an outcome could be deemed fortunate. Yang Wei gritted his teeth in silence. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian arrived, brandishing long spears. Concerned for Zhou Feng's safety, they had stealthily followed him. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the battle had already drawn to a close. Zhou Feng took decisive action against the unconscious individual, ensuring there were no survivors to leave behind. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were engaging in combat for the first time, yet they exhibited little emotional turbulence. The myriad occurrences on the deserted island had rendered them somewhat numb. Sister Qin, Sun Hong, and Lu Qingqing, upon spotting Qin Xiaoxue, burst into tears. "It's all right. It's all right," Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly reassured them. "Why did you bring her here?" At that moment, Fan Jian, seizing a spear from the ground, shouted menacingly at Li Ran. During the preceding skirmish, Li Ran had remained hidden at the sidelines. Now, confronted with Fan Jian's spear aimed at her, her composure shattered. "I had no choice. Just kill me if you must. I no longer wish to live." "Speak." Why did you betray us? Fan Jian continued to roar. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wei quickly grasped Fan Jian's arm, attempting to defend Li Ran. Fan Jian was left momentarily speechless, taken aback by Yang Wei's apparent affection for Li Ran. Even in this dire moment, as he sought to speak on her behalf. Enough. Do not torment her further. Manager Guo and Wang Jun must have already disclosed everything. Zhou Feng interjected, walking over. His words bore a semblance of leniency towards Li Ran. Nonetheless, the truth remained. Manager Guo had undoubtedly revealed their position long ago. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's statement, Fan Jian reluctantly lowered his spear. Zhou Feng had just saved their lives, and Fan Jian could not oppose him at this juncture. Moreover, Fan Jian recognized the validity of Zhou Feng's assertions. Observing the attire Li Ran wore, clothing that belonged to Manager Guo, one could surmise that Manager Guo was likely in grave danger. Individuals like Manager Guo were prone to betrayal, and it was plausible that he had already disclosed their whereabouts, leaving Li Ran merely as a guide. Can I still remain with you? Li Ran gazed at Zhou Feng with a longing expression, unwilling to embrace her fate. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. I can take care of her, Yang Wei exclaimed, moving to Li Ran's side and gently wrapping his arm around her. Li Ran was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yang Wei's support in such a moment. Tears streamed down her face as she leaned her head against Yang Wei's shoulder. First, let us attend to the bodies and ascertain if we can salvage anything of value from them. If not, we shall cast them into the sea, Zhou Feng commanded. Initially, Zhou Feng intended to glean the details of the incident from Li Ran's account. However, upon observing her current state, he opted to defer his inquiries for the time being. At Zhou Feng's words, Fan Jian and the others sprang into action, including Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, who had already begun to regard Zhou Feng as their leader. They commenced their examination of the corpses strewn upon the ground, while Zhou Feng approached Wu Wenrong's side, searching his person for any jade pendants or similar items. After several thorough searches yielded nothing, he, like the others, resolved to cast Wu Wenrong's body far into the sea. The shoreline here was rocky, devoid of sandy beaches, ensuring that the bodies would not wash ashore again. Once this grim task was completed, Fan Jian and the others prepared grilled fish, sharing their bounty with Zhou Feng. They had caught a considerable haul, grilling a dozen or so fish at once, along with some oysters, shellfish, and crabs. This was all the food they had gathered the previous day. Initially, they had planned to ration it over several days, but following their harrowing ordeal, they were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and desperately required sustenance. As they ate, Zhou Feng inquired of Li Ran about the events that transpired after their departure the previous day. Li Ran, nestled beside Yang Wei, appeared to have regained much of her composure. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's question, she began to recount her tale. After they had left the beach, they had ventured in a specific direction and soon encountered a man who greeted them warmly. This man was a subordinate of Wu Wenrong, who deceived them into following him to the lair of Wu Wenrong and his cohorts, where they were met with nightmares. Li Ran described the indignity she suffered, while Manager Guo and Wang Jun endured brutal tortures, revealing all they knew under duress. Throughout her narrative, Yang Wei held her hand tightly, providing her with the encouragement she needed to voice her harrowing experience. Subsequently, Wang Jun managed to break free from his restraints and fled, his whereabouts remaining unknown. As for Manager Guo, he succumbed to excessive blood loss. With a sigh, Li Ran expressed her indifference towards Manager Guo. Their relationship had been purely transactional. Goodness, how resilient Li Ran is, Bai Qingjian whispered to Qin Xiaoxue, who could scarcely fathom enduring such a plight herself. Given the circumstances, merely being alive felt like a significant achievement. Qin Xiaoxue sighed softly in agreement, acknowledging that any woman faced with such tribulations deserves compassion. At that moment, Yang Wei rose to his feet. Zhou Feng, we wronged you before. We offer our sincerest apologies now. With that, he knelt before Zhou Feng, bowing his head in contrition. Witnessing this, Fan Jian followed suit, prostrating himself in gratitude. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's timely intervention, they would likely have suffered greatly. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing were compelled to bow as well. Otherwise, Li Ran's fate would undoubtedly become their own. However, they were stopped by Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian. There's no need for such formality. Zhou Feng is not fond of this either, the two quickly remarked. Please, everyone rise. After all, we are all acquaintances. The previous conflicts were merely trivial. Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. By the way, what brings you back? Fan Jian inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. I encountered several others who mentioned they might be seeking you. If I hadn't intervened, they would undoubtedly have followed the trail to find you, Zhou Feng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian lowered his head, a look of guilt washing over him. For after Zhou Feng's departure, he had indeed followed the path Zhou Feng had taken for some distance. If Wu Wenrong and his group tormented him, Fan Jian feared he would surrender without hesitation. This thought compelled him to glance at Li Ran, realizing he may have been a bit excessive in pointing her out earlier. I have a suggestion, Zhou Feng continued. Chapter 23, We Join. Go ahead, we are all ears. Fan Jian lifted his head. Although the young man before him appeared to be 7 or 8 years his junior, Fan Jian had come to recognize through recent events that Zhou Feng far surpassed him in every regard. And what about you all? Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the others. Yang Wei, Li Ran, Sun Hong, and Lu Qingqing. We are also inclined to follow your lead, they quickly affirmed. In these trying times, we must unite if we are to survive. I shall take on the role of leader, and I will assign tasks to each of you. Zhou Feng declared solemnly. Will you be fair? Lu Qingqing interjected, recalling how Manager Guo had exploited them. No, there is no absolute fairness in this world. I can only strive to ensure everyone's survival. Zhou Feng shook his head. He neither painted grand illusions nor issued veiled threats. He merely spoke the truth. I was referring to fairness in terms of food. Can we achieve that? Lu Qingqing persisted, biting her lip, unwilling to relent. After all, the pangs of hunger were unbearable. Unfortunately, we cannot. We currently lack a stable food source, so those who contribute more must receive more, while those who contribute less will receive less, Zhou Feng explained. If that's the case, then count me in. I will join this team. Lu Qingqing nodded, satisfied with the answer. I too shall join. I too shall join. The others echoed in agreement. They understood the necessity of having someone step forward in such circumstances. Very well. We have an urgent task ahead of us. We must visit Wu Wenrong's base and seize their supplies. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Based on Li Ran's description, Wu Wenrong's base was now devoid of occupants. Indeed, I hadn't considered that. Fan Jian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Those individuals have been living on the island for over 6 months, certainly amassing a considerable stockpile. Then let us commence our operation. Zhou Feng declared as he rose to his feet. There were no severe injuries on Fan Jian and Yang Wei. The wound that Zhou Feng had inflicted on Yang Wei previously had begun to heal, showing no signs of inflammation. The group led by Wu Wenrong had left no trace of their passage, making it quite simple to follow their trail, especially with Li Ran as a guide. After approximately an hour of walking, Li Ran pointed towards a direction, exclaiming, "Over there, there is a river." Following Li Ran's indication, Zhou Feng and the others soon discovered a small river, not more than 2 meters wide, where fish could be seen swimming. Freshwater. Fan Jian's eyes sparkled with delight. The presence of freshwater signified the potential for establishing a base here. However, he soon remembered that their purpose for coming was to locate Wu Wenrong's base, making the discovery of freshwater quite reasonable. Continuing onward with Li Ran, they walked several hundred meters until they arrived at a clearing. In this open space, they found makeshift shelters constructed from tree trunks, secured with grass ropes. Although these shelters appeared rudimentary, they provided adequate protection from the elements, with thick layers of leaves and grass forming a triangular shape. Additionally, the shelters were situated on a gentle slope, shielding them from the fierce winds. Outside the shelters, wooden racks were set up for drying, laden with smoked fish and piles of coconut shells. Zhou Feng even spotted several strips of cured meat, glistening with coarse salt crystals. Despite their rough texture, the salt was edible. So much food and meat. Bai Qingjian exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight. Even after having just eaten grilled fish, she still felt a pang of hunger. Where did they get the salt? Did they boil seawater to extract it? Zhou Feng pondered, surprised. As he leaned in closer to sniff it, it seemed to be sea salt, still carrying a hint of fishy aroma. Yang Wei, having approached the cured meat, examined it closely. What are you doing? Zhou Feng should be the one to distribute this, Fan Jian admonished, furrowing his brow. I know. I'm just trying to identify the meat. It looks like wild boar or something unfamiliar, but certainly not human flesh, Yang Wei replied with a grin. You can distinguish meat? Li Ran asked, slightly astonished, as most people lacked such knowledge. My uncle sells pork. I often help him at the shop during holidays. So I've picked up a bit. Yang Wei scratched his head modestly. Yang Wei, I didn't realize you were so impressive, Li Ran said as she affectionately hooked her arm through his. Yang Wei chuckled, feeling a little bashful at the attention. Bai Qingjian, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's quite a skill for charming men, she thought. If only we weren't on a deserted island. This talent wouldn't even count as a specialty. Li Ran, what about Manager Gu's body? Zhou Feng emerged from one of the grass huts. Having not found Manager Gu's body within the dwelling, one could find merely a handful of mundane household items, predominantly crafted from wood. The only exception was a solitary iron pot, seemingly forged from a single sheet of iron. It appeared that Wu Wenrong and his companions often gathered to prepare meals together. Fortunately, the thatched cottage was well ventilated, devoid of any peculiar odors. They hung Manager Gu's body over there, Li Ran exclaimed, pointing in a direction, her complexion pale. What purpose does hanging it serve? Yang Wei inquired, puzzled. I heard it can attract prey, Li Ran responded. Attract prey? These fellows are truly ruthless, Zhou Feng remarked. Squinting his eyes, they spare not even the corpses of the deceased. While it hasn't reached the point of cannibalism, it's rather close. The scent of blood can lure numerous carnivorous creatures. Now that they were aware of Manager Gu's corpse's location, it could not simply be left hanging there. If possible, it should be buried. You all clean up this cottage. We shall reside here henceforth, Zhou Feng instructed, before expressing his intent to inspect Manager Gu's remains. I will accompany you. In case of danger, we can support one another, Fan Jian asserted, brandishing a spear. You should remain here, with you and Yang Wei present. I feel more at ease, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Although Li Ran claimed no other living souls were present, it was prudent to exercise caution. Very well. Fan Jian relented. Xiaofeng, be vigilant and refrain from acting recklessly as before, Qin Xiaoxue expressed her concern. Chapter 24. The trap. Qin Xiaoxue did not wish for Zhou Feng to be overly bold. In the face of peril, one must always understand the value of retreat. Indeed. I shall, Zhou Feng replied, somewhat amused. This was not the first time Qin Xiaoxue had offered him such counsel. Did she truly perceive him as a mere child? No. Zhou Feng resolved to demonstrate to Aunt Qin that he was a man, one upon whom she could rely without worry. Grasping the spear, he proceeded toward the location indicated by Li Ran. Bloodstains intermittently marred the ground, and Zhou Feng's keen sense of smell detected the metallic scent of blood in the air. After traversing 700 or 800 meters, he spotted Manager Gu's body beneath several trees. Upon sighting the corpse, Zhou Feng could not suppress a gasp of horror. Manager Gu was suspended upside down from a tree, hanging over 2 meters above the ground. The body bore numerous wounds, rendered unrecognizable, with some areas deliberately slashed. The ground below was soaked with dripping blood, and the unmistakable tracks of animals that had crawled over it indicated they had been drawn by the scent of blood. As Zhou Feng approached, intending to lower the body, he quickly noticed something amiss about the ground beneath the corpse. A large area appeared slightly raised, its color differing from the surrounding earth. Zhou Feng instantly realized there was a trap. Certainly, this trap was not intended for humans, but rather for animals. Zhou Feng cautiously approached and grasped the turf on the ground, yanking it forcefully. The sod was torn away, revealing a large pit beneath. This pit measured over 2 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in depth, with several sharpened wooden stakes protruding from within. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall in would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. The stakes bore dark crimson stains, indicating that they had successfully ensnared prey on multiple occasions. This trap was certainly effective, though the method employed to lure the quarry was rather despicable. Zhou Feng could not help but shake his head. Suspecting that Wu Wenrong and his companions had resorted to such tactics to hunt animals, which explained the cured meats hanging on the wooden rack. Of course, it was evident that not every capture involved human remains. There were likely other animal entrails as well. Gazing into the deep pit, Zhou Feng mused that it would serve well for burying Manager Gua. Although it seemed a pity to use it for a human, they could certainly learn to craft such traps for hunting animals in the future. Zhou Feng first gathered a few stones to partially fill the pit, lest a body fall and be impaled. He then carefully lowered the rope binding Manager Gua, inch by inch, until it reached the bottom of the pit. Zhou Feng felt a pang of reflection, considering that Manager Gua, who often exploited his employees, had likely inspired many to wish for his demise. Ironically, he had not been hung from a streetlight, but rather from a tree, though the outcome was equally grim. Subsequently, Zhou Feng severed the rope, allowing Manager Gua's body to tumble into the pit. Lacking a shovel, he resorted to using his hands to lightly cover the corpse with soil, followed by some weeds. After completing this task, Zhou Feng did not return to the camp, but instead wandered around the vicinity, recalling Ho Chuan's mention of a stone tablet nearby, which might hold significance. However, after searching for over half an hour without success, he reluctantly made his way back to the camp. Upon his return, several individuals approached him. Boss, have you seen Manager Gua's body? Fan Jian inquired as he noticed Zhou Feng's arrival. You call me boss? Zhou Feng was taken aback, bemused by the irony. For Fan Jian was at least a decade older than him. It was just a suggestion. We thought it most fitting, Fan Jian replied, his face reddening. Embarrassed at addressing an 18-year-old as boss. I shall continue to call you Zhou Feng, Qin Jian interjected quietly. In truth, Zhou Feng was indifferent to the title. He recounted his discoveries. And upon learning of Manager Gua's tragic fate, the expressions of Fan Jian and the others grew somber. Though Manager Gua and Wang Jun were nefarious, it seems excessive for them to meet such an end, Lu Qingqing lamented. It was merely unfortunate circumstances, Yang Wei remarked, shaking his head. While Li Ran remained impassive beside them. Relying solely on Yang Wei has brought us closer. At this moment, We cannot afford to dwell on the affairs of others. Surviving is a challenge for everyone. Let us focus on how we can live here, for numerous dangers still lurk. Qin Xiaoxue remarked at this juncture. Dangers? Lu Qingqing replied. Taken aback. Indeed, you are unaware of the indigenous people. Zhou Feng addressed Lu Qingqing and the others, recounting the circumstances regarding the natives. The revelation that cannibalistic tribes exist on this island cast a pall over Fan Jian and the others. In truth, when Manager Gua and the others considered venturing into the forest, Xiao Feng had cautioned them against such recklessness, though they chose to disregard his warning. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head in regret. It is not merely the natives. Other survivors are equally untrustworthy. Bai Qingjian gritted her teeth as she recounted her encounter with the muscular man. This indicates that the island harbors even greater perils. Sun Hong's voice trembled with fear. While Li Ran's eyes revealed her terror as she instinctively grasped Yang Wei's arm. Indeed, the island is fraught with danger. Yet these individuals have managed to endure here for 6 months. We are stronger than they are. We can survive as well, Zhou Feng asserted solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Wu Wenrong and his crew are numerous, they were ultimately defeated. They had managed to survive on this island for such an extended period. Thus, they, too, could do the same. Yet, deep down, everyone understood that their victory over Wu Wenrong was not solely due to their prowess, but rather Zhou Feng's extraordinary capabilities. In essence, as long as Zhou Feng is present, their survival is assured. Now, let us assign the rooms, Zhou Feng announced. There are 4 grass huts in total. One is the cleanest, equipped with the finest bed, constructed from neatly stacked stones and covered with thick animal pelts. It appeared to have been reserved for Wu Wenrong alone. Fan Jian promptly suggested that this room should be allocated to Zhou Feng, and the others nodded in agreement without dissent. As for the remaining individuals, the distribution was straightforward. Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter would share a room, while Fan Jian and Yang Wei would reside together, leaving the other 3 women to share another space. However, Zhou Feng shook his head, directing his gaze towards Qin Xiaoxue. Aunt Qin, you and your daughter should take the cleanest room. I will exchange with you, Zhou Feng proposed. How can that be? Qin Xiaoxue initially protested, but Zhou Feng waved his hand, asserting his authority as the leader. Furthermore, this arrangement would position his and Fan Jian's rooms at opposite ends, effectively safeguarding the 2 rooms occupied by the 5 women. Should any disturbances arise, the men would be the first to hear. Boss, we are all in agreement, Yang Wei promptly nodded. They all recognized that although they were currently united, however, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue, the mother and daughter, share a profound familiarity, which undoubtedly ensures they receive additional care. Yang Wei and the others had no objections. After all, it was Zhou Feng who had saved their lives, and they could not possibly oppose him over trifles. As dusk approached, Zhou Feng suggested they partake in some nourishment. Soon, a few individuals hoisted a cast-iron pot and kindled a fire beneath it. The campsite contained several water containers, hewn from solid wood. Indeed, there are numerous methods to craft containers in the wild, but for prolonged use, this rudimentary approach proves most effective. Observing the wooden buckets, Zhou Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. The time invested in carving these vessels must have been considerable. These were not merely buckets. There were also numerous wooden spoons and bowls. After a cursory wash, Zhou Feng diced the cured meat with a dagger and tossed it into the pot alongside some smoked fish to simmer. Additionally, Qin Xiaoxue, accompanied by several women, gathered an assortment of wild fruits from the surroundings. 3 varieties in total, some red and others green, all rather diminutive in size. Can these wild fruits be consumed? Fan Jian inquired, maintaining a skeptical demeanor, for in the wilderness, one ought to exercise caution regarding unfamiliar edibles. The presence of numerous fruit pits scattered across the ground indicates these are indeed safe to eat, Qin Xiaoxue assured him, having observed the remnants upon her arrival. Wu Wenrong and the others had already tested for toxins. Aunt Qin, you are truly remarkable, Zhou Feng exclaimed, seizing a wild fruit and taking a bite. It was quite tart and slightly astringent, yet devoid of any peculiar flavor. We sampled them while foraging, Bai Qingjian chimed in cheerfully. In the future, we must remain cautious with unfamiliar foods, Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Before long, the contents of the pot were ready. Zhou Feng ladled generous portions for everyone, rich with a creamy white broth, a product of the rendered fat from the cured meat. Typically, one might find such broth unappealing, with many dismissing cured meat for its excessive saltiness or unpalatable taste. Yet, in this instance, each individual relished their meal, ultimately consuming every last drop of broth. The reason was straightforward. They all recognized that, on this deserted island, the cured meat likely represented the most nutritious sustenance available, abundant in fats and salts. Thus, as they ate, each person mentally reassured themselves of its value, much like how common fruits can, through hype, become revered as gourmet delicacies. A television program abroad once conducted an experiment serving instant noodles in a Michelin-starred restaurant, where most patrons rated the dish highly, believing that such an esteemed establishment would only offer superior cuisine. The notion that expensive ingredients guarantee exquisite flavors holds a curious sway over perception. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, there was one exception, Zhou Feng. Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Qingjian wandered into a distant grove, Zhou Feng approached the door of Qin Xiaoxue's room. "Aunt Qin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment?" Now, Qin Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable acceleration of her heartbeat. "Yes," Zhou Feng nodded affirmatively. "Xiao Feng, you may speak your mind here," Qin Xiaoxue replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wish to have a serious conversation. It will be inconvenient once Bai Qingjian returns." Zhou Feng shook his head. "All right then." Qin Xiaoxue stood up. The two of them walked side by side into the grove, which was several hundred meters away from the camp. "Aunt Qin, regarding our previous conversation, have you given it any thought? Would you consider being my girlfriend?" Zhou Feng turned to face her. "Xiao Feng, I believe your emotions are heightened due to our sudden arrival on this deserted island. Please take your time to think it over." Qin Xiaoxue spoke slowly. She had contemplated how to respond to this question for quite some time. "Aunt Qin, I am serious. I have liked you for a long time." Zhou Feng took a step closer, now less than a meter away from Qin Xiaoxue. Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. How had she not noticed this before? "Do you dislike me?" Zhou Feng asked solemnly. "How could that be?" Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. She and Zhou Feng's mother were close friends, and she had watched Zhou Feng grow up. She had always held fond feelings for him and never disliked him. "So, you do have feelings for me?" Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. "That's not exactly it. It just seems inappropriate." Qin Xiaoxue instinctively averted her gaze. "Aunt Qin, how can you know it's inappropriate if you don't give it a try?" Zhou Feng stepped forward, gripping Qin Xiaoxue's shoulders, compelling her to face him. "Xiao Feng, you." In the next moment, Zhou Feng leaned in closer. Qin Xiaoxue felt her mind blanking. This boy was incredibly bold, daring to kiss her directly. Even their tongues intertwined. Yet, to her own astonishment, she did not resist. Her body softened, collapsing against Zhou Feng. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Xiaoxue sensed she was nearly breathless and began to tap on Zhou Feng's chest. He finally pulled away, gasping for air, a delicate thread of connection severed between them. "I'm sorry, Aunt Qin. I got a bit carried away." Zhou Feng's gaze was intense, and he instinctively licked his lips. Zhou Feng had come to understand a vital truth. If one desires something, it is best to take the initiative. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue's heart raced violently. She felt as if she had never experienced such sensations before. Was it possible that she had developed feelings for Zhou Feng? Yet, the age difference between them loomed large. "Someone is coming," Zhou Feng suddenly exclaimed. "Is it Qingjian?" Qin Xiaoxue's anxiety surged, and she quickly distanced herself from Zhou Feng. It is certain that Bai Qingjian, upon noticing her absence alongside Zhou Feng, has ventured out to search for them. If her daughter were to witness such a scene, Qin Xiaoxue would be at a loss for words. She is well aware of her daughter's fondness for Zhou Feng. However, to Qin Xiaoxue's astonishment, Zhou Feng unexpectedly pulled her back into his embrace. Her heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that Zhou Feng intends to confront her daughter? What would Bai Qingjian think of her? It was not Bai Qingjian, but rather the sound of a man's footsteps. Zhou Feng squinted, directing his gaze toward a certain direction. He discerned the unmistakable sound of footsteps upon the branches. That was certainly no creature of the wild. Qin Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned. A man? Could it be Fan Jian or Yang Wei? They had no reason to be here. Yet, as Qin Xiaoxue realized that Zhou Feng's focus was not on their camp, her complexion turned pale. If someone approached from that direction, it could not possibly be one of their companions. Who could it be? The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Moments later, Zhou Feng finally spoke. "The person has left." He shook his head, his expression grave. "Who was it that departed?" Qin Xiaoxue inquired anxiously. "I do not know." That individual was quite cautious. Zhou Feng too was uncertain if the stranger had detected their presence. "This place is no longer safe." Qin Xiaoxue's voice trembled. What was initially perceived as a secure refuge now revealed lurking threats. On this island, it seemed that safety was a mere illusion. "Let us return at once." "I shall keep watch tonight," Zhou Feng declared, narrowing his eyes. The two hastily made their way back to the camp. "Where have you been?" Bai Qingjian stood at the entrance, regarding them with curiosity. Qin Xiaoxue had yet to devise an explanation. Zhou Feng, however, promptly responded. "I thought I spotted a wild boar passing by, so I took Aunt Qin out to have a look." "A wild boar? Is it possible to see one at this hour?" Bai Qingjian was somewhat bewildered. "Yes, a large wild boar passed by, enough to sustain us for several days. But it ran away too swiftly," Zhou Feng affirmed with a serious nod. "What a pity. If only it had been daytime, we could have caught it," Bai Qingjian lamented. her imagination already conjuring the taste of wild boar meat. All right, let us retire for the night, Zhou Feng said with a cheerful smile. Qin Xiaoxue found herself both amused and exasperated. This foolish child genuinely believed in the presence of a wild boar. Fortunately, her daughter was so naive that she harbored no suspicion. Otherwise, a restful night would be out of the question. We shall go rest now, Qin Xiaoxue remarked as she and Bai Qingjian returned to their room. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he sat at the entrance of the camp, gazing up at the starry sky. A sense of wistfulness enveloped him. He had heard that one could discern their location by observing the stars above. Yet Zhou Feng remained utterly oblivious to such knowledge, merely staring in wonder. As dawn broke, the others began to awaken, emerging from their thatched dwellings to find Zhou Feng seated outside. "Boss, why are you up so early?" Sun Hong exclaimed, astonished. "Last night, I kept vigil without a moment's slumber, and it was decided that everyone would take turns in this duty." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. However, for the others, it was arranged that 2 individuals would form a pair for the night watch, to prevent anyone from succumbing to fatigue and dozing off. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, was different. Despite enduring a long night, he felt no weariness at all. In fact, even as the temperature dropped in the early hours, he remained unperturbed by the chill. Truly a remarkable leader. He sets an exemplary standard for us, Fan Jian couldn't help but exclaim. If it were Manager Gua, he would certainly have sent them off. "Zhou Feng, you haven't slept all night. You should rest early," Bai Qingjian urged promptly. "Very well, I shall take a brief respite," Zhou Feng replied without hesitation, turning to retreat into the wooden cabin for some rest. When Zhou Feng awoke, it was already noon. To his astonishment, he discovered a pot brimming with fish and a few small shrimp. Thanks to Yang Wei's explanation, he learned that these were all caught by Fan Jian. In his youth, Fan Jian had a penchant for fishing and possessed numerous techniques for it. The fish trap they had previously used was crafted by him. This morning, Fan Jian had fashioned another trap and, accompanied by Yang Wei, ventured to the nearby stream to inspect. They found a section of the river where the waters were broad, teeming with fish and shrimp. Each time they lowered the trap, they managed to catch quite a bounty. "Fan Jian, you are quite impressive," Zhou Feng remarked, patting him on the shoulder. He had not anticipated Fan Jian would possess such a skill. "It's merely a trivial skill. It pales in comparison to your prowess in fishing, boss," Fan Jian replied, feeling somewhat bashful and humbled in Zhou Feng's presence. "It is best when everyone can contribute their strengths," Zhou Feng sincerely expressed. After all, relying solely on oneself would make survival on this desolate island exceedingly challenging. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran, the 3 women, also found tasks to undertake. Upon waking, they began washing the dishes and processing the fish entrails, jobs that were rather grimy and laborious. Qin Xiaoxue found herself relieved, as she and Bai Qingjian picked wild fruits nearby. When it came time for a meal, Zhou Feng sampled the fish soup. Though it bore a hint of fishiness, the flavor was rich, and there was salt present. It turned out that Li Ran and the others had discovered coarse salt, packed in a wooden barrel beneath the stone beds in their room. It was likely derived from seawater evaporation. The group could dine comfortably for a while without worrying about salt. "I plan to explore the surroundings," Zhou Feng announced while enjoying his fish. "Xiao Feng, what do you intend to do?" Qin Xiaoxue suddenly felt anxious. There was danger lurking everywhere. Was it not the case that Manager Gua's group had met their demise for trespassing here? Zhou Feng felt a swell of emotion upon hearing Qin Xiaoxue's concern. It reassured him that his actions from the previous night had not angered her. With that thought, his gaze toward her became fervent once more. Qin Xiaoxue sensed his intense gaze and could not help but blush, because Qin Xiaoxue understood the meaning behind that gaze. "I began to survey the surroundings to avert any further peril." Zhou Feng commenced his explanation, recounting the incident from the previous night, where he suspected the presence of an unfamiliar individual. Although it was merely conjecture, one fact was indisputable. There were certainly other survivors, or perhaps even wild inhabitants nearby. They needed to exercise caution to ensure their survival. "Then I shall accompany you, along with Fan Jian. 3 of us will be safer," Yang Wei promptly declared. Chapter 27. Trouble arises. No. If we all depart, what will happen to the camp if it is attacked? The women would find it exceedingly difficult to defend themselves. Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. To speak bluntly, on such a desolate island, women are exceedingly coveted. Zhou Feng believed that the other survivors would not hold women in the same regard as they did. They would have likely already unleashed their frustrations. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei instinctively glanced at Li Ran. The true danger on the island lay with the indigenous people. Zhou Feng squinted. The combat prowess of the natives would undoubtedly surpass that of the other survivors. In comparison, the latter were hardly worth mentioning. What troubled Zhou Feng even more was the possibility of an even greater threat lurking on the island. Contemplating this, he instinctively grasped the pendant hidden beneath his collar. Was there truly only one of these pendants? Did the others on the island possess similar items? What if someone, like himself, had enhanced physical capabilities across the board? Would he be able to contend with such an opponent? Boss, you ponder too much, but you are right. Fan Jian nodded, simultaneously admiring Zhou Feng for his farsightedness. After their meal, Zhou Feng began to explore westward. Based on his previous observations, they were likely situated in the central northern region of Paradise Island. The advantage of this location was the abundance of resources nearby. However, the drawbacks were far more pronounced. Aside from the beach to the north, other areas could potentially harbor enemies. Zhou Feng's intentions extended beyond merely scouting for adversaries. He also sought the stone tablet that Ho Chuan had mentioned. Yet, he dared not venture too far, merely surveying the immediate vicinity, regrettably yielding no significant findings. In the subsequent days, with ample food supply, the morale within the camp noticeably improved. The most significant transformation was seen in Li Ran and Yang Wei. Presumably, Li Ran's injuries had healed, and the previous night, the two had ventured into a thicket, emerging with a newfound closeness. Nevertheless, a minor incident occurred when Fan Jian expressed his interest in pursuing Lu Qingqing, only to be met with a firm rejection. Lu Qingqing stated that she had a boyfriend. Fan Jian felt awkward and tried to curry favor with Sun Hong. Yet she responded with even less warmth. Both women discerned that Fan Jian merely sought companionship on the island rather than genuine affection. Now that food was plentiful, they had no need to seek anyone's approval. Fan Jian, resigned, could only concede defeat. Zhou Feng sought an opportunity to engage with Qin Xiaoxue privately. However, in recent days, Qin Xiaoxue had been quite vigilant, remaining in the company of Bai Qingjian, which left Zhou Feng with little chance to approach her. Nonetheless, he was determined not to relinquish his pursuit. On this particular afternoon, an unexpected incident occurred. Fan Jian and Yang Wei returned from fishing over an hour later than usual, with Yang Wei supporting Fan Jian as they made their way back. Fan Jian's face was bruised and bloodied, and he appeared to be in a dazed state. As soon as they reached the camp, he collapsed. Yang Wei was not in much better condition, sporting numerous wounds himself. Upon seeing Yang Wei's plight, Li Ran was overcome with emotion and began to weep profusely, resembling a sorrowful figure in a painting. Zhou Feng and the others were deeply moved by this scene, as it was the first time they had witnessed Li Ran in tears, clearly affected by genuine feelings. I'm fine, it's Fan Jian who has hurt, Yang Wei expressed with evident concern. Zhou Feng quickly approached to assess the situation. He concluded that they had only sustained superficial injuries, with Fan Jian's scalp merely scratched. Fortunately, the bleeding had already been staunched. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, the group collectively exhaled in relief. However, they were still alarmed by Fan Jian's appearance. Wondering what had transpired, Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Yang Wei, gritting his teeth with anger, recounted, "We encountered several other survivors upstream. They stole our fish basket and the fish we had caught and assaulted us. Fan Jian was beaten more severely because he resisted." "How many were there?" Zhou Feng inquired. Knowing that both Yang Wei and Fan Jian had gone fishing armed with spears, 7 or 8 of them, particularly aggressive. Yang Wei nearly lost consciousness from rage. 7 or 8. Zhou Feng urged Yang Wei to calm down and relay the details slowly and thoroughly. Meanwhile, he instructed Qin Xiaoxue and the others to prepare lunch, utilizing the provisions they had stored. With some composure regained, Yang Wei recounted the events once more. They had gone upstream to fish as usual and had caught a substantial amount when suddenly 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the side, surrounding them completely. They were then presented with 2 options: to join them and return to their camp, where they claimed to have ample food and women, as they too were said to be from the Wanli ship. "Then why didn't you go to them?" Zhou Feng asked, intrigued. "Boss, you saved our lives. We cannot betray you shamelessly," Yang Wei replied earnestly, his expression turning sheepish. He further explained their reluctance to join the group, expressing doubts about the truthfulness of their claims. There was a significant risk that if they went with this band, they might be treated as mere laborers. Zhou Feng was surprised by Yang Wei's honesty in articulating his concerns. It was prudent on this desolate island to remain wary of placing trust in others too easily. After Yang Wei finished his account, Fan Jian also regained consciousness, still feeling disoriented. Fan Jian had collapsed on the ground, subjected to relentless kicks to the head by several individuals, resulting in his severe injuries. Sun Hong promptly placed Mu Wan in front of Fan Jian. "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter. I will confront them shortly," Zhou Feng assured Fan Jian. "I may have acted impulsively. Perhaps it is best not to engage with them." Fan Jian replied, shaking his head. "Their numbers are overwhelming. We encountered at least 7 or 8 of them. Who knows how many more are at their base?" Lu Qingqing remarked thoughtfully, "We can assist, but we must wait until Fan Jian and Yang Wei have recovered." Sun Hong nodded in agreement. To seek vengeance now seems too hasty. They all concurred. "Let us hear Zhou Feng's perspective." Qin Xiaoxue believed there must be a reason behind Zhou Feng's decision. The explanation was quite simple. We are no longer safe, Zhou Feng stated solemnly. Not safe? Sun Hong was taken aback. Indeed, their men are cunning. It is highly probable that we are being tracked, Zhou Feng affirmed. That is impossible. We were extremely cautious on our way back, Yang Wei interjected, having deliberately chosen a circuitous route to avoid being followed. No, you have been under surveillance for quite some time, Zhou Feng replied slowly. Under surveillance? Yang Wei was astonished. Zhou Feng recounted the events of that night when he noticed figures lurking nearby, which was why he had decided to keep watch. From the direction, it appears to be scouts dispatched from that base. Zhou Feng squinted towards the eastern horizon. In other words, we have been discovered. Yang Wei felt a cold sweat break out as he considered the reality of having been monitored these past few days. Their inaction likely stemmed from a fear of Wu Wenrong and his associates. Unaware that this camp had changed personnel, Zhou Feng elucidated. However, this recent attack was merely a test. If we had shown no reaction, they would certainly have advanced further into our territory. Next time, they may appear directly before us. Zhou Feng warned. Both Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing turned pale, fully aware of the dire consequences should they fall into the hands of those individuals. The outcome would undoubtedly be tragic, potentially akin to Li Ran's fate. Zhou Feng, what shall we do? Bai Qingjian inquired anxiously. At this juncture, we must prepare for both scenarios. If the situation deteriorates, we shall retreat and abandon this location for the cave, Zhou Feng replied decisively. The previous day, he had taken the opportunity to visit the cave, which was merely 3 kilometers away. Some of their belongings remained there, untouched, indicating that it was still a secure refuge. Though the cave was rather rudimentary, it offered safety. Zhou Feng nodded in affirmation. Following Zhou Feng's instructions, a few women were tasked with preparing some grass ropes and similar items, ensuring they could swiftly pack everything away without leaving a trace. Fan Jian and Yang Wei stood guard at the camp. Despite their injuries, they were the only ones to rely on in a critical moment. It was unthinkable to arm Qin Xiaoxue and the other women for defense. That would only serve to invigorate the enemy. Zhou Feng, armed with a spear and carrying a bulging backpack, made his way upstream along the river. His pack was filled with stones, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. The quality of the backpack he salvaged from a muscular man was commendable. Had it been an ordinary one, it would have already been crushed by the weight. These stones were Zhou Feng's weapons. Over the past few days, he had been honing his throwing skills and had even managed to hunt a few mountain chickens. He believed that with these stones, he could hold his own against 2 or 3 dozen adversaries. Though burdened with the weight, Zhou Feng felt no discomfort. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the fishing spot where Fan Jian and the others were. In the distance, he could see 3 men using a wooden fish trap to catch fish, alongside a basket made of branches that presumably held a good number of fish. Zhou Feng recognized the fish trap as belonging to Fan Jian. Hey, that's my property, Zhou Feng called out as he approached the riverbank. The 3 men turned around in alarm, their faces pale. However, upon realizing that only Zhou Feng had come, their expressions brightened into smiles. Your property? What relation do you have with those 2 useless ones? One of the taller men sneered. At this distance, Zhou Feng could easily eliminate all 3 of them, especially since he noticed that their weapons were merely sharpened sticks. However, he had no intention of revealing his lethal weapon just yet. Where is your leader? I wish to speak with him, Zhou Feng said calmly. Heh, a mere kid thinks he can meet our leader? The man scoffed, stepping out of the water and approaching Zhou Feng. Now, Zhou Feng could see him clearly. He stood at least 6 feet tall. I need to speak with your leader. Zhou Feng reiterated. Who do you think you are? The tall man replied with a mocking smirk before suddenly lunging forward, throwing a punch aimed at Zhou Feng's face. The other 2 men braced themselves to watch the spectacle, convinced of the clear disparity in size between the 2. Yet, as the tall man swung his fist, Zhou Feng effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The man felt an intense pain surge through him. Thud. The man abruptly knelt on the ground, retching violently. Perhaps it was due to the absence of substantial nourishment that he could only expel a bitter yellow liquid. The other 2 individuals were taken aback, utterly astonished by the sheer prowess displayed by Zhou Feng, who had effortlessly defeated the towering man. Take me to your leader, Zhou Feng stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the remaining 2. They exchanged glances, and without a word, charged at Zhou Feng in unison. If 3 of them could not handle a single opponent, they would have no explanation upon their return. The man in front brandished a wooden stick. Lunging towards Zhou Feng's chest, Zhou Feng let out a cold chuckle, evading the attack with a swift sidestep, then seized the assailant's wrist. With a sharp twist, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The man let out a pained cry, and the stick clattered to the ground. Zhou Feng followed up with a powerful punch to the man's jaw, sending him flying. The last remaining individual stood frozen in terror, clutching the wooden stick, clearly unprepared for Zhou Feng's overwhelming strength. Yet, Zhou Feng did not spare him either. He delivered a swift kick to the man's face, the impact resounding as he collapsed. A distinct shoe print marking his visage, blood streaming from his nose. "If you wish to live, stand up," Zhou Feng commanded with a disdainful grunt. Hesitantly, the three men rose to their feet, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. They had comprehended the lethal capabilities Zhou Feng had just exhibited. Realizing that he could easily eliminate them, they were baffled, unable to fathom how such a formidable individual could exist, one even stronger than their leader. "What of the others? There were 7 or 8 of you when you attacked my friend." Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. The trio exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. Zhou Feng, displaying a decisive demeanor, raised his spear towards the first man who had charged. "Answer me, or I will end you," he warned. Wait, I'll talk," the towering man exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. "They have already returned to the camp, haven't they?" Zhou Feng inquired further. The large man hesitated momentarily. In the next moment, Zhou Feng's fist struck his nose with force. The man staggered back, clutching his bloodied face, a mix of anger and humiliation washing over him. "You," he exclaimed, feeling both furious and powerless. Despite there being 3 of them, Zhou Feng seemed to focus solely on him. The large man glanced at his companions, who kept their heads low, silent as statues, clearly unwilling to intervene even if Zhou Feng were to take his life. "I demand the truth." The large man gritted his teeth, recounting the series of events. Just as Zhou Feng had surmised, they had discovered Fan Jian and Yang Wei 2 days prior, secretly trailing them to ascertain their movements before launching their attack. "So, you are aware of our base's location?" Zhou Feng said, his eyes narrowing. We do not know." "We do not know?" The man insisted fervently. "There are so many of you. We dare not provoke. We merely wish to seize this place." The tall man hastily gestured dismissively. "So many of us." Zhou Feng silently nodded, realizing that these individuals had indeed misinterpreted the situation. They likely assumed that all of them were affiliated with Wu Wenrong. "Take me to your leader," Zhou Feng declared. "Follow me," the tall man instructed, leading the way. "You too, stay close to him," Zhou Feng directed the remaining 2 individuals. The 2 immediately complied, while Zhou Feng trailed behind the 3 of them. They navigated alongside the river for over half an hour, covering a distance of more than a kilometer. Upon passing a tree, they veered right. Zhou Feng noticed a triangular symbol carved into the tree trunk, marked with an indication pointing in the direction they had turned. Observing this, Zhou Feng nodded to himself, surmising that it was a marker left by this group to prevent getting lost in the jungle. This also implied that by following these signs, one could locate their base. After approximately another 10 minutes, they arrived at an open clearing, merely a few hundred meters from the beach. Zhou Feng glanced around and spotted a camp, where at least a dozen individuals were bustling about, both men and women, all engaged in constructing a fence made of branches to enclose a vast area, keeping wild animals at bay. However, the structures within were rather rudimentary, constructed from branches and topped with large palm leaves, providing only minimal warmth at night. Protection from wind and rain was utterly impossible, and it was likely that even a moderate downpour would obliterate them. Yet, this was understandable, after all. The survivors' attire appeared quite pristine, unmistakably marking them as survivors from the Wanli. They had likely only been here a few days, with most of their efforts directed towards foraging for food, leaving little time for building proper shelter. As they approached the vicinity of the base, the 3 exchanged knowing glances and, without hesitation, sprinted towards it. "Enemies! Enemies!" they shouted in unison. Instantly, the camp erupted into chaos, with everyone on high alert. The men within the base armed themselves with wooden sticks, while the women huddled together, trembling. Among them, however, was one remarkable exception, a woman with sun-kissed skin and a statuesque figure, exuding an aura reminiscent of a supermodel, bearing the striking features of a mixed heritage. "What is happening?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. "That guy? P.S. looking for trouble." The tall man gestured urgently. The other 2 echoed his gestures. The woman's expression turned icy as she swiftly delivered a sharp kick to the tall man's abdomen. The tall man let out a cry of agony, collapsing once more to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng furrowed his brows in perplexity. What is happening? Is this woman the leader of the base? Impossible. Although Zhou Feng could discern that this woman possessed a certain level of combat prowess, undoubtedly having trained in martial arts, her physique clearly indicated that she was not a professional fighter. The disparity between men and women transcends mere strength and stature. "Who brought you here? Are you unaware of the consequences?" The woman gritted her teeth. The tall man curled up on the ground, barely managing to lift his head, on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortune. Having just been beaten by Zhou Feng, he now found himself at the mercy of the leader's sister, Tang Fu. However, the next unfolding event brought him some relief, for Tang Fu did not spare the other two individuals, delivering them a fierce blow as well. After dispatching several of them, Tang Fu finally turned her gaze towards Zhou Feng. What is your name? Are you also a survivor from the Wanli? She inquired. Zhou Feng, however, did not respond but coldly stated, hand them over. A look of confusion crossed Tang Fu's face, clearly failing to comprehend Zhou Feng's words. I demand the ones who harmed my friends. I intend to teach them a lesson, Zhou Feng declared. Upon hearing this, several men present erupted in laughter. Astonished that this brash young man would dare to confront them, a bald man stepped forward, excitedly gesticulating. I've already dealt with your two useless friends. One individual, clutching his head on the ground, was met with the bald man's escalating enthusiasm. But in the next instant, a stone soared through the air, striking him fiercely on the shoulder. Crack! Oh! The bald man cried out, instantly silencing the crowd, who stared in shock at his arm. The bald man, clad only in a tank top, revealed the swollen area where the stone had struck, likely indicating a broken bone. In such circumstances, a fracture would prove even more arduous. You! Tang Fu's fury ignited as she glared at Zhou Feng. A few individuals, unable to contain themselves, rushed forward, emboldened by the knowledge that Zhou Feng stood alone. However, rather than retreating, Zhou Feng maintained his ground, hurling the stone he had prepared with great force towards the advancing group. Thwack! 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 The sound echoed as the foremost individuals fell to the ground, writhing and wailing in pain. Witnessing this, the others gasped in shock, scrambling backward in panic. No longer daring to advance, Tang Fu stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom how a single individual could instill such fear in their group. Chapter 30. One-on-one who is not afraid of death? Step forward and give it a try. However, the next time, I shall target your skull, Zhou Feng remarked coldly, simultaneously retrieving several stones from his backpack, clenching them in his hand. Tang Fu's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that just Zhou Feng alone could instill such fear in their numbers. Yet, they were utterly helpless against him. Charge! Observing Zhou Feng's demeanor, it was evident he was not someone easily overtaken. We've struck you twice. Now you've taken on so many of us. Shouldn't that settle the score? Tang Fu gritted her teeth. Zhou Feng's gaze shifted to the injured individuals, who were far worse off than Fan Jian. What about our compensation? Zhou Feng inquired further. Compensation? Tang Fu was momentarily taken aback. Given their numerous injuries, Zhou Feng actually had the audacity to demand compensation. You initiated the attack to seize our fish. It is only fair for you to compensate us now, Zhou Feng stated matter-of-factly. But you have left our people in such a state. Is there any compensation for that? Tang Fu suppressed her fury. That was their own folly, Zhou Feng scoffed. Tang Fu was nearly enraged to the point of explosion. What kind of logic was this? However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that perhaps there was no logic at all. Everything was dictated by brute strength. At that moment, a man emerged from a nearby grass hut. Zhou Feng instantly recognized him as a mixed-blood individual. Brother, Tang Fu exclaimed, visibly relieved upon seeing him. What has transpired? Tang Cheng squinted at Zhou Feng, while the surrounding crowd began to chatter animatedly. You possess some skill, but if you seek compensation, it shall not be so simple. Tang Cheng cracked his knuckles, producing a sharp, cracking sound, clearly a warning to Zhou Feng. Then you shall never know peace. I can ensure you won't even be able to leave your camp, Zhou Feng retorted without a hint of trepidation. Tang Cheng scrutinized Zhou Feng from head to toe, nodding slowly. I believe you have that capability, but I have a proposition. How about a one-on-one duel? If you defeat me, I shall grant you compensation that will satisfy you. However, if you lose, you must join my camp and serve as my subordinate. Tang Cheng was the leader of this camp. Ever since awakening on the beach alongside his sister, he had been gathering survivors, quickly amassing dozens and establishing this camp, momentarily addressing their food shortages. As a fitness coach and an amateur boxer, Tang Cheng was brimming with confidence, believing few could rival him in such a setting. An appealing compensation? I am curious to see what it entails. Zhou Feng expressed genuine interest in the offer. Tang Cheng smiled, then pulled someone from the grass hut he had just exited. The individual appeared to be in their 20s, radiating a certain charm. How about this woman? She's quite splendid, Tang Cheng said with a grin. Brother Tang, I don't want to go over there. The woman suddenly cried out in distress. Slap. Tang Cheng, showing no hesitation, struck with a resounding slap. A 5-finger mark appeared on the woman's cheek. I saved your life. You belong to me, and you will do as I command. After such a blow, the woman dared not weep further, merely sobbing softly. I have no interest in your woman, Zhou Feng remarked, shaking his head. Do you prefer men? Tang Cheng's expression shifted, instinctively taking a step back. If his opponent were a man of delicate tastes, it would indeed be quite discomforting for Tang Cheng, causing him to feel that he had acted recklessly by suggesting a duel. I want those things, Zhou Feng stated, pointing towards a row of shelves. There lay 7 or 8 mountain chickens, already plucked and cleaned, all preserved with sea salt, evidently a stockpile of food, a precious resource. Tang Fu immediately became anxious. Lacking proper tools, hunting the mountain chickens would prove exceedingly difficult. They could only set simple traps. Huh, are they worth more than a person? Zhou Feng scoffed, leaving Tang Fu momentarily speechless. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had to concede that on this deserted island, the value of a few mountain chickens might indeed surpass that of a single human. Fine, I agree, Tang Qing nodded. Merely observing Zhou Feng's prowess in throwing stones convinced him that with Zhou Feng joining their base, the difficulty of procuring food would significantly diminish, alleviating the need to compete with others for fish. The fish snatching operation was an order issued by Tang Cheng, aimed at gauging the reaction of the neighboring base. His scouts had already reported the presence of several men in the adjacent base, which had kept Tang Cheng on high alert in recent days, rendering him hesitant to approach. Only after his base had increased in numbers did he feel emboldened to probe the situation. Of course, Tang Cheng had no inkling that he was actually observing Wu Wenrong and his companions, who had already been eliminated by Zhou Feng. Let us proceed, Tang Cheng declared, stepping away from the enclosure and advancing towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng placed his backpack on the ground, and the two approached each other cautiously. As they drew near, Tang Cheng suddenly launched an attack. He lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Zhou Feng's face, intending to catch him off guard and assert dominance through sheer force of presence. However, to Tang Cheng's astonishment, Zhou Feng's speed was remarkable. He effortlessly leaned back to evade the incoming punch. A skilled fighter. Tang Cheng's mind raced to conclude that Zhou Feng must have trained in boxing. Typically, only a trained fighter would possess such instinctive reflexes to evade a punch. This reaction stemmed not from a learned technique, but from a simple muscle memory developed through years of training. Upon seeing the fist, one instinctively knows how to avoid it. Yet, soon Tang Cheng realized he was mistaken. Zhou Feng had never practiced boxing. His quick reflexes were merely a natural gift, and his punches lacked any form or technique, relying solely on speed. However, this fist was not only swift, but also possessed immense power. Tang Cheng instinctively shielded his head with his arms, thus only needing to guard against attacks aimed at his abdomen. Yet, to Tang Cheng's astonishment, Zhou Feng targeted his arms instead. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive heavy blows struck him. Tang Cheng felt as though his arms might shatter. The force was overwhelming. Ultimately, Tang Cheng resolved to fight back. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to Zhou Feng's abdomen, preparing to follow up with 2 swift punches. However, Zhou Feng remained unfazed by the kick and instead seized Tang Cheng's leg, effortlessly toppling him to the ground. As Tang Cheng's head struck the earth, he felt a buzzing sensation in his mind. Chapter 31. Ant agreed, struggling to rise. Tang Cheng found himself denied the opportunity by Zhou Feng, who instead landed a kick to his abdomen. This caused Tang Cheng to curl up like a shrimp, barely able to protect his head. How can you still strike when I am down? Have you no shame? Tang Fu exclaimed in frustration, her eyes blazing with anger. She even attempted to rush forward to assist, only to be restrained by several bystanders. After all, her advancing would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Did you have any dignity when you were robbing us? When 7 or 8 of you were attacking just the 2 of us, did you think of honor? Just now, a group wanted to deal with me alone. Where was your sense of decency? We are not in a ring now. What is wrong with me kicking him a few times? As Zhou Feng's words echoed, he landed another brutal kick on Tang Cheng. Tang Fu's fury ignited further, and she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. 4. As Zhou Feng had stated, the fault lay with them. I concede, Tang Cheng finally admitted, unable to endure any longer. Moreover, he realized Zhou Feng was ruthless. If he did not promptly acknowledge his defeat, he might truly face dire consequences. Hand over the goods, Zhou Feng commanded, directing his attention to Tang Fu and the others. You all, give him what he wants. Tang Fu's face contorted with resentment. Why should we? These items were captured by us. Yes. We haven't even had a bite to eat. We've merely subsisted on coconuts and fish for days. Yet, the inhabitants of the camp expressed their discontent. These mountain chickens were the fruits of their arduous labor over the past several days. Anyone with objections may leave the camp. Tang Fu's icy gaze swept across each individual. Upon hearing her words, the crowd lowered their heads, none daring to voice further dissent. For they understood well that in such an environment, unity was essential for survival. Although Tang Cheng had lost this time, he remained a commendable leader. If they were to abandon the camp, where else could they seek refuge? There was no better place to go. To establish another camp would mean forsaking their current possessions. Handed over, Tang Cheng gasped, managing to rise with difficulty. Though his head still felt somewhat dizzy, he was relieved that the ground beneath him was soft and forgiving. Otherwise, I might have faced dire consequences. With Tang Cheng's orders, A few reluctant individuals began to take action. They procured a wooden stick and bound the mountain chickens to it, subsequently presenting it to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng effortlessly hoisted the stick, appearing remarkably at ease. My brother, my previous words still hold true. You are always welcome here, Tang Cheng stated solemnly. Not interested, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head before turning to leave. Brother, are we just going to let him walk away? Tang Fu clenched her fists, a look of discontent on her face. What else can we do? Tang Cheng replied with a bitter smile. We cannot initiate an all-out war. Zhou Feng alone is already challenging enough to handle. What would happen if we engaged in full-scale conflict? I shudder to think of the potential losses. More critically, I have no idea how many opponents we face. That individual. Tang Fu's eyes brimmed with frustration. Zhou Feng returned to the camp, carrying the mountain chickens on his back. The sight of those chickens left everyone momentarily stunned. Where did they come from? Did you catch them? But these are freshly marinated, Zhou Feng explained. Compensation? They must be rather generous, Bai Qinjian remarked with a puzzled expression. Impossible. Xiao Feng, what did you do? Qin Xiaoxue discerned the truth. This is definitely not a voluntary offering from them. Zhou Feng recounted the events. Boss, you are incredible, Yang Wei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had not anticipated Zhou Feng's formidable combat prowess. Thank you, boss. Fan Jian expressed his gratitude, deeply touched that Zhou Feng had avenged him. Those fellows won't come looking for trouble, will they? Sun Hong voiced her concerns. They lack the courage for that, but we must remain vigilant and arrange for patrols outside. Zhou Feng replied in a grave tone. Arrange patrols? The group looked troubled. They were already few in number, with only 8 individuals. Now they had to gather food, patrol, and keep watch at night. Even when going out to fish, they had to exercise extreme caution, wary of potential attacks. Everyone, do not panic. We have enough food to last for a while. We need not stockpile excessively at this moment. Our safety is the utmost priority, Zhou Feng began to reassure them. Though uncertain about this paradise island, it appeared to be a tropical locale, unlikely to experience sudden drops in temperature. If that day were ever to arrive, they would deal with it then. For now, safety was paramount. Zhou Feng subsequently arranged for food collection to require at least 3 individuals per group. As for the patrols, he decided to take that responsibility upon himself, confident that their adversaries would not create further disturbances. Dinner consisted of fruits and 2 mountain chickens, accompanied by a pot of soup. The mountain chickens on this island were relatively small, each weighing less than 2 pounds. After gutting them, they became even smaller. With 8 people sharing 2 chickens, the portions were scant, yet the meal was exceptionally satisfying. After all, these mountain chickens were not caught by their own hands. After finishing their meal, everyone retired for the night rather early. Zhou Feng, Fan Jian, and Sun Hong all possessed mobile phones. Yet they had long since run out of battery and were rendered useless. Without any form of entertainment, it was all too easy to succumb to slumber in the evening. Coupled with their insufficient nourishment and a day filled with labor, sleep came swiftly to most. However, Zhou Feng found himself tossing and turning, unable to doze off. Thus, he ventured out from the straw hut, casting a glance towards Qin Xiaoxue's room. This night, Bai Qinjian and Sun Hong were keeping watch, leaving the room unoccupied. They were stationed on a hillside not far from the camp, where visibility was superior, allowing them to oversee their surroundings. Thus, it was clear that Qin Xiaoxue was alone in her chamber. Zhou Feng hesitated at the entrance, contemplating for a considerable time. The entrance was merely a curtain fashioned from grass mats, offering little in terms of security, yet it did shield against the night breeze and provided a semblance of privacy. To enter, one merely needed to lift the curtain. Ultimately, however, Zhou Feng retreated to his own room. This might have been a rare opportunity to connect with Qin Xiaoxue. Yet if she continuously rebuffed him, there was little he could do. Unexpectedly, shortly after he returned to his room, someone pushed the door open. It was none other than Qin Xiaoxue. Aunt Qin? Zhou Feng exclaimed with a look of surprise. Xiao Feng, I have agreed to what you mentioned last time. Qin Xiaoxue replied, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 32. Caught off guard at first, Zhou Feng was taken aback. The matter they had discussed previously pertained to gathering food or some form of labor, yet as realization dawned upon him, he understood that Qin Xiaoxue's late-night visit was certainly not for trivial matters. It was to become his girlfriend. Aunt Qin, is it true? Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Zhou Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sprang up from his bed. It is true, but we must agree on 2 conditions. Qin Xiaoxue said softly, nodding and taking a seat beside Zhou Feng. Aunt Qin, please tell me. Zhou Feng responded eagerly, ready to fulfill any request she might propose. The first condition was that Bai Qinjian must not be informed. Qin Xiaoxue blushed further, expressing her concern over how she would face her daughter if she discovered her agreement to become Zhou Feng's girlfriend. This is not an issue. Zhou Feng hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. Given the confined space of their base, avoiding Bai Qinjian would certainly prove challenging. Yet the mere fact that Qin Xiaoxue had consented to be his girlfriend filled Zhou Feng with exhilaration. He worried that if he pressed for additional conditions, Qin Xiaoxue might retract her agreement. The second condition was that they must not engage in any physical relationship. Qin Xiaoxue turned her head away, her voice barely audible. Aunt Qin, rest assured, I would never impose such demands, Zhou Feng thought joyfully. The mere acknowledgement of her as his girlfriend was more than enough to satisfy him. Yet, a lingering question remained. But Aunt Qin, why now? Zhou Feng inquired, still puzzled as to why Qin Xiaoxue had suddenly agreed to his proposition. Today, as I watched you depart, clarity washed over me. If, perchance, you were never to return, I would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. One must live a life devoid of regrets. You have assisted me so greatly. It is only fitting that I extend you an opportunity as well. Above all, I find you to be incredibly manly. By the time Qin Xiaoxue uttered this last sentiment, her voice had dwindled to a whisper. Yet, Zhou Feng's face radiated with joy. In truth, Zhou Feng harbored no desire to take advantage of a vulnerable moment, nor did he wish to manipulate Qin Xiaoxue's emotions for his own survival. However, he could not suppress the tumultuous feelings within him. Aunt Qin, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I will bring you happiness. Zhou Feng grasped Qin Xiaoxue's hands. His tone grave. Tears shimmered in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes, as she genuinely felt the passion of the young man before her. This was a fervor she had never experienced before. Her previous marriage lacked profound emotion. Her husband was reserved, never expressing his feelings. Aunt Qin, may I kiss you? Zhou Feng gazed deeply into Qin Xiaoxue's eyes. Did I not just say we should not have such relations? Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. But a kiss doesn't count as a relationship, does it? You didn't say I couldn't kiss you, and besides, we kissed last time. Zhou Feng continued. I am not prepared for this, Qin Xiaoxue replied, her cheeks aflame. Yet before she could finish her thought, Zhou Feng leaned closer. She felt her mouth filled in an instant, making even breathing a challenge. However, unlike before, she quickly surrendered to the sensation, having grown fond of it. This time, Zhou Feng's arms encircled her waist, and he sought to deepen their connection. Just then, a voice rang out, Mom, I'm so hungry. Is there any wild fruit left? Bai Qingjian entered, lifting the curtain. Earlier, Qin Xiaoxue had concocted an excuse about discussing matters with Zhou Feng. Upon entering, Bai Qingjian discovered the two of them locked in an intimate embrace. Qin Xiaoxue promptly pushed Zhou Feng away. What are you two doing? Bai Qingjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had not witnessed a kiss, the scene was undeniably suggestive. Cough, we weren't doing anything. Zhou Feng cleared his throat. He had indeed heard Bai Qingjian's footsteps, but had thought little of it. Assuming merely that someone was passing by, he never anticipated that she would walk in unannounced. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Although Qin Xiaoxue was reluctant for Bai Qingjian to learn of their affair, Zhou Feng believed that living in close quarters would inevitably lead to exposure. It was better to shatter this veil of secrecy sooner rather than later. I'll help Zhou Feng examine the scar on his forehead. Qin Xiaoxue hastily fabricated an excuse. Examine a scar? In this room? Bai Qingjian looked skeptical. The moon is lovely tonight, and visibility outside is excellent. Yet, this thatched hut is pitch dark. One can hardly see anything. If you wish to look at the scar, it should be done during the day. Upon encountering Bai Qingjian's skepticism, Qin Xiaoxue promptly nudged Zhou Feng, signaling him to assist in concealing her predicament. I experienced a bit of discomfort earlier. Aunt Qin helped me massage it, she stated. Zhou Feng cradled his head, exclaiming, my head aches. You aren't falling ill, are you? Bai Qingjian, upon hearing this, grew anxious and immediately pressed her hand against Zhou Feng's forehead. Indeed, it feels a bit warm. What shall we do? Bai Qingjian expressed her concern, realizing they were devoid of any medicinal supplies. Should anyone fall ill, they would have to endure it. Well, I don't think it's that serious. Zhou Feng scratched his head, revealing that his forehead was indeed warm from prolonged contact with Qin Xiaoxue. Really? Then why does your head hurt? Bai Qingjian inquired, puzzled. Perhaps it's a lingering effect from the last injury I sustained. Zhou Feng fabricated an excuse. You should take care. Bai Qingjian continued to exhibit worry. Zhou Feng engaged in a few more trivial exchanges before reluctantly departing the room, lamenting that had Bai Qingjian not returned unexpectedly, he might have progressed further. Just a fraction more. However, he consoled himself with the thought that there would certainly be another opportunity. The following morning, Fan Jian and Yang Wei remained indoors, both recuperating from their injuries. Yang Wei was capable of performing light chores to lend a hand, yet Fan Jian's injury was more severe, prompting Zhou Feng to advise him to rest. Fan Jian felt a surge of gratitude, never anticipating that he would be allowed to recuperate from a work-related injury under such circumstances. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng carried a wooden bucket towards the woods, filled with small fish and shrimp. He intended to set traps in hopes of capturing some wildlife. His traps were simple, fashioned from rope, and considered one of the most rudimentary yet effective methods. As long as a small animal's leg got ensnared, it would be easily caught. Along his path, Zhou Feng set traps wherever he discovered signs of animals and placed a few small fish as bait. Before long, he had exhausted the several traps he carried. With luck as his only recourse, he prepared to return when, suddenly, he heard a scream emanating from nearby. Chapter 33. Wild boar. Zhou Feng swiftly discerned that the commotion did not originate from his camp, but rather from the direction of Tang Cheng's group. Had they encountered trouble? Regardless of the situation, Zhou Feng resolved to investigate. He sprinted through the underbrush and soon discerned the unfolding scene. 1 man and 3 women, a total of 4 individuals, were confronting a wild boar. The beast was massive, weighing at least 200 pounds, a considerable size for a wild boar. Its long tusks were sharp, and its blood-red eyes were fixed on the quartet. Zhou Feng immediately recognized the mixed heritage beauty, Tang Fu. At that moment, Tang Fu was also panting heavily, astonished that their simple excursion for water had led them to confront such a perilous creature. Calm down. Let us think of a solution, Tang Fu said through gritted teeth, clutching a wooden stick in her hand. The others, too, bore similar makeshift weapons. However, upon witnessing the massive wild boar, the 2 girls did not wait for Tang Fu to finish her words. They discarded their sticks and fled. You all, Tang Fu exclaimed in exasperation, taken aback by their sudden retreat at such a critical moment. Let us run as well, another man shouted, promptly dashing in a different direction. Though he spoke of unity, his solitary escape was devoid of hesitation. Scoundrel! Tang Fu seethed with indignation. These 3 individuals were utterly shameless. What plunged Tang Fu deeper into despair was the fact that the wild boar chose not to pursue the fleeing trio. Instead, it remained fixated on her. With no other option, she turned and fled. Yet, a more harrowing scene unfolded. The wild boar was in hot pursuit of her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she struggled to comprehend why the creature was fixated on her. Coincidentally, the direction in which Tang Fu ran led her to the vicinity of Zhou Feng. As the wild boar charged towards her thigh, she could not resist glancing back, her face contorted with fear. If the beast were to knock her down, she would surely meet her demise here. At that moment, Zhou Feng sprang into action. Emerging from behind a tree, he thrust a spear at the wild boar. Given the boar's tough hide, it was reasonable to assume that Zhou Feng's rudimentary spear would inflict minimal damage. However, fortune favored him as he struck the boar in the eye. The spearhead penetrated the creature's eye, provoking a frenzy of pain that sent the boar hurtling towards Zhou Feng. He swiftly dodged to the side, yet clinging to the spear caused him to be toppled to the ground. The wild boar, now one-eyed and disoriented, barreled forward without evading a nearby tree. Crashing into it with a thunderous thud, the beast lay on the ground, convulsing before ultimately succumbing to stillness. Are you all right? Tang Fu asked, glancing at Zhou Feng, hesitating whether to extend her hand to help him up. Had he not appeared just in time, she would have faced a grim fate. Yet, memories of Zhou Feng's previous misdeeds at the base lingered in her mind, fueling her resentment. His theft of several mountain chickens had severely undermined Tang Cheng's authority. As Tang Fu grappled with her conflicting emotions, Zhou Feng had already risen. This wild boar is mine. Do not even think of claiming my prize, he declared, striding toward the fallen creature. Uncertain whether the boar lay unconscious or lifeless, he prudently extracted the spear from its eye socket. Then, drawing forth a dagger, he severed the boar's throat, allowing its blood to pool upon the ground. In truth, boar's blood is a valuable resource, rich in various vitamins, capable of nourishing and revitalizing the spirit. However, at present, there is no method to process the pig's blood, and it must be wasted. The most crucial step is the bleeding, which can reduce the weight of the wild boar. Next week, Zhou Feng intends to bring the wild boar back with him. Tang Fu was nearly faint with anger. While she was contemplating how to express her gratitude, Zhou Feng suspected that she intended to seize his wild boar, especially since he remained squatting beside the boar, not sparing her a single glance. Tang Fu felt a surge of indignation. Wherever she went in the past, she was always the center of attention. Yet this fellow completely ignored her. Thank you, Tang Fu approached him. Zhou Feng, however, disregarded her and stood up to remove his upper garment. What are you doing? Tang Fu gasped in surprise, hastily retreating. One hand stealthily reached for the dagger at her waist, which she kept for self-defense. What do you think I'm doing? I simply wish to avoid soiling my clothes. Zhou Feng replied with a dismissive expression. This was his only set of clothing, and if it became stained with blood, he would have no means of wearing it afterward. Clothing posed a significant dilemma, not only for Zhou Feng but also for the others in the camp, all of whom had but one set of clothes. It was likely they would soon wear them out, necessitating the search for alternatives. Zhou Feng wrapped his short-sleeved shirt around his waist and donned his outer jacket again. Even if the jacket became bloodied, he could make do. He then grasped the hind leg of the wild boar. Observing this action, Tang Fu shook her head internally. How could he possibly carry it? You saved me. I can have my brother send someone to help you carry the wild boar, she quickly suggested, hoping to repay Zhou Feng's act of heroism. However, what left Tang Fu utterly astonished was that Zhou Feng effortlessly flipped the boar onto his back. How is that possible? She exclaimed. This enormous wild boar weighed over 200 pounds. Zhou Feng bore it on his back and walked at a brisk pace. Just how strong was this man? After taking only a few steps, Zhou Feng noticed that Tang Fu had followed him from behind. What do you want? He turned around helplessly, irritation evident in his tone. I want to thank you, Tang Fu stammered, feeling a bit awkward. Thank you? What about your sincerity? Zhou Feng inquired. Sincerity? Tang Fu was taken aback. If you truly wish to thank me, you ought to present something of value, rather than merely uttering a few words, Zhou Feng remarked coolly. Tang Fu was once again left speechless. She had not anticipated Zhou Feng to be so pragmatic. In the past, she would have readily offered money. Any problem that could be resolved with currency was not a significant issue. But now, she had nothing to offer. It would be absurd to promise him monetary gratitude after leaving the island. That would merely be wishful thinking. With nothing to offer, she felt it futile to speak of thanks. Zhou Feng left her with that remark and turned to walk away, leaving Tang Fu alone to stamp her feet in frustration. She had never encountered a man so indifferent towards her. At that moment, a large crowd of people rushed over from the distance. Chapter 34, Clothing. Are you all right? Tang Cheng arrived with a group of people. The ones who had fled earlier returned to the camp, informing Tang Cheng of their encounter with the wild boar. Now, the wild boar was chasing after Tang Fu. I'm fine. Tang Fu shook her head. Then her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on a man within the crowd. It was the man who had abandoned her to flee. The man immediately hung his head, too intimidated to speak. As long as you're okay, where's the wild boar? Tang Cheng inquired. With so many people gathered, Tang Cheng not only aimed to rescue, but also intended to eliminate the wild boar. It was taken down by the guy who came to the camp last time. Tang Fu described the scene. What? He killed the wild boar by himself? And carried it back? Tang Cheng's face was a mask of disbelief. If these words hadn't come from Tang Fu, he would have found them utterly implausible. Moreover, according to the description, the wild boar weighed over 200 pounds. How could an ordinary person manage to carry it so effortlessly? Yet, bloodstains could be seen on the ground, trailing toward the direction of the enemy base. Well, as long as you're unharmed, Tang Cheng sighed with relief. Surviving the wild boar's attack was no small feat nevertheless. Tang Cheng felt a pang of regret. If Zhou Feng could join their side, it would undoubtedly bolster their combat strength. However, as he observed the blood trail, Tang Cheng fell into contemplation. When Zhou Feng returned carrying the wild boar, the people in the camp were astonished. Boss, you're incredible, Sun Hong exclaimed. Such a massive wild boar. We'll have pork for the next few days. Lu Qingqing chimed in, equally excited. Although they had eaten cured meat recently, it had only been a small portion, and they had been hesitant to indulge further. Yang Wei even volunteered to handle the butchering of the wild boar, promising to waste as little as possible. He considered himself somewhat of a professional in this regard. After Zhou Feng set the wild boar down, his back was covered in blood. Xiao Feng, are you hurt? Qin Xiaoxue hurried over to check. I'm fine. It's just the boar's blood. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Your clothes are all bloodied. Let me wash them for you. Qin Xiaoxue took Zhou Feng's jacket. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Feng felt a warm sensation in his heart. Aunt Qin washing his clothes felt akin to having a true family. Don't just stand around. Get some buckets of water. Yang Wei called to the others. Soon, everyone became busy. Even Fan Jian got up to assist Yang Wei. After more than an hour, the wild boar was butchered into numerous pieces. Yang Wei, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked that his knife was too small, hindering his efficiency. Boss, once we deal with the pigskin, I'll save it for you to use as a mattress tonight, Yang Wei said, picking up the thick, blood-stained pigskin. You know how to process that pigskin? Zhou Feng asked, astonished. There aren't many people skilled in that art these days. I've seen lambskin processed. The steps should be similar, Yang Wei replied thoughtfully. Very well. Just bring it to me later, Zhou Feng nodded. He decided to gift this item to Qin Xiaoxue. Sleeping on a grass mat alone at night felt somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly stood up and gazed toward the west. Fan Jian was the first to notice Zhou Feng's action and followed his gaze. Soon, an expression of anger appeared on Fan Jian's face as he spotted 5 individuals approaching. Among them was one he recognized as one of the assailants from the last encounter. This group had come to confront them. Yang Wei quickly grasped his spear, while Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing refrained from hiding and armed themselves as well. Previously, they had hesitated to resist when threatened by Wu Wenrong, but they now understood the necessity of showcasing their strength to survive on this desolate island. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian, needless to say, had already positioned themselves beside Zhou Feng, who grasped a stone in hand. Should the approaching individuals harbor ill intentions, He was prepared to ensure they would not leave unscathed. Mistaken identity. There's no need for such tension, Tang Cheng interjected hastily. What do you want? Looking for a fight? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. No. We, the siblings, did not come to quarrel, but rather to express our gratitude for saving my sister, Tang Cheng declared, pulling something from behind him. Zhou Feng then noticed it was a travel suitcase. What is that? He inquired. It contains some clothes, Tang Fu replied. Clothes? Sun Hong and the others brightened at the mention. They had been wearing the same garments for over 10 days, occasionally washing them, which took merely a few minutes to dry under the midday sun. However, it was extremely inconvenient, especially as they toiled daily, leaving their clothes dirty and tattered. If they were to be torn, they would have no choice but to wrap themselves in banana leaves or fashion grass skirts. Given the presence of both men and women in the camp, such a situation was rather awkward. Clothes? Where did you acquire them? Zhou Feng asked. We found them on the beach. There were plenty of supplies around the area where we regained consciousness. Don't you have any here? Tang Cheng scrutinized the camp, his gaze lingering on the wooden rack adorned with cured meat and salted fish, which filled him with envy. However, he found it peculiar that there seemed to be a scarcity of men in this camp. They had approached cautiously before, and their numbers had not been limited to just 4. Tang Cheng could only surmise that others were simply absent. More supplies on the beach? Zhou Feng was taken aback. The maritime disaster was quite strange, resembling not a sunken ship, but rather a scenario where everyone had vanished from the vessel in an instant. Yet supplies had made their way to the shore. Why hadn't they encountered any? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck. Bring the suitcase over, Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng and Tang Fu exchanged glances before approaching Zhou Feng together. Tang Fu unlatched the suitcase, revealing it was filled to the brim with neatly folded brand new clothing. At least each of them should receive a set. There should be no issue with that. The only uncertainty lies in whether they will fit well. Now, you must accept my gratitude, Tang Fu asserted with confidence. Well, it's fairly decent, I suppose, worth as much as your life, Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Fu was quite incensed by this remark. What did he mean by equating her life with such triviality? Clearly, it was a derisive jab at the worth of her existence, reducing her to merely a box of clothing. Yet, what could she do? She certainly couldn't offer her life in return. Although he had saved her life, she still found Zhou Feng exceedingly disagreeable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Cheng, and this is my sister, Tang Fu. Tang Cheng extended his hand toward Zhou Feng. He had already discerned that Zhou Feng was the leader among the group. Chapter 35. Exchange of information in Tang Cheng's view. This was entirely reasonable. Given Zhou Feng's demonstrated capabilities, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Tang Cheng did not overlook Zhou Feng's youth. He recognized the necessity of respecting his authority. I am Zhou Feng, he replied, also extending his hand. Since the other party was expressing goodwill, there was no need for him to maintain a stern demeanor. It seems we have come to an understanding. Shall we discuss collaboration? Tang Cheng smiled faintly. Collaboration? Zhou Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed. We are all from Huaxia and can coexist on this island. Tang Fu interjected from the side. Are you Huaxia people? You certainly don't appear to be. Bai Qinjian couldn't help but remark, for it was evident from the siblings' complexion that they were of mixed heritage. We are mixed blood, but we grew up in Huaxia. Otherwise, we wouldn't speak such fluent Mandarin, Tang Cheng clarified. Zhou Feng nodded. He had suspected from the beginning that they were not pure Han Chinese. His intuition proved correct. I am not interested in collaborating with you. Our resources and food supply surpass yours, Zhou Feng stated, shaking his head. Based on his observations from that day, he noted that Tang Cheng's camp was not particularly resource-rich. Although there were about 30 individuals, their food supply was evidently insufficient, as they had resorted to stealing fish. Even taking a few mountain chickens from them had visibly agitated their group. Tang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at this. Just the cured meats and smoked fish displayed by Zhou Feng's group were enough to elicit envy. He wondered how long it would take to amass such provisions. Not to mention the neatly cut wild boar meat on the nearby clearing. Its thick layer of fat was a sight to behold. In the wild, maintaining body fat is crucial. However, we could exchange information, Zhou Feng added. That sounds reasonable, Tang Cheng nodded in agreement. In truth, he did not expect to forge a partnership with Zhou Feng immediately. His intention was merely to convey that he bore no ill will, hoping for peaceful coexistence between their groups. How did you arrive on this island? Zhou Feng asked. Upon hearing this question, Tang Cheng smiled. You truly are a perceptive individual. This is not an ordinary maritime disaster, Tang Cheng began to recount. According to the intelligence he had gathered, everyone in his camp had fainted almost simultaneously. By the time they regained consciousness, they found themselves on the island. I suspect we may have encountered a supernatural phenomenon, Tang Cheng added. That aligns with my conjecture. Are there any other suspicious aspects? Perhaps regarding this island? Zhou Feng inquired further. This island is vast, exceeding our imagination, and it may be referred to as Paradise Island. Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes. Paradise Island. Fan Jian and the others expressed their astonishment at this designation. Zhou Feng refrained from disclosing this information to them, feigning surprise as if hearing the name for the first time. Paradise Island? Why is it called that? It certainly does not resemble paradise, Yang Wei questioned from the side. At least for them, it feels more akin to hell, especially for Li Ran nearby. Not far off, there stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Paradise Island. Tang Cheng pointed in that direction, indicating it was beneath a certain tree. Zhou Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, silently noting the location. For the past few days, Zhou Feng had been unable to locate the stone tablet and had begun to suspect whether Ho Chuan was deceiving him. However, it now appeared that the tablet was indeed real. It was merely a matter of his misfortune in failing to find the correct spot. The crucial issue now is that there are other threats on the island. Tang Cheng spoke slowly. What threats? Zhou Feng asked. To our west lies another base, inhabited by numerous foreigners. We have encountered them several times, and they are not particularly amicable. I anticipate that a struggle for resources will ensue soon. Tang Cheng's expression grew serious. However, after he finished speaking, Fan Jian scoffed. Are you friendly when you rob others? Tang Cheng awkwardly scratched his head. Discussing friendliness on this island does seem a bit absurd. At least we have not committed murder. They have. We have witnessed bodies being discarded from their camp. Tang Fu frowned. Discarding bodies? That could also indicate illness. Fan Jian shook his head. Although these individuals appear healthy, it does not imply that others are not ill. Under constant hunger, it is quite possible to suffer from malnutrition, leading to a weakened immune system. That is not mere illness. Those corpses were tortured to death. Tang Cheng clarified. Tortured to death. This brought to mind Manager Gua and Wang Jun for Fan Jian and the others. Many survivors on this island have lost their humanity. I shall share our intelligence as well. Zhou Feng began to relate. He refrained from revealing the truth about Wu Wenrong and the others, merely informing Tang Cheng that there were wild men on the island, likely cannibals. Wild men still exist on this island. Tang Cheng appeared somewhat taken aback. However, I saw the wild men heading south. They may only visit occasionally, Zhou Feng stated. But even the occasional appearance of wild men signifies one undeniable fact. There are cannibals on this island. Tang Cheng's mood grew heavy upon hearing this. Evidently, this island harbors far greater dangers than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude for rescuing my sister. However, I believe our collaboration should transcend mere information exchange. I hope you will contemplate this thoughtfully. After Tang Cheng articulated his thoughts, he departed with Tang Fu and the others. Once they had distanced themselves, Bai Qinjian could no longer contain herself. Zhou Feng, you were utterly convincing when you lied just now. Haha, Tang Cheng was no different. Did you discern his deceit? Zhou Feng chuckled. He lied as well. Which part? Bai Qinjian's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't detected any flaws in Tang Cheng's words. Zhou Feng elucidated. It pertained to another survivor camp nearby. They must possess specific knowledge. If these individuals were truly oblivious to that base, they would not have known about the bodies being discarded from it. They must have been secretly surveilling it for quite some time. Why is everyone so cunning? Bai Qinjian exclaimed, a hint of frustration lacing her tone. After all, she was of the same age as Zhou Feng. Yet she felt as though she appeared foolish in comparison. All right, let us distribute the clothing now. Zhou Feng began to extract garments from the suitcase, revealing an ample collection. Although they were all summer attire, they were quite suitable for the island. Chapter 36. The clothes were laid out before everyone. Select a set as a spare, Zhou Feng suggested. The group exchanged glances, none daring to choose first, for they felt unworthy. These garments were a token of gratitude from the Tang siblings to Zhou Feng. Then I shall allocate them to you, Zhou Feng declared, proceeding to rummage through the clothing. He first found 2 oversized outfits for Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Then he selected a set for each of the 3 women, Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran. The group retreated to their rooms to change, having grown weary of their current attire, which had become quite odorous. This one looks intriguing, why not try it on? Zhou Feng handed Bai Qinjian a set of clothes. Is this camouflage? Bai Qinjian was momentarily taken aback. The outfit consisted of short sleeves on the top and 3/4 pants below, clearly not standard military wear. Do give it a try and see if it fits, Zhou Feng encouraged. In such a desolate place, the utility of camouflage is considerable. All right, I shall give it a go, Bai Qinjian nodded in agreement. Finally, only Qin Xiaoxue remained. Aunt Qin, please select a set for yourself, Zhou Feng said, placing the suitcase before her. I shall take this one, Qin Xiaoxue replied, having already spotted a lovely outfit. She retrieved a blue t-shirt paired with a brown skirt. The fabric exuding quality. It suits you splendidly. I am certain you will look enchanting in it, Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. How annoying. Qin Xiaoxue blushed and turned to leave. Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of joy. Qin Xiaoxue's reaction, was it shyness? The box contained a considerable amount of clothing. Among them, several evening gowns were unsuitable for wear on a deserted island. However, there were a few pieces of women's lingerie that could be distributed among the women. Soon, everyone had changed into their attire. Fan Jian and the others went off to work, needing to tend to the pork as well. Bai Qingjian bounced over to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, what do you think of my outfit? Bai Qingjian twirled before him. Naturally beautiful, she was approximately the same height as Qin Xiaoxue, yet her physique contrasted entirely with Qin's. She possessed a more delicate and elongated form, exuding a youthful and vibrant allure. Coupled with the striking contrast of her camouflage attire, she presented an exceedingly compelling visual impression. Not bad, not bad, Zhou Feng nodded approvingly. The outfit fitted Bai Qingjian perfectly. She could easily pose for a photo shoot. His taste was commendable. Thank you for picking out this outfit for me. Here's a little reward. Without waiting for Zhou Feng to respond, Bai Qingjian sidled up beside him. And before he could comprehend, he felt her lips brush against his cheek. You? Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an act from Bai Qingjian. Hee. I'm off to help with the cooking. We'll have braised pork later. She giggled as she dashed away, leaving Zhou Feng somewhat stunned, touching his cheek in bewilderment. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue emerged from the grass hut. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened. In his view, Qin Xiaoxue's appearance was the most beautiful. Her dress swayed gently, reaching just above her ankles, embodying feminine grace. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. What are you looking at? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed. You're my girlfriend. Is it wrong for me to admire you? Zhou Feng replied with a grin. Don't let anyone hear you, Qin Xiaoxue said, lowering her head as she hurried away to assist with the pork. You all carry on. I'm stepping out for a moment, Zhou Feng announced to the group. Boss. Feel free to go, they replied. Though all were busy, they held no objections. After all, Zhou Feng always returned with something. He headed in a specific direction. The one previously mentioned by Tang Chong, the location of the stone tablet. With a clear objective, Zhou Feng walked for less than 20 minutes before noticing traces of human footsteps on the ground, indicating someone had passed through here. It was uncertain whether these were the footprints of Wu Wenrong and his group or Tang Chang's. Soon, Zhou Feng found the stone tablet beneath a tree. It stood about a meter high and nearly 50 centimeters wide, its surface cloaked in vines. Zhou Feng meticulously cleared the vines from the tablet. As the last vestige of green slipped away, four ancient yet robust Chinese characters gradually emerged. Paradise Island. The strokes were fluid, arranged vertically. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. What could this island possibly be? Why does this stone tablet exist, inscribed with Chinese characters? Apart from these few characters, the tablet bears no other markings. Zhou Feng took out the jade pendant, yet he could discern no connection between this pendant and the tablet. Why was Wu Wenrong searching for the pendant? Although this was merely Zhou Feng's conjecture, he was fairly certain that Wu Wenrong was indeed seeking the pendant. Could it be that Wu Wenrong had obtained certain information through other channels, which was not closely related to this stone tablet? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. The material of the tablet appeared quite ordinary, likely just rock. What prompted someone to place a tablet here? Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Feng. The surface of the tablet was devoid of any features. Might there be something beneath it? He carefully began to excavate the sandy soil surrounding the tablet with his spear. Soon, he discovered that the soil was quite loose, indicating that someone had dug here not long ago, possibly Wu Wenrong and his companions. After over an hour of labor, Zhou Feng had dug a large pit, at least 2 meters deep. To his astonishment, the tablet extended downward, as if it had grown from the earth itself, and the soil beneath was remarkably hard. With his spear proving inadequate for further excavation, Zhou Feng was compelled to abandon his efforts. He surmised that others had likely attempted similar endeavors, only to meet with the same lack of success. He filled the soil back in and returned to the camp as dusk approached. Zhou Feng, you have finally returned. Bai Qingjian exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. Zhou Feng then noticed the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the camp. Large chunks of pork floated in a pot, glistening with a thick layer of fat. A fire crackling beneath. Haven't you all eaten? Zhou Feng inquired in surprise. We were all waiting for you, Bai Qingjian replied, just as a rumble emanated from her stomach, causing her cheeks to flush. Zhou Feng chuckled at the sight. Apologies for the late return. Let us all dine together. He took a seat first. Sun Hong served the first bowl of meat to Zhou Feng, who took a bite and felt it melt in his mouth. The pork was exquisitely fragrant. The meat was tender yet retained a delightful chewiness, each morsel revealing its delicate and savory flavor. Though only seasoned with salt, it was already exceedingly delicious. The fat had melded into the broth, warming Zhou Feng's stomach as he took a sip. Observing the others engrossed in their meal, he felt a sense of camaraderie. We can still enjoy 2 more meals tomorrow. I've preserved the remaining pork, Yang Wei said between bites. If we don't cure it, the meat will likely spoil by tomorrow night. What about the offal? Zhou Feng asked. At this, Yang Wei appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting that they had not yet had the opportunity to process it, as they currently lacked any seasonings. Even if it were to be reluctantly cleaned, it would likely be quite difficult to swallow. Let's not make a fuss about it. Tomorrow, take it and set a trap with me. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. For now, their priority was to consume fresh meat. All right, Yang Wei sighed in relief. In such circumstances, handling pig entrails was indeed quite troublesome. Early the next morning, Zhou Feng and Yang Wei ventured into the jungle. Not far from the spot where Manager Gua's body was buried, Yang Wei pinched his nose, carrying a wooden bucket filled with pig innards and intestines. They dug a deep pit in the ground and placed sharp wooden stakes inside before dumping the entrails into the pit. I wonder if we'll catch any animals, Yang Wei remarked, sniffing the odor lingering on his hands, nearly retching. Let us try our luck, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. To survive here, one must employ every conceivable method. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly frowned, looking into the distance. There were footsteps. Moreover, they were hurried footsteps, seemingly heading towards their camp. Chapter 37. The corpse. What's wrong, boss? Yang Wei noticed Zhou Feng's unusual reaction. Someone is heading towards our camp. Zhou Feng immediately grabbed his spear and moved in that direction. Yang Wei, realizing the urgency, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, his woman was in the camp. In recent days, Li Ran had shown Yang Wei the meaning of tender affection. Zhou Feng surged ahead, with Yang Wei trailing behind, astonished by Zhou Feng's speed, which seemed to rival that of a professional athlete. Who exactly was Zhou Feng? When Yang Wei caught up to Zhou Feng, he found him confronting a man. Are you from Tangcheng? Zhou Feng recognized the man as one of Tangcheng's camp members. Something has happened. Please help us. The man gasped, clearly seeking assistance. What happened? Be clear, Zhou Feng frowned. We had a fight. We clashed with those foreigners. The man gestured frantically. Why did it escalate? Someone died on their side. And they insist we were responsible. They came looking for trouble, and the boss sent me to call you for help. The man explained hastily. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was displeased. Help? Why should we help you? He still felt a lingering resentment over the beating he had endured previously. There are benefits. The boss said if you help us, there will be rewards. The man quickly added. Benefits? This piqued Zhou Feng's interest. Then let us go take a look, he said. In truth, even without the promise of rewards, Zhou Feng had intended to investigate, given the proximity of their bases. If Tangcheng's group met with disaster, it would not bode well for them either. Those foreigners did not appear to be benign, although there had been no direct conflict between Zhou Feng and Tangcheng. At the very least, Tangcheng had expressed goodwill towards him. You two? Just the two of you? The man asked, somewhat taken aback. The man who arrived was supposed to be a savior. Yet, there were only two individuals who came forth. Too few. We're not going, Yang Wei scoffed. Not at all, not at all. The man hastily waved his hands. As long as Zhou Feng is willing to go, that's sufficient. The exaggerated combat prowess of Zhou Feng had left a lasting impression on their entire camp. Moreover, he was now carrying that backpack, which was undoubtedly filled with stones. The man led the way, with Zhou Feng and Yang Wei following closely behind. Upon reaching Tangcheng and the others' camp, Zhou Feng observed a standoff between the two parties. Each individual wielded makeshift weapons such as wooden sticks. However, Tangcheng's side was at a disadvantage. Outnumbered by over a dozen men, Zhou Feng's gaze swept across the opposing camp, and he indeed spotted 7 or 8 fair-skinned foreigners. Aside from them, the rest were of Asian descent. It appeared that the opposing camp comprised both Caucasians and Asians. The Wanli was a domestic vessel, with only a handful of foreigners aboard, most of whom were tourists. Among them was a man with golden hair, seemingly the leader of the group, engaged in a heated discussion with Tangcheng. The two were conversing in English, their emotions running high. Zhou Feng's command of English was average, yet he could discern the essence of their dialogue. The foreigner was questioning Tangcheng, who was fervently defending himself. Why did you bring only one person? Tang Fu had unexpectedly appeared beside Zhou Feng, her face a mask of disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Zhou Feng would arrive with someone else. You've caused trouble. And now you expect our camp to suffer alongside you? Zhou Feng cast a sidelong glance at Tang Fu. We're providing benefits. Tang Fu bit her lip. What benefits could possibly compel us to risk our lives? Zhou Feng shrugged. Yang Wei felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this exchange. Indeed, their chosen leader had not erred. He was considering their lives. However, Tang Fu was incensed. You're not here to help. What is your purpose? Tang Fu had assumed that after the previous incident, they had forged a friendship. Yet was this fellow merely here to spectate? I'm just here to see what exactly transpired. Please elaborate, Zhou Feng inquired. The man who had brought them over was unaware of the intricate details. Although Tang Fu was seething with anger, she relayed the events to Zhou Feng. It turned out that the group of foreigners had discovered that one of their own lay dead outside, not far from Tang Fu's camp. Consequently, they suspected that Tang Fu's group was responsible for the death and had come over in a large group. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng stealthily moved closer to Tang Fu, startling her with his sudden proximity. She could even feel the sound of his breathing. "What are you planning? Was it you who did this?" Zhou Feng whispered. "Of course not." Tang Fu was nearly faint with rage, unable to fathom why Zhou Feng would perceive them in such a way. They were likely responsible for this incident. But it had escalated severely. Yang Wei smirked. "The body lies over there. Why don't you go take a look for yourself?" "It seems rather like something we would do." Tang Fu pointed in a certain direction. Zhou Feng and Yang Wei turned to glance, discovering a corpse situated between the two groups. However, it was obscured by leaves, rendering it indistinct from their vantage point. "Stay here. I will go take a look," Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei as he began to stride towards the body. Yang Wei hesitated momentarily. To inspect a corpse in such circumstances seemed perilous. Nevertheless, after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and followed. After all, if anything were to happen to Zhou Feng, he would be too ashamed to return alone. Even if trouble ensued, it was better to face it together. Upon reaching the side of the corpse, Zhou Feng removed the leaves covering it. The sight that met his eyes made him gasp in horror. The skull was missing, and the brain matter had vanished as well. Both legs had been severed, leaving only a half-torso. The gruesome state of the body sent chills down his spine. Ugh, ugh, Yang Wei retched violently. The previous odor of entrails had not made him nauseous, but the scene before him was truly revolting, causing him to expel the pork he had eaten that morning. A white man turned upon witnessing this and was instantly incensed, feeling insulted. Cursing with a word beginning with F, he swung his fist towards Yang Wei. Zhou Feng shouted angrily and charged at the white man. Caught off guard, the man was knocked to the ground. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Rising to confront Zhou Feng, without hesitation, Zhou Feng unleashed a flurry of 3 rapid punches, each landing with force. The white man was left dazed, blood streaming from his nose. The white leader, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated his subordinate would falter against Zhou Feng. "Fight back," he commanded in English. His men gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to charge. Wait, it's a misunderstanding," Tang Cheng shouted urgently. "What misunderstanding? Today, we fight to the death." Charles's eyes burned with fury. His men had already been killed today, pushing him to a boiling point. He immediately sought to confront Tang Cheng and the others regarding the body. Previously, they had clashed over coconuts, and now, the audacity of the opposing camp to strike first was beyond comprehension. Did they not fear death? It was well known that his group outnumbered theirs. Had he not been concerned about severe losses, Charles would have already acted. "But this is not our camp's doing. It belongs to another camp," Tang Cheng quickly explained. Nearly in tears, his intent to send someone to Zhou Feng for assistance was meant to uphold their dignity, yet he never anticipated Zhou Feng would provoke them. "Another camp?" Charles replied, his expression skeptical. Clearly, he was unaware of the presence of other survivor camps nearby. This individual was not killed by Tang Cheng and his group. Zhou Feng interjected, speaking in Chinese. What Zhou Feng did not anticipate was that Charles could actually comprehend Chinese. "How do you know? Did you not claim to be from outside the space?" Charles squinted, responding in Chinese as well. A closer examination revealed that both the brain tissue and thigh of the corpse were missing, evidently consumed as sustenance. Zhou Feng stated directly, "consumed as sustenance." Upon hearing these words, a wave of nausea washed over those present. Though one might encounter cannibalistic scenes in various films and dramas, they typically share a commonality. Such acts occur only in dire circumstances of extreme scarcity, often during heavy snow or when trapped in isolated locations. Under any circumstance where food is available, such actions would be unthinkable, as the psychological burden of cannibalism is immense. Even in the most desperate situations, the majority of modern individuals would be loath to resort to such measures. Not necessarily. Perhaps he is simply retaliating against us, Charles pointed at Tang Cheng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 38, Bloodstains Retaliation? Zhou Feng glanced at Tang Cheng, realizing that a conflict had previously existed between Tang Cheng's group and Charles's. This was hardly surprising, as resources on the island were limited. For every bite one consumes, another goes without. Retaliation? I suspect this is merely a self-directed performance. Where you killed someone and brought them here, Tang Cheng scoffed coldly. Scoundrel! Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. As tensions escalated, Zhou Feng positioned himself between the two. I have a suggestion, though I wonder if you would be willing to hear it, Zhou Feng interjected. What are you to dictate terms? Why should we heed you? Another Caucasian beside Charles retorted, also in Chinese. It seemed there were several who understood the language among Charles's group. If you are unwilling to listen, then let us resort to violence. Zhou Feng stepped back, adopting a look of anticipation. At this, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. In truth, if a large-scale conflict were to erupt, it would have occurred long ago, There was no need to wait for Zhou Feng's arrival. The absence of immediate violence stemmed from a singular reason. Those surrounding Charles were, in fact, reluctant to risk their lives. Despite their numbers, they were merely a hastily assembled group. No one wished to sacrifice their life for a deceased individual. Even with their superior numbers, should a fight ensue, it was inevitable that half would suffer casualties. What is your suggestion? Charles, recognizing this reality, understood that few in his camp were eager to fight. Yet, with a life lost, he could not simply ignore the matter. Additionally, he felt a degree of apprehension towards Zhou Feng, given Zhou Feng's demonstrated prowess. He possessed the combat capability of several individuals. Should he decide to assist Tang Cheng and his group, it would pose a significant problem. It is quite simple. Since this individual's thigh is missing, let us search the area where we discovered the body. It is highly probable we will uncover the truth, Zhou Feng proposed. Upon hearing this, Charles furrowed his brow. At the moment the body was discovered, Charles brought it over without meticulously searching the surrounding area. All right, let's clarify the situation, Tang Cheng stated promptly. Given the aggressive demeanor of the other party, he was keen to avoid escalating the conflict. Moreover, Tang Cheng was already aware of Zhou Feng's suspicions. Perhaps it was a wild man who had killed Charles's companion and severed a part of the body for sustenance. However, Tang Cheng was acutely aware that even if he were to voice his thoughts on the wild man, Charles and his group would not believe him. Then let us search. Charles nodded slowly. An agreement was reached. Each side would dispatch 3 individuals. Zhou Feng, however, had only one person with him. He instructed Yang Wei to return and relay the news to Qin Xiaoxue and the others. Charles and his team took the lead. They had discovered the body deep within the jungle, quite a distance from their base. Brother Zhou Feng, thank you for your assistance this time, Tang Cheng remarked as he seized an opportunity to approach Zhou Feng. It's nothing. I merely said a few words. Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. I will remember today's events, Tang Cheng said, patting Zhou Feng on the shoulder without further elaboration. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the location of the body. Zhou Feng discreetly noted the route. The 3 camps were relatively close to one another. Tang Cheng's camp was situated in between, while Charles's camp was further east. But the distance was merely 7 or 8 kilometers at most. The body was discovered right here. Charles pointed to a spot beneath a tree. Zhou Feng looked over and noticed the ground was stained with blood. This is quite a distance from your camp, isn't it? Zhou Feng inquired, glancing at Tang Cheng. My people have never been here. Tang Cheng shook his head. Tang Cheng's personnel always ventured out in groups of at least 3. Who else besides you? Charles growled quietly, as their camp was the only one nearby. Perhaps it was someone from your camp who turned against their own, Tang Cheng retorted coldly. As tensions threatened to escalate once more, Zhou Feng suddenly interjected. He took a few steps into the depths of the jungle and crouched down. Charles and the others were puzzled by Zhou Feng's actions. He began to sift through the leaves on the ground and pinched some soil between his fingers. It's blood. Charles's eyes widened. The dark red soil on Zhou Feng's fingers was indeed blood. This must be the blood from the body, Zhou Feng stated. However, the body is lying beneath the tree. It couldn't have made its way over 20 meters away unless someone deliberately carried it from there. No one would engage in such a senseless act. The only explanation is that the blood on the ground was left by the body's thigh, and someone intentionally covered it with leaves. How did you detect the blood? Tang Cheng asked, taken aback. Observation, Zhou Feng replied casually. In truth, he had caught a faint scent of blood in the air, although he chose not to disclose this to the others. This has already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Observing? Tang Cheng displayed a perplexed expression. Just moments ago, he too had scrutinized the surroundings for an extended period, yet discovered nothing. Continuing to trace the trail of blood might yield some revelations. Zhou Feng commenced his search, following the scent of the blood. Every few meters, he stumbled upon traces of it. After traversing approximately 100 meters, blood dripped onto the ground, unmasked and unadulterated. The trail led deeper into the thicket. Wait, are we truly venturing further in? Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. Of course we must, Charles replied in a grave tone. We have yet to uncover any evidence. It is merely blood on the ground. That is hardly significant. I must caution you, we may encounter wild men. Tang Cheng broached the subject of the wild men. However, to his surprise, Charles and the others snickered dismissively. Wild men? There are no inhabitants on this island. If there were, they would have been discovered long ago, Charles scoffed. Tang Cheng felt somewhat helpless. These individuals clearly did not believe him. It seemed that, until now, Charles and his companions had yet to realize the peculiarities of this island. Then let us proceed, Tang Cheng signaled to his confidants, who nodded in understanding. They were now acutely aware of the need for heightened caution. Zhou Feng continued forward, tracing the bloodstains, eager to ascertain what lay ahead. With several companions by his side, this was a safer opportunity than venturing alone. After walking over a kilometer deeper into the woods, the bloodstains diminished and eventually vanished. Yet Zhou Feng sensed an unsettling aroma permeating the air. Chapter 39. Farewell, Wild Men. This scent resembled that of something charred. After advancing several more meters, Zhou Feng abruptly halted. There is something ahead, he whispered, crouching low and concealing himself behind a thicket. Charles and Tang Chen quickly approached. Upon discerning the scene before them, both men gasped in shock, their faces drained of color. In a clearing ahead stood a wooden frame, beneath which a roaring bonfire blazed. Meat dangled from the frame, specifically, 2 large thighs, roasted to a glistening finish, with charred bits and juices dripping onto the fire, intensifying its flames. God! Charles fervently drew a cross on his clothing, murmuring a prayer in English. Goodness! There truly are wild men. Tang Cheng's expression darkened. Although he had previously heard Zhou Feng's claims of wild men inhabiting the island, he had only partially believed them. Witnessing this gruesome scene dispelled any lingering doubts. As Tang Cheng gazed at the grotesque offerings on the grill, his throat tightened with nausea. He fought the urge to vomit. Yet, he soon realized a pressing question. Wait, where are the wild men? He uttered, unable to restrain himself. They merely glimpsed the bonfire, yet failed to notice the savages. They must be nearby. What should we do now? Zhou Feng turned to speak. Since that thigh remains on the rack, it indicates that our adversaries have not ventured far. Let us assess the situation, suggested Tang Chen. We should depart, Charles insisted. The two spoke almost in unison, only to share a frown soon after. We are on the verge of discovering who murdered your kin, and you wish to flee? Tang Chen's voice was laced with suppressed anger. The injustice he faced had yet to be resolved. Moreover, he yearned to uncover who had set this bonfire. Were they indeed savages? We are but a handful, while they are a horde of demons. Yet Charles simply wished to vacate the premises. Even if they were to return, it would be prudent to bring reinforcements. A disturbance. Zhou Feng gestured. At his motion, the two fell silent. Soon, sounds emanated from the woods before them. 2 savages emerged, clad in animal skins and wielding long spears. To Zhou Feng and his companions' astonishment, they dragged behind them 2 male corpses, clad in modern attire, likely fellow survivors, though their garments were tattered. Zhou Feng turned to Charles and Tang Cheng, both of whom shook their heads. These were not individuals from their camp. Zhou Feng understood. These were unfortunate survivors who had met their demise at the hands of the savages. The realization filled him with relief, grateful that upon waking on the beach, they had not encountered any savages. Yet, Zhou Feng mused that perhaps even if they had, the mysterious jade pendant he possessed would afford him some protection against them. The 2 savages remained oblivious to their presence, instead beginning to mutilate the corpses. Their first act was to smash open the craniums with nearby stones. One savage, grinning, sampled the flesh with his filthy hands. At that moment, a white man behind Charles could no longer contain himself and retched loudly. Ugh, no one blamed him. Who could possibly bear witness to such a scene without revulsion? However, the sound did attract the attention of the savages. Instantly, they rose, emitting strange cries, and charged towards them, brandishing their spears. Fight! Tang Cheng sprang to his feet, and the others followed suit. Yet, it was evident that they had divided into 2 factions. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Tang Cheng and the others aligned themselves with him, appearing to stand together in solidarity. Only Tang Cheng understood that among them, Zhou Feng possessed the greatest combat prowess, naturally gravitating towards his side. Nevertheless, the 2 savages, undeterred by the 7 of them, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, their expressions radiated excitement, their cries growing more exuberant, as if reveling in the hunt. It is evident that they have perceived Zhou Feng and his companions as prey. At such a close distance, Zhou Feng had no time to retrieve a stone. Instead, he brandished his spear and charged forward. Although both parties wielded spears, the wildmen's weapons were distinct, with sharpened stone tips meticulously crafted and wrapped in layers of animal hide. Upon contact, the iron tip of Zhou Feng's spear was bent out of shape, and he was further astonished by the wild man's considerable strength, almost losing grip on his weapon. However, the wild man's expression mirrored his own astonishment, clearly unprepared for the formidable prowess displayed by his quarry. The prey he had previously hunted were all feeble, which emboldened the 2 wildmen to charge recklessly. Yet, the wild man's surprise was fleeting. He promptly thrust the sharp stone spear toward Zhou Feng's chest. Meanwhile, Tang Cheng seized the opportunity to strike, piercing the wild man's thigh with his spear. Tang Cheng, displaying remarkable intellect, understood that he could not aim for a vital spot due to the wild man's defenses. Indeed, the wild man winced in pain, his speed diminishing. Zhou Feng seized the moment, firmly grasping the middle of the spear. The wild man's eyes widened as he attempted to retract his weapon, but Zhou Feng's strength prevailed. With a mighty tug, he pulled the wild man, along with his spear, closer. Others, sensing the opportunity, plunged their weapons into the wild man's chest. The wild man clutched his weapon until his last breath. His eyes filled with an unwillingness to accept defeat. Zhou Feng glanced up at Charles and the others, only to find them being pushed back by another wild man. One of the white men had been impaled in the arm, blood gushing profusely. No one dared to confront the wild man directly, allowing him to maintain the upper hand. Witnessing this, Tang Cheng felt a surge of relief for having chosen to stay with Zhou Feng. With Zhou Feng by his side, his sense of security had indeed increased substantially. Zhou Feng wrested the stone spear from the wild man's grasp and advanced toward him. The wild man, realizing his comrade had fallen, showed no hesitation and turned to flee. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow and immediately chose to pursue. The wild man moved swiftly through the jungle, but Zhou Feng was swifter still, almost sprinting as they raced away, disappearing from Tang Cheng and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. "Boss, what should we do?" one of his subordinates inquired. Tang Cheng hesitated for a moment, glancing at Charles and the others. "Are you all going to pursue? Perhaps there are other wildmen. We should retreat for now," Charles replied. Shaken, had it not been for Zhou Feng's intervention, they might have perished at the hands of the wildmen. The combat prowess of the two sides was not on the same level. The wildmen resembled trained warriors, while the spears in Charles and his companions' hands seemed like mere toys in comparison. "It is precisely due to the potential presence of other wild men that we must silence this one, lest we all meet our demise." Tang Cheng spoke in a grave tone. Charles was taken aback for a moment, then clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. "Let us pursue." Tang Cheng and his companions hurried in the direction of Zhou Feng. After a relentless chase of 700 or 800 meters, they spotted Zhou Feng standing beneath a tree. "Where's the wild man? Surely he hasn't escaped." Tang Cheng gasped, his breath heavy. "If that wild man eludes us, the consequences would be dire." "He is up there," Zhou Feng pointed upwards. Tang Cheng and the others looked up to discover the wild man had climbed to the treetop, at least several meters above the ground, intently watching them. How did he manage to ascend that smooth trunk? Zhou Feng, upon catching up, was equally astonished by the wild man's speed. The creature scaled the tree with the agility of a gecko, an impressive feat indeed. He must be accustomed to climbing. "What shall we do? Are we to simply wait him out?" Charles looked somewhat bewildered. This young brother possesses remarkable skills," Tang Cheng replied, a smile breaking across his face. "Remarkable skills?" Charles and the others were puzzled. "Allow me to give it a try," Zhou Feng said as he retrieved a stone from his backpack. "You mean to say your backpack is filled with stones?" Charles exclaimed in astonishment. He had always assumed Zhou Feng carried only tools. Little did he know that he had been lugging a bag of stones throughout their journey, even able to chase down the wild man, forcing him to take refuge in the tree. What terrifying strength this implies. They were all merely picked up along the way. Zhou Feng raised the stone, aiming at the wild man. Upon seeing the stone in Zhou Feng's hand, the wild man displayed a look of sheer terror. Whoosh! Zhou Feng hurled the stone with all his might, striking the wild man's arm. "Gur! Gur! Eek!" The wild man emitted strange cries upon being hit. "This is bad. He must be calling for help." Tang Cheng suddenly grew anxious. The wild man's sounds were certainly not those of pain, but rather cries for aid. Zhou Feng had already launched a second stone, which struck the wild man squarely on the head. The impact knocked him unconscious, causing him to plummet from the treetop. Thud! The wild man fell from a height of several meters, blood streaming from his mouth and nose upon hitting the ground. "He is surely dead," Tang Cheng concluded cautiously after prodding him with a spear. Zhou Feng bent down to examine the wild man's body and noticed strange markings of an unknown pigment on the wild man's face and arms, depicting the sun. The previous wild man bore similar sun designs. This must be some form of custom. Zhou Feng had heard that certain primitive tribes, including many in Africa, still adhere to witchcraft. Some believe that painting such symbols on their bodies can bestow strength, while others, in a more extreme sense, resort to cannibalism. This resembles the philosophy of form complementing form. "My friend, I am called Charles. What is your name?" Charles approached Zhou Feng's side. "Thank you. If it weren't for your intervention today, we might have faced fatalities," Charles expressed sincerely. Before Zhou Feng could respond, Tang Cheng interjected with displeasure. "Now it's clear. I am not the one who killed your people," Tang Cheng retorted coldly. "This is a misunderstanding," Charles shrugged. "A misunderstanding? Is that all you have to say?" Tang Cheng scoffed. Charles merely shrugged again, seemingly indifferent to Tang Cheng's irritation, as no substantial harm had been inflicted. This infuriated Tang Cheng and his companions. "We should dispose of the bodies of these savages," Zhou Feng suggested. "No problem." Both Charles and Tang Cheng nodded in agreement. None could ascertain whether these savages had accomplices lurking nearby. They soon discovered a precipice and unceremoniously pushed the savage bodies over the edge. Subsequently, they returned to the temporary camp of the savages and dealt with the remaining corpses, burying them in a designated spot. Gazing at the meat roasting over the campfire and the survivors with shattered skulls, a few among them retched, including Charles. Yet even Tang Chung lacked the inclination to mock Charles, as his own stomach churned. I believe it is imperative for us to share intelligence moving forward. If anyone encounters savages, they should inform the others at their camps, Zhou Feng proposed. I have no objections, Charles nodded, realizing that his camp had suffered losses, signifying that it might be the most perilous one. I concur. Tang Chung, too preoccupied, had no desire to continue arguing with Charles. Surviving was of utmost importance. By the way, have you seen those two survivors? Zhou Feng inquired once more. I have not, Tang Chung confirmed after careful consideration. Neither have I, Charles added, raising his hands in resignation. Since they were unfamiliar with each other, it indicated they were likely from other bases or solitary survivors. The details remained unknown. The group retraced their steps and parted ways at a fork in the path. Zhou Feng also noted that Charles and his companions marked more conspicuous trees or stones. In the dense jungle, this was nearly the sole means of discerning paths. However, Tang Chung and his group fashioned triangular markings, pointed towards their camp, while Charles's group opted for a straightforward arrow design indicating their base's location. Zhou Feng observed this and gleaned an understanding of where Charles's camp lay. Through their interactions, Zhou Feng had come to believe that Charles and his companions were not entirely despicable. Otherwise, they would have clashed with Tang Cheng's group long ago. Tang Chung mentioned that within Charles's camp, the injured corpses were discarded for reasons unbeknownst to him. Brother, how about coming to my camp for a meal? Tang Chung extended an invitation. Perhaps another time, but not today, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. After such a tumultuous day, darkness had fallen. During the daylight, it was already easy to lose one's way in the jungle, let alone at night when the path back was utterly obscured. Well then, next time I shall treat you properly, Tang Chung remarked with a hint of regret. Chapter 41. Bathing. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. A violent clash would undoubtedly have resulted in heavy casualties. And the most troubling aspect was that they would not have been the ones to inflict harm. To perish for such a reason would be truly unjust. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Boss, how is the situation over there? Yang Wei was the first to approach, flanked by others who brandished their weapons. They had been waiting in anticipation, ready to assist should Zhou Feng require their help. The misunderstanding had been resolved, yet Zhou Feng disclosed the events concerning the wild men. Upon hearing that several unfortunate survivors had fallen victim to them, Fan Jian and the others wore grim expressions. Even though Zhou Feng had previously informed them of the wild men's presence nearby, hearing it recounted firsthand was a different kind of shock. Noticing the somber mood, Zhou Feng sought to console them. There is no need to overly worry. Our camp is still a fair distance from the wild men, he reassured them. Charles' camp is even closer. Should a large-scale attack occur, it is they who would bear the brunt of it. This revelation eased the tension among the group. After a light meal, as the sky darkened, Zhou Feng retreated to his quarters. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian approached him. Xiaofeng, come with us for a moment. Qin Xiaoxue said. It's already dark. Where are you going? Zhou Feng inquired, puzzled. To bathe, Bai Qingjian replied. To bathe? Isn't there a place nearby in the camp? Zhou Feng was taken aback, only then noticing the wooden buckets they carried, containing a change of clothes. During this time, their bathing had typically involved fetching water from a stream and rinsing off. As long as they gave prior notice, no one would intrude. Just rinsing off one tea suffice. We women need a proper wash. During the day, Sun Hong and the others discovered a bathing spot, and they've already been there. If it weren't dark, we wouldn't bother you at all, Bai Qingjian pouted. All right then, let us go together. Zhou Feng nodded, rising to his feet. His gaze inadvertently lingered on Qin Xiaoxue, who felt his scrutiny and blushed, casting him a sidelong glance that seemed to convey, what are you thinking, you rascal? Walking side by side, Bai Qingjian asked Zhou Feng. Aren't you afraid when facing the wild men? Not really. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, he appeared to harbor no fear. Why is that? Bai Qingjian pressed, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it's because I stopped fearing after taking my first life. Zhou Feng scratched his head and replied. Indeed. Zhou Feng believed that it was due to the jade pendant. Ever since the mysterious powers of the pendant had entered his body, he had undergone significant changes in various aspects. You must ensure that you do not suffer any trauma in the future, Bai Qingjian expressed her concern. She had heard that many warriors experience post-traumatic stress after leaving the battlefield, a result of prolonged mental strain. Bai Qingjian sensed that Zhou Feng must have been under considerable pressure during this time. When that day comes, be sure to comfort me, Zhou Feng said with a smile. If it truly happens, I will accompany you through your healing, Bai Qingjian replied earnestly, nodding her head. Zhou Feng was somewhat taken aback. Not expecting Bai Qingjian to say such a thing, her words touched him deeply. It's all right. Xiao Feng would never do that. He is indeed a man worthy of reliance. Qin Xiaoxue remarked, playfully tossing her hair and smiling softly. Bai Qingjian looked at her mother with a hint of curiosity. In their conversation, the group had already ventured a kilometer away from the camp. Right here, Bai Qingjian pointed ahead. Zhou Feng looked over and discovered that they had reached a tributary of a small stream, where a pond approximately 7 or 8 meters wide had formed. Can we bathe here? Zhou Feng asked with curiosity, as the darkness made it difficult for him to see the entirety of the pond. Rest assured, the bottom is all stones. There is no danger, and it only reaches waist high, Bai Qingjian assured him. During the day, Sun Hong and the others have already gone in. All right, you may go ahead and wash, Zhou Feng nodded. Turn around. Do not look at us. And move further away, Bai Qingjian said with a hint of annoyance. After all, they couldn't bathe in front of Zhou Feng. Almost forgetting, Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly before turning away and walking over 100 meters into the distance, where he could no longer see anything. Once Zhou Feng was out of sight, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian quickly slipped into the water, intending to soak for a while longer, as it had been a long time since they had thoroughly washed. Mom, Zhou Feng won't peek, will he? Bai Qingjian murmured, glancing in Zhou Feng's direction. He shouldn't. If he wanted to do something inappropriate on this deserted island, we would have already been in trouble. Qin Xiaoxue replied confidently about Zhou Feng. Moreover, they had been on the island for nearly half a month. Despite Zhou Feng expressing his feelings multiple times, he had never forced himself to act upon them. At most, he simply wished to kiss her. However, it seemed a bit off, as Zhou Feng had indeed been somewhat unruly on a few occasions. Actually, it wouldn't be so bad to take a look, Bai Qingjian said in a hushed tone. She felt that Zhou Feng had endured quite a lot during this time, and a little reward wouldn't he hurt. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxue let out a piercing scream. What happened? Bai Qingjian quickly inquired. A snake! A snake! Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed in terror, staring at the creature swimming towards the shore. It was a snake, approximately over a meter long, with a glossy black body, continuously flicking its tongue. Qin Xiaoxue retreated in panic, but the more anxious she became, the more she felt her feet slipping. Her foot slipped on the stones, and she barely managed to maintain her balance. The serpent had drawn perilously close to Qin Xiaoxue. Get away! Get away! In a state of panic, Bai Qingjian could only slap the water's surface in an attempt to ward off the menacing black snake. However, this action did not deter the creature. Instead, it incited its fury. The snake's speed intensified, its upper body rising from the water as it opened its jaws wide, lunging toward Qin Xiaoxue. At that moment, a figure dashed in from the distance, seizing the serpent's tail with a firm grip. It was Zhou Feng. The black snake missed its strike but did not relent. Instead, it coiled back and sank its fangs into Zhou Feng's hand. Damn it! Zhou Feng felt a piercing pain radiate from the bite on his hand. In a swift reaction, he grasped the snake's neck and hurled it against a nearby rock. Thud! The serpent collided with the stone, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. After rolling twice on the ground, it lay motionless. Chapter 42. Unconsciousness. Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, are you all right? Qin Xiaoxue, disregarding her own predicament, rushed toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng intended to reassure her of his well-being, but he was alarmed to see the area around the bite mark already showing signs of a dark bruise. This was a venomous snake. Amusingly, he found his gaze wandering toward Qin Xiaoxue, catching a glimpse of her upper body for the first time. It was truly a captivating sight. Noticing Zhou Feng's stare, Qin Xiaoxue instinctively shielded herself with her arm, though it only partially concealed her figure. Let us get to the shore first, Zhou Feng urged, covering his hand. Upon reaching the bank, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian quickly donned their clothes, while Zhou Feng hastily wrapped his wrist with a piece of fabric, hoping to impede the venom's spread. Unfortunately, it seemed futile, as his arm had already turned a deep shade of blue. Zhou Feng! Zhou Feng! Qin Xiaoxue cried, her tears streaming down her cheeks. The toxin had evidently infiltrated Zhou Feng's system. Oh no, is Zhou Feng going to be all right? Bai Qingjian's face was a mask of terror, tears welling in her eyes. We must return. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, feeling the world around him begin to spin. The trio made their way back to the camp, but halfway there, Zhou Feng felt his strength wane. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Feng! Qin Xiaoxue knelt before him, a river of tears cascading down her face. Aunt Qin. Zhou Feng grasped Qin Xiaoxue's hand, his breath quickening. What do you wish to say? Bai Qingjian chimed in from the side. Before she could confess her feelings for Zhou Feng, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In a daze, Zhou Feng sensed the presence of Fan Jian and others arriving, lifting him from the ground. Time became indistinct. He felt someone spooning water into his mouth. Yet his body remained unresponsive, numb as if his soul had departed from his corporeal form. Zhou Feng endeavored to open his eyes, yet could manage only a mere slit. Through this narrow opening, he discerned a hazy figure before him. The individual once again attempted to feed him water with a spoon, but the liquid merely trickled down his cheek. After a moment's hesitation, The person ultimately opted to drink a sip themselves before leaning closer. Zhou Feng sensed the warmth of moisture entering his mouth and instinctively began to suck eagerly. The individual, clearly taken aback by Zhou Feng's assertiveness, nonetheless continued to assist him. Soon, they repeated the process, offering him water once more. After 4 or 5 cycles of this, Zhou Feng, in a daze, succumbed to unconsciousness once again. When he finally managed to open his eyes, the room enveloped him in darkness. His initial reaction was a sense of blindness. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was merely nighttime. He exerted effort to raise his hand and waved it before his eyes. His body seemed to have regained considerable strength. Yet, just as he lowered his hand, his fingers brushed against a tangle of hair. Someone was leaning beside his bed. His movement stirred the person awake. Xiao Feng, you're awake. Qin Xiaoxue's voice rang with excitement. Zhou Feng was equally astonished to discover that it was indeed Qin Xiaoxue beside him. How do you feel? She immediately grasped his hand. I feel a bit hungry. Zhou Feng replied with a wry smile. There is food here. Qin Xiaoxue promptly retrieved something from beside her and handed it to him. What is this? Zhou Feng inquired. Feeling the smooth texture in his hand, his vision had cleared sufficiently to make out the items in the room. It appeared to be a piece of fruit. This is papaya. It was sent by Tang Fu, Qin Xiaoxue explained. Papaya. They actually found papaya. Zhou Feng exclaimed. The yield of papayas is quite abundant. If there is a grove of papayas on this island, then the worries over food supply would be alleviated. Zhou Feng took a bite, savoring the rich flavor and the fragrant aroma, accompanied by a wealth of juice. He devoured a substantial piece in just a few bites. Observing this, Qin Xiaoxue fetched him 2 more pieces. Once Zhou Feng had finished, Qin Xiaoxue expressed concern, saying, You have been unconscious for 3 days. You shouldn't eat too much. 3 days? I was unconscious for 3 days? Zhou Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, everyone thought you were going to die. The snake that bit you was apparently called a black mamba, Qin Xiaoxue replied. After Zhou Feng fell unconscious, Bai Qingjian went to summon Fan Jian and the others. Upon bringing Zhou Feng back, they also retrieved the snake. Yang Wei believed the snake resembled a black mamba. However, in such an environment, even if they knew what kind of snake had bitten him, there was nothing they could do. There was no hospital, nor any anti-venom available. They could only watch helplessly as Zhou Feng lay on the sickbed. Zhou Feng found it rather perplexing. A black mamba? Isn't that a snake from the African savanna? How could it possibly be here? But as he pondered, a thought crossed his mind. The peculiar occurrences here are exceedingly numerous. A mere venomous snake hardly constitutes a significant event. Initially, the situation was dire. Your countenance turned ashen, and you even began to cough up blood. Everyone was deeply distressed. Yet since yesterday, your complexion has started to return to normal. Qin Xiaoxue, upon recounting these events, could not help but shed tears. Observing this, Zhou Feng felt a pang of sorrow and gently wiped the corner of Qin Xiaoxue's eye. Aunt Qin, please do not cry. I am quite all right. Zhou Feng smiled reassuringly. Qin Xiaoxue nodded softly. So, were you the one who took care of me all along? Zhou Feng inquired, gazing at her. Indeed, it was I. That little girl. Qin Yan claimed she would attend to you, but she hardly knows how to care for anyone. Qin Xiaoxue replied with a wry smile. Since arriving on this island, Qin Xiaoxue sensed that Bai Qingjian had matured significantly and aspired to shoulder more responsibilities. However, in her eyes, her daughter remained a child. Was it you who fed me water? Zhou Feng asked gently. That was a special circumstance, Qin Xiaoxue replied, turning her head slightly away. I am thirsty now. Could you assist me with some water again? Zhou Feng licked his parched lips. You were just able to eat papaya by yourself. Please feed me a bit more. I beg you, Zhou Feng expressed, yearning for that taste once more. Very well, Qin Xiaoxue acquiesced. She approached him, holding water in her mouth. Zhou Feng experienced that sensation again, though this time he became more proactive, resting his hand on Qin Xiaoxue's waist. She did not resist. Chapter 43. The survivor's supplies. Qin Xiaoxue remained wrapped around Zhou Feng's neck, and they lingered in this embrace for several minutes. All right, you should rest a little longer. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly pulled away and fled the room. Zhou Feng could not help but smile wryly, glancing at his palm, recalling the sensation. He wondered when Qin Xiaoxue would finally agree to him. Yet, he too felt fatigued and turned over to sleep once more. When Zhou Feng awakened again, it was likely already noon. He examined his bitten right hand. The 2 faint bite marks were nearly indistinguishable now. The surrounding skin appeared normal, showing no signs of injury. His eyes immediately fell upon the stone table beside him, where several pieces of cut papaya lay, presumably left by Qin Xiaoxue out of concern that he might go hungry. After consuming the papaya, he lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding. Zhou Feng blinked a few times to readjust to the brightness. Boss, you're awake. You truly are awake. I told you my mother wasn't imagining things, exclaimed a voice. Boss, you're amazing. You've walked through the gates of the underworld. The others gathered around Zhou Feng, their faces filled with relief. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. I'm fine, Zhou Feng said, touched by the genuine concern etched on their faces. If it were me, I surely wouldn't survive a snake bite. Fan Jian remarked. That snake was terrifying. It looked frightening indeed. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Although the island is plagued by scarcity of resources, they did not resort to consuming the snake. Instead, they discarded it. This was due to the fear of handling a venomous creature, as the consequences of poisoning would spell doom for them all. In truth, Zhou Feng believed that his survival was intricately linked to the jade pendant around his neck. Could it be that not only had his speed and strength enhanced, but his senses and immunity had also become more robust? Regardless, such developments were undoubtedly favorable. Upon awakening from his stupor, Zhou Feng inquired if anything significant had transpired during his unconsciousness. A glance around the camp revealed no apparent changes. Indeed, there have been some events. A couple of Caucasians visited twice, claiming they had matters to discuss with you, Yang Wei informed him. They seek me for something? Zhou Feng was taken aback. Caucasians? That must be Charles. Precisely. We all mentioned that you had just stepped out. Yang Wei scratched his head. They dared not disclose that Zhou Feng had succumbed to poisoning. Although the two individuals appeared amiable, one could never fully trust another's intentions. If they were aware of Zhou Feng's condition, what actions might they take? Presently, within their base, there were several hundred pounds of cured meat and numerous smoked fish, enough to incite greed on this desolate island. Did they specify their business? Zhou Feng inquired. No. They only mentioned wanting to speak with you in person. They should return today, Yang Wei replied solemnly. Thankfully, Zhou Feng had awakened today, otherwise Yang Wei and the others would have struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. Zhou Feng nodded. Lunch consisted of cured meat stewed with small fish, accompanied by a few pieces of papaya. Finally, he was able to savor meat again. Bai Qingjian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cured meat. Did you all refrain from eating meat while I was away? Zhou Feng asked curiously. We only had papaya. We've been eating it for several days now, and I feel nauseated just thinking about it. My mouth is still filled with the taste of papaya, Bai Qingjian replied with a wry smile. Zhou Feng learned that Tang Fu had sent over at least 100 pounds of papaya 2 days prior, and they had yet to finish it all. Their stock of papaya is quite substantial, Zhou Feng mused, slightly furrowing his brow. This indicated they must have discovered numerous papaya trees. During his previous visits to Tang Cheng's camp, he had not seen any papaya. Now, they were able to deliver over 100 pounds. Tang Fu wishes to meet you. What is your relationship with her? Bai Qingjian suddenly scrutinized Zhou Feng. Perhaps she has taken a liking to me. After all, I saved her last time. And she might wish to repay me. Zhou Feng chuckled before lowering his head to sip his soup. That is unacceptable, Bai Qingjian exclaimed urgently. Zhou Feng regarded her with surprise. Why was she so flustered? Bai Qingjian hesitated, resolutely opposing the idea of Tang Fu attempting to claim Zhou Feng for herself. Just then, several figures approached from the distance. Brother Zhou Feng, we have searched high and low for you. It was Charles and his companions. 5 individuals in total had arrived, 3 of whom were Caucasian, and the other 2 appeared to be of Chinese descent. The one speaking was none other than Charles. Zhou Feng finished the contents of his bowl and then rose to his feet. A couple of days ago, I was preoccupied with some matters and heard that you were looking for us. Charles caught a whiff of the savory aroma of cured meat, instinctively swallowing. The others couldn't help but glance at the iron pot suspended over the campfire, from which the delightful scent emanated. However, Zhou Feng had no intention of treating them, as these meats were quite precious and they were all rationing their supplies. Indeed, we sought you for a discussion regarding collaboration, Charles nodded. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Zhou Feng inquired with curiosity. Previously, Tang Cheng had broached the subject of collaboration with him, suggesting a merger of their camps, but Zhou Feng had declined. He hadn't anticipated Charles would approach him again. Charles glanced at the individuals behind Zhou Feng and smiled slightly. This information is rather significant. I would like to speak with you privately. Not a problem, Zhou Feng nodded. He then led Charles to the edge of the camp, where they could converse without concern of others overhearing. Zhou Feng found it somewhat peculiar, for Charles should be well aware that whatever he was about to disclose could not be kept from his companions. Was Charles perhaps wary of his own people? In truth, near my camp, my people have discovered a cave filled with numerous supplies, Charles whispered. A cave containing supplies? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. How could that be? That cave is quite expansive. There are indeed many items inside. I believe it is possible that previous survivors had been on this island and collected these supplies, leaving them in the cave. For some unknown reason, they have vanished, yet the supplies remain, Charles explained, gesturing as he spoke. His command of Chinese was not particularly fluent, which made his explanation somewhat slow. Previous survivors' images of Wu Wenrong and others flashed through Zhou Feng's mind. They had landed on the island half a year ago. The supplies within the cave could not possibly have been placed there by them. Who could it be then? Survivors who arrived even earlier? Zhou Feng recalled the wreckage of a helicopter. There might be more survivors on the island. Given the abundance of supplies in the cave, why haven't you taken them for yourself? Zhou Feng asked. Chapter 44, Bear Hunting. To be frank, it is because there are bears in that cave, both a large one and a small one, Charles confessed without reservation. If it weren't for those two bears, they would have extracted the supplies long ago. A mother bear with her cub is most dangerous and rarely strays far from her territory. Bears. Zhou Feng frowned. There are bears on this deserted island. Yet, he was no longer surprised. Let us hunt the bears together. Once we deal with them, we can divide the remaining supplies. Charles continued. How shall we divide them? Zhou Feng inquired directly. Quite simply, we shall take 2/3, and you may have 1/3. Charles replied with an air of generosity. 1/3? This seems incorrect. If this is a collaboration, at the very least, the spoils should be divided equally. Moreover, how shall we allocate the bear meat? Zhou Feng remarked, shaking his head. The other party had not mentioned the bear meat, clearly harboring intentions of monopolization. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Charles managed a wry smile and began to elucidate. For this bear hunting initiative, they had mobilized a dozen individuals in advance, having already dug traps near the cave. Zhou Feng's task was merely to lure the bear into the traps. As long as the bear fell into the traps, that would suffice. For Zhou Feng and his companions, this was a simple endeavor, requiring minimal effort. Furthermore, with such an abundance of provisions on your side, bear meat should hardly be a necessity. My group is numerous, making distribution exceedingly complicated. Although Charles spoke at length, he remained adamant, unwilling to relent. Simple? If it were so easy, would you have sought my assistance? I presume you have attempted this numerous times, and surely, lives have been lost, Zhou Feng stated flatly. Charles felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised that Zhou Feng had seen through him. In truth, they had discovered the cave 7 or 8 days prior and had attempted 2 capture operations, both of which had ended in failure. The traps they had dug were several hundred meters from the cave, and when they attempted to lure the bear over, they encountered formidable challenges due to the bear's speed, which far exceeded their expectations. It was nearly impossible to outrun a bear in the jungle. During the 2 attempts, 3 individuals had perished. Bringing the traps closer to the cave proved equally challenging, for any disturbance could potentially attract the bear. After witnessing Zhou Feng's prowess that day, Charles believed that if anyone could evade the bear's pursuit, it would be Zhou Feng, which is why he had sought him out for 3 consecutive days. Then please state your demands, Charles said. Let it be fair, an equal split, and I want half of the bear meat, Zhou Feng replied. Although he spoke of fairness, it was, in truth, quite inequitable. The other party had contributed significantly more in terms of manpower and effort. Very well, Charles hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. The two returned to the camp, where Zhou Feng summoned several individuals while Charles and the others stood at a distance. I must attend to some matters. Yang Wei and Fan Jian, you will remain here in the camp. Should any danger arise, retreat immediately, Zhou Feng instructed. Boss, what are you going to do? Fan Jian could not help but ask. Hunt the bear. Hunt the bear. The others were taken aback. He was going to confront a bear. Although they recognized Zhou Feng's formidable combat skills and his exceptional stone-throwing prowess, they reasoned that a bear, with its thick hide and robust flesh, would not be deterred by stones, but rather incensed. Boss, your body has only just recovered. Is it truly necessary to engage in a battle with a bear now? Yang Wei interjected hastily. Given their current ample food supply, there was no need to risk their lives for a mere portion of bear meat. Moreover, they had heard that improperly handled bear meat could be exceedingly gamey. In the ensuing days, Zhou Feng fell into a deep slumber. They all felt a profound sense of loss, unsure of what steps to take next. Zhou Feng was exceedingly important to them. The cave where Xiong resided still harbored some supplies, primarily for sustenance. Zhou Feng provided a brief explanation. I will go with you. Bai Qinjian exclaimed without hesitation. What do you intend to do there? Zhou Feng responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. To him, Bai Qinjian was akin to a neighborly little sister. As long as she did not cause trouble, it was acceptable. The notion that she wished to accompany him on a bear hunt was bewildering. Who knows if there is still snake venom in your system? Having another person could be beneficial. Otherwise, what if you faint again? Bai Qinjian reasoned. Her words caused Zhou Feng to nod in agreement. Indeed, having Bai Qinjian by his side could prove to be quite helpful. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were not in a position to leave the base. If he were to faint in front of Charles and the others, he could not guarantee the outcome. Moreover, in the event of any mishap, he would be able to ensure Bai Qinjian's safety. Very well. You may accompany me to take a look, Zhou Feng acquiesced. Hee. Bai Qinjian's face lit up with joy. She felt she could be of assistance. Aunt Qin. I will bring Bai Qinjian back, Zhou Feng assured as he turned to Qin Xiaoxue. Yes, you both must prioritize your safety, Qin Xiaoxue nodded. She was completely at ease with her daughter following Zhou Feng. However, when Charles saw Zhou Feng and Bai Qingjian appear before him, his expression was somewhat awkward. Brother, you've only brought one woman? Charles remarked. That is sufficient, Zhou Feng replied. All right then, let us depart. Charles did not press further. The group headed eastward. During the journey, Charles provided a detailed account of the bears they were to confront, a large and a small black bear. The larger one stood nearly 3 meters tall and was exceedingly ferocious, with a volatile temperament. The smaller bear appeared to be more docile and thus easier to manage. Zhou Feng's target was the larger bear. As long as they could lure it into the trap, there would be no concern about it escaping. Is your trap effective? Zhou Feng inquired. Despite the bear's considerable size, it was also an agile creature capable of climbing trees. A standard trap might easily be evaded, rendering their efforts futile. Rest assured, brother, we have excavated a substantial pit. Charles gestured with his hands. The pit is at least 5 meters deep and lined with sharp stakes. Should the bear fall in, it will be severely injured and will not be able to escape. Furthermore, our men are armed with spears surrounding the area. If the bear attempts to emerge, we will simply stab its eyes out, Charles added. With such double assurance, there was little cause for concern. Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging the thorough preparation. However, if they could not lure the bear, all their planning would be in vain. Halfway through their trek, Charles instructed his subordinates to return to the camp and summon reinforcements. They continued onward for several more kilometers. They arrived at a steep cliffside. Over there lies a cave abundant with resources. Charles pointed in a direction. Chapter 45, Lure. Zhou Feng gazed in the direction indicated by Charles. It was a cave at the base of the cliff, appearing significantly larger than the one Zhou Feng had previously discovered. It was approximately 200 meters away. Although visibility was limited from their vantage point, it was evident that the cave contained supplies, bearing signs of human activity, Charles explained beside him. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes to look closer. To his astonishment, he was able to discern the contents within the cave. Indeed, there were various items strewn across the ground, including an iron pot, a kitchen knife, and most importantly, it appeared there were 2 wooden boxes inside the cave, certainly filled with more treasures. However, Zhou Feng chose not to voice his surprise, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Where are the traps? Zhou Feng inquired. On the other side, follow me, Charles said, leading him in another direction. They had come here solely because it afforded a view of the cave. Soon, they reached a wooded area at the base of the slope, where a dozen or so individuals armed with spears awaited them. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and Bai Qingjian, they collectively furrowed their brows. Boss, is this the helper you found? One of the Huaxia men could not help but ask, scrutinizing Zhou Feng with evident skepticism. Do you have an issue with that? Why don't you go lure the bear over? Charles retorted coldly. That single remark silenced the man. Ever since the deaths of 3 individuals, they dared not recklessly engage. Bro, no offense. They are unaware of your capabilities. Charles chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern, merely inquiring about their next course of action. Charles and his group possessed relevant experience. According to their account, at this hour, the 2 bears were resting inside the cave. As long as they approached the cave, the mother bear would be provoked, and then they could lure her here. Although it sounded straightforward, the inherent dangers were known only to those involved. Brother, prepare yourself mentally. If it becomes too much, do not force it, Charles said, placing a reassuring hand on Zhou Feng's shoulder. There's no need. I'll just assess the route. Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Well said. By your words, you are a man, a hero. God will bless you. Charles began to praise him. Let us hope so. Zhou Feng replied calmly. If God were truly effective, we wouldn't have ended up in this place. Zhou Feng examined the path, seeking the optimal route, and spent over half an hour preparing. Zhou Feng, you must think this through. At this critical moment, Bai Qingjian appeared somewhat fearful. The thought of luring the bear alone was chilling. Do not worry. I'll be fine, Zhou Feng reassured her. Zhou Feng, on the contrary, began to comfort Bai Qingjian. Observing Zhou Feng's confident smile, Bai Qingjian felt that he had truly transformed. First, he had been bitten by a venomous snake and had lain in a coma for several days. Now, having awakened, he was preparing to hunt bears. There was not a trace of fear to be found in Zhou Feng. Rest assured, my brother, this must be your woman, and we shall protect her, Charles remarked. What? Who is his woman? Bai Qingjian murmured softly, but Charles did not hear her. Within his base, a dozen female survivors had long been claimed. Those of strength could possess one, while the others could only watch helplessly. Charles was aware that the situation in Tang Cheng's base was somewhat different, seemingly allowing every woman to choose freely. In Charles's perspective, the women at Zhou Feng's base were likely connected to him in some manner, given his formidable prowess. Zhou Feng approached within several dozen meters of the cave entrance, where he could smell a foul stench wafting toward him. Clearly, The bear had relieved itself at the cave's mouth, a scent that would deter many animals from approaching. Zhou Feng patted his backpack, which contained stones and a dagger. Though he knew the dagger would be of little use against a bear. If only they had a bow and arrow. They might devise a plan to hunt the bear from a distance. However, it seemed none among the survivors possessed the skills to craft a powerful bow capable of killing a bear. Hey, Zhou Feng called out. But the bear remained inside the cave, not even lifting its head. Zhou Feng frowned, suspecting that Charles and the others' previous actions had accustomed the bear to human presence in its territory. To the bear, they were likely perceived as merely walking food. Yet, Zhou Feng had his strategies. He retrieved a stone from his backpack and hurled it into the cave. Thud! A pitiful cry from a cub echoed from within. Uncertain where it had struck, the mother bear, enraged, charged out of the cave and immediately spotted Zhou Feng standing at a distance. Thus began a standoff between man and beast. Moments later, the mother bear sprinted toward Zhou Feng, who swiftly turned and fled. The bear's speed was astonishing, completely ignoring the tangled vines on the ground. Zhou Feng knew that even a slight misstep could cost him his life. Nevertheless, he managed to gain some distance from the black bear. However, Zhou Feng was taken aback when the black bear, seeing him flee, actually slowed its pace and halted. It dawned on Zhou Feng that the bear did not wish to stray too far from its cub. Realizing this, Zhou Feng decided to stop and instead approached the black bear. With a swift motion, he hurled another stone, this time striking the bear's back, inciting its fury once more. Turning around, he continued to chase after Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, upon realizing this, took flight in the opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, he reached the location of the trap. The others had long since concealed themselves. With a swift leap, Zhou Feng vaulted over the trap, rolling twice upon landing. The black bear, however, remained oblivious to the significance of this action. It merely observed its prey lying on the ground. With a triumphant roar, the bear pressed on. As it stepped onto the camouflaged ground, its massive form plummeted into the pit. The ensuing sound was one of anguished cries. Zhou Feng rose to his feet and approached the trap, discovering that a wooden stake had brutally pierced the bear's abdomen. The creature soon drew its last breath, devoid of the struggle one might have anticipated. "Brother, you are incredible." At that moment, Charles and the others emerged, gathering by the entrance to examine the scene. Chapter 46. The Hidden Hand. Zhou Feng. You scared me to death. Bai Qingjian stepped forth, scrutinizing Zhou Feng from head to toe. Witnessing Zhou Feng's earlier tumble, her heart raced, fearing he had fallen. It was only later that she realized he had been luring the bear. Zhou Feng smiled reassuringly at her, signaling that he was unscathed. He then turned to Charles and the others, expressing his eagerness to explore the cave now that the bear was dealt with. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed an odd smile spread across Charles's face. Suddenly, Charles thrust his hand forward, pushing Bai Qingjian forcefully from behind. "Ah," she gasped, taken by surprise. Just as she was about to fall into the trap, Zhou Feng instinctively reached out and caught her. Yet, in the next moment, several individuals beside him simultaneously shoved him forward. With one hand gripping Bai Qingjian, Zhou Feng found himself unable to evade the push, and together they tumbled into the pit. Thud! Zhou Feng tightly embraced Bai Qingjian, ensuring they landed atop the black bear's corpse rather than rolling down. Had it not been for the bear's body, they both would have been impaled by the wooden stakes. Blood! Blood! Bai Qingjian raised her hand, discovering it smeared with vivid crimson. Her body trembled involuntarily. "Do not worry. It is the bear's blood," Zhou Feng assured her, grasping her hand firmly. Earlier, Bai Qingjian's hand had inadvertently brushed against the bear's face, coming into contact with the blood. Zhou Feng pondered why Bai Qingjian managed to hold back her tears. Looking up, they were met with the shameless smiles of Charles and the others. "Charles, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Feng stood, casting a cold glare at Charles. "Just a little slip of the hand," Charles replied with a sly grin. "Now, pull us up." Zhou Feng's expression remained impassive. "Hee," Charles chuckled, remaining silent. The two parties exchanged stares. "Why do you wish to harm us?" Zhou Feng finally spoke. "It is simple. Your camp possesses food and women." As Charles uttered these words, his gaze fixed upon Bai Qingjian. Aboard the cruise ship Wanli, the ratio of men to women was decidedly imbalanced. The number of female passengers was already fewer than their male counterparts, not to mention the considerable presence of staff. Within Charles's camp, there were approximately 80 individuals, of whom only a mere dozen were women, and their qualities varied significantly. However, Charles noticed that in Zhou Feng's camp, there were 5 women, all strikingly beautiful, with an abundance of meat hanging from the racks, far surpassing their own meager provisions. Had it not been for his apprehension regarding Zhou Feng's strength, Charles would have already taken action. "Is this the reason you intend to kill us?" Zhou Feng squinted. "And not only that, you audaciously demanded half of our provisions for this bear hunt. This has thoroughly enraged me. You brought this upon yourself." Charles gritted his teeth, asserting, "Without my involvement, you would stand no chance against this bear." Zhou Feng shook his head in response. His demands were not excessive. It was merely that Charles was unwilling to offer anything in return. "I concede that point, but alas, this place operates without rules, and now everything belongs to me." Charles sneered. Subsequently, he disregarded Zhou Feng and turned his attention to those around him. "Let's eliminate this fellow. He cannot resist in the trap. Try not to kill the woman. Everyone will get a chance to enjoy." Charles issued his orders. Were it not for Zhou Feng being pushed into the trap, Charles would have lacked the confidence to strike against him. After all, he had witnessed Zhou Feng's ruthlessness against the savages previously, even with a dozen men on their side. Charles estimated that they would lose 5 or 6 in a direct confrontation. As the surrounding individuals closed in, they suddenly displayed expressions of terror, for they witnessed Zhou Feng leap into action, seizing Charles by the ankle. They could hardly believe their eyes. Zhou Feng stood atop the soft carcass of a black bear and managed to leap so high. This pit was 5 meters deep, even with the bear's body beneath him. Such a jump was astonishing. Charles had not anticipated Zhou Feng's extraordinary leap. He was utterly unprepared and was yanked downwards. "Help me," Charles exclaimed, his face a mask of fear, as he desperately grasped for anything to hold on to, only managing to clutch a few blades of grass. In the next moment, he plummeted into the depths of the pit, landing heavily on the black bear's body. There, he met Zhou Feng's cold gaze. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding," Charles stammered, his hand reaching for the dagger at his waist, intent on striking first. Yet Zhou Feng's hands were already advancing towards his face. Charles felt as if time had slowed, helplessly watching Zhou Feng's fingers descend toward his eyes. A chill of dread coursed through him. Realizing Zhou Feng's intentions, a sudden explosion of pain erupted. "No!" Bang! "Ah!" Charles emitted a piercing scream as his eyes were brutally crushed by Zhou Feng. Fortunately, this agony did not linger for long. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng snapped Charles's neck, his head nearly twisting 180 degrees. "Ah!" Bai Qinjian's eyes widened in horror, her cries echoing the gruesome spectacle. The scene was overwhelmingly bloody, causing those perched above the pit to instinctively retreat. No one anticipated that Charles would meet such a horrific demise. What astonished them even more was Zhou Feng's sudden leap. He deftly positioned one foot on the edge of the pit, exerting force in the opposite direction. In just 2 jumps, he emerged from the trap, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Zhou Feng could escape so easily. Regret washed over them. Had they encircled the pit earlier, Zhou Feng would not have ascended without difficulty. Alas, it was too late now. "Kill him! Kill him!" A Caucasian man shouted, fixating on Zhou Feng with a desperate intensity. His Chinese clumsy yet urgent. He was the first to raise his spear and thrust it toward Zhou Feng. In response, Zhou Feng waved his hand, clutching a handful of dirt. The man had not anticipated such a tactic, and in an instant, sand invaded his eyes. "Ah!" The pain forced him to instinctively close his eyes, allowing Zhou Feng to seize the spear. With a swift motion, the spear pierced through his chest. Simultaneously, several other Caucasians rushed at Zhou Feng, shouting, "Kill this demon! We cannot let him live." The remaining 10 or so individuals of Asian descent instinctively recoiled, save for one who joined the assault against Zhou Feng. Yet, the unfolding events took them by surprise. Despite their numerical advantage, Zhou Feng fought like a warrior, retreating as he engaged. With every strike, an adversary fell. In a hand-to-hand confrontation, Zhou Feng could not possibly contend with 6 or 7 opponents simultaneously. Even the strongest hands struggle against many. However, with a weapon in hand, the dynamics changed entirely. They found themselves unable to close the distance. And in the blink of an eye, they began to fall one by one. Only one Caucasian remained, trembling as he clutched his spear in fear. With a thud, he fell to his knees, discarding the weapon. "God, please don't kill me, don't kill me," he pleaded in English. Zhou Feng, emotionless, pierced his neck with the spear. A gaunt figure flashed in his mind, one who had once begged for mercy. Zhou Feng had spared him then, only to nearly lose his life as a result. This time, Zhou Feng would not repeat that mistake. In that moment when the white man struck, the relationship between the two parties became one of life and death. The remaining dozen or so individuals of Asian descent wore expressions of dread. They had not anticipated Zhou Feng's formidable combat prowess. With a shared glance, they turned and fled, seeking to distance themselves from this living embodiment of death. "Stop!" Zhou Feng bellowed. Most remained rooted in place, trembling in fear. Only 2 individuals ran deeper into the dense forest without a backward glance. They dared not return to the camp, wishing only to vanish from Zhou Feng's presence. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng retrieved 2 stones from his backpack and hurled them. Both assailants collapsed to the ground. One of them struck in the head despite having sprinted over 100 meters. "Bring those 2 over here," Zhou Feng commanded coldly. The remaining 9, upon hearing this, hurried towards the fallen figures. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng adjusted his spear and extended it towards Bai Qingjian, who was ensnared in a trap. Her hands trembled as she struggled to grasp the weapon. Suddenly, she felt a surge of strength pulling her upward, though she remained seated on the ground. Although this was not Bai Qingjian's first encounter with death, the impact of this experience felt markedly different. It's all right, Zhou Feng said, squatting down to embrace her shoulders. Zhou Feng, I'm so sorry, Bai Qingjian wept, feeling as though she had brought misfortune upon him. Silly girl. Your safety is all that matters. Zhou Feng gently kissed her forehead. Gradually, Bai Qingjian began to regain her composure, wiping away her tears and suppressing the urge to cry further. Now was not the time for sorrow. I'm all right now. Bai Qingjian took a deep breath. That's good. Zhou Feng nodded, assisting her to her feet. He was somewhat surprised at how quickly she had recovered. Most young women would likely have cried for an extended period under similar circumstances. On the other side, the group returned with the two fugitives. Are they still alive? Zhou Feng inquired, looking at the two men. They're alive, still breathing, someone replied promptly. Kill them, Zhou Feng stated flatly. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief at his command. Disobey my orders, and you will meet the same fate. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated no longer, gritting their teeth as they picked up the spears from the ground and advanced towards the fallen men. Bai Qingjian instinctively turned away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. Now, I present you with a choice. Obey my orders, or leave and never show yourselves before me again, Zhou Feng proclaimed. We pledge our loyalty to you. We too were coerced by Charles. He is a god within the camp. We cannot resist. They hastily knelt, fearful of the consequences of choosing differently, should Zhou Feng turn against them. Rise and tell me about the situation in your camp. Zhou Feng gestured with his hand. The individuals stood up, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. When did Charles decide to plot against me? Zhou Feng inquired. Just now. When the black bear was thrown in, he intended to eliminate you. However, Charles must have already informed those white individuals. These whites were indeed his confidants. As if a dam had burst, the group began to voice their grievances against Charles. According to their accounts, the white inhabitants in the camp held a position of superiority, indulging in greater rations and the liberty to choose women. The scant dozen women in the camp had been divided among them. The others were relegated to a status of second-class citizens. Why do you not resist? Zhou Feng frowned, observing that the yellow-skinned individuals appeared to outnumber the whites. Initially, we were the majority, but many of us joined later. The rules were established, and no one dared to defy them. Those who did were swiftly eliminated. Their voices dwindled. Heads bowed in shame. Zhou Feng now comprehended why Tang Cheng remarked that one could witness corpses being discarded from Charles's camp. They were the rebels. Zhou Feng had previously been naive, believing that having rescued Charles and his comrades from the savages would inspire goodwill. Human nature is treacherous. Upon seeing the provisions and women in his base, malicious intent arose within them. Zhou Feng posed a few more inquiries and learned that there were over 60 individuals in the camp, including 7 or 8 whites, a dozen women, and more than 30 yellow-skinned individuals. Boss, let us eliminate those whites. They are all loyal followers of Charles. Indeed, let us slay them all, they exclaimed, fists raised in fervor. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. While he was decisive in his actions, he was not a mindless killer and would not slay the innocent without cause. Let us first assess the situation, Zhou Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. All right, we will follow your lead. They nodded in agreement. You 3 will remain here to guard the black bear's corpse. The rest will come with me, Zhou Feng commanded. For now, there should be no one approaching, primarily to deter any small animals. Subsequently, Zhou Feng led the group towards Charles's camp. Chapter 48, Disguise. The camp was situated near the beach, chosen for its proximity to a shallow area teeming with fish. After traversing for over half an hour, Zhou Feng spotted activity ahead. Is this your camp? There isn't even a decent structure, he remarked, slightly taken aback. He observed no notable buildings, only rudimentary huts constructed from banana leaves. Much like the rudimentary shelter constructed by Qin Xiaoxue on the beach, it was quite basic. Logically, given that everyone had been on the island for at least a fortnight, they should have at least devised some form of protection against the elements. For instance, Tang Cheng and his companions had erected numerous structures, the exterior comprised of their accommodations, while several wooden cabins served as lodging for Charles and his group. Someone voiced their discontent, and Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, comprehended the situation. It became evident that their efforts had been solely devoted to building shelter for Charles. Well, you could continue to construct more shelters, Bai Qingjian interjected, unable to contain herself. When it was our turn, Charles insisted that we prioritize gathering food. Another individual clenched their fists, whispering in frustration. That reflects your own lack of resolve, Bai Qingjian retorted, her tone sharp. Upon hearing her words, The others could only lower their heads, for there was no refuting the truth in her statement. There had been previous attempts at rebellion, but they had all been quashed by Charles. They possess weapons, several daggers. One person mumbled softly. Yet, no one responded. Zhou Feng nodded at this remark, as it clarified why these individuals were reluctant to rise against their oppressor. On the other side of the camp, upon noticing Zhou Feng and his companion's arrival, several individuals rushed forward. You're back. Did you catch a bear? Is there bear meat? Someone eagerly inquired. The majority of those from Charles's camp had subsisted on little more than fish and shrimp after arriving on the deserted island, supplemented by foraged fruits, and had yet to taste red meat. The prospect of hunting a bear filled them with anticipation. Gather everyone. I have something to discuss, Zhou Feng announced. Who are you? Someone inquired, unfamiliar with him. I am here as a messenger for Charles. Summon everyone. Zhou Feng's tone grew serious. A messenger for Charles. The group, now aware of the gravity of the situation, hastened to call the others from the camp. Soon, over 50 individuals emerged. Though some who had ventured out in search of food were temporarily unaccounted for. However, Zhou Feng deemed this number sufficient. Among the gathered, there were about a dozen women and roughly 10 Caucasians. The remaining Asians appeared somewhat frail. Where's Charles? A brown-haired Caucasian inquired. I have dealt with Charles. I am now the leader here, Zhou Feng replied, locking eyes with him. During his journey, Zhou Feng had meticulously inquired about the camp's dynamics and learned that a few remained fiercely loyal to Charles. This brown-haired man, named Jack, was one such individual. Proficient in Mandarin and reportedly a senior executive in a Chinese enterprise. Whenever Charles left the camp, it was Jack who maintained its security, often treating others with disdain. Zhou Feng's declaration struck like thunder, igniting a fervor among the survivors. You killed Charles, Jack exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. His gaze swept over those standing behind Zhou Feng. Upon seeing them beside Zhou Feng, he understood. You traitors, Jack roared. It was Charles's overestimation of himself. He deserves to die? Who told him to provoke Lord Zhou Feng? Those surrounding Zhou Feng shouted in unison. With Zhou Feng backing them, they felt no fear. Furthermore, they held a decisive numerical advantage. Observing the fury in their eyes, several white individuals instinctively huddled together. I am offering you a choice. Either stay here and heed my words, or get lost. Zhou Feng's eyes scanned each of the white men. If we stay, how will you treat us? Jack furrowed his brow. Like the others, he was wary. Zhou Feng replied nonchalantly, we need to discuss this. Jack's eyes darted. Then you discuss. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Jack immediately gathered the remaining white men, whispering among themselves from a distance. Zhou Feng took note of their actions. A few white men quickly shook their heads, seemingly in refusal. However, Jack's tone was rather menacing. The distance was too great for Zhou Feng to hear their words. Some attempted to argue. Silence, or I will kill you, Jack growled in a low voice. Zhou Feng overheard this. Soon, Jack brought these individuals before Zhou Feng. We have discussed. As long as you do not mistreat us, we will follow your orders, Jack smiled. Of course not, Zhou Feng responded. My name is Jack, he said, extending his hand. Zhou Feng reciprocated the gesture. Just as their hands clasped, Jack's expression turned fierce. Attack. Jack gripped Zhou Feng's hand tightly, while his other hand drew a dagger from his waist, thrusting it viciously towards Zhou Feng's abdomen. Simultaneously, 3 white men behind Jack made their move. One, armed with a dagger, lunged toward Zhou Feng's chest, while 2 others tackled him, aiming to seize his legs. Everyone was taken aback. Never anticipating Jack's sudden aggression, everyone but Zhou Feng. He had anticipated that Jack would not relent so easily. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Feng's gaze sharpened. He sidestepped deftly, narrowly evading Jack's dagger. With his other hand, he delivered a powerful punch to Jack's face. Crack. Jack screamed in agony as his nasal bone fractured, his face contorting in pain. The other white man bearing a dagger closed in, but Zhou Feng's movements were lightning fast. He seized Jack's arm, using him as a shield, positioning Jack in front of himself just in time to intercept the incoming dagger. There was a dull thud as the dagger embedded itself deeply into Jack's chest. Ugh! Jack fixed a vengeful stare at the man who had dealt the fatal blow, his eyes brimming with resentment. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. As for the 2 white men attempting to cling to his legs, Zhou Feng soared into the air, delivering precise kicks that struck the chests of both adversaries. They fell to the ground like kites severed from their strings. With only the white man who had slain Jack remaining, his legs grew weak. It had been a meticulously planned assassination. 4 against 1, yet they had still failed. Eliminate them, Zhou Feng commanded coldly. His followers quickly reacted, brandishing their spears and charging forward. Please don't kill me. It was all Jack's idea. It was all Jack's idea. The white man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, cursing Jack 1,000 times in his mind. The notion that eliminating Zhou Feng would restore control of the base was utterly impossible. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. as his body was swiftly pierced. The two men Zhou Feng had kicked, who still attempted to rise and resist, were also overwhelmed and slain. Even Jack's lifeless body on the ground did not escape their wrath, as someone delivered several strikes to vital areas. "Boss, what about those few?" one individual asked. Spear aimed at the remaining 6 white men. These men trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror. "Do not harm them. Let them go." Zhou Feng waved his hand. Not all white men were accomplices of Charles and Jack, and he had overheard that these individuals had also been coerced by Jack. Thank you. Thank you." These survivors, filled with gratitude, were so overwhelmed that some wept openly on the ground. "If you do not wish to remain here, you may choose to leave," Zhou Feng added. The white men exchanged glances. Finally, the last among them who spoke Chinese stepped forward. He appeared youthful, likely under 30. "We choose to stay. In truth, we do not agree with Charles's actions. He is a fiend. But you are different. You are not like Charles. We are willing to stay and follow your lead." Zhou Feng soon learned his name was Bruce, who had spent 7 or 8 years in China working in media, though his videos were shared on foreign platforms, depicting his life in China rather than catering to domestic traffic. Bruce and a few others, unwilling to collude with Charles, had been marginalized within the camp, though their treatment was somewhat superior to that of the average person. Zhou Feng then regarded the others, offering them a choice to either stay or flee. "We will all remain," they declared in unison, especially after witnessing Zhou Feng's prowess. None dared to voice dissent, fearing he might strike from behind. Zhou Feng understood this well. Not everyone was willing to follow him, and much of their allegiance stemmed from fear, but he did not mind that. Originally, he had no intention of absorbing more survivors. But Charles's sudden aggression made Zhou Feng realize the necessity of adaptation. The number of people in their camp was too few, making them an easy target in the eyes of others. If their camp had at least 50 or 60 members, like Tang Cheng's, then Charles would certainly think twice before daring to encroach upon them. Zhou Feng believed there were undoubtedly many other survivor camps elsewhere, perhaps not far from their own. After all, the 2 survivors killed by the savages last time were strangers to them. "Leader, what is your name?" At that moment, a woman approached him. Zhou Feng scrutinized her. She wore a sports tank top on her upper body and denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. What captured his attention most was her striking face, with features that were exquisitely crafted. Yet, there was a sense of familiarity that Zhou Feng couldn't shake off. "She has the face of an internet celebrity," Bai Qingjian murmured softly. Zhou Feng finally understood the reason behind his sense of recognition. The woman before him possessed a quintessential celebrity visage, marked by evident surgical alterations. She was a product of cosmetic enhancement. Zhou Feng, however, had little appreciation for such artificial beauty, preferring the authenticity of natural features. "My name is Zhou Feng. How about letting me be your man? I will ensure your utmost comfort." The woman leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Zhou Feng and deliberately brushing against him. Bai Qingjian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger, her glare nearly igniting flames. If looks could kill, the woman would have perished several times over. "I am not interested." Zhou Feng withdrew his arm, turning his attention to everyone in the camp. "I am not Charles. From now on, all interactions between men and women in this camp must be consensual. Should anyone violate this rule, these corpses will be their fate." He gestured toward the bodies on the ground. At his words, several women erupted into tears, overwhelmed by the shame and torment they had endured. Under Charles, they had experienced no semblance of freedom, treated merely as commodities. The other men present, apart from a few who displayed disappointment, sighed in relief, fearing Zhou Feng might behave like Charles, assigning women without consideration for their desires. Now, they could compete fairly for companionship. "Boss, I like you. Let me be your woman." Yet the woman was unwilling to concede easily, gazing at Zhou Feng with pleading eyes. Her name was Tian Bing, previously one of Charles's women. As someone nearby informed Zhou Feng, he understood why Tian Bing was so insistent on becoming his partner, having been with Charles. She had likely grown accustomed to a life of ease, never having to forage for food herself. "I used to be a streamer. I can dance and I can sing." Tian Bing eagerly attempted to showcase her talents. "I have already stated my disinterest," Zhou Feng replied, frowning. Tian Bing was taken aback, sensing that Zhou Feng was growing impatient. If she continued to linger, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. "Clear away these corpses and find a place in the distance to bury them," Zhou Feng instructed, pointing at the several bodies strewn on the ground. "With so many corpses, we cannot simply dispose of them in the sea. It would be far safer to bury them, thus averting the risk of disease transmission." Immediately, some individuals began to take action. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, returned to the site of the trap. The 3 guards stationed there were still present. Upon learning that Zhou Feng had successfully taken control of the camp, they all breathed a sigh of relief, as their fates had long been intertwined with his. Zhou Feng's next task was to begin the butchering of the bear. This was not a task he needed to undertake personally. Others descended with knives to methodically carve up the black bear's carcass. In the blink of an eye, chunks of bear meat were hoisted up by ropes. Chapter 50. The feast. All the bear meat was bound with straw rope, intended to be transported back to the camp. Zhou Feng ventured alone to the vicinity of the cave. Roar! Roar! He called into the cavern, but received no response. Cautiously, he stepped inside, only to discover that the cub was no longer there, most likely having fled. The cave was foul-smelling, yet the ground was littered with various items. Unmistakable evidence of prior human habitation. The floor was strewn with straw mats, likely remnants of several beds. Regrettably, most of the items had been trampled by the bear. However, in the corner, several pots remained intact. Scattered on the ground were 2 kitchen knives. Zhou Feng's gaze fixated on 2 wooden boxes within the cave, for they contained what truly piqued his interest. Each box stood approximately 1.5 meters high and 2 meters long, designed specifically for maritime shipping. Upon inspecting the first box, disappointment washed over him. It was filled entirely with clothing, most of which had disintegrated into mere fluff, reeking and utterly unwearable. Next, he approached the second box and peered inside. Initially, a glimmer of hope lit up his face at the sight of numerous items, but it quickly faded into disillusionment as he realized they were merely remnants of decayed food. Among them lay some cured meats, now long spoiled. It was clear that someone had once inhabited this place, but for reasons unknown, they had abandoned it. Had they found a way to escape the island? Or had they perished? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating both possibilities. He fervently hoped they had discovered a means to leave rather than falling victim to savagery. Once more, Zhou Feng surveyed the cave, and based on the remnants left behind, it was evident that it had been occupied. After searching for quite some time, he succeeded in uncovering a few valuable items: an axe, a hammer, several frying pans, and kitchen knives. Additionally, he discovered a crevice in the cave wall that contained some trinkets, surprisingly including a nail clipper and several sewing kits, which Zhou Feng promptly tucked into his pocket. As he exited the cave with these items, a sense of melancholy washed over him. It was likely that Charles never imagined that the only valuable possessions within the cave were these mere necessities. In his greed for these supplies and the bear meat, Charles had paid with his life. Had he survived, he would surely be filled with regret. Arriving at the trap site, Zhou Feng noted that the bear meat had been nearly butchered, leaving only the head and other unmanageable parts. Upon learning that the cave contained only these meager items, those present expressed their disappointment. Zhou Feng entrusted the miscellaneous items to others for transport, and soon the group made their way back to camp with the bear meat. The black bear was not considered the most perilous creature in the wild. There existed an old saying that ranked dangers as wild boar, black bear, and then tiger. This was not due to the wild boar being inherently more formidable than bears and tigers, but rather because of their sheer numbers, making them the most hazardous in the forests. In contrast, encounters with black bears and tigers were far less frequent. Moreover, black bears possessed the unique ability to stand upright, a trait that surpassed many other mammals. As Zhou Feng returned to the camp, dusk was rapidly approaching. Everyone had already gathered back, aware that a new leader had emerged. Zhou Feng's earlier decisive actions had instilled a sense of fear in many. However, upon witnessing Zhou Feng and his group returning with bear meat, their eyes glistened with excitement. In light of this, Zhou Feng declared that as long as everyone followed his directives, they would all eat well. The survivors present erupted into cheers. Yet, a pressing dilemma confronted Zhou Feng. They now had 2 camps. One was the site left by Wu Wenrong and his companions, while the other belonged to Charles. It was impractical for him to traverse between both camps, so he had to choose one as their base. Zhou Feng had contemplated this issue during his journey. They had initially distanced themselves from the beach due to fears of encountering wild men. And now wild men had indeed appeared near Charles's camp, along with reports of survivors being harmed. This area was undoubtedly more perilous. It would be wiser to return to their original camp, which, though lacking substantial structures, had a few wooden cabins that could be dismantled for materials to construct a new elsewhere. Thus, Zhou Feng issued a command for the entire group to relocate with all their supplies. No one resisted his orders. They began to pack their belongings, viewing this site merely as a temporary dwelling. A procession of dozens of people, forming an extensive line, made their way to Zhou Feng's camp, which had long been shrouded in darkness by the time they arrived. However, upon arriving at the camp, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. It turned out that Zhou Feng had already sent several individuals to escort Bai Qinjian back to the camp ahead of time. He instructed Yang Wei and the others to bring out the previously marinated pork, which was then cooked in its entirety. Each person received a small bowl of pork and broth. Although the portions were scant, the majority of the survivors present had not tasted meat in a long time. Upon seeing the pork, they eagerly licked their bowls clean. Those without wooden bowls could only watch enviously as others feasted, hastily rushing to claim their share. Fearing they might miss out, they formed a queue. Each person allowed only one serving. Anyone caught taking more would not be welcomed back. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Bai Qingjian were there to maintain order. Yang Wei and Fan Jian took on the role of cooks, while Li Ran and Qin Xiaoxue assisted nearby. Where did all these people come from? My pork. Yang Wei lamented as he watched the diminishing contents of the pot, tears welling in his eyes. Noticing Yang Wei murmuring, Li Ran leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Enough. This is the leader's order, don't speak out of turn." "Of course, I will heed the leader," Yang Wei replied with a bitter smile. "I'm just reluctant." He had meticulously planned how long the pork could last, 2 or 3 months at least, but with the arrival of dozens of people, it was all consumed in one night. Now, only a few pieces of cured meat remained, likely not enough for 2 meals. Even if they managed to procure more bear meat, with so many mouths to feed, it would still not suffice. "What is the matter? Do you have objections?" At that moment, Zhou Feng approached with a smile. No objections here. "I will follow whatever you say, boss." Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Yang Wei was merely chatty, harboring no malice. Li Ran quickly echoed his sentiment. Feeling Li Ran's protective stance warmed Yang Wei's heart. Chapter 51. The discovery during this time together. Yang Wei had truly felt what it meant to be cared for through Li Ran's actions. She had confided many secrets to him, and they had privately vowed to cherish one another for life. If I had worked hard only to see the meat go to others, I would feel quite conflicted, Zhou Feng said, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Wei could only manage a forced laugh. Though he shared this sentiment, he found it hard to voice. However, the current situation was different. Charles dared to strike at them because he perceived their base as weak. Zhou Feng spoke earnestly. Yang Wei and the others had already heard Bai Qingjian recount the events, and even knowing Zhou Feng was safe, they felt a twinge of anxiety during her tale. "Now that our numbers have increased, anyone thinking of attacking us will have to reconsider." Zhou Feng squinted thoughtfully. "Indeed, boss, you are right. For our safety, relinquishing the pork is truly a minor issue." Yang Wei nodded emphatically. Moreover, the thought of Zhou Feng's demise haunted him. Soon, Charles and his companions will come charging in like ravenous wolves. What they will encounter is beyond imagination. Yang Wei, determined, wishes for Li Ran to endure no more suffering. Convey these sentiments privately to Fan Jian and Sun Hong. Zhou Feng patted Yang Wei on the shoulder, remarking that some matters are best clarified. "No problem," Yang Wei replied. As everyone finished their meals, Zhou Feng addressed those seated on the ground, stating that they would make do under the trees for the night, and housing issues would be resolved the following day. "Thank you, boss. We're fine with whatever. We can manage for however long it takes. As long as there is something to eat," they all chimed in. Previously, at Charles's camp, they faced nothing but exploitation, and the notion of housing was a distant dream. Their only hope was to avoid hunger each day. Quickly, they began to tidy their makeshift sleeping area for the night. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After a day of turmoil, he felt fatigued and sat down to rest. "You must be hungry. I noticed you haven't eaten anything." At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue approached with a bowl of meat. Zhou Feng observed that it was a bowl she had carved herself since arriving at the camp, and she had made one for both him and Bai Qingjian as well. "Aunt Qin, I almost forgot." Zhou Feng recalled he hadn't eaten since morning, too occupied with various tasks and worrying about others getting lost. The aroma of the meat made him realize he hadn't eaten since the previous morning. Strangely, he didn't feel weak, though. Accepting the bowl from Qin Xiaoxue, he picked up a pair of chopsticks to eat. On this island, chopsticks were abundant, and it was no wonder that mastering their use was a requirement for soldiers from every nation. Qin Xiaoxue squatted beside Zhou Feng, watching him with a cheerful expression, which made him slightly bashful as he ate hastily. "Slow down. I saved 2 bowls for you. Let me get you another," she said, rising to head inside. "Okay," Zhou Feng replied, slowing his pace. Soon, Qin Xiaoxue returned with another bowl of meat. After finishing, he patted his stomach and said, "Aunt Qin, you are truly kind to me. I heard Qingjian mention that you saved her again. Otherwise, she would surely have perished." Qin Xiaoxue gently shook her head. "It was fortunate that Bai Qingjian was with me. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire." Zhou Feng recalled the scene when Charles had attacked, still breaking into a cold sweat. Had Bai Qingjian not been present, the outcome might have been drastically different. "Thank you, and in the future, when it's just the 2 of us, please don't call me Aunt Qin anymore. Aren't we more than just friends now?" Qin Xiaoxue blushed. "What should I call you then?" Zhou Feng, unable to come up with an alternative to Aunt Qin, pondered. "I'm not sure either," Qin Xiaoxue replied, contemplating the matter. Zhou Feng continued to address himself as aunt, which felt somewhat peculiar. "Then I shall call you Xiaoxue," he stated decisively. "That seems acceptable." Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently, though she felt a tinge of oddity, particularly given Zhou Feng's significantly younger age. Observing the flush on Qin Xiaoxue's face, Zhou Feng suddenly found his breath quickening. Xiaoxue, I wish to kiss you. Qin Xiaoxue offered no verbal reply, but merely closed her eyes. Zhou Feng, elated, leaned in without hesitation. This time, Qin Xiaoxue was notably proactive, and he sensed a stark contrast from before. What are you two doing? At that moment, a voice interrupted from behind. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue promptly separated. He turned to see Bai Qingyan, who was holding a bowl of meat and staring at Zhou Feng with wide eyes. Qin Xiaoxue swiftly stood to explain. Could it be that something has gotten into her eye again? Bai Qingyan's face was filled with anger. She had clearly witnessed the two embracing. Zhou Feng scratched his head, at a loss for words. Zhou Feng, you scoundrel! Bai Qingyan exclaimed, turning to leave. Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly pursued her, leaving Zhou Feng alone, somewhat bewildered. However, he thought that perhaps it was better to have shattered that thin veneer of pretense early on. After all, he couldn't continue to hide it from Bai Qingyan indefinitely. Now it remained to be seen when Bai Qingyan would come to terms with it. Zhou Feng believed it wouldn't take long, especially since Bai Qingyan had narrowly escaped death that day and was likely to recover swiftly. It was a pity, though, that Qin Xiaoxue had been so daringly forward this time. The following morning, Zhou Feng awoke to find that others had already risen. Many were busy preparing bear meat, while others gathered firewood. Everyone, please stop what you are doing and listen, Zhou Feng announced. All hands ceased their tasks, and eyes turned in unison towards him. Starting today, we shall implement a system of labor distribution and establish roles. This was a plan Zhou Feng had devised the previous night. Noticing no one spoke up, Fan Jian took the initiative to ask, Boss, how will this distribution work? Zhou Feng began to outline his proposal. According to his plan, the camp's inhabitants would be primarily divided into hunting, gathering, fishing, and miscellaneous work groups. The miscellaneous group would handle cooking and various camp tasks. Everyone's allocation would be based on their labor contributions. I have a question. Will this distribution be fair? A survivor raised their hand to inquire. Zhou Feng looked towards the individual, an older survivor who appeared to be around 60. There is no fairness here. Those who work less will receive less food and of inferior quality, Zhou Feng replied directly. As his words echoed, murmurs rippled through the crowd, particularly among the elderly and women who felt this approach was inherently unjust, as they found it nearly impossible to compete with the younger individuals. In terms of physical strength, they are exceedingly weak. However, the young individuals shine brightly before our eyes. None of them wished to support others. At that moment, Fan Jian also rose to his feet. This is not a modern society. Not everyone can satisfy their hunger. To maintain sustenance, one must toil harder. Indeed, those unwilling to remain here may leave at this very moment. Zhou Feng nodded and spoke. Upon the conclusion of his statement, silence enveloped the group. Departing now would be tantamount to courting death. Even if one cannot hunt here, there are still menial tasks to undertake. Should one leave the camp, they would be left to fend for themselves in the pursuit of food, with no alternative options available. Zhou Feng subsequently appointed team leaders. Fan Jian would oversee the fishing group, Yang Wei would lead the hunting group, while Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing would manage the gathering group. Qin Xiaoxue and Li Ran were designated to handle the labor group. All are Zhou Feng's trusted confidants. As Zhou Feng announced these appointments, there was no dissent. Only Bai Qingyan sat on the ground, gazing at Zhou Feng, her demeanor suggesting she wished to voice something but held back, seemingly protesting her lack of a designated role. However, upon noticing Zhou Feng's gaze, she swiftly turned her head away. It appeared that Bai Qingyan was still perturbed by last night's events, sitting at a considerable distance from Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng then proceeded to assign the remaining individuals into each work group. Those inclined to fish were directed to do so, while those eager to hunt were sent to the hunt. Should any group find themselves understaffed in the future, Zhou Feng would make adjustments accordingly. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Feng instructed the labor group to prepare the bear meat, as lunch would consist of bear meat today. The others were tasked with cutting down trees to construct rudimentary shelters. Zhou Feng's axe from yesterday was put to good use. Although there was only one axe, it was far superior to working barehanded. Everyone began to chop wood, familiarizing themselves with their respective tasks. Zhou Feng, what am I to do? Bai Qingyan could no longer contain her frustration as she approached Zhou Feng, visibly irked. During the distribution of tasks, Zhou Feng had not assigned her a role. You shall be with Xiaoxue in the labor group, Zhou Feng replied. The labor group had the least demanding assignments in the base, yet it also faced numerous daily chores. It may seem disadvantageous, but in truth, the labor group is the safest. After all, venturing outside on this deserted island poses risks. Zhou Feng's decision to place both Qin Xiaoxue and her mother in the labor group was also somewhat self-serving. You call her Mom Xiaoxue? Bai Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, she is now my girlfriend, Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng intentionally mentioned this title, as Bai Qingyan had already discovered it, which did not constitute a breach of their agreement. Since when? Bai Qingyan bit her lip, struggling to comprehend. About 4 or 5 days ago, Zhou Feng pondered before responding. You, how could you two possibly be together? The incredulity in Bai Qingjian's eyes was palpable. Even after witnessing Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue together the previous night, she still found it hard to believe. Last night, Bai Qingjian did not speak a word to her mother, leaving her with no choice but to approach Zhou Feng for answers. This must be what it feels like when emotions reach a certain threshold. Zhou Feng offered a dry laugh, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his long-standing affection for Qin Xiaoxue. You scoundrel! Bai Qingjian exclaimed, turning on her heel to leave. Zhou Feng scratched his head, noting that Bai Qingjian seemed less angry than the previous day. His greatest concern was her reluctance to communicate. He turned his gaze toward Qin Xiaoxue and noticed a group of women surrounding her. In her hands, she held a piece of cloth stained with dark substances. What are you doing? Zhou Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. The other women blushed at his approach. This is wood ash. I'm teaching them how to use it. Qin Xiaoxue replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. For what purpose? Is someone injured? Zhou Feng asked, perplexed. In the absence of medication, wood ash can staunch bleeding, Qin Xiaoxue explained, clearing her throat. It's related to women's matters. Zhou Feng momentarily failed to comprehend. Oh, it's for menstruation. Qin Xiaoxue, realizing the need for clarity, stated plainly. Understanding dawned on Zhou Feng. Since wood ash could indeed halt bleeding, it was certainly useful during menstruation. And it also had antibacterial properties. In such a desolate place as this island, it was perfectly suited for use. Observing Qin Xiaoxue, it was evident she had been employing this remedy for some time, as had Sun Hong and others. Zhou Feng felt a pang of regret for not having realized it sooner. Yet, he could understand, with so many matters occupying his mind daily. It was inevitable that some details would be overlooked. Boss, you really know so little about women. Surely, you must have had some experiences, a woman remarked. If not, I could teach you. Surrounding women chimed in, some casting envious glances at Zhou Feng, particularly Tian Bing, who stared at him intently, her expression contemplative. Enough of this. We still have work to do, Qin Xiaoxue interjected sternly. The others, upon witnessing her demeanor, fell silent. Zhou Feng felt relieved. Allowing these women to jest would undermine his authority as their leader. The male survivors recognized Zhou Feng's strength and refrained from challenging him. But the women were another matter entirely. He could not afford to glare at them, but thankfully, Qin Xiaoxue was present. Zhou Feng ventured into the nearby woods, where everyone was industriously engaged in their tasks. Yang Wei and a few others were chopping down trees, while the others busied themselves with constructing wooden shelters. Let me help, Zhou Feng announced, noticing their slow progress. He took an axe from one of the workers and approached a tree. The vegetation on this island was abundant, featuring coconut trees, palm trees, and many others. Zhou Feng was unfamiliar with this particular tree, but its branches were not thick, merely the size of a bowl, though it soared impressively high, reaching 7 or 8 meters. It was indeed excellent material for building. Zhou Feng raised the axe and swung it down with great force, creating a deep notch in the trunk. With a powerful push, the tree toppled to the ground. Truly impressive. He is exceptional. Just moments ago, we had exerted considerable effort to fell a single tree. The admiration from those around him was palpable. Zhou Feng possessed innate strength. Just a trivial matter. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively as he continued toward the next tree. In less than an hour, he had cut down over 20 trees. The camp now housed more than 70 individuals, and approximately 10 shelters would suffice. After all, conditions were not a priority. Mere protection from the elements was essential. No one could predict how long they would remain in this location. Boss, Tang Cheng is looking for you. Someone called from a distance. The members of Charles's camp were familiar with Tang Cheng, given their previous near conflict. Zhou Feng handed the axe to Yang Wei and made his way to the camp. Tang Cheng was waiting there with 3 or 4 others. Brother, what exactly transpired? Tang Cheng inquired upon seeing Zhou Feng, his expression fraught with concern. It was evident that the merging of Zhou Feng's camp with Charles's had caught him off guard. I eliminated Charles. He intended to harm me, Zhou Feng revealed without reservation. Tang Cheng gasped in shock. He was well aware of the combat prowess on Charles's side. The fact that Zhou Feng could turn the tables on Charles was astonishing. How had he managed it? How many lives had been lost in the process? How perilous had it been? Tang Cheng had already surveyed the camp and noticed only a few white individuals remaining. The rest had presumably perished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt fortunate that their previous conflict had been resolved. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Now that your camp is so numerous, have you considered the possibility of collaboration? Tang Cheng proposed. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Zhou Feng asked, intrigued. The last time Tang Cheng suggested merging their forces, Zhou Feng had declined. Now, it seemed there was even less reason to consider joining forces. An alliance for mutual defense. We should establish a pact where if one party encounters trouble, the other will come to their aid. Additionally, we must not forget the intelligence exchange we previously agreed upon. Tang Cheng articulated, having thought this through before approaching Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng weighed the pros and cons of the proposal. Noticing Zhou Feng's hesitation, Tang Cheng pressed on. Alliances come at a cost. I can share with you a valuable location. Is it the Papaya Grove? Zhou Feng blurted out. How did you know? Tang Cheng exclaimed, astonished. Zhou Feng chuckled softly. Ever since Tang Cheng had brought him an abundance of papayas on their last encounter, Zhou Feng speculated that Tang Cheng must have discovered a vast grove of papayas. Otherwise, his generosity would be inexplicable. Is the area of the Papaya Grove extensive? Zhou Feng inquired. Indeed, it is not far from here. There are numerous papayas over there, Tang Cheng affirmed. In other words, even if you had not disclosed this to me, we would have soon uncovered it ourselves, Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. Tang Cheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. The truth was indeed as he suspected. The Papaya Grove would inevitably be discovered by Zhou Feng and his companions. When that moment arrived, a conflict over the grove would be untenable for Tang Cheng. Thus, he decided to do a favor now by revealing the grove's location to Zhou Feng. What I mean by an alliance is that we must jointly protect the Papaya Grove, ensuring that no other survivors encroach upon it, Tang Cheng stated candidly. Such a resource as the Papaya Grove was undoubtedly worth seizing. It must not fall into the hands of others. Let us first have a bite to eat, and then you can take me to see the Papaya Grove, Zhou Feng proposed. Very well, Tang Cheng nodded. It was indeed mealtime, and the bear meat had been simmering for several hours. Zhou Feng invited Tang Cheng and a few others to share the meal. I've heard that bear meat is a delicacy. I must try it. Tang Cheng expressed his curiosity. However, upon tasting the first bite, Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. The bear meat was somewhat tough and slightly sour, with a distinct gamey flavor. While it was not inedible, the taste left much to be desired. The people in the camp nostalgically reminisced about the flavor of wild boar meat they had enjoyed the previous day, which was truly delectable. After finishing their meal, Zhou Feng and his group soon set off. Zhou Feng was not alone. He was accompanied by Yang Wei and a dozen others from the hunting team. Given their previous ambush by Charles, they needed to exercise caution. Additionally, Zhou Feng planned to transport some papayas back to alleviate the food shortage in the base. Otherwise, their previous stockpile would scarcely suffice for even a day as sustenance for the dozen or so individuals. Isn't this the path where we encountered the wild men last time? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Not quite. We will soon need to turn. These two locations are about a kilometer apart, Tang Cheng clarified. Zhou Feng had not anticipated that. After their last encounter with the wild men, Tang Cheng would still dare to venture into the jungle. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The food available on the beach was limited, and they would eventually have to delve deeper into the forest. Before long, Zhou Feng spotted a vibrant expanse of orange-yellow ahead. As they drew closer, they beheld a vast grove of papayas, with at least 100 trees, their canopies laden with clusters of orange-yellow fruit. So many papayas. This should last us a considerable time, at least several thousand pounds. Yang Wei and the others were filled with elation. Some of the surrounding papaya trees bore signs of harvesting, presumably from Tang Cheng and his companions, though only a portion had been taken. Zhou Feng approached the nearest papaya tree and plucked a fruit from its bough. The papaya was slightly larger than his palm, and he assumed that one would suffice to satiate his hunger. Taking a bite, he found the taste reminiscent of the last one he had enjoyed, succulent, sweet, and delightful. Witnessing this, Yang Wei and the others could not resist, and also picked one to indulge in. Zhou Feng, observing their actions, did not intervene. However, he reminded them that these papayas now constituted communal resources and should not be consumed without permission. Isn't this place splendid? Tang Cheng remarked, noting that there were a few other fruit trees in the marginal area, though they were relatively scarce. Zhou Feng, intrigued, inquired, how did you discover this location? Tang Cheng chuckled, attributing the discovery to one of his subordinates who had stumbled upon it, feeling fortunate indeed. He then proceeded to discuss the prospect of collaboration between them. No problem, Zhou Feng assented, and Tang Cheng visibly relaxed, relieved that cooperation would circumvent potential conflicts. Zhou Feng instructed his followers to gather some papayas to take back, mandating that each person carry at least 40 pounds. No one objected, as those accompanying Zhou Feng were robust individuals, and with the previous 2 meals being meat-based, the weight posed no issue. Meanwhile, Tang Cheng and his group busied themselves, ensuring their visit was not in vain as they collected papayas for transport. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly heard a disturbance emanating from deeper within the papaya grove. His brow furrowed as he cautiously approached the source of the noise. Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng noticed his movement. In the next instant, Zhou Feng emerged, pulling a person from behind one of the papaya trees, a somewhat portly man. It's you. Zhou Feng frowned. Recognizing this survivor, he had seen the man with the muscular fellow who had captured by Qin Jian. It had been nearly a month since their last encounter. The man appeared thinner, yet still retained a considerable girth. "Please don't kill me, please," the man pleaded, dropping to his knees and repeatedly bowing to Zhou Feng. "What is going on?" Tang Cheng approached, his gaze scrutinizing the man, sensing a familiarity between him and Zhou Feng. However, it was clear that the man was not part of Zhou Feng's camp. They had crossed paths when he first arrived on the island. Zhou Feng frowned, harboring no fondness for this man, despite the fact that he had not attacked him that night, but had fled with 3 women instead. "I did nothing that night. I had just joined them when you showed up." The man blubbered, tears streaming down his face, his body shaking uncontrollably. "How did you survive here all these days?" Zhou Feng grasped the man's collar, tearing his garment in the process. The man fell to the ground, bewildered. "Since that fateful night, I have been hiding everywhere. To my surprise, there is an abundance of food on this deserted island, and I did not expect to encounter you all today." The stout man lamented with tears in his eyes. "This fellow is rather fortunate. He has not been captured by the savages," Tang Cheng chuckled. "Savages? Are there truly savages here?" The stout man's face twisted in fear upon hearing this. "Indeed, they exist. They have a penchant for human flesh. Particularly for someone of your stature. You would surely be roasted to perfection." Tang Cheng began to tease him. The stout man's face turned ashen, and his body trembled. The others burst into laughter at this scene. Although they too harbored a fear of the savages, it was not to the extent of the stout man, whose very mention of them sent him into a fit of shivers. "Brother, what do you think we should do with this man?" After sharing a laugh, Tang Cheng turned to Zhou Feng. "What do you suggest?" Zhou Feng inquired. "You seem to have a bit of a conflict with him, but he is, after all, a potential laborer. How about I take him back to my camp?" Tang Cheng proposed. "With the abundant supply of food from the papaya grove, the more hands, the better." "I have no objections," Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng then helped the stout man to his feet and patted him on the shoulder. "How about joining my camp? I assure you will never go hungry, though your appetite might need to be moderated," he said with a grin. "Thank you. Thank you." The stout man was overwhelmed with gratitude. "By the way, have you encountered any other survivors?" Zhou Feng recalled to ask. "No, I have been alone all this time." The stout man quickly shook his head. Soon, Yang Wei and the others gathered a large haul of papayas. Tang Cheng also imparted some techniques for transporting the fruit. Surrounding the papaya grove were numerous sturdy vines, which served as natural ropes. In no time, they could weave a large basket to hold the papayas. This is how they transported the fruit. Yang Wei and the others did not come empty-handed. They had brought some tools, but Tang Cheng's method proved superior. Zhou Feng himself carried dozens of pounds of papayas. Had he not been concerned about the strength of the rope, he could have easily carried 200 pounds. Seeing Zhou Feng burdened with papayas, the others were filled with enthusiasm, each striving to carry as much as possible. Upon returning to the camp, the sight of the abundant papayas elicited cheers from all the survivors. So much food. There would be no need to worry about hunger for the foreseeable future. Zhou Feng even allocated 2 rooms specifically for storing their supplies. Just as they set down the papayas, Li Ran approached. "Boss, now that we have so many people, I believe we should assign everyone a number," Li Ran suggested. "Assign numbers?" Zhou Feng looked puzzled. "Yes, something akin to employee IDs. It would facilitate management, otherwise. It's difficult to recognize everyone," Li Ran explained. "Most in the camp are strangers. Distinguishing them by name and appearance alone is exceedingly challenging." "That's indeed a splendid idea," Zhou Feng remarked, looking approvingly at Li Ran. Li Ran certainly possesses considerable management experience. "Furthermore, we ought to establish our own point system, wherein daily labor would earn us points that could be exchanged for food," Li Ran added. Zhou Feng grasped the concept. Essentially, points would function as currency, which indeed offers greater convenience and facilitates trade among us. It is cumbersome to merely distribute food daily. Thus, allowing them to exchange points for better provisions would be more effective. This way, unspent points could accumulate. Ideally, we would possess actual currency. However, for now, we must settle for simple record keeping, Li Ran concluded. Within the camp, there are some notebooks and pens available. Though limited in number, they should suffice for a while. This responsibility will fall upon you. You must meticulously record the points, ensuring accuracy and requiring daily signatures. Zhou Feng nodded. Any discrepancies in the points record could incite unrest, and we must also guard against potential saboteurs. As for the currency issue, Zhou Feng would devise a solution later. What about the labor group? Should we entrust it solely to Sister Qin? Li Ran had not forgotten the task Zhou Feng had previously assigned her. It would suffice to have Bai Qinjian assist her. Zhou Feng suggested. Yang Wei, who had been listening attentively, voiced his opinion. What about the leader? How will the leader's points be handled? In this camp, Zhou Feng has certainly contributed the most labor and thus should rightfully possess the most points. Yet, Zhou Feng's worth seems beyond mere quantification by points, which might also constrain his capabilities. If he were to receive a substantial number of points, it could evoke discomfort among others, especially when they see their own efforts yielding far less. This is straightforward. I personally have no points, yet I can mobilize all the resources within the camp. Zhou Feng stated directly, implying his privileges. Points are akin to currency, but they pale in significance compared to authority. This approach is commendable. Yang Wei nodded in agreement. The point system was swiftly implemented within the camp. Chapter 55. Misunderstanding. The inhabitants of the camp expressed no dissent regarding the point system. Rather, they adapted seamlessly to this new method of distribution. Each individual was assigned a number, including Zhou Feng, who of course was designated as number 1. Qin Xiaoxue was assigned number 2, by Qinjian number 3, followed by Fan Jian, Yang Wei, and others. Entirely in accordance with the order in which Zhou Feng encountered the survivors on the deserted island. Some individuals even inscribed their numbers on their clothing, facilitating easier communication amongst themselves. Dinner consisted of papaya, which was complimentary. The point system would officially commence the following day. After the meal, Zhou Feng sought an opportunity to converse with Qin Xiaoxue. However, she remained preoccupied, particularly with Bai Qinjian in close proximity. Upon noticing Zhou Feng's approach, Bai Qinjian shot him a disapproving glance, leaving Zhou Feng feeling somewhat awkward. He decided to retreat to his quarters for a while. With the influx of so many individuals in the camp, the night watch had become significantly easier, allowing for 4 individuals to patrol the perimeter each night. In the confines of his room, Zhou Feng lay restlessly for half the day, unable to find solace in slumber. His body had undergone significant changes. A mere handful of hours of sleep sufficed. He retrieved the pendant from around his neck, yet he remained oblivious to its unique qualities. Grasping a dagger from the side, he made a small incision on the back of his hand, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the jade pendant. The blood trickled down to the floor, yet the pendant remained unresponsive. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating that perhaps the pendant's initial reaction to his blood had been a singular occurrence. With that thought, he stowed the pendant away once more. Just as he resolved to rise and take a stroll outside, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching his door, soft and stealthy, likely belonging to a woman. He was puzzled. What could prompt someone to visit his room at this hour? Could it be Qin Xiaoxue? The mere thought filled him with a flicker of anticipation. In the next moment, the curtain was pushed aside, and a figure stepped in. Bathed in moonlight, Zhou Feng discerned that it was indeed a woman. To his astonishment, the first action she took was to loosen her garments, shedding the upper portion of her clothing. Zhou Feng felt a rush of heat. Could it be that Qin Xiaoxue had come to a realization? No. Suddenly it dawned on him that this woman's physique was distinctly different from Qin Xiaoxue's. It was not her. The woman lunged toward him, collapsing onto his body. Boss. It was Tianbing. Zhou Feng recognized her voice. I'm so scared being here alone. Will you protect me from now on? She said with a tremor of distress. Why, you need to get up first, Zhou Feng stammered, grasping her shoulders. Yet, this only intensified the awkwardness of their position. Boss, let me serve you. I'm quite adept at attending to others, Tianbing said, her hands moving provocatively. Enough. Zhou Feng, lacking any compassion, forcefully pushed her away. Tianbing landed on the ground with a thud, momentarily dazed. Earlier, having overheard conversations suggesting that Zhou Feng might not have had any experiences with women, she had seized the opportunity, believing that by clinging to him, she could secure provisions in the camp, much like being close to Charles. What baffled Tianbing was Zhou Feng's outright rejection. Was it her lack of beauty that deterred him? Or perhaps he simply disdained her? Put your clothes back on, Zhou Feng said, picking up her garments from the floor and tossing them to her. After a moment's hesitation, she donned them once more. I'll pretend this never happened today. If you dare to enter again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, he warned, his expression grave. He knew that if word of this incident spread, many others might attempt to sneak into his room under the cover of night. Boss, I merely wish to survive. Tianbing paused at the doorway and then turned to face him. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. This was not mere pretense, but genuine sorrow. We will all survive, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. He was unaware of Tianbing's past, yet on this desolate island, many circumstances were beyond one's control. Tianbing nodded gently and turned to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a voice called out from beyond the door. Oh, is that Bai Qinjian's voice? Zhou Feng was taken aback, not expecting Tianbing to encounter Bai Qinjian upon her exit. Surely, Bai Qinjian would not misunderstand the situation. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was that Bai Qinjian boldly lifted the grass curtain and entered. What were you doing with that woman? She demanded, hands on her hips. It was nothing. Tianbing had a few questions for me. Zhou Feng could not divulge the bold actions Tianbing had taken earlier. Liar. Bai Qinjian glared at him, leaving Zhou Feng momentarily speechless, for he had not spoken the truth. However, he understood the source of her suspicion stemmed from the matter concerning Qin Xiaoxue. I'm going to tell my mother. Bai Qingjian declared and turned to leave. Zhou Feng quickly followed her into the room. Upon their entrance, Qin Xiaoxue sat up abruptly. Concern etched on her face. What's wrong? She asked, her tone laced with worry, fearing something was amiss. Mom, Zhou Feng is a fickle-hearted scoundrel. He has women in his room and is not sincere with you at all, Bai Qingjian promptly reported. Zhou Feng noticed Qin Xiaoxue's expression falter upon hearing this. As she turned to look at him, stirring a pang of compassion within him. Yet, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. This indicated that Qin Xiaoxue was indeed jealous. It's a misunderstanding. Tian Bing came to my room to ask something. We spoke briefly before she left. Zhou Feng hurriedly clarified. Oh, I see. Qin Xiaoxue replied with a smile, realizing she had been overly concerned. Mom, Zhou Feng is a liar. Don't believe him. Bai Qingjian pouted. Qin Xiaoxue found the situation both amusing and perplexing. She knew her daughter well, since the incident the previous night. When Bai Qingjian had stumbled upon her kissing Zhou Feng, Bai Qingjian had not spoken to her all day. Now, she had come to complain, merely expressing her dissatisfaction. If I truly intended to do something, how could it possibly occur in the room? It would surely be in the grove. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Bai Qingjian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Their row of houses was closely aligned, and with wooden walls, there was little privacy to speak of. Even if Zhou Feng had wished to engage in any indiscretions, it would undoubtedly take place in the grove. Wait, have you been to the grove? Bai Qingjian's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Feng scratched his head again. This question was difficult to answer, as he and Qin Xiaoxue had indeed ventured into the grove. You really went. Bai Qingjian realized, understanding Zhou Feng's expression. Bai Qingjian had previously noticed that her mother had been gone for an unusually long time. Yet she had never considered that direction. It's not what you think. We merely went to have a discussion, Qin Xiaoxue hastily clarified, fearing her daughter might misunderstand. You did nothing? Bai Qingjian inquired, her expression skeptical. Absolutely nothing. You're overthinking it, Qin Xiaoxue insisted firmly. Zhou Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Qin Xiaoxue to deceive Bai Qingjian. After all, they had shared a kiss in the woods. However, seeing Qin Xiaoxue so adamantly deny any wrongdoing, Zhou Feng quickly affirmed that they had indeed done nothing. Mom, what were you thinking to agree to Zhou Feng and become his girlfriend? What will you do when you meet his parents in the future? Bai Qingjian bluntly articulated her confusion. She had pondered this all day without arriving at any understanding. We can address that later, Qin Xiaoxue replied, genuinely having not contemplated it. She believed that as long as everyone could survive and leave the island, other matters were inconsequential. Zhou Feng, what are your thoughts? Bai Qingjian turned to him for his perspective. I like Aunt Qin, and I certainly don't want to leave any regrets. Zhou Feng stated with unwavering conviction. However, Bai Qingjian struggled to comprehend their age difference. If it's genuine affection, why concern yourself with external factors? Zhou Feng countered, shaking his head. External factors? Bai Qingjian was taken aback, reflecting on his words. Indeed, if it's love, why should external circumstances matter? She too wished to avoid future regrets. Observing Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue, she seemed to arrive at a firm resolution. All right, you've passed this time. But next time, if there are other women in the room, it won't be so easily resolved. Bai Qingjian's expression softened slightly. When Zhou Feng returned to his room, he couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling that something was amiss. He had just been reprimanded by Bai Qingjian, yet upon reflection, he realized that the veil between him and Qin Xiaoxue had been lifted. Their relationship could surely advance further. As for Qin Xiaoxue's other condition, that was merely a matter of time. The following morning, the camp began to operate, everything seemingly progressing in an orderly manner. However, the hunting team, led by Yang Wei, encountered some difficulties. After toiling for an entire morning, they returned empty-handed, having failed to find any prey, and could only bring back some papayas from the grove. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng could only offer words of comfort, urging them not to worry. No one is born a hunter. It requires time and training. We cannot survive solely on these papayas. We need protein as well. In due course, they will have their chance to contribute. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's reassurances, the expressions of the group visibly relaxed. In truth, their primary concern was the fear of going hungry due to their lack of success, and thus receiving no points for their efforts. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng accompanied them on a hunting expedition. With his presence, everything seemed to become significantly easier. Zhou Feng could hear the calls of small animals from a distance. Then, using stones, they struck them down. After wandering around, they successfully captured 7 or 8 mountain chickens. Moreover, the trap set by Zhou Feng previously yielded results today, as they managed to catch 3 rabbits. This bounty was more than sufficient for an evening feast. The members of the hunting team were impressed by Zhou Feng's prowess, each harboring genuine admiration for him. As long as they followed Zhou Feng, hunger would never plague them. When dinner time arrived, several mountain chickens were stewed into meat, available for point redemption on a first-come, first-served basis until supplies ran out. Even the elders could exchange their points for a bowl of chicken soup with 2 pieces of meat. Although the portions were modest, they provided essential nourishment. Those with a substantial amount of points could redeem a hearty bowl brimming with meat. Zhou Feng observed that many individuals refrained from redeeming their points, opting to save them instead. After all, they had just feasted on meat for 2 consecutive days, diminishing their appetite for it. Zhou Feng also advised everyone to prepare meat soup daily in the future, as the fat content within the soup was invaluable to them. The 3 rabbits, consisting of 1 male and 2 females, were set aside, as Zhou Feng planned to breed them. Rabbits possess remarkable reproductive capabilities, and fortuitously, there was a woman among the survivors who had experience caring for pet rabbits. He entrusted the rabbits to her care. According to her, in just 7 months, the trio could potentially reproduce nearly 100 offspring. This news was undeniably promising. They were certainly not limited to these 3 rabbits. More could be caught in due time. Regrettably, the rabbits had low fat content, but other food sources would compensate for that. On the other hand, good news was abundant in Fan Jian's group. The fishing team had a significantly more successful outing today, returning with over 20 fish and a plethora of shellfish. If no one redeemed these fish, they could be smoked for long-term preservation. Observing the abundant food within the camp, the expressions of all survivors visibly lightened, and the camp was filled with laughter. Even the previously concerned elders began to smile. As long as the current food prices remained unchanged, with the points they had accrued, they need not worry about starvation. This was a far cry from their time under Charles, where even the able-bodied were perpetually famished. At that moment, Zhou Feng noticed a group of over 10 individuals gathered together, occasionally erupting in exclamations of surprise. Furrowing his brow, he approached the crowd. Following the throng, he discovered that they were engaged in gambling. A circle of people surrounded a relatively smooth stone, upon which 3 dice lay, indicating they were betting on the outcome of the dice. "The boss is here. The boss is here," someone exclaimed upon noticing Zhou Feng, causing the others to fall silent in an instant. Zhou Feng's gaze fixed upon a man who appeared to be in his 30s, gaunt in appearance. The man, upon seeing Zhou Feng, wore a grin. "Is this your game? What is your name?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Cough, cough. My name is Fu Tai," the man replied, clearing his throat. The gaze instinctively shifted away. "You all carry on. I'll just observe," Zhou Feng said, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, and Fu Tai's face lit up with joy. Since the leader had spoken, they could indeed continue the game. Fu Tai immediately began rallying the group. Zhou Feng quickly grasped the rules of the game, which essentially involved each participant taking turns to roll the dice. The one with the highest score emerged victorious, while the one with the lowest faced defeat. The stakes were the points they held in their hands. Chapter 57. Cheating. This group had been playing from afternoon until dusk. The wins and losses were minimal, with only 7 or 8 participants involved. The unluckiest among them had lost merely 3 points, equivalent to the cost of a dinner. They agreed to exchange smoked fish later to settle their debts. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fu Tai was preparing to stow the dice away when a pair of hands seized them, examining them closely. "Boss, what's the matter?" Fu Tai approached with a sycophantic smile. "Today's luck seems to favor you. You want a fish?" Zhou Feng chuckled. "I have always had a knack for luck in gambling," he added. Fu Tai let out a hollow laugh. "You must be a professional gambler." Zhou Feng was aware that aboard the Wanli, there were indeed professional gamblers, individuals who ventured onto the cruise merely for the thrill of gambling. On the Wanli, there existed a dedicated gambling floor, replete with myriad games, bars, and stages, all entirely legal. Once in international waters, there were no regulations to enforce. After all, the registration of the Wanli was not within domestic jurisdiction. Given the lengthy journey, many were eager to indulge in a few rounds, including some wealthy patrons who specifically sought out gambling. Thus, professional gamblers mingled among these individuals. As expected of the boss, "I am indeed a professional, albeit just scraping by," Fu Tai conceded, knowing that many recognized him, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. "Where did you acquire these dice?" Zhou Feng inquired, toying with the dice in his hand. "When the incident occurred, I believe I was clutching the dice before I fainted. I just woke up with them in my hand." Fu Tai scratched his head, clearly perplexed. Zhou Feng nodded, having heard numerous accounts of others recounting events before losing consciousness, and they were generally consistent. "Do not gamble again, even though it may seem trivial. Losing a dinner's worth could lead to dire consequences if discovered," Zhou Feng cautioned, patting Fu Tai on the shoulder. "What do you mean, boss?" Fu Tai's forehead began to bead with sweat. "Your technique is quite discreet, and though not employed every time, there will inevitably come a moment of reckoning." Zhou Feng shook his head. "I am merely trying to save you," he stated coldly. After observing for a while, Zhou Feng discerned Fu Tai's method of cheating. In truth, the technique was not novel. It involved discreetly fixing the dice with his hand before throwing them. While they appeared to bounce a few times upon release, they did not actually rotate. Numerous videos on short-form platforms revealed such common tactics employed in cheating. Fu Tai's brilliance lies in his discretion. He does not employ his tactics every time. Typically, he only resorts to them when his opponents are scoring low, allowing him to surpass them just enough. Thus, after an afternoon of play, despite his numerous victories, Fu Tai had yet to reveal a high-ranking hand. However, no one is oblivious. Over time, it is inevitable that someone will discern the irregularity. Why has Fu Tai been consistently victorious? If anyone were to uncover his methods, it would spell disaster for him. Within the camp, sustenance holds greater significance than wealth. Realization dawned upon Fu Tai as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He was now certain that Zhou Feng must have discovered his ruse. This tactic shall no longer be employed. Zhou Feng clenched the dice in his hand. With a crack, when he opened his palm, the dice transformed into a heap of plastic, containing 3 iron balls for weight. Witnessing this scene, Fu Tai could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He understood the quality of the dice. Zhou Feng had managed to crush them effortlessly. Thank you, boss, for sparing me. Fu Tai belatedly grasped the gravity of his situation. Had Zhou Feng exposed him, he would likely have faced a violent retribution from the others. It was Zhou Feng who showed him mercy. Rest early. We have work to do tomorrow. Zhou Feng nodded, permitting Fu Tai to leave. In truth, Zhou Feng did not oppose a bit of light entertainment within the camp. After all, there is a saying about finding joy amidst hardship. However, gambling carries a wholly different nature. If things escalated, it could indeed lead to fatalities. Zhou Feng returned to the wooden cabin, entering Qin Xiaoxue's room. However, Bai Qingjian was also present, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Feng. This made Zhou Feng feel somewhat awkward, leading him to exit after a brief conversation. He had intended to deepen his relationship with Qin Xiaoxue, but Bai Qingjian served as an oversized obstacle, remaining steadfastly by Qin Xiaoxue's side. Zhou Feng was left at a loss, realizing he would have to seek another opportunity to converse with Qin Xiaoxue privately. The following day, Yang Wei, as usual, took a group for hunting in the morning and to gather papayas in the afternoon. However, trouble arose in the latter part of the day. Yang Wei and a dozen others returned in a flurry, empty-handed. Zhou Feng happened to be in the camp and noticed Yang Wei's panicked demeanor, prompting him to frown. What happened? There's been an incident. Tang Cheng and his group are in trouble. Yang Wei gasped as he spoke. What kind of trouble? When we went to gather papayas, we saw them returning midway, and several were injured. Yang Wei began to explain. Tang Cheng's group was quite numerous, comprising over a dozen individuals. Their hunting skills were subpar. Relying primarily on papayas and fish as their food sources, they had ventured out in such numbers to guard against the wild men. In the event of an encounter, they would have the strength to defend themselves. Yet today, they did not encounter wild men, but rather another group of survivors, armed with bows and arrows. Upon sighting Tang Cheng and his companions, they launched an immediate attack. 5 or 6 lives were lost. Even Tang Cheng was injured and had to be assisted back to the camp. We dared not approach recklessly, so we retreated for the time being. Yang Wei's expression was grave. Although Yang Wei and Fan Jian had previously been beaten by Tang Cheng's men, that had merely been a minor conflict, not a matter of life and death. However, this time was different. The sudden appearance of survivors had led to a direct attack, clearly intent on taking lives. The faces of the dozen or so men following Yang Wei grew increasingly grim. No one wished to bear the burden of a wooden melon, especially at the cost of their lives. Today, the camp must heighten its vigilance and patrol the surrounding area. Zhou Feng squinted. It had finally come to a point where survival hinged on the most desperate of measures over food, regardless of the circumstances surrounding those survivors. Zhou Feng was now certain that they had attacked solely to seize the papaya grove. Understood. Yang Wei nodded emphatically. These men, aside from their responsibilities of hunting and fishing, recognized their duty in times of conflict. They were expected to lead the charge. You few, come with me. Let us check on Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng casually selected several individuals. Chapter 58. The commission. Zhou Feng chose 4 people, among whom was Fu Tai. Soon, he led his companions to Tang Cheng's camp. Upon seeing Tang Cheng, Zhou Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. An arrow had pierced his left shoulder, and a mysterious purple liquid oozed from the wound. Zhou Feng felt a flicker of concern. Could it be poison? This island surely harbored some venomous plants. Beside him, Tang Fu wept inconsolably. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Tang Cheng remained surprisingly optimistic. However, his complexion appeared notably pale, belied by his demeanor. Upon noticing Zhou Feng's arrival, Tang Cheng managed to smile, preparing to say something. Nearby, someone brought hot water and wood ash. In such conditions, the only option for cleaning the wound was boiled hot water. And the temperature could not be too high. Ideally, It should match body temperature. Zhou Feng and the others stepped outside to allow Tang Cheng to tend to his injury. Soon, anguished screams echoed from within. Tang Fu burst out, tears streaming down her face. This surprised Zhou Feng. His impression of Tang Fu was that of a fierce woman. He hadn't expected her to dissolve into tears at her brother's injury. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear. Given the current medical conditions, it was doubtful that Tang Cheng could survive this ordeal. Many generals in ancient times had succumbed to arrow wounds. Although modern medical knowledge has advanced, the conditions here were far too dire. After a brief interval, someone signaled for Zhou Feng to enter. He instructed the others to wait outside and proceeded alone into the shelter. He saw that Tang Cheng's shoulder was wrapped in white cloth, presumably sterilized with boiling water. Tang Cheng's complexion appeared even more ashen than before. He waved his hand, dismissing the others so that only he and Zhou Feng remained. What on earth has happened? Zhou Feng sat on a nearby bench, which was, in fact, a rather large stone. Tang Cheng sighed, his expression far from the ease he had displayed in front of Tang Fu. It was evident that he maintained a facade in the presence of his sister. He recounted the events that transpired, similar to what Yang Wei had described, albeit with more intricate details. The assailants had ambushed them during their papaya harvest, catching them completely off guard. For had perished on the spot, and 2 others, like himself, had sustained injuries. Tang Cheng gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to accept being outmaneuvered by others. What infuriated him further was that they bore no animosity towards their attackers, who had struck without provocation, intent on their demise. Had the assailants sought the papaya grove, there might have been room for negotiation. Are the arrows poisoned? Zhou Feng inquired. I don't know, but it's highly probable that the wounds could become infected, Tang Cheng replied with a wry smile. Within their camp, there was a medical student, though not a formally trained doctor. He possessed some knowledge of wound care. It was this student who had tended to Tang Cheng's injury earlier and advised him to prepare for the worst. Should an infection set in, they lacked antibiotics, and Tang Cheng might not survive. Hearing this, Zhou Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. Their cooperation had initially been progressing smoothly, yet now Tang Cheng faced this dire predicament. I have a request to make of you, Tang Cheng said, looking at Zhou Feng. Go ahead, Zhou Feng urged, eager to hear what Tang Cheng had to say. Please take care of my sister. I do not want her to perish here. Her temperament is quite volatile. Many in the camp harbor grievances against her, yet no one dares to voice them while I am present. Once I am gone. Tang Cheng's expression grew grave. He was fully aware of the situation surrounding Tang Fu. I can bring her over, Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. That poses no issue. Then I can rest easy, Tang Cheng exhaled in relief. I intend to scout the papaya grove and assess the situation. Zhou Feng's demeanor shifted. He paused momentarily, then stated that it was indeed perilous. The assailants might still be lurking in the grove, potentially laying traps for their return. If we do not venture there, it is likely that they will turn their attention to our camp next, Zhou Feng asserted. Tang Cheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Zhou Feng's words. The papaya grove was crucial. It must not fall into enemy hands. More importantly, this was no longer merely about the grove. It was a matter of survival for both parties. The adversary would inexorably advance. I'll call a few others to accompany you, Tang Cheng declared, rising to his feet and stepping outside. Zhou Feng followed suit. Tang Cheng quickly gathered several individuals, all of whom had narrowly escaped earlier, unscathed. Zhou Feng plans to visit the papaya grove. You will accompany him, Tang Cheng instructed. These individuals had already gained valuable experience and would undoubtedly be of assistance. However, what took Tang Cheng by surprise was the immediate opposition that arose after his words. Isn't this just sending us to our deaths? Boss, we have barely escaped with our lives once. We cannot be asked to do so again. Various voices echoed, clearly reluctant to embark on another perilous journey. The opposing force was numerous and armed with bows and arrows. Encountering them again would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome. Tang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such open defiance of his orders. Given his current injuries, his authority had already waned. Very well. Since none of you are willing to go, I shall accompany Zhou Feng, Tang Cheng conceded slowly, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Brother, you cannot go. Your wound is infected. And you must not move, Tang Fu interjected, her face paling at the thought of her brother's perilous decision, which seemed tantamount to seeking death. It's just a brief excursion, Tang Cheng reassured, swinging his uninjured arm. No, I cannot allow you to go, Tang Fu insisted through clenched teeth. If none of you will venture forth, I shall take a few people with me, she declared, but before Zhou Feng could respond, someone raised their hand. I will go. I am not afraid to face them again. Zhou Feng glanced over in surprise to find it was the chubby newcomer, Su Kai, who had joined Tang Cheng's camp 2 days prior. Su Kai, your willingness is commendable, Tang Cheng replied, relieved that someone had stepped forward. I will go too. Tang Fu interjected, biting her lip. You cannot go, This doesn't concern you. Tang Qing frowned. But Zhou Feng is here, and he is quite capable. Tang Fu asserted resolutely. Regardless of what you say, I am determined to go. Tang Cheng sighed in resignation, aware that he could not dissuade his sister from her stubbornness. He cast a pleading glance toward Zhou Feng, who nodded in agreement, allowing Tang Cheng to finally relax. Soon, the group of 7, including Tang Fu and the chubby Su Kai, set off toward the papaya grove. Chapter 59, The Oddities with Tang Fu and Su Kai. Zhou Feng's team now comprised 7 individuals. While Zhou Feng maintained his composure, his companions were still somewhat apprehensive, as they lacked his combat prowess. Throughout the journey, they inquired about the chubby fellow's background, particularly how he managed to escape unscathed despite the earlier losses of 4 lives and 3 injuries. Su Kai, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps it's just good luck, compounded by the fact that those archers were inexperienced and didn't hit me." His companions couldn't help but marvel at his apparent fortune. "Su Kai, what emboldens you to join us again? Are you not afraid of death?" Zhou Feng asked. "Of course. I fear death," Su Kai replied earnestly. "However, Tang Cheng has taken me in and provided me with food. I must repay this kindness." Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Su Kai. During this period, Su Kai found himself alone in the jungle, yet he had not reached the brink of starvation. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Tang Cheng for providing sustenance. However, the notion of repaying such a debt struck him as odd. Sensing Zhou Feng's gaze upon him, Su Kai forced a chuckle and turned his head away, his demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. In truth, there was no need for such apprehension. Everyone should remain vigilant for safety. Tang Fu, moved by the situation, proactively reminded the group to stay safe. "Do not scatter. Stay close to me," Zhou Feng instructed, believing this would enable him to protect everyone more effectively. With the adversaries armed with bows and arrows, he too had stones at his disposal. Generally speaking, the power of a bow and arrow would surpass that of thrown stones. Yet, in this wilderness, Zhou Feng doubted the quality of their archery equipment, suspecting it to be rather rudimentary. Their effective range was likely not greater than that of his stones. Furthermore, based on Tang Cheng's earlier account, the enemy had approached quite closely, within a mere 20 to 30 meters. This was undoubtedly due to the fact that at greater distances, they would exceed their effective range. The group nodded in agreement. Tang Fu moved to Zhou Feng's left side, nearly leaning against him. Zhou Feng had intended to suggest that such closeness was unnecessary, but recalling Tang Cheng's prior request, he chose to remain silent and instead inquired about details from Su Kai. Su Kai's responses were similar to Tang Cheng's. Just as they were about to reach the papaya grove, Su Kai suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, my stomach hurts." "Your stomach hurts? Here of all places?" Fu Tai remarked, incredulous. "We are almost there. Why don't you head on first?" Su Kai scratched his head. "You coward. Are you scared?" Fu Tai challenged. "I'm not scared. I've just eaten too many papayas these past few days. Just wait for me. It'll be no more than 2 minutes." Su Kai said, his brow furrowed in pain. "Then go ahead." Zhou Feng waved him off. Su Kai hurriedly dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Fu Tai stealthily approached Zhou Feng, pulling him aside and whispering, "Boss, that kid is up to something. You've noticed too?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Su Kai's actions were indeed peculiar. In their profession, the most crucial skill was not cheating, but rather the ability to read people. Fu Tai continued in a hushed tone. "The closer we get to the papaya grove, the more alert and concerned we become. We frequently glance toward the woods, fearing an ambush. However, Su Kai is different. He keeps looking at you, which is a clear sign of guilt. He fears you more than the hidden enemies." Fu Tai squinted, recalling how he had honed his ability to read others' psychological states, often working in various casinos and occasionally taking on the role of a baiter, skilled at luring others into games and guessing their thoughts. "I understand," Zhou Feng nodded slowly. Zhou Feng had harbored suspicions previously, and after being alerted by Fu Tai, he felt even more convinced. There was something amiss with this rotund fellow. From the very beginning, Zhou Feng had doubted Su Kai's honesty. Surviving alone on a deserted island for nearly a month? That was indeed suspect. "I'm back. Let us go." Su Kai emerged from the thicket. "Su Kai? What were you doing just now?" Zhou Feng inquired coolly. "I was just relieving myself." Su Kai chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Feng stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Su Kai's abdomen. Caught off guard, Su Kai doubled over in pain, retching on the ground. "What are you doing?" Tang Fu exclaimed, rushing to shield Zhou Feng. Their earlier conversation had been discreet, and she had not overheard it. Hence her shock at Zhou Feng's sudden aggression. "This guy is an insider, continuously relaying information to them," Zhou Feng stated slowly, presenting the most plausible explanation. The rotund man had infiltrated their group from the outset in the papaya grove. After 2 days of undercover work, he would have certainly become well acquainted with the situation at Tang Cheng's base. He hadn't appeared out of nowhere. Rather, He had been plotting for quite some time. What? Tang Fu was even more astonished. She turned to look at the crumpled Su Kai. Previously, when Su Kai spoke of repaying a debt of gratitude, she felt quite moved. But now, Zhou Feng's assertion that Su Kai was a traitor left her in disbelief. What evidence do you have? Su Kai groaned, clutching his abdomen, glaring fiercely at Zhou Feng. Evidence. Simply follow the footprints you just left, and we shall soon uncover the truth, Zhou Feng scoffed. That fellow certainly did not go to relieve himself. Rather, he was passing on information. It is highly likely that the place he visited was a prearranged rendezvous point, located nearby the usual path. Su Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Such a traitor should be dealt with swiftly, skin him alive. Fu Tai suggested, brandishing a dagger menacingly. Hold him down and flay him. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement as Fu Tai and the others closed in. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Su Kai's face turned pale with fear, and he screamed in desperation. Ignoring his protests, Fu Tai seized Su Kai by the head. To skin him. We must start from the head. Fu Tai grinned wickedly. Medicines. They have medicines in their camp. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Su Kai cried out in anguish. Upon hearing Su Kai reveal valuable information, Fu Tai finally paused. What camp? Who are they? How many are there? Zhou Feng stepped closer, confronting Su Kai directly. They are the ones who attacked Tang Cheng. I was forced. Su Kai's face was ashen. Answer my questions. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed. Unwilling to waste time with Su Kai's excuses, he didn't believe his claims of being forced. There must have been considerable benefits for Su Kai to act in such a manner. But just then, Zhou Feng heard a whistling sound cutting through the air. He turned sharply to see an arrow hurtling towards Tang Fu. Watch out! Zhou Feng shouted. Suddenly, Tang Fu was knocked down. She was momentarily stunned, feeling Zhou Feng's entire weight pressing down on her. Chapter 60, The Bow and Arrow. Tang Fu felt both embarrassed and anxious, particularly as Zhou Feng's hand seemed to touch areas it ought not to have. Before she could comprehend the situation, she attempted to push Zhou Feng away. It was only when she saw the arrow whizzing past them and embedding itself in the ground that she realized what had transpired. Zhou Feng had once again saved her. Zhou Feng quickly scrambled to his feet, knowing that he must retaliate immediately. Otherwise, if the enemy drew closer, they would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. He turned towards the direction from which the arrow had come, clearly seeing the assailant's face. Another individual of Asian descent, preparing a second arrow. Behind him, 5 or 6 others emerged, evidently alerted by Su Kai's earlier venture into the forest. Although the means by which Su Kai notified them remained unclear, it was evident that they were now aware of their presence. The enemy had encircled them. When Zhou Feng and the others had been interrogating Su Kai, his piercing scream had alerted the foes to the fact that the fatty had been discovered, prompting them to launch a preemptive strike. Zhou Feng seized a stone and hurled it forcefully at the adversaries. The stone missed its mark, striking a nearby tree instead. Nevertheless, the sudden action startled the attackers, causing them to instinctively evade, which afforded Zhou Feng's companions a brief respite. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Fu, Fu Tai, and the others swiftly concealed themselves behind the trees. Whoosh! More arrows flew towards Zhou Feng, who reacted with remarkable agility, rolling aside to evade them. Several arrows embedded themselves in the ground nearby, and one even soared over his head. Fortunately, Zhou Feng emerged unscathed, but beside him, a pain scream pierced the air. It was Su Kai. An arrow had pierced his back, leaving him sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. He had failed to evade this onslaught. Previously, when he was with Tang Cheng and the others, Su Kai had managed to survive due to his preparedness. This time, however, fortune had abandoned him, and it appeared the enemy had little regard for his life, unleashing arrows without consideration. Zhou Feng acted again, this time with calculated precision rather than mere intimidation. Crack! A stone struck one of the attackers squarely on the head, sending blood splattering forth as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining assailants, witnessing this, quickly knocked their arrows again. More arrows flew towards Zhou Feng, who once again rolled aside to evade them. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows struck the earth around him. Zhou Feng retaliated once more, launching another stone, which felled yet another adversary. The attackers were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that Zhou Feng's stones outmatched their arrows. Charge! Someone commanded, and from the woods emerged a dozen more individuals, evidently those who had been lying in wait. Not all of these newcomers bore bows and arrows. A group of approximately 10 individuals brandished their spears and charged towards Zhou Feng. Fueled by determination, Fu Tai emerged from behind a tree, wielding his spear, followed by others who joined the fray. Even Tang Fu, gritting her teeth, brandished a spear and rushed forward. Zhou Feng, positioned at the forefront, was immediately met with the assault of 5 or 6 adversaries. Faced with such a multitude of spears, Zhou Feng could only retreat while engaging in combat. Lacking a spear, He resorted to stones, which, at such close range, proved to be formidable weapons. Each stone that struck an opponent echoed with the sound of shattering bones. One stone landed squarely on an assailant's head, causing him to collapse. By sheer coincidence, the stone then rebounded and struck another foe, who cried out in pain. Clutching his head, overwhelmed by dizziness, struggling to maintain his balance, he too succumbed to the tumult and fell backward. Witnessing this scene, the remaining adversaries were taken aback. Realizing Zhou Feng was far more formidable than they had anticipated, momentarily hesitating to advance. The situation for Fu Tai and his companions was dire. Even when facing a single adversary, they were no match for their trained opponents, who fought with ruthless efficiency. In stark contrast, Tang Fu exhibited a fierce resolve, boldly targeting the vital points of her enemies, instilling fear that made the foes retreat. Zhou Feng comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tang Fu had come to avenge Tang Cheng. However, he knew this would not last. He noted 3 more figures in the forest, preparing their bows for a potential ambush. Retreat, Zhou Feng shouted. Fu Tai, who had just been advocating for a desperate fight, was the first to withdraw, followed closely by the others. Yet, Tang Fu appeared consumed by a bloodlust, intent on eliminating her foes. Zhou Feng seized her arm, pulling her away as the remaining enemies attempted to pursue them, only to be met with the stones Zhou Feng hurled. They were forced to abandon their chase. After running for some distance and determining their pursuers had not followed, Zhou Feng and his companions slowed their pace. That fat fool nearly got us killed. Fu Tai gasped, venting his frustration. The others cast him disapproving glances. This reckless individual had been the first to charge into battle, yet showed no hesitation in fleeing. We were fortunate. Who knows how it might have ended otherwise? What is there to fear? Our leader is here, came the chorus of reassurances. Though only one among them had witnessed Zhou Feng's dispatching of Charles. The events had spread like wildfire throughout the base, embellished with each retelling. What had been a series of strategic strikes by Zhou Feng had morphed, in the eyes of others, into a singular tale of him single-handedly confronting a dozen adversaries. These individuals, in their hearts, take pleasure in embellishing Zhou Feng's accomplishments. This provides them with a sense of security. The adversaries are formidable, having undergone extensive training. Although Zhou Feng fought valiantly, he showed no signs of fatigue. The garments worn by the enemy are modern and exhibit a level of wear comparable to their own. Thus, Zhou Feng is convinced that they too are survivors from the Wanli. However, these individuals have received specialized training, which leaves Zhou Feng somewhat perplexed. Why would this group invest their time in combat training rather than foraging for sustenance? Thank you for saving me once again, Tang Fu exclaimed, breathless from running a considerable distance. Her complexion had notably paled. Su Kai is an undercover agent, which implies that the enemy is already aware of the intelligence regarding their camp and their current combat capability. They could strike at any moment. It's nothing. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, choosing instead to gaze towards the papaya grove. Boss, we should also begin our training upon returning, and figure out how to procure bows and arrows, Fu Tai suggested nearby. The threat now extends beyond just Tang Cheng and his group. Yes, you all should escort Tang Fu back, and then prepare, Zhou Feng nodded. Their camp has enough provisions to last 2 to 3 days. The more pressing concern now is to guard against enemy attacks. What about you, boss? Aren't you coming back? Fu Tai asked, taken aback. I intend to return and take a look, Zhou Feng squinted. Boss, it's too dangerous to go back. There are so many of them, Fu Tai replied anxiously. If something were to happen to Zhou Feng, their pillar of strength would be lost. I'll circle back through the woods. It's safer for me to go alone. If we remain uncertain about their identities, we are in even greater peril. Zhou Feng shook his head. That makes sense, Fu Tai conceded after a moment's thought. The enemy is already privy to the intelligence regarding Tang Cheng's group. They are concealed while the enemy is in the open. They cannot simply stand by while Tang Cheng faces danger, as that would be detrimental to their own safety. Zhou Feng, I need to speak with you privately, Tang Fu said, biting her lip. All right, Zhou Feng nodded. The two retreated to the shade of a nearby tree. What Su Kai mentioned earlier. Those people have medicine, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatories that could save my brother. Tang Fu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tang Cheng's condition is dire. If he becomes infected, recovery will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the arrows appear to be smeared with an unknown substance, making infection highly probable. Tang Fu had accompanied Zhou Feng with the intention of avenging her brother. Su Kai's words may not necessarily be true, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Su Kai is aware of Tang Cheng's condition, so it is entirely plausible that he deliberately spread false information in a bid for survival. I understand, but even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I want to try? I do not ask you to help me find the medicine, but if you have the opportunity, could you perhaps investigate and verify whether that information is genuine? Tang Fu's voice trembled, her throat constricted with emotion. As long as the information is confirmed to be true, Tang Fu is willing to go to great lengths. She must find a way to retrieve the medicine. This is not a problem. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, considering it merely a matter of convenience. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I owe you far too much, Tang Fu said, wiping her tears and striving to appear as though she had not cried. Zhou Feng felt a pang of sentimentality at this moment. Although his interactions with Tang Fu were limited, it was evident from his experiences that she was a remarkably strong-willed woman with quite a fiery temperament. Yet, in such dire circumstances, she had no choice but to yield. After watching Tang Fu and her companions depart, Zhou Feng's gaze returned to the direction of the papaya grove. He turned and stealthily entered the nearby thicket, quietly making his way towards that area. This time, Zhou Feng did not follow the same path they had previously tread. The ground beneath him was covered in tangled vines. However, these obstacles posed no challenge for Zhou Feng. Although he took a considerably longer route, within 10 minutes, he found himself back at the site of the earlier confrontation. To his surprise, he saw that the group remained in place, not having dispersed. A few individuals were on watch, alertly scanning their surroundings, while the others were digging a pit, presumably intending to bury the bodies. Zhou Feng crouched low, concealing himself among the bushes, and counted discreetly through the gaps. There were a total of 14 individuals. What bad luck! How could there be such a formidable opponent? 3 of Old Wang's men had been killed by falling rocks, more potent than arrows. It was clear that we struck first, yet that individual's prowess was utterly terrifying. Sukai, why didn't you relay the information earlier? The enemy has someone so powerful. Voices emerged from among the group. Zhou Feng was taken aback. They were inquiring about Sukai? This implied that Sukai was still alive. Zhou Feng quietly shifted to the side, leaning against a tree, and slowly stood up. It then dawned upon him why he had not seen Sukai earlier. At that moment, Sukai lay on the ground. The arrow that had pierced his body was missing. Bandages wrapped around his wounds, already soaked with blood. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. This fellow had managed to survive against the odds. However, with injuries of this severity, his future looked grim. He is not one of our camp. I know nothing of his background. Sukai's voice came through, sounding decidedly weak. You should discuss this with Boss Fei. Your life is spared merely to clarify the intelligence issue. A cold snort emanated from one of the others. It seemed Sukai wanted to defend himself, but ultimately, he remained silent. Boss Fei. Zhou Feng discerned that this was likely the leader of this group. Soon, they began to gather their belongings and headed towards the papaya grove. After collecting a substantial amount of papayas, they proceeded in a specific direction. So, they were indeed after the papayas, Zhou Feng murmured to himself, promptly following their trail. Despite their heightened vigilance, the group of over 10 individuals managed to split into 3 teams without realizing they were being shadowed by a solitary figure. Zhou Feng quickly took notice of the group advancing towards the southeast. He had never ventured in that direction before, and it appeared that this island of paradise was indeed peculiar. Survivors seemed to be scattered everywhere, yet they had yet to grasp the true expanse of the island. After traversing more than 3 kilometers, Zhou Feng could already scent the briny air of the sea. As expected, the vegetation ahead dwindled significantly, leading him to the shoreline. Zhou Feng calculated discreetly that this location was not far from Tangcheng and the others' camp. A mere 5 kilometers along the beach would suffice. However, the 2 groups had not crossed paths, likely due to a steep cliff, over 10 meters high, that bifurcated the terrain. To reach the opposite side, one would need to backtrack or swim across the water. It was probable that the other group had only just discovered the papaya grove. They seemed to have resorted to the underhanded tactic of sending in spies. As for how Sukai made it to that camp, it was likely that after fleeing that day, he wandered through the jungle, inadvertently arriving at this spot. Boss Fei had also learned from Sukai about the presence of survivors here. Zhou Feng chose not to pursue the group further, but instead concealed himself within the underbrush. From his vantage point at the edge of the trees, he could discern the other camp. The location of this camp furrowed Zhou Feng's brow. It was situated not far from the beach, encircled by rocky cliffs with a single entrance at the front. The surrounding terrain was elevated, indicating it was easily defensible yet difficult to assault. However, the camp bore a significant flaw. It offered no protection from the wind or sun, making habitation uncomfortable. Additionally, the construction process would be cumbersome, requiring the transportation of materials. The structures inside were rudimentary, mere shanties. In contrast, Zhou Feng's current camp was adjacent to a hillside, surrounded by trees, providing a more suitable living environment. Yet, should conflict arise, it would offer little in terms of defense. The decision to establish a camp here indicated that they were prepared for confrontation from the outset, resembling more of a military outpost. Boss Fei was indeed formidable. After lying in wait for over half an hour, Zhou Feng observed that apart from those who carried Sukai inside, no one else had emerged. Through the entrance, He could faintly see individuals moving about within. Chapter 62. Infiltration. More than half an hour had passed. Yet Zhou Feng could not ascertain the number of people in the camp. However, based on his estimations, the count was certainly over 100. This realization tightened Zhou Feng's brow in concern. It posed a significant dilemma. He had initially hoped to capture a solitary individual for interrogation, yet none acted alone. Occasionally, a few guards would emerge, but they always moved in groups of 4 or 5, leaving Zhou Feng with no opportunity. Seeing that remaining any longer would yield no rewards, and with nightfall approaching, Zhou Feng decided it was time to depart. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. In the distance, a group of over 10 individuals was approaching the camp, accompanied by cries and wails. Zhou Feng glanced over, noting that the anguished voices belonged to several women. Their faces etched with terror. The remaining men, however, wore expressions of glee. Before long, they escorted the women into the camp, where a few guards greeted them jovially. Although Zhou Feng could not discern their words, he surmised the nature of the situation. These women were spoils of war, likely not taken from other camps, but rather fortunate survivors they had encountered. Zhou Feng believed the latter scenario was more probable, given that there were 5 women, certainly refugees from other encampments. With over 2,000 souls aboard the Wanli, he could only imagine how many camps existed. Furthermore, there were remnants of previous survivors on the island, along with wildlings. Observing them return to the camp, Zhou Feng turned to leave. However, he had scarcely walked 200 meters when the sky suddenly darkened. Furrowing his brow, he realized it was not merely dusk, rain was imminent. In the nearly month-long duration since his arrival on the island, he had lost count of the number of rainfalls. The precipitation here was frequent, sometimes lasting mere minutes, other times several hours. The longest downpour had lasted half a day. Crash! Thunder rumbled, and soon, large raindrops began to cascade from the heavens. Zhou Feng was compelled to seek refuge beneath a tree. In truth, he felt that, given his current physical condition, he had little to fear from the rain. After all, even venomous snakes had failed to bring him to ruin. Yet, rain often obscured one's sense of direction. On his journey, he had marked certain trees along the way. His markings were not conventional triangles or arrows, but rather haphazard doodles, with one line slightly bolder than the others. Only Zhou Feng could decipher which line indicated the right path, a form of encrypted code designed to prevent anyone from following his trail back to his camp. Glancing up at the overcast sky, he murmured to himself, "It appears this rain will not cease anytime soon." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Heavy rain. This presented a rare opportunity. His gaze shifted toward the camp, encircled by rocky outcrops, which ordinarily would be inaccessible. Yet now, a plan materialized. He could scale the adjacent rocks. Although they rose over 10 meters high, it posed no challenge for him now. Determined, Zhou Feng emerged from the thicket. In ordinary circumstances, he would surely have been detected. However, the curtain of rain served as a natural veil, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. He navigated the beach with ease, cautiously approaching the cluster of rocks by the shoreline. It was only upon reaching this point that Zhou Feng realized. The rocks had become exceedingly slippery due to the rain, with some adorned by a layer of algae. However, having ventured this far, Zhou Feng was determined not to give up. He resolved to make an attempt. He meticulously examined each rock and eventually discovered a suitable foothold, a protruding stone. Cautiously, he took his first step onto this rock, gripping the crevices of the adjacent stones to stabilize himself. To his delight, he found that the rocks above, having endured the elements, were not as smooth as he had initially feared. Thus, he began to ascend, the torrential rain relentlessly drenching him. After climbing approximately 10 meters, Zhou Feng located a relatively flat spot. With a leap forward, he reached the edge of the camp, concealed behind the rocks. He could now glimpse the interior of the camp, which comprised several shelters ingeniously constructed among the rocks, conserving materials while ensuring sturdiness. Observing these shelters illuminated the rationale behind the camp's location. It was likely one of the considerations taken into account. Flickers of firelight emanated from within the shelters, indicating that some individuals were warming themselves by the fire. Zhou Feng noted that each shelter housed about a dozen people, confirming his suspicion that there were at least 100 individuals present. Perhaps due to the rain, conversation was scarce, and the entire camp exuded an air of profound quietude. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the shelters until he noticed one in the distance where the light revealed only 2 or 3 figures. He cautiously approached along the perimeter of the camp. Suddenly, he overheard voices from within. "Please, I beg you, just give me 2 tablets of antibiotics, or any anti-inflammatory medicine." The voice belonged to Su Kai, sending a shiver down Zhou Feng's spine. "No way, it's your fault for messing things up. Someone died on our side. Fei Leida has ordered you to fend for yourself," replied a rasping voice, likely that of an older individual. "Dr. Wan, please have mercy. I'm begging you. My wound has become infected, and I've started to run a fever, Su Kai implored. I've already cleaned your wound. Your infection is beyond my control. And you know those medications are limited, the voice sighed. Zhou Feng understood then that this shelter was designated for the ailing. Su Kai had been struck by an arrow during the day. Although he had survived, his wound had now festered, leaving him to plead for assistance. Dr. Wan appeared willing to help, yet constrained by Fei Leida's orders, he was caught in a predicament. Zhou Feng had not anticipated the presence of a doctor within the camp. It remained uncertain whether Dr. Wan was part of the crew aboard the Wanli or had fortuitously boarded the vessel for leisure. I'm in so much pain. Su Kai cried out incessantly. Sigh, try to rest. Perhaps a good night's sleep will do you well, came the response. Doctor. Wan left these words behind as he turned and departed from the makeshift shelter, leaving Su Kai alone in the room. Zhou Feng observed Dr. Wan entering another chamber. After waiting for a moment without any movement, Zhou Feng slipped into Su Kai's shelter. Chapter 63. Medicine in a Daze. Su Kai noticed someone entering. He initially assumed it was Dr. Wan returning. Struggling to sit up, he noticed the figure was drenched, rainwater streaming down their pants and pooling on the ground. Su Kai's instincts screamed that something was amiss. How did you get in? He stammered, his heart racing at the sight of Zhou Feng's face. Shut your mouth if you wish to live, Zhou Feng replied coldly. Su Kai immediately fell silent, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. Where are the drugs? Zhou Feng leaned closer. Whispering. Su Kai's eyes darted around, unwilling to divulge the truth. Zhou Feng let out a derisive laugh. This fellow was clever. He wouldn't act until he had proof. No wonder he dared to be an informant. Tell me where the report is. If I find the drugs, I'll share some with you. Otherwise, you will surely perish. Zhou Feng threatened. Really? A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Kai's gaze. Of course, Zhou Feng nodded. Su Kai hesitated for a moment before pointing in a direction. The drugs are over there, in that shelter. Is that so? Zhou Feng turned towards the indicated direction. Just as he lifted the door curtain, he suddenly spun around. Catching sight of Su Kai attempting to rise with one hand pressed against the ground. What's wrong? Su Kai forced an awkward smile. Heh, you truly are cunning. Zhou Feng grinned. I don't quite understand what you mean. Su Kai's eyes involuntarily evaded Zhou Feng's gaze. There are no drugs in that shelter. You want to deceive me and then call for help, don't you? Zhou Feng turned away, sensing Su Kai's intentions. If Su Kai shouted for assistance, the others would know an intruder had entered the camp. The notorious Fei would undoubtedly reward Su Kai with drugs. This was Su Kai's only path to survival. As Zhou Feng had no intention of genuinely providing him with the medicine. Both were acutely aware of this unspoken truth. Su Kai raised his voice, desperate to survive. He longed to live, especially since Fei had promised him a reward for acting as an informant. He envisioned using it to indulge in pleasures and satiate his desires. In a swift motion, Zhou Feng lunged forward and seized Su Kai by the throat. Su Kai fought desperately, striking Zhou Feng's arm, but to no avail. Within seconds, Su Kai's head drooped as he lost consciousness. Zhou Feng maintained his grip for over 2 minutes, ensuring Su Kai had breathed his last, before finally releasing his lifeless body. He covered Su Kai with a straw mat, disguising him as one who simply slumbered. Having completed all this, Zhou Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sound of the rain outside had masked Su Kai's voice, preventing anyone from being drawn to their conversation. Zhou Feng then glanced towards Dr. Wan's room, feeling an 80% certainty that the medication must be within. After all, Su Kai had just pleaded with Dr. Wan. Zhou Feng had initially intended to confirm this from Su Kai, but that cunning fellow had proven too elusive. Now, Zhou Feng had no choice but to take a gamble. He lifted the curtain and quietly approached Dr. Wan's shelter. It was situated merely 10 meters from Su Kai's location, separated by another small dwelling. Peering with narrowed eyes, Zhou Feng noticed that Dr. Wan was alone in his quarters, which were considerably smaller than the others. This was likely due to his unique status, affording him a private space. However, the predicament was that Dr. Wan's shelter was flanked closely on the right by 2 others. Should Zhou Feng recklessly burst in, any conflict with Dr. Wan, or even merely raising his voice, would surely alert those nearby. Resorting to force was not an option. Zhou Feng devised a plan. Dr. Wan. Su Kai's condition has worsened. He seems to be dying. He called out in a hushed tone from outside. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wan sighed deeply, pondering. What more can I do? Despite his mutterings, he rose to step outside, only to pause in surprise upon realizing no one was there. Nevertheless, he proceeded towards Su Kai's shelter, inadvertently passing right in front of Zhou Feng, who seized the opportunity to observe Dr. Wan's appearance. With graying hair and beard, he appeared to be at least 60. As Dr. Wan lifted the curtain, Zhou Feng promptly entered his room, scanning the interior. A stone bed was laid with some straw, and beside it stood a wooden basin and a wooden bucket containing fresh water, basic necessities for daily living. And there, Zhou Feng spotted a gray suitcase at the foot of the bed. He swiftly approached, lifting the suitcase and ensuring there were no other valuable items within the room. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Oh no, Sukai has been killed. At that moment, Dr. Wan finally sensed something amiss. He rushed out of the room, arms flailing, and his cries immediately incited chaos within the camp. Many rushed out to see a figure sprinting from Dr. Wan's room, suitcase in hand, dashing towards the camp's exit. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the speed of the individual. Chase him! Hurry! Shouted a scarred man from the crowd, known as Fei Junhao, the infamous leader they spoke of. Many immediately pursued, but shortly thereafter, they returned with drooping heads. Boss, we couldn't see him at all. The speed of that individual was astonishing. As soon as we entered the woods, we lost him completely. Perhaps he was not even human, but rather a creature of the island. Upon hearing these words, Fei Junhao's expression darkened. A bunch of useless fools, utterly incompetent, he exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Dr. Wan. Have the supplies vanished? His eyes were icy with intensity. All the medications were contained within. This is not my fault. Dr. Wan stammered in response. It has nothing to do with you. I fear it was that fellow from earlier. He poses a threat. Fei Junhao narrowed his eyes, peering into the depths of the jungle. Tang Fu brought forth a basin of hot water, soaking a towel in it. Though referred to as a towel, it was essentially a piece of soft fabric. After wringing it out, she gently wiped her brother Tang Cheng's forehead. She then placed her hand upon it. Tang Fu's heart sank. Her brother's forehead remained feverishly hot. The worst scenario she had dreaded had come to pass. On their return in the afternoon, Tang Cheng had shown signs of illness, his complexion excessively flushed. When the rain began, he had expressed a desire to rest. However, upon falling asleep, he was engulfed by a high fever that persisted for several hours. With no other options available, Tang Fu could only repeatedly wipe his forehead, resorting to physical methods of cooling him down. Yet she understood that in such circumstances, physical cooling would have minimal effect. The real concern was the infection within Tang Cheng's body. That posed a significant threat. At this critical juncture, a singular figure loomed in Tang Fu's mind, Zhou Feng. He was her only hope for news regarding medication. However, it was late, and though the rain outside had ceased, it was nearing dawn. The other members of the camp had long since retired for the night. Tang Fu felt certain that Zhou Feng would not arrive this evening. She resolved that at first light, regardless of whether Zhou Feng had any news, she would embark on a quest for medicine, by any means necessary. She would strive to save her brother's life. When Tang Fu was but a child, her father abandoned the three of them, leaving her and her mother behind. Tragically, her mother passed away when Tang Fu was in middle school. It was Tang Cheng who worked tirelessly to support Tang Fu's education. By the time she reached university, she worked part-time as a model to help sustain their lives, and gradually, their situation began to improve. This journey aboard the Wanli ship was made possible by her saved funds, meant to be a trip for Tang Cheng. Yet unexpectedly, calamity had struck. It could be said that the current predicament was largely of Tang Fu's making. Nevertheless, Tang Cheng bore no resentment. Instead, he reassured himself that they would eventually escape this place. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to flow from Tang Fu's eyes once more. If Tang Cheng were to perish, she would be left with no family in this world. At that moment, a sound came from the entrance. Tang Fu quickly wiped her tears away, not wanting anyone to witness her sorrowful state. Due to the absence of her parents, Tang Fu had always exhibited a rather fierce demeanor, striving to convey to others that she was not easily trifled with. How is Tang Cheng's condition? Someone inquired from behind her. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Fu turned around in disbelief. Zhou Feng, you've come. To her astonishment, it was indeed Zhou Feng standing behind her, arriving at such a late hour. And he appeared to be completely drenched, likely having walked through the heavy rain. A wave of both tenderness and gratitude washed over Tang Fu. Zhou Feng must have braved the downpour to bring her vital information. The thought brought a sting to her eyes, and tears threatened to spill forth. But she clenched her teeth and restrained herself. It's bad. My brother has a fever, and there are signs of infection on his wound. Tang Fu's voice trembled slightly. It was only at that moment that she noticed Zhou Feng was also carrying a gray suitcase. Given that the room was dimly lit by the flickering campfire, she had not seen it before. Let me see if there are any suitable medications here, Zhou Feng said, placing the suitcase on the ground. He soon realized that the suitcase was locked with a combination. After several unsuccessful attempts at different numeric combinations, he sighed in frustration. I have tools in my camp. I'll go get them. Tang Fu suddenly recalled and hurried out of the room. She quickly returned, a screwdriver in hand. Zhou Feng took the screwdriver and tinkered with the lock, ultimately breaking it. With a decisive click, the suitcase sprang open, revealing its contents, which elicited a look of surprise from Zhou Feng. Inside lay a first aid kit along with numerous boxes of various medications, at least dozens in total. A brief inspection revealed antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, as well as cephalosporins, nitroglycerin tablets, cold medicine, and more. Let us give him some anti-inflammatory medicine first, Zhou Feng suggested, opening one of the boxes and handing a blister pack containing 8 pills to Tang Fu. This should be sufficient. All right. Tang Fu accepted the medication and hurriedly administered it to Tang Cheng with some water. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng gazed thoughtfully at the suitcase. Where had it come from? It seemed quite likely it belonged to Dr. Wan. Could it be that Dr. Wan had also arrived on this island? This was indeed a possibility. A new question arose in Zhou Feng's mind. If they were all present on the island, then what about the Wanli ship? Where was it at that moment? Was it still adrift in the previous waters, or had it also reached this peculiar location? Zhou Feng recalled having seen the remnants of a helicopter in the jungle. Might the Wanli ship also be stranded somewhere? At that moment, Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu approaching him. "Thank you," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Unable to hold back any longer, Tang Fu understood that Zhou Feng's efforts to procure the medicine had certainly involved considerable peril. Having taken anti-inflammatory medication does not guarantee recovery. It ultimately depends on Tang Cheng's fate. I shall return now and send someone over tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng closed his suitcase. It's quite late. Why not stay and rest in my room for a while? Tang Fu gently suggested, her face flushed in the firelight. I must return first to inform the camp about the situation, Zhou Feng replied, rising to his feet. He succinctly relayed the enemy's information to Tang Fu, noting their considerable numbers, exceeding 100, and their intention to plunder other camps, treating women as spoils of war. Tang Fu's expression darkened upon hearing this news. Losing the medication would not be taken lightly by the adversaries. While they were unlikely to act tonight, caution would be necessary from tomorrow morning onward. After Zhou Feng issued his warnings, he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Tang Fu felt an unexpected emptiness within her. Wait, she called out. What is it? Zhou Feng turned to inquire. Stay safe, Tang Fu finally managed to utter. Zhou Feng nodded and vanished into the night. Tang Fu sighed, feeling a sense of reluctance as he left. She believed this feeling stemmed from her brother being in a deep slumber. If Zhou Feng could remain by her side, the camp would have a new pillar of strength. That was undoubtedly the reason. Although the heavy rain had ceased, the path ahead remained treacherous. Zhou Feng occasionally found himself mired in muddy pits, prompting him to remove his shoes. He had traversed the path in this manner, feeling occasional stings on his feet, likely from thorny underbrush. However, he paid little heed. As his recovery abilities were remarkable, minor wounds would heal overnight. As he approached the camp, several figures emerged from the nearby woods, brandishing spears. Halt! Do not move, or we will kill you. One threatened. It's me, Zhou Feng announced. Under the moonlight, the figures recognized him as their leader returning. Boss, you finally returned. We were all so worried. Some even speculated you might be dead, they exclaimed, visibly relieved. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, surprised that his absence for a single night had resulted in the spread of rumors. Even if it was merely speculation, it could undermine morale. From their reactions, he discerned their genuine fear. How many sentries are on watch tonight? Zhou Feng asked. Over 20, Fu Tai said it was your arrangement, one responded. Yes, it was my arrangement, but there should be no trouble tonight. Let everyone return to rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Given that Zhou Feng found the night trek so arduous, it was unlikely the enemy would attempt to approach under the cover of darkness. They would likely wait until the sun rose and the jungle's water evaporated before initiating any action. Understood, boss. The faces of these individuals radiated smiles. Despite having toiled throughout the day, after the rain ceased, they were compelled to patrol the night, each one weary to the bone. Zhou Feng returned to the camp and discovered that Fan Jian and Yang Wei were still awake, accompanied by several others. They gathered around the campfire in the center, seemingly prepared to spring into action at the slightest sign of trouble. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's return, their expressions relaxed somewhat. Zhou Feng briefly relayed the intelligence regarding the enemy, which darkened the faces of the group. Should a conflict erupt between the two sides, the casualties could be catastrophic. Should we not negotiate with them? Perhaps the 3 camps could share the papaya grove? One could not help but suggest. However, it was too late for negotiations. Zhou Feng shook his head. Had they been willing to negotiate from the outset, it might have averted this dispute. Yet, Fei Leida and his faction had no such intention. They sought to seize the vast expanse of the papaya grove from the beginning. The animosity between us has already taken root. It appears we must fight to the bitter end. We shall follow your lead, boss, Fan Jian said sternly. Let us defer all matters until tomorrow, for now. We should rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand. It was indeed too late. The group rose to leave, and Zhou Feng added, by the way, anyone who spreads rumors that disrupt the morale of the camp will have their points deducted. Excellent. Yang Wei applauded in agreement. Several individuals had been disseminating messages claiming that Zhou Feng would surely not return, which infuriated Yang Wei. He was tempted to give those rascals a good thrashing. Zhou Feng retreated to his room to change out of his damp clothes. as the wet attire was exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue entered, carrying a wooden bucket and lifting the curtain. "Ah!" she exclaimed, quickly turning away. Zhou Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly donned a clean outfit. "Xiaoxue, you're still awake?" he asked, scratching his head. "I couldn't sleep, knowing you hadn't returned. I came to help you clean up your dusty face." Qin Xiaoxue replied with a gentle smile. Zhou Feng chuckled, grateful for her presence. Had she not come, he would have likely succumbed to sleep in his disheveled state. Qin Xiaoxue dampened a towel, which, though soft, had been tailored to resemble a towel. "Men are so untidy without a woman around," she murmured while wiping Zhou Feng's face. "Who says I lack a woman? Are you not my woman now?" Zhou Feng felt a sweet warmth in his heart. "I am your girlfriend," Qin Xiaoxue retorted playfully. "For there is a vast difference between a girlfriend and a woman. It's only a matter of time." Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly. "All right, it's time to wash your feet." Qin Xiaoxue placed the wooden bucket in front of him. "Sure." Zhou Feng removed his shoes. He was barefoot, having long discarded the worn-out socks. His sneakers, however, remained surprisingly sturdy, having lasted this long. As Zhou Feng placed his feet into the bucket, he was astonished to find that Qin Xiaoxue had extended her hand, intending to assist him in washing his feet. "I can manage this myself," Zhou Feng exclaimed in a moment of panic. "Aren't you supposed to be my man? Are you already feeling shy?" Qin Xiaoxue chuckled softly. Indeed, Zhou Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially as he was acutely aware of the grime that covered his feet, caked with mud and sand. However, given that Qin Xiaoxue had offered, he felt compelled to accept. "Your feet are covered in wounds," Qin Xiaoxue gasped, noticing the myriad of injuries adorning Zhou Feng's feet. It was difficult to fathom the hardships he endured on his journey back. "It's nothing serious. My wounds heal quickly," Zhou Feng quickly reassured her. "You have sacrificed so much for this camp," Qin Xiaoxue said, her voice thick with emotion. She gently began to clean the dirt from his feet, changing the water twice in the process. "You must rest well, regardless of what happens. Your health is of utmost importance." As she finished cleaning his feet, she stood up. "Xiaoxue, are you leaving?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Not leaving. Are you suggesting I sleep here?" Qin Xiaoxue replied with a smile. "That wouldn't be impossible. Stay and keep me company. This bed can accommodate two," Zhou Feng said boldly. Qin Xiaoxue glanced towards the adjacent room, a hesitant expression crossing her face. When she had come to help him clean up, Bai Qingjian had already fallen asleep. "Just don't get any funny ideas," Qin Xiaoxue said softly. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, but as the meaning of her words sank in, he was filled with joy. "Come, sleep here," he beckoned, patting the space beside him. "Sleep here? Are you afraid I might run away?" Qin Xiaoxue laughed, covering her mouth. Zhou Feng felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaoxue stepped over him and laid down beside him. As he felt her presence next to him, Zhou Feng's heart raced. Although Qin Xiaoxue had previously slept beside him on the beach, this was entirely different. The beach was merely a makeshift campsite made of palm leaves, devoid of any privacy, especially with Bai Qingjian nearby. Now, however, it was just the two of them in the room. "Xiaoxue, you are truly wonderful," Zhou Feng said, leaning closer to inhale the scent of her hair. "Don't sniff," Qin Xiaoxue said shyly, brushing her hair to the side. After all, given their current circumstances, without any shampoo, it was a feat just to be clean. "I can't touch, and I can't even sniff?" Zhou Feng teased with a grin. "If you really did touch, what could I possibly say?" Qin Xiaoxue replied, her face flushed. Chapter 66. Restless anticipation. Since Qin Xiaoxue lay beside him, she must have been mentally prepared. With a vigorous young man beside her, how could Zhou Feng possibly remain composed? It would be more unbearable than death itself. Indeed, Zhou Feng was ecstatic and immediately wrapped his arms around her. "Xiaoxue," he whispered, lowering his voice. At that moment, she hesitated, feeling unprepared. "Could you wait a bit longer?" Qin Xiaoxue requested. After all, she had never considered the possibility of becoming romantically involved with Zhou Feng. She had always viewed him as a child. Who could have predicted? Xiaoxue, I truly like you," Zhou Feng confessed, his feelings genuine and not a mere whim. He was determined to prove this. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. The next instant, she sensed Zhou Feng drawing closer. Indeed, it seemed a kiss was imminent. As dawn broke, Zhou Feng awoke, stretching languidly. Beside him, Qin Xiaoxue had naturally risen early. A smile graced Zhou Feng's lips as he reminisced about the tender moments they had shared the previous night. If only every day could be like this. Their relationship was bound to progress in due time. Exiting his room, Zhou Feng encountered Bai Qingjian emerging from the next room, who shot him a glare before turning away. Zhou Feng chuckled, realizing Bai Qingjian had noticed that Qin Xiaoxue had not returned home last night. However, he was relieved to see that Bai Qingjian seemed less angry than before. He understood that the greatest obstacle between him and Qin Xiaoxue was the scrutiny of those around them, particularly Bai Qingjian's attitude. were by Qin Xiaoxue not on the island. Zhou Feng was confident that he and Qin Xiaoxue would have already taken that next step. Ultimately, their relationship hinged on when Bai Qin Xiaoxue would accept them. The breakfast served that morning consisted of papaya, with cooked meals only available at noon and night. After all, gathering firewood required considerable energy. Others needed to register with Li Ran for food exchanges, but Zhou Feng had the privilege of accessing supplies directly from the storeroom. He also took a moment to inspect the quantity of papayas. Fortunately, Yang Wei and the others had worked diligently, ensuring there were enough provisions to last 2 days. Even if the papaya supply were to dwindle, alternative ingredients could be found. There was no imminent food crisis, but the papaya grove was not something to relinquish easily. Subsequently, Zhou Feng instructed Yang Wei to take a few individuals to assess the situation at Tang Cheng's camp. Ensuring the camp's safety was paramount, hunting could wait. Shortly after Yang Wei and his group departed, Fan Jian approached Zhou Feng, holding a circular object approximately half a meter in diameter. "Boss, look at what we created," he exclaimed. "Is this a shield?" Zhou Feng inquired, taking the item for examination. It was woven from fresh vines. "We have a young fellow in our camp skilled in crafting with vines," Fan Jian excitedly explained. During his spare time over the past couple of days, he has made several handcrafted items and traded them for food. Upon learning that the enemy possessed bows and arrows, he initially considered creating a bow himself. But we lacked the necessary expertise. Thus, he had the brilliant idea to attempt weaving a shield instead. While we may not have offensive weapons, possessing some form of defense is essential. This morning, the young man finally completed one. Zhou Feng scrutinized the shield in his hands once more. The weight is remarkably light, making it easy to carry. Although there are gaps between the rattan strips, the bows and arrows used by Fei Leida and his cohort are hardly of superior quality. They are merely sharpened wooden arrowheads. This shield is entirely capable of withstanding such projectiles. Even in the unfortunate event that the shield is penetrated, it is inconceivable that anyone behind it would suffer harm. "Call him over," Zhou Feng immediately instructed. Soon, a young man in his 20s was summoned. His name was Shi Heidao. According to him, his grandfather once practiced this craft. He learned a few skills in his childhood, but later found little use for them and went out to work instead, becoming a crew member on the Wanli ship, primarily responsible for cleaning the cabin. "I've heard that such artisanal skills are quite valued in many foreign lands, fetching tens of thousands for a single handcrafted item," Fan Jian remarked, intrigued. "Ah, it's all just hype, a mere deception," Shi Heidao waved his hand dismissively. "It's akin to those old ladies making paper-cut window designs a few years back, only to be bought at exorbitant prices by foreigners. It's essentially the same trick, just a scheme to swindle people." He continued. "Crafting rattan has historically been a skill found in every village. It is simply a life skill. Is it difficult to learn?" Zhou Feng inquired. "To reach my level of proficiency, one would need at least a few months, and the pace wouldn't be rapid," Shi Heidao responded candidly. Zhou Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Mastering such a craft was evidently not a straightforward endeavor. "If someone were to assist you, how many shields could you produce in a day?" Zhou Feng asked again. "With a rougher finish, I could manage 3 or 4 in a morning," Shi Heidao contemplated. He had spent several hours on the shield he was currently working on, aiming for perfection. With a few helpers, he planned to dedicate these days solely to crafting shields. "This is presently the best means of defense," Zhou Feng asserted. After encountering that group the previous day, he had discerned their archery skills were quite mediocre, relying solely on numerical superiority. As long as they wielded shields to protect vital areas, they could charge forward unabated. By midday, Shi Heidao had crafted 4 additional shields. These shields were of the same size as the previous ones, but were made with less meticulous materials, resulting in larger gaps. However, Fan Jian and the others had already devised a plan to address this. They could cover the outside with a layer of leather or similar material, utilizing scraps from clothing since it was quite warm on the island, negating the need for thick garments. This would significantly enhance the shield's defensive capabilities. "That's a splendid idea." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. "We only came up with it through a bit of collective brainstorming," Fan Jian chuckled. The group exchanged thoughts, collaboratively arriving at a practical solution. At that moment, Yang Wei returned with several companions. "Tang Cheng has awoken," Yang Wei reported. When they had visited earlier that morning, Tang Cheng was still asleep. However, he had since recovered from his fever and was conversing quite freely with Yang Wei and the others by noon. The essence of the matter is the need to seize control of the papaya grove, even to the extent of launching a proactive assault. Their combined forces exceed that of the adversary. Otherwise, should the enemy take the initiative, they risk being defeated in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. There was some merit to Tang Cheng's perspective. However, Zhou Feng was acutely aware of Tang Cheng's ulterior motives, as his encampment was currently under the greatest threat, with the potential for an attack looming at any moment. Naturally, Tang Cheng was eager to take the offensive. Boss, I believe the situation at Tang Cheng's camp is precarious. Those individuals are restless, Yang Wei suddenly whispered to Zhou Feng. Restless? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, I sense that their morale has already begun to wane. Yang Wei affirmed. Based on his observations at the camp, the orders issued by Tang Cheng had led to a decline in enthusiasm among the ranks. A palpable sense of unease permeated the encampment, with several individuals discreetly inquiring with Yang Wei about the possibility of joining their camp. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhou Feng couldn't help but reflect. What was that saying? When hearts are dispersed, the team becomes hard to manage. Following the casualties of the previous day, Tang Cheng's authority was gradually diminishing. Moreover, he was incapacitated due to an infection. Have you made any promises to those people? Zhou Feng inquired. Not at all, boss. How could I dare to make promises without your approval? I can only say that this matter is beyond my control, and I believe our camp cannot accommodate more people. Yang Wei replied with a bitter smile. As the newly appointed leader of the hunting group, he felt the weight of pressure. Even in his dreams, he pondered on strategies for hunting. The thought of additional mouths to feed was daunting. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. It was indeed true that more people did not necessarily equate to better circumstances. With such a crowd gathered in one place, sourcing food would become increasingly challenging. It would be wiser to establish two separate camps. The arrival of Tang Cheng's group would not guarantee an increase in combat capability. Rather, it would impose an additional burden. What shall we do, boss? Yang Wei asked. I will take a few individuals to Tang Cheng's camp to assess the situation. You all remain here, Zhou Feng resolved. Determined to speak with Tang Cheng personally, he set off with 5 companions, each armed with a shield, including Fu Tai, whose cleverness made him an asset. After a journey of over an hour, they arrived at Tang Cheng's encampment. As they entered, Zhou Feng immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The camp appeared lifeless. The inhabitants were not engaged in work, instead congregating in small groups, whispering among themselves. Upon noticing Zhou Feng's arrival, several individuals rushed forward. Brother Zhou Feng, how about letting us join your camp? One exclaimed. Yes, we can fish and work. Our rations are minimal. Several others chimed in eagerly. My camp does not lack personnel, nor will I accept Tang Cheng's people. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, seeing that their ages surpassed his own, it left Zhou Feng somewhat speechless as they readily addressed him as brother. Upon hearing his words, the group displayed expressions of disappointment. Ignoring them, Zhou Feng approached the shack. You're here, exclaimed Tang Fu, who happened to emerge just then. Her face lit up with surprise upon seeing Zhou Feng. I came to check on Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng nodded. Please, come in. My brother is inside. Tang Fu warmly invited him. You all wait for me here. Zhou Feng instructed Fu Tai and the others before entering the shack. Inside, apart from Tang Cheng, there was a woman Zhou Feng had encountered a few times before. She was Tang Cheng's companion at the camp. Upon Zhou Feng's arrival, she hastily retreated. You've come. Thank you for the medicine that saved my life. Now both my sister and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Tang Cheng smiled, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. How are you feeling? Zhou Feng inquired, finding a place to sit. As long as the wound doesn't worsen, I should be fine, Tang Cheng sighed. Then asked Zhou Feng for his opinion on their current situation. Should we unite and take the initiative? Zhou Feng raised 2 fingers, indicating there were 2 issues. The first is our weaponry. They have bows and arrows, while we only possess spears. We do have shields, but their numbers are limited. Most critically, we are unaware of how many arrows Fei and his men possess. 10, 20. We must devise a plan for a surprise attack, preferably at night. Tang Cheng had evidently contemplated this matter. At night, visibility is poor, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of their arrows. A surprise attack? Zhou Feng doubted their ability to infiltrate the enemy camp. Fei and his men as stronghold is easily defensible. The second issue is your current condition. How will you accompany us? Zhou Feng glanced at Tang Cheng's injury, where blood had seeped through the white cloth. This is a penetrating wound. Recovery will not be swift. In such conditions, it may take 10 days to half a month, Tang Cheng replied grimly. I can only take a risk. Why? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. Aside from Tang Fu, the camp's inhabitants had no ties to Tang Cheng. You've seen the situation outside, haven't you? Tang Cheng's gaze shifted to the camp's perimeter. Zhou Feng nodded, realizing that Tang Cheng had long been aware of the circumstances. Though some wished to leave, there are still those willing to heed my commands. I promised them I would lead them back alive. Tang Cheng's expression grew serious. He understood he could abandon these people and flee with Tang Fu, but what would become of his promise? Over the course of nearly a month, Tang Cheng had been issuing orders, and women were willing to follow him. Now, to simply leave them behind, he found himself unable to do so. Let us discuss how to deal with Fei and his men, Zhou Feng suggested, sensing the gravity of the situation. In many ways, he and Tang Cheng found themselves in similar circumstances. They were, in essence, comrades in this struggle. What are those people holding? Tang Qing noticed. Outside, Fu Tai and others stood, each clutching something in their hands. That's a shield, Zhou Feng began to say, but before he could finish, a disheveled, plump woman stumbled in. Indeed, all the food I had hidden is gone. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, weeping uncontrollably. Within Tang Cheng's camp, a distribution system was in place, ensuring that everyone received a portion of food daily. Some items, particularly those that were easy to preserve, would be set aside. For a woman of her size, accumulating food was no simple feat. Tang Cheng frowned upon hearing her lament. In such circumstances, losing items made retrieval impossible, especially without any form of surveillance. Moreover, with everyone's food being uniform, how could one distinguish between them? How much did you lose? Inquired Tang Fu, who had been lingering by the door. 2 papayas, and a coconut, along with a small piece of smoked fish. The woman recounted her possessions with fervor, all of which had been saved from her own rations. In the initial days after arriving on the island, she had eaten nothing, feeling as though starvation was imminent. This experience had ingrained in her the habit of hoarding food. Do you have any suspects? Tang Cheng mused aloud. It must be Tan Liang. She has always been at odds with me. The plump woman exclaimed. Tan Liang. Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. Tan Liang was responsible for distributing supplies within the camp. Tang Cheng considered the possibility of her pilfering, but it seemed unlikely she would target the plump woman's belongings. Just then, another woman burst into the hut. Stop spewing nonsense. When did I take your things? Last time, you purposely gave me a rotten papaya. You are targeting me. The 2 women pointed fingers and hurled insults at each other, teetering on the brink of physical confrontation. Zhou Feng stood by, taken aback by the scene. Such disputes were impossible to mediate. Tang Cheng could only manage a wry smile. Silence. Tang Fu bellowed. At her command, the 2 women fell silent. What are you arguing about? Is this a place for your quarrels? Have you no shame? Tang Fu remarked coldly. My belongings, the plump woman began. If you cannot safeguard your own possessions, who is to blame? Tang Fu interjected, hands on hips, exuding an imposing presence. The plump woman immediately lowered her head, rendered speechless. What are you so pleased about? Tan Liang smugly responded. Yet, Tang Fu swiftly doused her enthusiasm. What are you so proud of? Do you not realize how many people in the base hold grievances against you? Focus on your own duties. Both of you leave. The 2 women exited the room. Heads hung low. Dealing with them required firmness. Otherwise, nothing would be accomplished that day. Tang Fu panted. In the past, when Tang Fu engaged in disputes, she always adopted this assertive stance. Typically, anyone who encountered her would feel diminished from the outset. Subsequently, Tang Fu noticed that Zhou Feng had been gazing at her intently. Why are you looking at me? Tang Fu felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if she had been too brash earlier. To her surprise, Zhou Feng did not perceive her as overly aggressive. Rather, he recognized her competence in management, capable of intimidating others. I am not usually like this, Tang Fu said. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, her hands intertwined. Tang Cheng observed this scene with astonishment, as his sister had never displayed a gentle demeanor in front of anyone, often confronting him directly. Yet, here she was, exhibiting such an attitude towards Zhou Feng. Go fetch 2 papayas for her. After all, losing something can be distressing. Take them from my supplies, Tang Cheng instructed Tang Fu. You can play the role of the nice person. She pouted, yet she left the room, presumably to retrieve the items. Let's discuss the shield. I want to take a look. Tang Cheng expressed his interest in the shield mentioned by Zhou Feng. The 2 stepped outside, where Zhou Feng gestured for Fu Tai to show the shield to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng examined the shield and immediately praised its quality. This shield can undoubtedly withstand arrows from foes. He then returned it to Fu Tai and inquired about the crafting process. Upon learning that only one individual in Zhou Feng's camp possessed the skill to weave such a shield, Tang Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, it was not something one could easily acquire. He contemplated how to negotiate with Zhou Feng, as he desired a few for himself. However, with no currency on the island, barter would be the only option. Yet, he found himself lacking any valuable goods, and Zhou Feng's camp was not in need of food. Suddenly, several individuals rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Boss, they're missing. They vanished. What do you mean they're missing? Be clear. Tang Cheng's heart raced, as these men were part of his patrol. Old Qi and Xiao Wang went to the restroom, and now they're gone. The speaker's face reflected fear. Vanished? How could that be? Did you search for them? Tang Cheng's brow furrowed. We looked for them, but despite calling out, they did not return. A chill ran through Tang Cheng's heart. In such circumstances, if members of the base were missing, his mind conjured the worst-case scenario. The enemy had arrived. Then how did you all return? Tang Cheng pressed urgently. What if the enemy appears now? The group hung their heads. We were scared, one murmured timidly. Tang Cheng immediately grasped the situation. They had likely speculated that old Qi and Xiao Wang had met with foul play. The enemy was drawing near. Fearing for their lives, they had fled back. Tang Cheng sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, it is human nature to fear death. One only has one life to live. Moreover, a tragic incident occurred at the camp yesterday, instilling a sense of dread among the remaining individuals. Where did the disappearance take place? Let us investigate, Zhou Feng proposed. A nearby individual promptly indicated the direction, just over a kilometer that way. Zhou Feng glanced in that direction, recognizing it as the path leading to the papaya grove. A likely route for any approaching adversary. Follow me, Zhou Feng commanded his companions, Fu Tai and the others. Boss, we shall do as you say. Fu Tai immediately pledged his loyalty. Although the others felt a twinge of fear, Zhou Feng's presence bolstered their courage. We cannot send just a few of you. Who among you is willing to accompany me? Tang Cheng surveyed the patrol members. However, they averted their gazes, clearly intimidated. Boss, I will go with you. Another declared. I will join you too. What's the worst that could happen? Death. We fear nothing. Another echoed. Indeed, it is better than living in constant fear. And this wretched island offers no solace. Existence here is merely a torment. A group of about 10 individuals emerged, unwilling to remain idle in such a state of disgrace. They cast disdainful looks at those who had succumbed to fear. Tang Cheng understood that it was crucial to unite all available strength, especially in times like these. You all remain at the camp. If the enemy approaches, ignite the bonfire immediately, he instructed, pointing to the center of the camp. Zhou Feng had already observed a large pile of leaves and dry wood in the middle. He realized this was intended as a signal, akin to a beacon of smoke. Igniting the wood would produce a dense column of smoke, an effective yet risky means of communication, as it could easily reveal their location. Tang Cheng then approached Tang Fu, speaking softly to her, seemingly briefing her on certain matters. Chapter 69, Life and Death. Tang Fu appeared anxious, clearly reluctant for Tang Cheng to embark on another journey, fearing that his wound might worsen. Nevertheless, Tang Cheng was resolute. He could not remain in the camp if Zhou Feng was going. Ultimately, Tang Fu resigned herself to his decision. Soon, a group departed from the camp. Does your wound hurt? I have painkillers, Zhou Feng inquired during their journey, recalling that Dr. Wan's suitcase contained some analgesics. I am fine. It's not too painful, Tang Cheng replied, flexing his relatively uninjured hand. Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging Tang Cheng's resilience. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the location where the individuals had gone missing. None of the people who came here are left. How are we supposed to find anyone? Fu Tai muttered, clearly frustrated with those who had vanished. They had entered the woods and then disappeared. Tang Cheng, however, had grasped the situation and was ready to venture deeper into the forest. Wait. Zhou Feng suddenly halted Tang Cheng. What is it? Tang Cheng asked, puzzled. A metallic scent of blood lingered in the air as Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. Blood. Though Tang Cheng could perceive nothing, anxiety gripped him instantly. Fu Tai and the others glanced around nervously, uncertain of the enemy's whereabouts. Not far off, just over there. Zhou Feng gestured towards a nearby direction, and the group ventured deeper into the thicket. After traversing roughly 20 meters, they stumbled upon two lifeless bodies concealed within the underbrush. One was a middle-aged man, the other noticeably younger. Neither bore visible wounds. However, their heads were gruesomely mangled. The nature of their injuries suggested a silent ambush had taken place. How could your people fail to notice such close corpses? They clearly didn't even search. Fu Tai could not help but scoff. Tang Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed those individuals had not sought their companions at all. Instead, upon witnessing their comrades vanish, they had fled back to the camp in fright. Regardless, Boss Fei's group had indeed arrived. Zhou Feng narrowed his gaze upon the traces beside the bodies, noting numerous disorganized footprints. He was uncertain how many had accompanied Boss Fei this time, but the numbers were evidently substantial. They came swiftly. Tang Cheng's expression darkened. They had yet to establish a concrete defense plan, and the enemy had already initiated an assault, leaving them no respite. We must return to the camp. We cannot afford to disperse our forces, Zhou Feng declared firmly. He understood Boss Fei's motives. The pharmaceuticals were of immense importance to him, and he was undoubtedly intent on reclaiming his losses. Then let us return, Tang Cheng nodded. It was prudent to remain united when the enemy lurked in shadows. Boss Fei's group could not remain concealed indefinitely. They would eventually strike. As Zhou Feng turned to depart, a faint sound reached his ears from a distance, like someone stepping on a stick. The source lay merely a few dozen meters away. Everyone, remain still, Zhou Feng whispered. The group paused, holding their breath. Fear etched on the faces of Tang Cheng's companions, apprehensive of a sudden onslaught, particularly with the enemy potentially armed with bows and arrows. Zhou Feng listened intently, and indeed, the sound returned, gradually receding. Someone was attempting to depart stealthily. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhou Feng dashed towards the direction of the sound. Tang Cheng and the others stood momentarily shocked before quickly following suit. Upon catching up to Zhou Feng, they found him pinning a man to the ground. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, his face a mask of terror, clearly taken aback by his discovery. Zhou Feng's knee pressed against the man's neck, rendering his breathing labored. With but a slight increase in pressure, Zhou Feng could easily extinguish the man's life. This is not one of our camp's people. Where do you hail from? Did you slay my comrades? Upon encountering this individual, Tang Cheng was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. My man's expression turned ashen, uncertain whether it was from fear or suffocation. Speak. Tang Cheng bellowed menacingly. I didn't kill him. I was merely on lookout. I can't breathe. The man stuttered, tears and snot streaming down his face. Observing this, Zhou Feng rose to his feet. It was only then that the man gasped for air. Where's Boss Fei? Zhou Feng inquired directly, addressing the crucial question. He. The man faltered, his gaze evasive. Witnessing this scene, Tang Cheng signaled to those nearby. Immediately, two individuals advanced, seizing the man. Someone kicked him from behind, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, others still held onto his arms. If you remain silent, I will make you wish for death. Tang Cheng brandished a dagger from his pocket. Gazing into Tang Cheng's bloodshot eyes, the man was genuinely terrified. He divulged everything he knew. After Zhou Feng had seized the drugs the previous day, Boss Fei had become frantic. This morning, he had gathered half of the camp's fighting force, over 40 men, and was heading this way to annihilate Tang Cheng's camp. The two unfortunate souls who had perished were discovered by them. After killing them, Boss Fei decided to take a longer route to avoid other guards, aiming to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. The man himself had been left behind to monitor the situation, tasked with reporting any disturbances immediately. Boss Fei had left 7 or 8 such scouts along the way. I was hiding very discreetly. I didn't expect to be discovered, the man said, glancing up at Zhou Feng, his eyes filled with dread. He had surmised that this person was the one who had stolen the drugs the night before, the very danger Boss Fei had mentioned. Upon hearing the man's words, Tang Cheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. Boss Fei is exceedingly ruthless. What weapons do you possess? How many bows and arrows? Zhou Feng immediately pressed. For this was the pivotal inquiry. Ordinary folks use spears. There are 8 bows, all crafted by Boss Fei, the man honestly replied. 8 bows was not a considerable number. Those Zhou Feng had encountered previously had all utilized bows, leading him to believe that Boss Fei's men were heavily armed. However, it now appeared that the situation was not as dire. After all, crafting bows in such an environment was no simple task, as materials were not easily obtained. I've told you everything. Please let me go. I won't seek out Boss Fei. The man began to plead, his body trembling violently from fear. Chapter 70. Signal witnessing this. Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes, showing no hesitation. He plunged the dagger forcefully into the man's chest. Blood splattered onto Tang Cheng, staining even his face. In this situation, it's either you or me, Tang Cheng declared viciously. Those around him swallowed hard. Only upon witnessing death before their eyes did they truly comprehend that this was not a civilized society. On this island, it was survival of the fittest. Both sides were locked in a struggle to the death. Boss, look behind. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Tang Cheng turned his head and was immediately taken aback. A thick plume of smoke billowed into the air from the direction of the camp. It was a signal. Something had gone awry at the camp. Without hesitation, Tang Cheng sprinted toward the camp. His sister, Tang Fu, was still there. He was determined to ensure her safety. The others quickly followed suit. Boss, what should we do? Fu Tai inquired at that moment. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Let us move. Zhou Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. If they ignored Tang Cheng and the others now, the casualties would be catastrophic. Next, the target of the formidable Fei Leida would undoubtedly be himself, for he had seized the man's supplies. Fei Leida would not let this transgression go unpunished. Despite the pain surging through his arm, Tang Cheng ran with reckless abandon. Slow down. By the time you reach them, you'll be out of strength, Zhou Feng admonished, catching up to Tang Cheng in an instant. Take it easy. Although Tang Cheng was reluctant to relent, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Feng's wisdom. After all, if he rushed in without regard for himself, he would be rendered ineffective in battle. I'll scout the situation first, Zhou Feng declared, full of vigor, as he turned and plunged into the denser thicket nearby. The underbrush here was unruly and difficult to navigate, but it brought him closer to the action. Upon nearing the camp, Zhou Feng beheld a chaotic melee unfolding. The camp echoed with anguished cries, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen. Several corpses bore arrows piercing their forms, indicating that the enemy had initiated their first assault with bows before charging in. Tang Fu and her companions were taking refuge behind a makeshift shelter, bravely resisting the onslaught of over 30 adversaries. It was clear that the conflict had raged for several minutes. and Tang Cheng's side had suffered grievous losses. Even Tang Fu herself had sustained a severe injury to her thigh from a spear. Had the terrain not been so confined, the enemy would have already overwhelmed them. However, it was merely a matter of time. Seeing the dire situation, Zhou Feng swiftly retrieved some prepared stones from his backpack and hurled them toward the enemy. A cry of pain erupted as one individual was struck on the arm. Fei Leida turned to see a figure standing beneath the trees several dozen meters away. Although Zhou Feng had departed swiftly the previous night, Fei Leida had etched that silhouette into his memory. He was now certain that Zhou Feng was the thief who had pilfered his supplies. Zhou Feng, in turn, recognized Fei Leida at once, instinctively identifying him as the leader of the opposing forces. In the next heartbeat, a stone flew toward Fei Leida, who narrowly dodged it. The projectile struck an unfortunate soul behind him. "You lot, go eliminate him," Fei Leida bellowed, pointing at Zhou Feng. Instantly, a dozen men charged toward Zhou Feng. He continued to hurl stones, and 3 adversaries fell, whether struck on the head or the knee. The remaining enemies seemed undeterred, howling as they rushed toward Zhou Feng, their approach growing ever closer. Though Zhou Feng did not carry a spear, a dagger was secured at his waist. Swiftly, he drew the dagger, his gaze icy and resolute. As the first adversary lunged at him with a spear, Zhou Feng sidestepped and seized the attack, swinging his dagger with precision. The man's hand was severed at the wrist, and a pained scream escaped his lips as he clutched the stump, the spear clattering to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Zhou Feng's speed was astonishingly swift. They could hardly comprehend the manner in which he had struck. "Zhou Feng." Tang Fu caught a glimpse of Zhou Feng amidst the chaos, her voice ringing with excitement. The others, upon seeing Zhou Feng's return, were equally stirred, mistakenly believing that Tang Cheng and the others had also returned. The atmosphere surged with fervor. However, Boss Fei furrowed his brow, unprepared for Zhou Feng's formidable presence. "What are you standing there for?" He roared at his men, who remained motionless. The enemies facing Zhou Feng gritted their teeth and lunged at him once more. Zhou Feng, with deftness, hurled his dagger, striking one man in the neck. He then seized the fallen spear from the ground, continuing his tactical retreat while engaging in combat. Positioned at the edge of the forest, surrounded by trees, Zhou Feng was not easily encircled by his foes. Instead, he exploited the terrain, dispatching 3 more opponents. Faced with such a relentless adversary, the remaining assailants hesitated, unwilling to advance into certain doom, despite Boss Fei's fervent urgings. Now it was Zhou Feng's turn to take the initiative. Brandishing the spear, he thrust forward. Although he lacked formal training, his speed and strength surpassed that of his opponents. To them, the spear moved like lightning, and another man fell, blood gushing from his neck as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Observing this, the remaining foes scattered in terror, with Zhou Feng in pursuit. At that moment, an arrow flew in from a distance, its swiftness and force far exceeding those Zhou Feng had encountered before. Startled, he dodged to the side. Yet his left arm was grazed, pain coursing through him. Another arrow followed, compelling Zhou Feng to take cover behind a tree. Peering out towards the source of the arrows, he discerned Boss Fei wielding a bow, realizing it was he who had fired the ambush. This man, Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes, was unlike any adversary he had faced before in terms of speed, strength, and accuracy. The arrows flew with alarming rapidity, posing a greater threat than stones hurled in battle. Just then, Tang Cheng and the others arrived. "Charge!" Tang Cheng, brandishing a shield, led the charge, with others following suit, shields in hand. Those without shields sought refuge behind their comrades. At the rear of the formation stood Fu Tai, unarmed with a shield. Zhou Feng suddenly understood. Fu Tai had provided his shield to Tang Cheng. After all, a mass of individuals serving as human shields would undoubtedly offer greater protection against arrows than the shields crafted by Tung Man Boss Fei was equally taken aback, not expecting Tang Cheng to possess a shield. Beside the formidable Fei, several individuals bore bows and arrows, swiftly drawing their weapons to unleash a volley of arrows. However, every projectile merely struck the shields held aloft. The 2 factions collided in a fierce melee. At the forefront, Tang Cheng desperately wielded his dagger with fervor. Chapter 71. The bandaging Tang Cheng's reckless bravado intimidated many adversaries, particularly as they suddenly observed the emergence of several additional combatants, clearly surpassing their expectations. The uncertainty of further reinforcements loomed ominously. "Retreat!" Fei barked with a furrowed brow. The others hastily withdrew. Upon reaching the edge of the camp, they turned and fled into the thicket. "Do not think it will be so easy to escape. You shall all perish." Tang Fu charged forth, brandishing her spear, only to be halted by Zhou Feng. "Do not pursue. Be wary of traps," he cautioned, shaking his head. "Should the enemy have set an ambush en route, they would be utterly defenseless. Is this how it ends? We have lost so many." Tang Fu's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the numerous bodies strewn across the ground. Yet, the fallen foes amounted to a mere 7 or 8, including those Zhou Feng had dispatched. We shall address this later. For now, we must stabilize the remaining personnel, Zhou Feng said solemnly. Tang Fu gritted her teeth, her face still clouded with dissatisfaction. However, she soon noticed Zhou Feng's arms stained with blood. You are injured, Tang Fu exclaimed, concern etched upon her features. And you are injured as well, Zhou Feng replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards her torn trousers. Tang Fu glanced down and felt a searing pain. Yet a flicker of surprise ignited within her. Zhou Feng genuinely cared for her well-being. I shall bandage your wound. We must stem the bleeding, Tang Fu declared, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket, intent on tending to Zhou Feng's injury. He protested, insisting he did not require assistance, as his wounds healed rapidly, often within a day or two. Nevertheless, Tang Fu remained resolute, determined to aid him in this small endeavor. Once she had secured Zhou Feng's injury, Tang Fu turned her attention to her own wounds. Meanwhile, Tang Cheng began issuing orders, instructing the others to transport the bodies outside to prevent decay and the subsequent spread of disease. The most effective solution would be cremation. However, this required substantial firewood, a precious commodity in the camp. The sudden assault had left the gathered individuals in a daze, many still struggling to regain their composure, some trembling as they sat on the ground. Only a few heeded Tang Cheng's commands and began to mobilize. Zhou Feng surveyed the remaining personnel in the camp. Only about 60 individuals remained, approximately a dozen of whom were women, while the rest were men. Yet, the fit men had suffered grievous losses, leaving fewer than 20 standing. The remainder comprised the elderly, weak, and infirm. Witnessing this scene sent a jolt of unease through Zhou Feng. This indicated that the situation within the camp would only continue to deteriorate. However, a more pressing threat lingered: Fei and his men, and the uncertainty of when they might return. Tang Cheng, how are you faring? Zhou Feng approached Tang Cheng and spoke softly. He noticed the wound on Tang Cheng's shoulder, with blood seeping out, evidently a result of the recent exertion, likely causing the injury to risk reopening. It seemed that a prolonged period of recovery would be necessary. Yet there was no time to dwell on that now. Tang Cheng's expression was grim. I do have an idea, Zhou Feng said in a serious tone. What idea? Tang Cheng turned to him. Migration. The most prudent course of action now is to relocate, to leave this place. Zhou Feng articulated his thoughts. This location has already been discovered by Big Fei and his crew. It is highly probable that they will launch another attack. Even if we leave, where can we go? Tang Cheng sighed. There are no suitable places available. Moreover, relocating means abandoning the shelter we have painstakingly built, reverting to a life exposed to the elements. Here. Zhou Feng retrieved a hand-drawn map from his backpack and pointed to a specific area. This is the cave I encountered earlier. It offers protection from the wind and rain, and contains fresh water. Although the cave is relatively small, accommodating a dozen individuals temporarily would not be an issue. It would provide a resting place for the injured from this battle. Others could sleep beside the rock face for the time being. And we can begin constructing simple shelters tomorrow. Most importantly, it is in close proximity to our camp, less than 3 kilometers away, Zhou Feng added. In the event of another attack, both sides could swiftly support one another. Tang Cheng gazed in astonishment at the map in Zhou Feng's hands. Although he had also sketched a map, it lacked the precision of Zhou Feng's, which included various routes and details. For the first time, Tang Cheng intuitively grasped how near Big Fei's camp was to their own. I need to consult everyone's opinions. Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. After convening a meeting, there was not a single dissenting voice. Everyone unanimously supported the plan, eager to leave this place. Some even expressed a desire to join Zhou Feng's camp. Their eyes filled with hope as they looked towards him. They shared a common thought. Having witnessed Zhou Feng's combat prowess, they felt bolstered by the prospect of his continued presence. Tang Cheng also regarded Zhou Feng, harboring the same thought, yet had hesitated to voice it. I understand your sentiments. But our camp cannot accommodate so many people, Zhou Feng candidly stated. If they all joined his camp, obtaining food would become significantly more challenging. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals appeared somewhat disheartened. However, rest assured, I am now allied with Tang Cheng, and I will provide assistance with food supplies, Zhou Feng assured them. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope returned to their eyes, and they began to gather their belongings in preparation for the migration. Boss, how can you ensure they are provided with food? As the crowd busied themselves, Fu Tai could not help but lean closer to Zhou Feng and inquire. What will happen if they are not given food? Zhou Feng turned to face Fu Tai. In a place like this, their survival is of no concern to us. Fu Tai muttered. Although Fu Tai recognized that his statement lacked humanity, in the current situation, everyone was primarily focused on their own survival, lacking the energy to worry about the fates of others. They will not perish from hunger, Before that occurs, they will join Big Boss Fei's ranks, Zhou Feng replied slowly. After the recent skirmish, he had discerned that Big Boss Fei had no intention of exterminating everyone in the camp. His aim was undoubtedly to capture Tang Fu and her companions, thereby augmenting the population of his own camp. Otherwise, if murder were his sole objective, Tang Fu and her companions would not have survived this long. Zhou Feng perceived that their conflict resembled the tribal wars of old. Chapter 72. What have you done? One notable characteristic of tribal warfare is that, in addition to seizing resources, it also involves the abduction of populations. The enemy's populace can be transformed into slaves within one's own camp. Zhou Feng had previously witnessed scenes where Big Boss Fei's men abducted several female survivors to their camp. He speculated that within Big Boss Fei's camp, a hierarchy likely existed. Those of higher status would receive superior treatment, which accounted for the reckless bravery displayed by Fei's followers, as they could enjoy elevated privileges. It was only after several of their companions had perished that fear began to manifest on their faces. Fu Tai suddenly grasped the implication, breaking into a cold sweat. He had not considered this aspect at all. If they neglected the people of Tang Cheng's camp, those individuals would not starve due to a lack of food. Instead, they would resort to any means necessary to survive, even seeking refuge with Big Boss Fei, who had just slain many of their comrades. This would inevitably pose a new threat. However, boss, I have a question. Fu Tai could not help but interject. Speak your mind, Zhou Feng chuckled, urging Fu Tai to relax. Big Boss Fei's camp has over 100 people and is continuously expanding. What do they eat? Fu Tai furrowed his brow. It was known that in their own camp, a significant portion of the population had to go out in search of food, barely managing to gather a modest supply, primarily consisting of smoked fish. But what did Big Boss Fei's people consume? It could not be papaya. They discovered the papaya grove significantly later than they did. Indeed. What do they eat? Zhou Feng pondered aloud. There must be a stable source of food. If I can ascertain this, I might devise a strategy to counter Big Boss Fei. Before long, Tang Cheng and the others had gathered their belongings, mainly consisting of tools and food. Zhou Feng led them for over an hour until they arrived at the cave he had discovered previously. Upon seeing the location, the members of Tang Cheng's camp nodded in agreement. Choosing this place as a resting point should provide a considerable degree of safety, especially given the presence of a substantial slope. Should the enemy charge once more, they would possess the advantage of height, gaining a tactical edge in the terrain. Regrettably, the distance from the beach is somewhat inconvenient, making it challenging to procure sustenance from the shore. Nevertheless, with Zhou Feng's assurances, they were confident that hunger would not befall them. There lies the wreckage of a helicopter nearby. It could be dismantled, and many components could be fashioned into tools. Standing on the incline, Zhou Feng pointed to a spot several hundred meters away, stating that the metal from the aircraft's exterior could be refined into long spears and other weapons. Is there wreckage of a helicopter here? But isn't this supposed to be a deserted island? Tang Fu was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon realized her mistake. This place was inhabited by wild men. Thus it could hardly be deemed an uninhabited island. No, this is Paradise Island, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Paradise Island? I'm even more perplexed. How could this possibly be paradise? It resembles hell more closely. The arrival of a helicopter indicates that someone has been here. We will undoubtedly be discovered sooner or later. Tang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. The others turned their attention towards him, and upon learning about the helicopter wreckage in the woods, they too were filled with exhilaration. Initially believing they were in a place forgotten by the world, they were astonished to discover traces of human activity here. Rescue would inevitably come. Witnessing the uplifted spirits of the group, Zhou Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. Tang Cheng's strategy was indeed remarkable, instantly instilling hope in everyone. They did not find it strange why a helicopter would crash here, or perhaps they simply lacked the energy to ponder such questions. Zhou Feng subsequently instructed Fu Tai and others to remain in this location to assist in building the camp. In the event of an attack, they would be able to hold their ground for a while. Tang Cheng promptly prepared the signal fire. If the camp were assaulted, it would be ignited immediately, and Zhou Feng would lead a team to respond. Once arrangements were made, Zhou Feng walked alone towards the camp. Just as he emerged from the woods, he spotted Bai Qinjian standing at the edge of the camp, gathering firewood with several women, presumably to prepare dinner. Although Bai Qinjian was also a leader, she engaged in the work alongside others, displaying no airs of superiority. Upon noticing Zhou Feng, she set aside her task and approached him. Zhou Feng, why have you returned alone? Your arm. You're injured. As Bai Qinjian observed the bandaged arm, a wave of concern washed over her. For the cloth was stained with blood. It's nothing, just a minor flesh wound, Zhou Feng dismissed with a wave of his hand. In truth, the wound on his arm was quite extensive, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Wait a moment, this is a woman's handkerchief. Who bandaged you? Bai Qinjian's brow furrowed suddenly. Tang Fu, Zhou Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Tang Fu, is she the vixen who gazes at you with such intent? Bai Qingjian scoffed. Recalling her keen observations of Tang Fu during her previous visit to the camp, Tang Fu frequently cast glances at Zhou Feng, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Could she truly be associated with such a temptress, given her fiery temperament? Scoundrel, I shall inform my mother, claiming you are consorting with other women, Bai Qingjian declared. Turning on her heel to flee, Zhou Feng, feeling a surge of urgency, quickly pursued her and grasped her arm. Do not speak nonsense. She merely assisted me with a bandage, he retorted, exasperated. A bandage? Using a handkerchief? That indicates her interest in you, Bai Qingjian scoffed. All right, I will return it to her later, Zhou Feng replied, somewhat speechless. He never anticipated that a simple bandaging would provoke such criticism from Bai Qingjian. Return it? You ought to discard it. She insisted, growing increasingly irate. Zhou Feng could only manage a wry smile in response. I have a question for you. If you answer me honestly, I shall let you off this time. Bai Qingjian narrowed her eyes. Go ahead and ask, Zhou Feng replied, puzzled by her intentions. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, last night, my mother did not return. What were you two up to? Nothing at all. Just chatting. Zhou Feng cleared his throat. I do not believe you. Speak the truth. Bai Qingjian placed her hands on her hips, clearly skeptical. Zhou Feng scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, he could not divulge the details of their intimate embrace. At that moment, Yang Wei and Fan Jian rushed over, having spent the day at the camp. Seeing them approach, Bai Qingjian shot Zhou Feng a final glare before departing. Zhou Feng exhaled, relieved, and recounted the events to Yang Wei and the others. Their expressions grew solemn upon hearing that a dozen men had perished on Tang Cheng's side. Chapter 73. Unexpected developments. Boss, what should we do? Shall we take the initiative? Fan Jian inquired gravely. Over the past few days, Fan Jian had also found himself a girlfriend. Regardless, he was indeed a core member of the camp, attracting the interest of women. As for the other women in the camp, most were hesitant to seek relationships, preferring to wait for rescue and a return to the modern world, as long as they had enough to eat. The enemy possesses bows and arrows, placing us at a disadvantage. Zhou Feng shook his head. Unless we follow Tang Cheng's suggestion to launch a night attack, but their camp is easily defensible. A nighttime assault may not be the wisest course of action. We should prioritize defense, he asserted, waving his hand dismissively. With several casualties among Fei's group, they would likely exercise increased caution. Zhou Feng then instructed Fan Jian to select some of the camp's elite to accompany him to the papaya grove. While Fei's group was absent, he intended to gather an ample supply of papayas to deliver to Tang Cheng's camp, which was sorely lacking in provisions. Upon hearing that they were to work for others, the group expressed their reluctance, though none dared voice their discontent openly, as this was Zhou Feng's directive. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng elucidated the intricate relationships at play. As he spoke, the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It became evident that assisting Tang Cheng and his group equated to aiding themselves. Otherwise, they would face a greater number of adversaries in the future. Today, it was Tang Cheng's group that suffered, but if they remained passive, it would be their turn next. Boss, we understand now. It's merely a matter of moving some papayas. That is nothing, they exclaimed in unison. Each individual regarded Zhou Feng with newfound respect. Initially, they believed him to possess formidable combat prowess and extensive wilderness survival knowledge. However, upon hearing his words, they realized that Zhou Feng's meticulous thinking surpassed their expectations. Their previous concerns about his youth and potential lack of composure dissipated as they recognized the orderly management of their camp and his thorough consideration of unexpected circumstances. This time, Zhou Feng had brought along over 20 individuals, representing a substantial portion of the camp's elite. His willingness to lead such a contingent stemmed from the assumption that the formidable Fei would remain unaware of their camp's location. Moreover, Zhou Feng's camp required papayas. He planned for each person to carry a larger load, intending to offload half upon arrival at Tang Cheng's encampment. Additionally, Zhou Feng was uncertain if there were ambushes hidden within the papaya grove, so a larger group would provide an added layer of security. Armed with spears, several of them also wielded shields. With a little effort from Shi Heidao, Zhou Feng estimated that within 3 days, they would have over 20 shields, sufficient to equip their personnel. These shields not only provided defense against arrows, but also protected vital areas during close combat with spears. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the papaya grove. Upon arrival, Zhou Feng and his companions were met with a grim sight. These scoundrels, someone exclaimed in fury, nearly jumping in outrage. Hundreds of papaya trees stood ravaged, their fruits obliterated and strewn across the ground, a scene of utter devastation. It was evident that someone had struck the trees with sticks. And the destruction did not end there. The fallen papayas were also being further damaged, with most rendered into a mushy mess, leaving only a few unscathed. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the papayas, but given their fallen state, they could not be preserved for long. Mature papayas, once harvested, could last at most 3 to 5 days, while the unripe ones would last a mere 10 days at best. Based on the degree of decay, it was likely the destruction had occurred that very morning, possibly before Fei and his group had launched their assault on Tang Cheng's camp, as they had first arrived at the papaya grove to annihilate the fruits. This is food. Fan Jian clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. It was his first visit to the papaya grove, and he had not anticipated to witness such a tragic sight. This is utterly despicable. Once the papayas are gone, it equates to a significant loss of a stable food source. This group of scoundrels genuinely intends to plunge us into desperation. Zhou Feng squinted, aware that foraging for food on the island is inherently challenging. The reckless wastefulness of these individuals only solidified his belief that the so-called boss Fei and his cohorts must possess a more reliable food source. Otherwise, they would not squander such resources. With determination, Zhou Feng resolved to gather whatever edible items remained. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Although the others were filled with rage, they could only bow their heads and begin collecting the papayas. Ultimately, they managed to salvage approximately 600 intact fruits, all of which were relatively small, totaling less than 1,000 pounds. We must keep the news of the papaya grove's destruction to ourselves for now. Zhou Feng instructed the group. Revealing this information would only incite panic. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at Tang Cheng's camp, offloading half of the papayas they had gathered. Upon seeing the size of the fruits, Tang Cheng sensed something was amiss and discreetly pulled Zhou Feng aside. Has something happened to the papaya grove? He whispered, lowering his voice. They had previously harvested the larger fruits, which were nearly ripe. Yet the papayas Zhou Feng brought back were noticeably smaller. Zhou Feng, without concealing the truth, recounted the unfortunate fate of the papaya grove. Tang Cheng was incensed. He had discovered the grove himself, believing it would sustain them for several months, only to see it destroyed. He had harbored great hopes for the grove. What do you intend to do? Tang Cheng gritted his teeth, the anger exacerbating the pain from his wounds. I plan to investigate where they are sourcing their food. Zhou Feng replied solemnly. I will accompany you, Tang Cheng declared resolutely. Zhou Feng glanced at Tang Cheng's shoulder and shook his head, indicating that he should rest due to his injuries. If the wound became infected, even antibiotics would be of little help. With a resigned sigh, Tang Cheng acknowledged the situation. Let us keep the matter of the papayas from the others, Zhou Feng cautioned. The morale of the camp was already low, and revealing the destruction of the papaya grove might provoke unpredictable reactions. I understand, Tang Cheng nodded, then inquired when Zhou Feng planned to act. I intend to move swiftly and go now, Zhou Feng said, looking toward Boss Fei's camp. Tang Cheng felt at a loss for words, knowing he could offer no assistance. Thank you for your efforts regarding the papayas, brother, he finally said, patting Zhou Feng on the shoulder with an air of helplessness. With only the salvaged papayas left, Zhou Feng could still keep half for himself. Apart from gratitude, Tang Cheng had little else to offer. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling that no further words were necessary. Zhou Feng, how is your wound? Tang Fu approached with a concerned expression. My wound is fine, what about you? Zhou Feng cast his gaze upon Tang Fu's thigh, where strips of cloth were also bound. His arm was wrapped in a handkerchief gifted by Tang Fu. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating returning the handkerchief, but reconsidered, for it would reveal the peculiarities of his own condition. By now, his wounds should have scabbed over, and the flesh underneath had likely healed sufficiently. He estimated that by tomorrow, he would return to normalcy. Moreover, if Bai Qingjian were to discover that he had returned the handkerchief to Tang Fu, he could only imagine the comments that little girl might utter. After a brief cleaning, he discerned that the wound contained no debris, thus minimizing the risk of infection. Tang Fu spoke softly. If it becomes infected, take the medicine. If you run low, have someone fetch me. Zhou Feng had previously left behind 8 pills. Tang Cheng should still have some remaining. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Tang Fu nodded in acknowledgement, her expression a curious mixture of emotions. Tang Cheng's face had worn an odd expression, until he could no longer contain his laughter. Haha, what are you laughing about? Tang Fu inquired, puzzled. Haha, your voice is so gentle that I hardly recognize you. Tang Cheng chuckled, nearly gasping for air. How annoying. Tang Fu pouted and stormed off. Zhou Feng scratched his head, sensing that there was something amiss in Tang Fu's gaze. Could it truly be as Bai Qingjian had said? Did Tang Fu harbor feelings for him? At that moment, Fan Jian approached to inquire when they would set off. Zhou Feng replied that they could return now, although Fu Tai and the others would remain behind for safety. After making the necessary arrangements, Zhou Feng ventured alone towards the encampment of the infamous Fei Lauda previously. He had infiltrated their camp under the cover of rain. But the downpour had obscured his view of the specifics of their setup. He had only gleaned a vague impression. This time, He had no intentions of forcing his way in. He merely sought to ascertain the source of their provisions. On his last visit, he had left numerous subtle signals amidst the trees and stones. Following these markings along with a map, he effortlessly retraced his steps to the vicinity of Fei Laode's camp. Night had fallen, and the encampment remained eerily quiet, save for the sentries on guard. Opting for caution, Zhou Feng climbed a sturdy tree and reclined in its branches to rest. Lying on the ground in such an environment was perilous. A venomous snake could spell his demise. Though his body could tolerate toxins, a prolonged unconsciousness would surely attract the attention of Fei Laode and his men. As dawn broke, Zhou Feng finally opened his eyes. The night's rest had been anything but comfortable, and he had refrained from shifting positions. Yet, he required little sleep to feel invigorated. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to descend from the tree, only to be greeted by a surprising sight. A throng of 40 to 50 individuals emerged from Fei Laode's camp, the majority of whom were women. A spark of joy ignited within Zhou Feng. So many individuals emerged, undoubtedly on a quest for sustenance. He immediately observed their movements and discerned that they were heading towards the eastern woods. Thus, Zhou Feng stealthily descended from the tree and followed their trail. He noted that this group halted after traversing approximately a kilometer, then bent down to scour the ground for something. Zhou Feng also glanced at his feet, discovering the earth riddled with numerous pits, indicating prior excavations. It was difficult for Zhou Feng to fathom. He too searched the ground for a while, and soon stumbled upon a plant nestled beneath a tree, likely a remnant overlooked. Zhou Feng uprooted the plant and noticed several purple-skinned fruits at its base. The larger ones resembled the size of a fist, while the smaller ones were akin to ping-pong balls, albeit not perfectly round, resembling ginger instead. Upon crushing one, he was astonished to discover it was a wild potato. Zhou Feng's breath quickened. The woods harbored wild potatoes in abundance. Although the wild potatoes were unappealing in appearance and had a purple skin, they possessed a nutritional value superior to that of commonly cultivated varieties. The cultivated potatoes primarily excelled in yield. Zhou Feng comprehended entirely why Fei and his companions had so readily ravaged the papaya grove. They had a simpler and more convenient food source at their disposal. One could only imagine the multitude of wild potatoes hidden beneath such a vast forest. Should he possess these potatoes, there would be no need to devise alternative means of procuring food. The choice of Fei to establish a camp among the rocks stemmed from his lack of concern regarding food sources. Surviving solely on rabbit meat was untenable. Yet one could thrive on potatoes alone. It was likely that within the camp, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of potatoes. This group of dozens ventured out daily, capable of securing the entire camp's rations, while the remaining individuals could devote their efforts to crafting other tools, including bows, arrows, spears, and everyday necessities. A bitter smile graced Zhou Feng's lips. They toiled diligently in search of food, unaware that the survivors here were so fortuitous. He tucked a few potatoes into his pocket and quietly circled to the other side, eager to ascertain the extent of the wild potatoes' growth area. Zhou Feng navigated around the crowd for over a kilometer, still spotting wild potatoes in abundance, even witnessing their proliferation. This solidified his conviction that the wild potato count was substantial, and they could cultivate them in the future. Potatoes are resilient organisms, relatively simple to grow. Zhou Feng harvested numerous potatoes, filling his pockets and backpack, discarding the prepared stones. He then turned to leave, intending to return and share this news with others. Zhou Feng planned to gather a group and take decisive action to seize the potatoes the following day. The combined forces of the two camps can certainly rival that of the notorious Fei. Moreover, potatoes are not papayas. They lie buried deep within the earth. Even if Fei were inclined to destroy everything in a fit of rage, he would find it impossible to obliterate these potatoes. It is likely that he would be reluctant to destroy them entirely, as doing so would leave them devoid of sustenance. Just as Zhou Feng had taken a few steps away, a woman's voice emerged from the nearby woods. "Don't make a fuss," she said, her tone laced with a tantalizing allure. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this distinctly feminine voice. It resonated from a distance of several dozen meters away, far from the others. "Well, we finally have a chance to be out, don't we?" came the response from a man. "If Fei discovers this, you're as good as dead." The woman's threat was unmistakable. Zhou Feng stealthily positioned himself behind a tree, peering in the direction of the voices. He spotted a man conversing with a woman, their hands engaged in a subtle tug of war. The man appeared to be under 30, wearing a disingenuous smile, while the woman, a few years younger, possessed an unremarkable face but a figure that could captivate many. "Why should we involve him in our affairs?" the man muttered, though it was evident he no longer dared to act on his impulses. "Humph, rules are rules. I have no desire to face punishment," the woman retorted coldly. "Though we are not married, our relationship has always been of that nature," the man expressed, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Zhou Feng discerned that this couple was likely romantically involved, Yet they were compelled to maintain a certain distance within Fei's camp. Huh. After all these years without giving me a title, now you must endure, the woman said, her tone dripping with schadenfreude, even going so far as to deliberately sway her body in front of the man. Isn't it you who refused to formalize things? Insisting on such a high bride price. The man's frustration was palpable. What? Did my parents raise me for nothing? He shot back, and with that, the woman made her way towards the crowd. The man, seething with anger, could only watch helplessly as she walked away. In a fit of rage, he kicked the nearby tree, muttering curses under his breath. What a ridiculous rule. That bastard Fei. It was evident that the man harbored significant grievances against Fei. You dare to speak ill of Fei? Zhou Feng emerged from behind the tree. I didn't mean it. I was just rambling. The man was clearly startled, slapping himself in an attempt to regain composure. Come with me, Zhou Feng commanded. Trembling, the man followed Zhou Feng, but after walking several hundred meters, he suddenly sensed something amiss. They had strayed too far from the crowd, and according to the rules, no one was permitted to venture too far apart to avoid the threat of wild animal attacks. He had only taken the opportunity to converse privately with his girlfriend for a few moments. You are not one of the camp's overseers. The man stammered. You are correct, Zhou Feng replied, turning to face him, a glint of cold steel visible in his hand. The dagger he held bore numerous nicks and cuts, evidence of its use. Moreover, there was dark red blood on the hilt that could not be cleansed. I do not wish to die. I implore you, spare me. With a thud, the man fell to his knees. Answer my questions honestly, and I shall let you go. How many people are there in your camp? Zhou Feng bent down, pressing the dagger against the man's chin. 123. No, wait. 115. How many died yesterday? The man stuttered. Zhou Feng nodded to himself, finding his earlier estimates to be nearly accurate. The numbers aligned closely enough. Zhou Feng proceeded to ask several more questions, and the man divulged nearly everything he knew. Indeed, within the camp of Boss Fei, a hierarchy was enforced. Boss Fei had divided the personnel into 3 distinct groups: the gathering team, the combat team, and the management team. Among the management, there were roughly a dozen individuals, all trusted confidants of Boss Fei, enjoying the highest privileges. There were also unique talents, like Dr. Wan, who were considered part of the management. The combat team members received a second-tier status, while the gathering team faced much lower conditions, subsisting primarily on potatoes, though they could at least fill their stomachs. Zhou Feng inquired about the potatoes, and Song Min confirmed they were non-toxic and safe for consumption. They had been eating them for over half a month, and now, the sight of potatoes made Song Min feel nauseous. Following the previous day's actions, Boss Fei had no plans for an offensive today. Instead, they were focused on sourcing materials to craft bows and arrows. Other types of wood were readily available, but the critical shortage lay in the bowstring materials, which their camp currently lacked. Previously, they had used nylon cords from their clothing, but those had now been depleted. Boss Fei intended to hunt some animals, using the sinews from their bodies as a substitute. How much do you know about Boss Fei? Zhou Feng asked. He seems to have worked as a mercenary abroad, and the scars on his face are remnants from that time. Beyond that, I am unaware, Song Min replied, shaking his head. A mercenary? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. No wonder Boss Fei could craft bows and adeptly wield them. He was certainly not an ordinary individual. Was that your girlfriend earlier? What is your situation? Zhou Feng inquired. Anger flickered across Song Min's face as he began to explain. According to the rules established by Boss Fei within the camp, no relations between men and women were permitted unless one belonged to the management. Only those in management were entitled to have their own women, if any survivors were married. That was an exception, but there were only 3 couples in their camp. Song Min had initially intended to assert that he and his girlfriend were akin to a married couple, having cohabited for 5 to 6 years. However, his girlfriend promptly denied that they were married, infuriating him further. He had thought today might be an opportunity for intimacy with her, only to be met with outright rejection. Zhou Feng nodded in acknowledgement. It appears that the management of Big Boss Fei's camp is far more stringent than I had anticipated. I have said all that I needed to say. Spare me, please. Song Min clasped his hands together and began to plead. You may leave, Zhou Feng nodded. Song Min was taken aback, feeling incredulous. He never expected Zhou Feng would truly let him go. He rose to his feet and began to retreat. After walking a few dozen meters, he turned to flee. Wait a moment, Zhou Feng called out. What is it? Song Min stammered, fearing that Zhou Feng intended to take action, as often depicted in films. Do not mention my affairs. You have divulged numerous secrets. If Big Boss Fei learns of this, the consequences for you will be dire, Zhou Feng cautioned. Understood, Song Min quickly nodded. Go on. He promptly vanished into the woods. Zhou Feng had indeed contemplated silencing him permanently. However, upon reflection, he realized that should Song Min meet his demise, it would soon be discovered that someone was missing, thereby exposing his own whereabouts. It was preferable to spare Song Min's life. He certainly would not dare to reveal the events that transpired. Chapter 76. Initiative. Song Min jogged to the edge of the crowd. Where have you been? A spear-wielding individual furrowed his brow. Behind him was a bow and arrow, marking him as one of the camp's overseers. I went to the restroom, Song Min panted. Do not go to the restroom while on duty next time. Hurry up and get back to work, the overseer urged. Yes, yes. Song Min nodded vigorously and began to lower his head to his tasks. Once the overseer departed, Song Min wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his mind consumed with one thought. He hoped the information he had leaked would not be discovered. Otherwise, he would face a grim fate. Zhou Feng returned to the camp, making his way to the cooking area. 2 pots were set over a bed of firewood. Qin Xiaoxue, along with others, was busy preparing ingredients. They had caught fish from the river, which would later be boiled with spring water to make soup. Some cured meat or wild chicken would be added to enhance the flavor. For the past few days, breakfast and dinner had consisted of papaya. But today they would incorporate these new ingredients. Zhou Feng emptied his backpack, spilling the potatoes onto the ground. What are these? Qin Xiaoxue picked one up, puzzled. Potatoes. Zhou Feng replied. Potatoes? These are potatoes. Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The nearby women gathered around, their expressions filled with astonishment. Picking one up from the ground, they began to examine it closely. At first glance, it did resemble a potato. I have seen purple-skinned potatoes, but these appear somewhat different. These potatoes look rather unappealing. Are they edible? A chorus of women chattered. Zhou Feng quickly assured them that these potatoes were indeed safe to eat, having already been tested for toxins. Qin Xiaoxue immediately began to organize the preparation, setting aside 30 to be cut into small pieces to add to the pot, while the remainder could be consumed gradually. As potatoes have a long shelf life. After arranging their tasks, Qin Xiaoxue gazed at Zhou Feng with concern. Did you go in search of potatoes since you didn't return yesterday? Pretty much, Zhou Feng nodded. If all goes well, potatoes will become our staple food. Won't that be perilous? Upon hearing this news, Qin Xiaoxue did not exhibit much joy. Instead, her expression was overshadowed by worry. Zhou Feng, seeing her concern, did not conceal anything and led her aside to discuss the location of the potatoes. It's right under the noses of Boss Fei and his crew. If we go to dig for potatoes, we will undoubtedly clash with them. Although Qin Xiaoxue managed logistics, she was well aware of the happenings within the camp. You are venturing alone into such a dangerous area. Her brows furrowed tightly as she gently bit her lip. Zhou Feng observed that no one was approaching, as they were all preoccupied with their own tasks. Thus, he leaned closer to her ear. There's no choice. The papaya grove has been destroyed, and we lack a stable food source now, he whispered. What? It was the first time Qin Xiaoxue learned about the destruction of the papaya grove, and her face soured immediately. She understood all too well the significant blow to morale that losing papayas would entail. This must not be spoken of, Zhou Feng urged. At least until we secure a sufficient quantity of potatoes, others must remain oblivious. You are working too hard. Qin Xiaoxue felt a pang in her heart. It's nothing. It's all for survival. Zhou Feng scratched his head, yet he had not finished his sentence when he was taken aback to see Qin Xiaoxue lunge toward him. Instinctively, he opened his arms and embraced her. Is this all right? There are so many people around. Zhou Feng couldn't help but remark, having noticed some gazes directed their way. Others had begun to whisper amongst themselves, clearly surprised by the nature of Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue's relationship. Since Qin knows, I no longer care about others' opinions. Qin Xiaoxue felt only compassion for him. Zhou Feng risked his life daily for the camp's sake, a relentless endeavor since their arrival on the island. May I steal a kiss? Zhou Feng was drawn to her cheek. No, Qin Xiaoxue shook her head. He had not expected her to agree, yet to his astonishment, she suddenly leaned in. Just a fleeting brush of her lips, and she turned to hasten back to her cooking duties. Zhou Feng stood stunned, a smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated such an assertive gesture from her, especially in front of so many witnesses. It appeared that their relationship had taken a significant step forward since the events of the previous night. Then Zhou Feng noticed a pair of eyes glaring at him. It was by Qin. She was clutching a bundle of firewood, her expression dark. Clearly, she had witnessed what had just transpired. When Bai Qin caught Zhou Feng's gaze, she turned her head and resumed her work. Zhou Feng finally exhaled, relieved. He felt more anxious in the presence of Bian Qingtian than when facing an adversary. Lunch was prepared, and everyone quickly discovered the presence of potatoes, which elicited a cheer from the crowd. The satiating quality of potatoes far surpassed that of other foods. Zhou Feng announced that he had found a region abundant with potatoes, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable time. This news invigorated the group. After finishing their midday meal, Zhou Feng set out with about 20 individuals under the scorching sun, each armed with a spear, while a few others carried shields. They soon arrived at Tang Cheng's encampment. where the inhabitants were busy cutting down surrounding trees to construct makeshift shelters for protection against the elements. Zhou Feng located the Tang siblings and presented a potato to Tang Cheng, explaining it was found near Fei Leida's camp. Upon seeing the potato, Tang Cheng suddenly realized that it was indeed the sustenance consumed by Fei Leida's group. A tinge of envy washed over him. They had toiled extensively to find a few wild fruits and catch some fish. To discover that this group had potatoes in proximity to their gathering place was disheartening. I intend to take a team to dig some up, Zhou Feng affirmed. If each person could carry around 40 pounds of potatoes, that would amount to at least 800 pounds. With 91 individuals in his camp, and estimating a daily consumption of 1.5 pounds per person, they would require approximately 180 pounds each day, which could sustain the camp for 5 to 6 days, under ideal circumstances. However, the excavation might not proceed as smoothly, as unforeseen challenges could arise. Tang Cheng was also intrigued by this prospect. I shall accompany you, he declared. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. It would be prudent for Tang Cheng to rest due to his injury. Brother, allow me to go with the team. You need to recuperate. Tang Fu insisted. You? Tang Cheng frowned, concerned about the dangers that lay ahead and reluctant to put his sister at risk. With Zhou Feng accompanying us, I will be safe, Tang Fu replied, casting a glance at Zhou Feng. Chapter 77. On watch. Tang Cheng nodded, reassured by Zhou Feng's presence. The camp, however, had dwindled to fewer than 50 individuals, and they could barely muster 10 people for the venture, as they needed to retain some strength for unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, 10 individuals were sufficient, especially when combined with the 5 individuals Zhou Feng had previously left behind, resulting in a team of nearly 40. Under Zhou Feng's guidance, they set forth. Along the way, Tang Fu approached Zhou Feng. What happened to the handkerchief I gave you last time? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhou Feng's arm. She was somewhat surprised to see that the skin appeared to have healed. Tang Fu did not dwell on it, merely thinking that Zhou Feng's previous injury seemed more alarming than it truly was. He left it in the room. Zhou Feng hesitated to speak the truth. Although he placed the handkerchief inside the room, it was merely used as a rag. If you like it, keep it, Tang Fu said softly. Zhou Feng felt a bit awkward and was unsure how to respond. To say he liked it? That was definitely out of the question. To say he didn't like it? That seemed somewhat inappropriate as well. Noticing Zhou Feng's silence, Tang Fu began to change the topic, asking about his age and such. When she learned that Zhou Feng had just turned 18, she displayed a look of surprise. You're 3 or 4 years younger than me. Tang Fu had always thought Zhou Feng was the same age as her brother, only appearing somewhat younger. After all, Zhou Feng's composure seemed more impressive than her brother's. What's wrong? Should I call you senior? Zhou Feng chuckled. That's unnecessary. You may call me sister instead. Tang Fu giggled, covering her mouth. Forget it. I'll just call you Tang Fu. Zhou Feng found it difficult to utter anything else. What's wrong? If you call me sister, I'll look after you once we leave this deserted island. Tang Fu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhou Feng's shoulders in a bold manner. Let us discuss that when we can leave, Zhou Feng nodded. Seeing the two of them leaning on each other, those following them instinctively slowed their pace, distancing themselves slightly, as if providing the duo with some private space. This woman is trying to woo our leader. She's quite scheming, Fu Tai scoffed, rolling his eyes. Why is she scheming? A nearby person inquired curiously. Being with the leader must be quite luxurious, Fu Tai remarked. Having witnessed many women attempting to impress Zhou Feng at the camp, such as Tianbing, that's not necessarily true. Perhaps she genuinely likes him. After all, the leader has saved her several times, someone countered, shaking their head. Regardless, I need to find a chance to remind him. The leader is formidable, but he may not be adept with women, Fu Tai muttered to himself. As they continued their journey, they passed by the papaya grove. Even from a distance, they could smell the sweet aroma growing stronger, albeit tainted by a hint of spoilage. Upon reaching the grove, they discovered numerous damaged papayas, infested with bugs. Witnessing this scene, everyone furrowed their brows in dismay. These papayas were utterly inedible. Some in the group were unaware that the grove had already been destroyed, their expressions turning grim. Zhou Feng chose not to conceal this information from them. As long as they could dig up potatoes to bring back, the papaya grove would become insignificant. The group circumvented the grove and pressed on. When Zhou Feng arrived near the camp of Big Brother Fei once again, he took a moment to observe. The forest showed no signs of activity. It seemed Big Brother Fei's men had left early to dig for potatoes. Planning to return to the camp when the temperature rose at noon, Zhou Feng led his team around to the other side of the forest, where Big Brother Fei's men had yet to arrive. In a brief span of time, it is unlikely that the potatoes would be discovered to have been stolen. Zhou Feng introduced the group to the appearance of wild potatoes, then selected 5 or 6 of the more astute individuals from the crowd to patrol the area, including Fu Tai. Should any of Fei Leida's men approach, they were to immediately notify everyone to retreat. Zhou Feng had meticulously planned the escape routes in advance and had already briefed the group during their journey. It was imperative to avoid conflict at all costs. Although they possessed a few shields, it was ultimately a defensive measure, and the potential for casualties on their side was significant. Zhou Feng stood over 200 meters away from the crowd, on the west side of the woods, as this direction was closest to Fei Leida's camp. After more than half an hour of silence, Zhou Feng finally felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, Fu Tai approached him. "What is it?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brows. "Boss, I have something to discuss. Be wary of women. In our past experiences at the casino, we learned not to underestimate them. Lest we face dire consequences," Fu Tai murmured. Zhou Feng listened intently, his frown deepening as Fu Tai spoke of how women are adept at disguise. Eventually, Zhou Feng grasped Fu Tai's meaning. "Are you worried I might be taken advantage of by Tang Fu?" he inquired. "Boss, that woman is not to be trifled with." Fu Tai nodded earnestly. Zhou Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. "All right, I will keep that in mind. You should resume your watch," he replied with a hint of resignation. Fu Tai was indeed clever, albeit his cleverness often misapplied. "Understood," Fu Tai acknowledged, turning to leave. "Wait." Zhou Feng suddenly called him back. "What is it, boss?" Fu Tai turned around. Zhou Feng did not respond verbally, but instead focused his gaze ahead. Fu Tai, puzzled, followed Zhou Feng's line of sight, but saw nothing amiss. However, he noticed Zhou Feng's serious expression. "There must be something." Zhou Feng commanded, "Order everyone to retreat. Now, do so quietly." "Understood." Fu Tai wasted no time, turning to act. With Zhou Feng's directive to leave, Fu Tai understood not to question further. They merely needed to execute the plan. Less than a minute after Fu Tai departed, a frantic figure appeared ahead. It was a wild boar. Its abdomen pierced by 2 arrows, blood gushing from the wounds. The boar's speed diminished as it continued its desperate flight, eventually collapsing to the ground after crossing several hundred meters. It appeared to have sustained a lung injury, compounded by its frantic exertion. Zhou Feng, however, did not fixate on the boar. His attention was directed toward the path from which it had come. As expected, a dozen figures soon emerged from the woods. Zhou Feng had noticed earlier that there was commotion in the trees, accompanied by loud commands. He recognized the voice of Fei Leida. They were likely hunting wild boars. And by a fortunate coincidence, a wild boar had wandered nearby. Observing the figures approaching, Zhou Feng swiftly retreated to the spot where they had previously dug for potatoes. However, the area was now deserted, leaving only a chaotic scene behind. Zhou Feng concealed himself within a thicket of low shrubs. Although he could have left, he was curious to ascertain the situation and whether Big Fei and the others would discover this place. If they were to remove the wild boar, it would be most advantageous. Soon, Zhou Feng noticed Big Fei approaching from a distance, ultimately stopping before the wild boar. The surrounding individuals began to shower him with praise, calling him an exceptional archer and a commendable mercenary. It appeared that Big Fei had indeed shot the wild boar himself. Seemingly pleased by the accolades, he commanded the immediate butchering of the boar, specifically instructing caution with certain parts, emphasizing the importance of not severing the sinews within. Once processed, these sinews could be dried and hardened to serve as bowstrings. The procedure was intricate, requiring meticulous care. Any misstep could lead to failure. The group began to focus intently on preparing the wild boar, relishing the prospect of an enhanced meal that evening. Big Fei, however, surveyed the surroundings and suddenly furrowed his brow. "What is it, boss?" someone inquired. Big Fei gestured for silence, taking a few steps before crouching down to feel the soil beneath him. "Someone has passed through here recently," he stated gravely. The others instantly tensed. They had never ventured into this area before, let alone just moments ago. Zhou Feng felt a chill run through him. His fears had materialized. He had not anticipated Big Fei's keen vigilance, capable of detecting the footprints they left behind. Big Fei soon spotted the traces of potato digging. "Someone has discovered our potatoes, and they have only just departed," he hissed through clenched teeth, his expression darkening. The scar running from his forehead to his left ear appeared even more menacing. "What shall we do?" the others asked, their faces pale. Those potatoes were their most vital source of sustenance, now seemingly pilfered by others. "Pursue them. They can't have gone far, especially with all those potatoes." Big Fei growled in a low voice. By assessing the moisture of the soil, he deduced that the intruders had not strayed far. He pointed decisively in a direction, having determined the escape route of the group. However, at that moment, a stone suddenly flew from a distance. Whoosh! By the time Big Fei reacted, it was too late. He could only awkwardly shift his body, yet his left shoulder was still struck by the stone, and Zhou Feng could faintly hear the crack of impact. However, what he did not anticipate was that the formidable Fei remained utterly silent, his expression twisted with rage. "There! Eliminate him!" Fei commanded, raising his other hand and pointing towards Zhou Feng. In response, Zhou Feng hurled his second stone. This time, Fei reacted much quicker. rolling on the ground to evade the attack, minimizing the area vulnerable to impact. Zhou Feng had previously employed this maneuver to dodge arrows. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to continue throwing stones at Fei, as several arrows were now hurtling towards him. The archers by Fei's side had already drawn their bows. Yet, Zhou Feng was fortunate enough to have a large tree nearby, behind which he took refuge. After the initial barrage of arrows had passed, he swiftly turned and vanished into the forest, heading in a direction distinct from that of Fu Tai and the others' retreat. That scoundrel is pursuing again, Fei roared, clutching his shoulder in anger. He was unwilling to suffer this humiliation without retaliation and had recognized that the one who had just attacked him was none other than Zhou Feng, the very individual who had caused him trouble on multiple occasions. A dozen men pursued him, but Zhou Feng's speed was unmatched. They could not catch up. Soon, they returned, heads hung low. Fei sighed in resignation. Had it not been for his injured arm, he would not have allowed Zhou Feng to escape so easily. First, we must deal with the wild boar, Fei lamented, as they approached the creature again. Just then, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Watch out, Fei bellowed, but it was too late. A stone struck one unfortunate soul on the back of the head. He fell silently upon the wild boar, blood gushing forth. The sight sent a chill through the onlookers. Another stone flew, hitting another man in the knee. Ah, he cried, clutching his knee and writhing on the ground. One man bent his bow, yet he could not discern Zhou Feng's location. The majority were in a frenzy, instinctively seeking places to hide. In moments of peril, the first reaction of all was self-preservation. The archer soon became Zhou Feng's target. He spotted Zhou Feng approximately 50 to 60 meters away. Yet another stone hurtled forth, striking him in the abdomen. The pain was excruciating, as if his very insides were shattered. He could only bend over, kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. With one of their own injured, the remaining men dared not retaliate. Bring him along. Retreat, Fei ordered helplessly upon witnessing the scene. Except for the one who was clearly deceased, the others were helped away, scrambling out of the area. At this moment, Zhou Feng emerged from behind a tree, still clutching a stone in his hand. Just moments ago, Zhou Feng was contemplating leaving. But he quickly realized an important fact. Throwing stones in the woods offered a distinct advantage over using a bow and arrow. He could move and conceal himself while launching his attacks. In contrast, archers lacked this agility. Their skills were rather mediocre, rendering them incapable of shooting while on the move. It was likely that Boss Fei had also recognized this, prompting his hurried retreat. Zhou Feng had considered pursuing them to eliminate a few, but the terrain ahead was much more open, making it less convenient for him to act. Soon, Zhou Feng encountered a wild boar. Chapter 79. Unexpected gain. He first moved the carcass aside and rummaged through the pockets, for in such an environment, every bit of resource was invaluable. To his surprise, he discovered a lighter, albeit with only half its fuel remaining. Zhou Feng decided to keep it in his pocket. He then hoisted the wild boar onto his back. This boar was considerably smaller than the one he had hunted previously, weighing only about 100 pounds, making it quite manageable for him. After carrying the boar for a few hundred meters, Zhou Feng spotted some individuals ahead. It was Tang Fu and Fu Tai accompanied by a few others. Zhou Feng, are you all right? Tang Fu exclaimed, visibly relieved at his sight. What are you doing here? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. According to his earlier instructions, they should have retreated directly without waiting for him. Fu Tai shrugged helplessly. They had initially followed Zhou Feng's directive to escape along the designated route. But not long into their journey, Tang Fu had suddenly objected. Concerned for Zhou Feng's safety as he remained behind, she insisted on returning to check on him. Unable to let her come alone, Fu Tai had no choice but to follow her with a few others. However, there was no time to explain this now. They would have to discuss it later. Why are you carrying a wild boar? What happened? After taking a breath of relief, Tang Fu noticed the boar on Zhou Feng's back, leaving her somewhat puzzled by the situation. The circumstances are complicated. Let us discuss it as we walk, Zhou Feng replied. Moving forward, although Boss Fei was injured, it was still possible he might gather more men to pursue them, so it was prudent to leave the area promptly. On the way, Zhou Feng inquired about how many potatoes they had dug up, as that was the true objective of their mission. When Fu Tai reported back, Zhou Feng was taken aback. Each of them had unearthed at least 50 pounds of potatoes, filling their baskets to the brim. Altogether, they had over 1,000 pounds. Was it really that fast? Zhou Feng asked. The potatoes are easy to dig up, and everyone was working tirelessly, Tang Fu chimed in, smiling as she raised her hand to show him. Zhou Feng noticed her hands were covered in dirt, indicating that she too had been busy digging up quite a lot. Behind Tang Fu, there was a small basket woven from vine, presumably carrying over 30 pounds of potatoes. The fervor displayed by the group was understandable to Zhou Feng. They had all passed through the papaya grove and witnessed its devastation. Everyone was acutely aware of the significance of these potatoes for the camp. Not a single person slacked off, especially since potatoes were relatively easy to gather. In just half an hour, they had managed to unearth 50 pounds. Zhou Feng speculated that had it not been for the sudden appearance of Fei Leida and his companions, they could have harvested even more. However, gathering too many would be of little use, as they still had several kilometers to traverse, making it impractical to carry excessively heavy loads. Zhou Feng, where did you acquire this wild boar? Tang Fu inquired once more. I snatched it from Fei Leida and his group. Zhou Feng replied with a smile, omitting the specifics. Snatched? Tang Fu was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Could Zhou Feng truly have seized a wild boar from Fei Leida and his entourage? Although she was unaware of the number of people in Fei Leida's group, she knew it was substantial. Fei Leida is no ordinary individual, Fu Tai remarked with admiration, a sentiment echoed by the others in the team. They recalled how ruthless he had been in dealing with Charles, showing no mercy whatsoever. Charles had brought his demise upon himself by attempting to conspire against Fei Leida. Without him, they would have remained vulnerable to the bullying from those white men. The members of Zhou Feng's camp began to converse, reminiscing about how he had established his authority. No matter how formidable Fei Leida might be, he could never rival Zhou Feng. While Tang Fu was aware that Zhou Feng had incorporated the members of Charles's camp, she remained oblivious to the finer details. Listening to the discussion, she found it utterly captivating. The people from Tang Fu's camp were similarly intrigued by Zhou Feng's exploits. Fu Tai took it upon himself to recount everything he knew, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the listeners. As they heard of Zhou Feng's prowess, a smile graced Tang Fu's lips, her heart cheering in unison. As dusk gradually descended, the group finally arrived at the new camp constructed by Tang Cheng and his team. When the baskets of potatoes were unloaded, cheers erupted among those present. Such a staple was a rare find, and they had successfully brought back over 400 pounds. With a combination of other foodstuffs, they could sustain themselves for 7 to 8 days without issue. Zhou Feng then severed the forelegs of 2 pigs and presented them to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing the meat was Zhou Feng's own catch. Yet Zhou Feng insisted he take them, remarking that consuming some meat would hasten the healing of his wounds. Besides Tang Cheng, there were several other injured individuals in the camp, all of whom had narrowly escaped death and were in need of nourishment. As night fell, Zhou Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Tang Cheng noticed that his sister had been watching Zhou Feng's retreating figure intently. Has my sister taken a liking to Zhou Feng? He teased lightly. Tang Fu replied, gently nodding her head. Tang Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Fu would so readily acknowledge it. In the past, he often joked in such a manner, only to be met with her retorts. He reminded her that they were not alone. Who? Tang Fu furrowed her brow. It must be that young girl, perhaps named Bai, Tang Cheng mistakenly assumed. He believed Bai Qinjian to be Zhou Feng's girlfriend. For the last time he had accompanied Tang Fu, he had observed Bai Qinjian casting a hostile glare at Tang Fu. Such expressions would not arise without reason. Just a little girl. I am determined to win Zhou Feng over, Tang Fu huffed, her eyes brimming with defiance. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the campsite, the sky had nearly darkened. However, as they approached, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. After Zhou Feng and his companions set down their supplies, they learned that the campsite had indeed enjoyed a bountiful day. The traps prepared by Yang Wei had finally yielded results. A wild boar had fallen into their snares, ensuring a hearty evening meal for all. They consumed a portion and preserved the rest. The sight of Zhou Feng arriving with another wild boar astonished everyone. It seemed they had stumbled upon a veritable nest of wild boars. Zhou Feng pondered thoughtfully. The number of wild boars on this island appeared plentiful, suggesting there might indeed be a gathering place for them. Chapter 80. Resentment. At present, Zhou Feng could not afford to dwell on the wild boar issue. Given the looming threat of Fei Leida and the unpredictability of the wild men, his mind was far from the search for boar dens. Setting down the boar he carried, he prepared to eat something. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue approached with a basin of water. Wait, let me clean you up. You're covered in blood. She brought a towel along. I appreciate it, Zhou Feng replied, feeling a peculiar joy. It was a subtle sensation, akin to returning home after a long day of toil to find someone caring for him. Qin Xiaoxue assisted Zhou Feng in removing his jacket, which he intended to wash, and then proceeded to wipe the blood from his back. The basin quickly filled with crimson water. Just then, Bai Qinjian passed by. Seeing this scene made Zhou Feng feel somewhat awkward. However, to his surprise, Bai Qinjian did not glare at him. She merely observed for a few seconds before silently continuing on her way. Scared me. I thought Bai Qinjian was angry again. Zhou Feng sighed in relief. At first, she was a bit displeased upon learning about us, but she seems to have accepted it now. Perhaps you should find a moment to discuss it with her? Qin Xiaoxue suggested while rinsing the towel. Discuss? Zhou Feng was taken aback. Indeed, clear the air. Ultimately, you must pass this hurdle with her. Qin Xiaoxue whispered in his ear. Zhou Feng nodded, She was indeed correct. Bai Qingjian had previously expressed a desire to talk with him, but he had always diverted the conversation elsewhere. It seems that this matter must be clarified. While others are preoccupied with finding girlfriends and navigating the challenges posed by prospective mothers-in-law, I find myself facing the hurdle of a daughter instead. Upon reflection, however, this is a common concern in single-parent families. The well-being of children must always be taken into account. Qin Xiaoxue has likely harbored this apprehension for some time. Should this worry be alleviated, it could indicate that Zhou Feng is beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. I shall seek her out for a conversation shortly. Zhou Feng agreed. After donning clean attire, he made his way to the center of the camp. Qin Xiaoxue had already prepared pork and potatoes for him. As he enjoyed a hearty bowl of meat, no one uttered a word of protest. After all, he was the only one in the camp afforded such a privilege. Zhou Feng's contributions were evident, and thus, his enjoyment was well-deserved. Noticing Li Ran and Yang Wei seated nearby, Zhou Feng casually inquired about the points system within the camp. Li Ran briefed him on the general situation. Everyone had accumulated some remaining points, even the older members. The supply of food was adequate, with prices set reasonably. Zhou Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Points had effectively become currency. Possessing them alleviated any anxiety. With each individual holding spare points, they could redeem food at any time. However, should a shortage arise, points would prove futile, as food prices could be adjusted accordingly. For now, this arrangement provided a sense of security for everyone. There was one issue, however. Keeping track of points proved somewhat cumbersome, and some individuals exhibited poor memory, leading to numerous discrepancies. Yang Wei interjected, appearing somewhat exasperated. Li Ran, with her background as a secretary, was unlikely to make errors, but others sometimes misremembered their points. Additionally, certain individuals attempted to exploit the system, falsely claiming discrepancies in their records to seek compensation. Yang Wei had frequently assisted Li Ran in resolving these disputes over the past few days. This underscored the necessity for tangible currency. Zhou Feng grasped Yang Wei's point. Solely relying on written records was impractical. Indeed, if only there were a form of currency that could not be easily counterfeited. Li Ran nodded in agreement, suggesting she would find a solution to this issue. Zhou Feng had pondered this matter previously, considering the use of shells or other items to mark value. However, such objects were readily accessible, and any markings could be easily replicated, rendering it impossible to distinguish genuine from counterfeit. There would inevitably be individuals willing to risk creating forgeries. Zhou Feng lowered his gaze and sipped his soup, noticing several people around him eating meat while silently shedding tears. Such individuals were not few. Although tonight's dinner was sumptuous, wild boar meat being a delicacy on this deserted island, it was unlikely to evoke tears. Zhou Feng understood that they were all longing for home. When one's belly is full, it is easy to become sentimental. In his heart, Zhou Feng resolved to take action. Once the imminent threat before them is resolved, it is imperative to thoroughly explore this island and seek a means of escape from this paradise. After finishing their meal, Zhou Feng returned to their row of makeshift shelters, lifting the grass curtain to enter the room of Bai Qingjian and Qin Xiaoxue. Inside, Bai Qingjian was alone, engaged in the meticulous crafting of some object. Upon noticing Zhou Feng's arrival, she remarked with irritation, "My mother is not here, she is in the kitchen." Bai Qingjian had assumed Zhou Feng was looking for Qin Xiaoxue. The kitchen Bai Qingjian referred to was merely the central area of the camp, where 2 stoves had been arranged with stones. "I came to find you," Zhou Feng replied, drawing closer to observe that Bai Qingjian was polishing tools, seemingly wooden bowls and plates. With the camp's inhabitants now having leisure time, many were crafting their own daily necessities. "What do you want from me?" Bai Qingjian asked, momentarily halting her work, her expression one of surprise. "I wish to discuss something with you," Zhou Feng said, sitting upon a nearby stone. "Discuss? What could you possibly want to talk about with me?" Bai Qingjian inquired, her face reflecting curiosity. "It concerns my relationship with Xiaoxue. I hope you can understand that I genuinely care for her," Zhou Feng stated earnestly. "Did you not already express this before?" Bai Qingjian frowned, recalling his previous confession when she had caught him off guard. "I seek your blessing," he continued solemnly. "Your matters have nothing to do with me." Bai Qingjian turned her head away, seemingly disinterested in Zhou Feng's entreaty. "If we are to be together, how can it be without your blessing?" Zhou Feng implored, his tone earnest. "In the beginning, you did not even confide in me. You never treated me as one of your own," Bai Qingjian retorted, her demeanor reflecting indignation. Zhou Feng silently acknowledged her feelings. It was clear that Bai Qingjian still harbored reservations. "Had we not arrived on this island, I might not have dared to voice my feelings. Do you remember the time I saved you and was struck unconscious?" Zhou Feng began to recount, his voice steady. That near brush with death had solidified his resolve to express his true feelings. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the pendant. Bai Qingjian listened attentively, her understanding of Zhou Feng's genuine intentions deepening. Initially, she had thought his feelings were merely impulsive, as she was well aware of her mother's beauty. However, hearing Zhou Feng's heartfelt words revealed to her that she had misjudged him. I know I may not be worthy of Xiaoxue, but I will treat her with the utmost sincerity, Zhou Feng declared with profound seriousness. Bai Qingjian murmured to herself, if I were to oppose you, I would seem like the villain. In truth, Bai Qingjian had never been against her mother finding a partner again. But she had never considered that this person would be Zhou Feng, the boy who had grown up alongside her. Your opinion truly matters, Zhou Feng affirmed. Gazing intently at Bai Qingjian, she turned to meet his gaze, having never before witnessed Zhou Feng's earnestness in such a manner. However, this fellow is quite earnest. As he aspires to become my stepfather, I have a request. Bai Qingjian sighed. Speak your mind, Zhou Feng nodded. Please don't let my mother be sad. Bai Qingjian bit her lip. Zhou Feng immediately assured her, that will absolutely not be a problem. After Zhou Feng left the room, Bai Qingjian exhaled deeply. In truth, what she wished to convey was not this. She simply found herself unable to voice her thoughts in Zhou Feng's presence. I have clarified matters with Bai Qingjian. Zhou Feng came to relay this news to Qin Xiaoxue. That's good, Qin Xiaoxue responded, as she had already tidied up. She was merely awaiting Zhou Feng's arrival. Initially, she intended to have a conversation with her daughter herself, but feeling somewhat embarrassed, she decided to let Zhou Feng take the lead. Does this mean we can rest in the same room in the future? Zhou Feng cleared his throat. It would not be appropriate for Qingjian to stay alone in a separate room. Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. That would be far too unsafe. She remained unconvinced. Zhou Feng pondered. Then what shall we do? Surely, it cannot be that the three of us reside together. What difference would that make? It would render us incapable of doing anything. I can occasionally come by to chat with you, Zhou Feng suggested. Qin Xiaoxue discerned his intentions. Yet mere conversation would not suffice. Zhou Feng shook his head. What else do you desire? Qin Xiaoxue's face flushed instantly, for she was well aware of Zhou Feng's thoughts. Reminiscent of that night, before she could react, Zhou Feng had drawn closer, and she felt a rush of breathlessness. This fellow, always so impatient. Next time, I must make him take it slow. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaoxue relished this youthful exuberance. A few minutes later, she finally had a chance to catch her breath. Come, let us step inside and converse, Zhou Feng said softly. Qin Xiaoxue was fully aware of his intentions. She surmised that the nature of their relationship would soon evolve to a deeper level. I shall return to my room first, she said, pushing Zhou Feng away as if to flee. Zhou Feng, stroking his chin with a smile, noted that Qin Xiaoxue was far less reserved than she had been at the outset. She had even taken the initiative to embrace him. Perhaps all they needed was a single opportunity. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone began to busy themselves. Zhou Feng planned to take a few individuals to the east to scout the vicinity, preparing to approach the camp of Fei Leida to ascertain if there was any activity. Just then, Fan Jian rushed over. Boss, we just apprehended a suspicious character near the camp. Bring him here. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. The presence of a stranger near the camp was concerning. Soon, a man was brought before him, a gaunt figure in his 30s, whose eyes were darting around suspiciously. Zhou Feng noted that the man's demeanor appeared rather alert, not resembling someone who had been starving for long. This realization sent a jolt through Zhou Feng's mind. This is not merely a solitary survivor. Could it be a spy attempting to infiltrate the camp, akin to Su Kai? Or perhaps a scout dispatched by Boss Fei? A misunderstanding, indeed. The man exclaimed upon noticing Zhou Feng. What misunderstanding? Zhou Feng inquired. I am not a spy. I am here to negotiate. I am an envoy. The man quickly asserted. Is he one of Boss Fei's people? Zhou Feng scoffed. Although he anticipated that such a day would eventually arrive, after all, they had left considerable traces along their journey. He had not expected it to come so swiftly. Just yesterday, they had returned with a bountiful harvest of potatoes, and today, Boss Fei's men had already arrived at the vicinity of their camp. Indeed, it is Boss Fei, the man nodded eagerly. Does he even have the audacity to negotiate? Fan Jian sneered. Continuing this conflict serves no benefit to any of us. We are all survivors of the Wanli vessel, and there is no need for it to devolve into a life-and-death struggle. The man coughed awkwardly. Do you still have the gall to utter such words? Fan Jian, agitated, kicked the man directly. The unease within the camp over the past few days was entirely due to these individuals. Now this scoundrel had the audacity to assume a moral high ground and accuse them. The man tumbled to the ground, muttering about the principles of diplomacy and the Geneva Conventions. Fan Jian chose not to engage in further dialogue, instructing those around to restrain him. He began to land slaps on the man's face, and before long, the man's visage was swollen. Drag him away and beat him mercilessly until he speaks the truth. If he remains silent, beat him to death, Zhou Feng commanded, waving his hand. Stop, stop. I will tell you anything you wish to know. The man immediately pleaded. Realizing that he had no need to sacrifice his life to conceal information, Zhou Feng proceeded to ask several questions concerning Boss Fei's camp, such as the number of personnel and Boss Fei's identity, all of which he had previously learned from Song Min. The man's account aligned closely with Song Min's, without any discrepancies. He also disclosed his name and the true purpose of his arrival. The man was named Jiang Jun, and he had not come alone. Yesterday, Boss Fei had dispatched a total of 6 individuals. Since the previous evening, these 6 had been searching for traces of Zhou Feng and his companions, seeking their camp. They had first discovered the new camp where Tang Cheng and others were located, but had refrained from alarming them, continuing instead to follow the traces towards this location. Boss Fei had become aware that, in addition to Tang Cheng and his group, there was another camp. Indeed, they soon uncovered Zhou Feng's dwelling as well. The other members had already returned, informing Boss Fei of the camp's position, leaving Jiang Jun behind to convey information, which was why he had been detected by the sentry. "Boss, our position has been compromised," Fan Jian remarked, his expression grim. Chapter 82. Negotiation. The discovery of their camp signified that they could be ambushed at any moment, potentially facing the same fate as Tang Cheng's camp. Fan Jian's greatest concern remained that Boss Fei would send men to lay in wait around their vicinity. The situation is fraught with peril, rendering any thought of leaving the camp utterly unthinkable. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling Fan Jian that there was no need to continue the discussion. He understood that the discovery of their camp meant that everyone was now in imminent danger. It was imperative to ascertain the purpose of the Jiang army's arrival. "What message did Big Brother Fei send you?" Zhou Feng inquired. "An armistice. Our leader wishes for both sides to cease hostilities," replied the soldier from the Jiang army. "An armistice? Big Brother Fei desires a ceasefire?" Zhou Feng chuckled at the absurdity. They were not fools. Since Big Brother Fei initiated the assault on Tang Cheng and his men, it had been a fight to the death. There was no notion of a truce. Zhou Feng speculated that Big Brother Fei might be seeking to buy time due to his injuries sustained the previous day. He was uncertain of the severity of Fei's condition, but it was evident that Fei wished to recuperate. Indeed, if we continue this conflict, who knows how many lives will be lost? A ceasefire might be the better option, the Jiang soldier replied, somewhat hesitant, occasionally glancing at Fan Jian, fearful of incurring his wrath. "If we are to discuss a ceasefire, there must be conditions," Zhou Feng continued to probe. "Our leader wishes to speak with you in person," the Jiang soldier stated, locking eyes with Zhou Feng. Though he had never met Zhou Feng, he had concluded, based on Big Brother Fei's descriptions, that the man before him posed a significant threat to their camp. "Where shall this meeting take place?" Zhou Feng sought clarity on the location. "Our leader has said you may arrange the venue, with each side sending 10 representatives," the Jiang soldier responded. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow at the notion of organizing the meeting himself. "Very well. I shall confer with Big Brother Fei," he acquiesced. "Boss, those fellows will surely resort to trickery. You cannot take that risk," Fan Jian interjected urgently. He then turned to the Jiang soldier, seizing his collar. "Speak. What deceit do you plan?" he bellowed. "I do not know what Big Brother Fei intends. I truly do not." The Jiang soldier began to plead. Fan Jian delivered a few more punches, but despite the pain, the soldier maintained that he was merely a messenger. "That will suffice. No further interrogation is necessary." Zhou Feng gestured for Fan Jian to release him. The Jiang soldier curled up on the ground, groaning in distress. "Return to Big Brother Fei and inform him that I shall be waiting for him in the papaya grove this afternoon. If he does not appear before dusk, then any thoughts of negotiation shall be for naught," Zhou Feng instructed, standing before the soldier. Based on Zhou Feng's calculations, by the time the Jiang soldier returned to Big Brother Fei, it would likely be midday, leaving little time for Fei. "Rest assured, I will convey your message," the Jiang soldier exclaimed, quickly scrambling to his feet and fleeing. His earlier demeanor had been a facade. "Boss, are we truly letting him go? He has seen our camp." Fan Jian expressed his discontent. If the Jiang soldier returned, it would certainly result in further intelligence being leaked about their camp. Zhou Feng shook his head in resignation, aware that the Jiang soldier had been discovered earlier that morning. "It does not represent Jiang's army. They only arrived in the morning. This is my fault," Fan Jian lamented, his face filled with regret. The safety of the camp yesterday was the responsibility of his team, yet someone managed to sneak in unnoticed. "Do not blame yourself. The surrounding area is vast and filled with trees, making it nearly impossible to locate anyone," Zhou Feng reassured, showing no intention of chastising Fan Jian. Monitoring this expanse would be a daunting task even for dozens of individuals. "Boss, allow me to accompany you," Fan Jian volunteered eagerly. Zhou Feng nodded, indicating that they would set off shortly. Moreover, not just 10, but at least 30 individuals would be needed for this endeavor. They also needed to inform Tang Cheng and his team, ensuring they were aware that their camp had been compromised, prompting Tang Cheng to dispatch at least 10 of his men. This would nearly constitute the entire combat strength of their camp. Boss, are we going to take decisive action? Fan Jin's eyes brightened as he gestured animatedly. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. If Fei Lao decides to confront us, he will undoubtedly bring his entire force. Zhou Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. Thus, it was essential for them to mobilize a significant portion of their own combat capabilities. Zhou Feng deliberately chose the time for their operation to be this afternoon, denying Fei Lao any opportunity for preparation. Otherwise, Fei Lao might seize the chance to attack their camp while they were away. All right, I will make the arrangements right away. Fan Jin nodded. Soon, over 30 young and vigorous individuals were selected, each brandishing makeshift spears and carrying provisions such as smoked fish and boiled potatoes. Approximately 10 of them wielded shields. Zhou Feng was confident that should a conflict erupt with Fei Lao's group, they would emerge victorious. However, Zhou Feng was unwilling to engage in a violent confrontation if it could be avoided, as it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Upon their arrival at the Papaya Grove, Tang Cheng received the news and came personally with his men. The sight of the devastation in the grove incensed him greatly. So many papayas had rotted away. Tang Cheng unleashed a torrent of curses. Is your injury all right? Zhou Feng inquired, observing Tang Cheng's condition. It hasn't festered in the past 2 days, so there shouldn't be any issues. Even if there were, I had to come see for myself, Tang Cheng replied with a resigned smile. He had initially believed that relocating the camp would afford them some peace, yet he had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Subsequently, Tang Cheng asked Zhou Feng what their plan would be. Should they deal with Fei Lao here? Zhou Feng's response remained unchanged. We will assess the situation first. He then instructed the others to form 3 teams, one to accompany him in waiting for Fei Lao, while the other 2 would lie in ambush several hundred meters away on either side of the Papaya Grove. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's signal, they were to emerge and engage the enemy. The signal Zhou Feng referred to would be a loud shout directed into the air, reminiscent of the wild man Zhou Feng had once pursued into the trees, who had attempted to create a commotion. This was indeed the most effective method within the forest. The group complied with Zhou Feng's orders, concealing themselves accordingly. However, Tang Cheng chose not to conceal himself. He remained by Zhou Feng's side, eager to discern what Big Brother Fei wished to convey. His presence could indeed prove beneficial. Hours swiftly passed, and as dusk approached in the afternoon, they finally beheld Big Brother Fei and several companions appearing before them. Chapter 83. Leverage. Although Zhou Feng had clashed with Big Brother Fei a few times, this was the first occasion he scrutinized him from such a close distance. He observed that Big Brother Fei's injured shoulder was noticeably swollen, significantly larger than the other side, a consequence of the stone Zhou had thrown at him the previous day. The individuals trailing Big Brother Fei wielded long spears, yet none bore bows, suggesting that they had indeed come for negotiations. Big Brother Fei and his entourage halted more than 20 meters away from Zhou Feng, a distance sufficient for their conversation to be heard clearly. You have violated the rules. Your entourage is quite large, Big Brother Fei stated bluntly. Tang Cheng furrowed his brow, surprised that Big Brother Fei had detected their stealthy assembly of numerous companions. Dealing with someone like you necessitates ample preparation, Tang Cheng retorted with a cold snort. Adhering to rules is contingent upon the opponent. With someone like Big Brother Fei, following the rules only leads to disadvantage. Do you possess the qualification to speak here? A mere probing question has already revealed your position, Big Brother Fei replied with a mocking expression. Tang Cheng was taken aback, quickly realizing his misstep. Big Brother Fei had no knowledge of their numbers. He was merely attempting to deceive them. Apologetically, Tang Cheng glanced at Zhou Feng, who he had hoped to assist. Zhou Feng gestured for Tang Cheng to refrain from further commentary. In truth, Zhou Feng had also pondered whether Big Brother Fei had genuinely discerned their numbers, concluding that the man was exceedingly cunning. What are you prepared to discuss? Zhou Feng inquired directly. You are quite impressive, a formidable character. What was your previous occupation? Big Brother Fei grinned, his gaze appraising Zhou Feng. It is of no concern to you, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Since you are unwilling to share, that is acceptable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fei Junhao, formerly a mercenary in Africa. Big Brother Fei proceeded with his self-introduction. Africa hosts numerous foreign legions, typically funded by French and Russian interests. Both parties aim to maintain their respective nations' benefits on the continent. While these foreign legions appear autonomous and are employed by the influence of certain nations, they are, in reality, mere instruments of great powers, frequently toppling smaller nations or exerting control over countries. I am Zhou Feng. I am not here to engage in casual conversation, Zhou Feng stated, offering his name in return. Very well, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. I propose an immediate ceasefire, Big Brother Fei declared. Tang Cheng seethed with indignation. This man had already slain so many of his comrades, and now he proposed a ceasefire? Yet, due to his earlier blunder. Tang Cheng refrained from speaking out impulsively once more. Fearing to bring further trouble to Zhou Feng, he inquired, "Why have you called for a truce? Is it due to your injuries?" Zhou Feng glanced at Fei Leida's arm. "Haha, that blow you delivered was quite fierce. I have only seen stones used as weapons in Africa," Fei Leida jested. However, he soon moved his arm a bit, indicating that while he was injured, it was not severe. Should Zhou Feng wish to continue the fight, he would not mind. "As long as I desire it, you shall not leave this place alive today," Zhou Feng stated calmly. The individuals behind Fei Leida grew anxious and instinctively took a few steps back, while Fei Leida remained composed, unperturbed. "If I lack some leverage, would I have come to negotiate with you?" Fei Leida squinted. "What leverage do you possess?" Zhou Feng queried, intrigued. To Zhou Feng, the most valuable asset Fei Leida had was the wild potatoes in the woods. However, despite their proximity, if Zhou Feng truly wanted to dig for potatoes, Fei Leida could not prevent him. It would ultimately depend on whose strength prevailed. "Have you encountered savages?" Fei Leida's expression darkened considerably. "I have," Zhou Feng nodded. "Not far from my camp, in the southeast direction, there is a tribe of savages." Fei Leida began to elaborate, his brow furrowed. According to his account, he was uncertain of the tribe's numbers, but he had already clashed with them twice. Each time, they appeared in groups of dozens, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen of his men. Of course, the savages suffered as well, leaving behind several corpses. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng began to understand why Fei Leida chose to establish his camp among the rocky shores. It was not an ideal location, but it offered a high degree of safety. "If you insist on exterminating us, the savages will then target you. Our approach toward this side of the island is merely an attempt to distance ourselves from them." Fei Leida spread his hands. Yet, as he made this gesture, his injured shoulder appeared somewhat unnatural. "To speak so grandly, you have killed so many of my men and destroyed the papaya grove, all in the name of keeping your distance from the savages?" Tang Cheng could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Were those people your relatives or friends?" Fei Leida retorted. Tang Cheng was taken aback. Seeing Tang Cheng's reaction, Fei Leida chuckled and continued, "Since they are not your relatives or friends, why are you so agitated? Death is death." Fei Leida's demeanor conveyed indifference, showing little regard for the lives of others. Having witnessed countless deaths in Africa, hunger, war, disease, he had long since grown desensitized. "We are not of the same ilk." Zhou Feng shook his head. In his heart, he harbored a hierarchy of importance. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingjian undoubtedly occupied the top positions. He believed Tang Cheng felt similarly, with Tang Fu holding the utmost significance in his life. Yet, they would never regard the lives of others as mere trifles. "We may not share the same path, but the threat we currently face is indeed the same. If we meet our demise, the savages will undoubtedly set their sights upon you, for in their eyes, we are all invaders." Big Brother Fei nodded in acknowledgement of this truth. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. If the situation truly aligns with Big Brother Fei's assertions, then there exists a gathering of savages in proximity to their encampment, and two conflicts have already transpired. Continuing to quarrel with Big Brother Fei would serve no advantage to oneself. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate that there are savages near your camp?" Zhou Feng inquired. Big Brother Fei cast a glance at a companion nearby. The individual bore a woven basket, made from rattan. Zhou Feng initially assumed it contained provisions such as food and water. However, when the individual overturned the contents of the basket onto the ground, Zhou Feng could not suppress a gasp of horror. The basket was filled entirely with polished human bones. Chapter 84. Compromise. Zhou Feng had encountered such bones on the bodies of savages before. It seemed that these individuals harbored peculiar inclinations, carrying such items on their persons. Whether these were trophies of conquest or remnants of kin, Zhou Feng had heard of certain tribes that still adhered to this tradition, believing that human bones would bestow strength upon them. Much like their practice of consuming the remains of their enemies to gain their power, many tribes also consumed the bodies of deceased tribesmen, believing it would grant peace to their souls. Regardless, it was evident that these bones belonged to the savages. Only they would take the effort to polish such items. Moreover, alongside the bones, there were various other artifacts, such as stone axes and hammers. Zhou Feng also noticed a necklace comprised of bones strung together, each engraved with a small sun motif. This caused him to frown, for he had seen the same sun design on another savage. Was it merely a common tattoo, or did it bear some deeper significance? Nevertheless, it was now certain that these items were indeed of savage origin. Big Brother Fei's collection of these artifacts likely aimed to unravel the customs of the savages, along with their weaponry and other practices. "Well then, can we agree to a ceasefire?" Big Brother Fei chuckled. "A ceasefire is acceptable, but I have two stipulations." Zhou Feng replied. "Feel free to state them." Big Brother Fei nodded. "Firstly, we must be allowed to dig for potatoes without interference. Secondly, your activities must not encroach beyond the papaya grove." Zhou Feng articulated his two demands. Big Brother Fei frowned, resting his chin on his hand, clearly deep in thought. After several moments, he slowly spoke. Isn't this condition rather inequitable? You can venture into our territory, yet we are barred from yours? His tone carried a hint of displeasure. You have killed more than a dozen of our people, yet we have not taken any of yours, Tang Qing scoffed. You have not taken lives, yet Brother Zhou Feng has claimed many. If he were to wander around my camp, I would be unable to sleep at night. Boss Fei regarded Tang Cheng with a hint of disdain, clearly dismissing him, in stark contrast to his attitude towards Zhou Feng. This infuriated Tang Cheng. Yet he found himself powerless. These are my conditions. You may choose not to accept them. Zhou Feng spoke indifferently. Very well, I accept these two conditions. But I have my own stipulations, Boss Fei nodded, subsequently presenting his request. He demanded the return of his medications. Not all, of course. As Boss Fei recognized that such a request was unrealistic, he indicated a need for antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, along with the fast-acting heart-saving pills, which belonged to Dr. Wan from the camp. Without those pills, Dr. Wan could face imminent peril. Zhou Feng acquiesced, agreeing to provide Boss Fei with a box of antibiotics and a box of anti-inflammatory medication, along with arrangements to send the heart-saving pills. These medications were intended for the injured within Boss Fei's camp, including himself. Pleasant cooperation. Boss Fei smiled faintly. To everyone's surprise, he approached Zhou Feng and extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands. Zhou Feng, however, had no intention of reciprocating. That would be unfortunate. Someone of your caliber could help us forge a kingdom here through genuine collaboration, Boss Fei said, excitement flickering in his eyes. Zhou Feng discerned the underlying meaning in Boss Fei's words, true cooperation. Presently, they were merely engaged in a compromise. Boss Fei, having sustained injuries, was reluctant to provoke conflict. Even after the loss of his men and the wild boar that Zhou Feng had seized, Zhou Feng was taken aback by Boss Fei's ambition to establish a kingdom. You think too grandly. I merely wish to survive and leave this place, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. He held no interest in kingdoms and had never contemplated such matters. With your strength, survival is assured. However, do you still think this place is an ordinary island? Boss Fei's gaze was laden with significance as he turned to depart. Watching Boss Fei and his entourage recede into the distance, Tang Cheng felt a twinge of regret. Ultimately, the negotiations had reached a conclusion. In some respects, Tang Cheng would have preferred a breakdown in talks, providing them with justification to eliminate Boss Fei. After all, they had over 40 individuals on their side. Yet, while it was straightforward to dispose of Boss Fei, the question remained, what would happen to Boss Fei's camp thereafter? Those individuals would likely be engulfed in panic, with wild tribes to the southeast and Zhou Feng's group lurking to the west. Surely, they would scatter in fear, leaving the future confrontations with the wild tribes to them. In contrast, it is indeed preferable to preserve the life of Big Fei for the time being. This is, in fact, the wisest choice, allowing Big Fei and his companions to confront the wild men. It is likely this very assurance that emboldened Big Fei to engage in negotiations with only a few individuals. On the way back, Zhou Feng found himself deep in thought. Reflecting on Big Fei's words, do you think this is an ordinary island? Clearly, Big Fei had discerned something significant, though the other party remained tight-lipped. If Zhou Feng wished to extract information from Big Fei, it would not be a simple task. Starting tomorrow, we shall dispatch personnel daily to harvest potatoes. Zhou Feng instructed Tang Cheng. During this period, we must stockpile provisions. There are numerous methods to preserve potatoes, the simplest being soaking them in salt water to prevent sprouting. Understood. Tang Cheng nodded in agreement. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against any covert actions by Big Fei, Zhou Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I have always regarded him as an adversary. Tang Cheng replied through clenched teeth. Zhou Feng patted Tang Cheng on the shoulder. By the way, you're not planning to seek out that wild man tribe, are you? Tang Cheng inquired, having come to understand Zhou Feng well over time. Since Zhou Feng was aware of the tribe's location, it was inevitable that he would investigate. Indeed, Big Fei did not speak the truth, Zhou Feng affirmed with a nod. Given Big Fei's cautious nature, it was impossible that he had not conducted reconnaissance on the wild man tribe. He must have a rough estimate of their numbers. The conflict could have arisen from Big Fei's discovery during his reconnaissance, yet he chose not to disclose this information freely. Chapter 85. Departure. Could this be a trap? That fellow might have deliberately shared this information to lead us to our demise. Tang Cheng suddenly realized. If he could conceive that Zhou Feng would venture to inspect the wild man tribe, it was likely that Big Fei had anticipated this as well. This information should be credible. I shall exercise caution, Zhou Feng mused. The bones presented by Big Fei served as evidence, yet to acquire more specific intelligence, one must embark on their own investigation. Once I have recovered from my injuries, I shall accompany you on such endeavors, Tang Cheng said, feeling pent-up frustration since his injury. First, focus on healing, Zhou Feng reassured him, unhurried. At present, he had no shortage of assistance. Even if Tang Cheng were by his side, he would not contribute much help. By the time Zhou Feng returned to the camp, night had fallen. Upon seeing that Zhou Feng and his companions bore no injuries, the camp inhabitants breathed a collective sigh of relief. With so many individuals deployed at once, they had feared a brutal battle. Their unscathed return was, indeed, a pleasant surprise. The camp had prepared dinner for them, and after the meal, Zhou Feng retired early to rest, planning to set out at dawn to harvest potatoes while the agreement between both parties was still in effect. Gather as many potatoes as possible and stockpile food for a while. Zhou Feng had returned to the house, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation regarding the wild men. A question lingered in his mind. There were traces of other survivors on the island, individuals who had arrived long before them, such as those who had inhabited the cave. It seemed as though they had abruptly abandoned their refuge. Why did they leave? Was it due to the wild men, or were there other reasons at play? At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Zhou Feng, I heard you plan to scout the wild men as tribe tomorrow? She inquired. Her expression fraught with concern. She had already heard from others about his intentions. Do not worry. I shall be fine, Zhou Feng replied with a reassuring smile. You shouldn't be so reckless. I sent that tribe quite a distance away. There are others in between us, Qin Xiaoxue said softly. Sitting beside Zhou Feng on the bed, she understood that her words might suggest seeking a shield for him, yet it was the truth. She wished to dissuade him from venturing into danger. Wild men had already appeared in their vicinity. If they did not investigate thoroughly, they could find themselves surrounded at any moment. Zhou Feng shook his head. I only wish for your safety. Qin Xiaoxue leaned her head against Zhou Feng's shoulder. I will always be by your side, she declared. He gently wrapped an arm around her. They sat in silence, comfortably close. And Zhou Feng suddenly wished that this moment could last forever. Even on a deserted island, being with the one he cherished was enough. After an indeterminate time, the curtain was drawn back, revealing Bai Qingjian at the door. Qin Xiaoxue immediately sat up straight and brushed her hair back. Is there something you need? Zhou Feng asked irritably, having been deep in thought when Bai Qingjian barged in. I just wanted to see what you two were up to, Bai Qingjian muttered. What we are doing is none of your concern. This is adult business, Zhou Feng replied, frowning. Adult? You were just a child who played in the mud with me. I know all your embarrassing stories, and I'll tell my mom. Bai Qingjian retorted defiantly. Zhou Feng sighed in exasperation. The little girl indeed possessed knowledge of many of his secrets. All right, I concede. What is it that you want? He relented, eager to appease her. He had finally managed to establish a respectable image in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes and could not afford to have it shattered so easily. I heard you were going to the wild men's tribe, Bai Qingjian pressed. Indeed, Zhou Feng confirmed with a nod. Mom, aren't you going to dissuade him? It must be dangerous. What if the wild men eat him? Bai Qingjian's eyes reflected her concern. I have tried, Qin Xiaoxue replied, a hint of helplessness in her tone. From her reaction, Bai Qingjian understood that Zhou Feng was determined to proceed. You should find a few companions to assist you, she suggested. Bai Qingjian genuinely wished to accompany them. She believed her presence could be of assistance. However, after having felt like a burden to Zhou Feng during their last encounter, she feared being a hindrance once more. It would be best to go alone, as this would minimize the risk of attracting the wild people's attention. And it would also facilitate her escape if necessary, Zhou Feng explained. Please be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, my mother would be heartbroken. Bai Qingjian remarked before pulling aside the curtain and leaving the room. This young lady seems genuinely concerned for you, Qin Xiaoxue observed with a soft smile. Zhou Feng nodded. Having noticed the same, he felt that his relationship with Bai Qingjian had always been quite good. They shared a camaraderie akin to childhood friends. Perhaps it was his connection with Qin Xiaoxue that made it challenging for Bai Qingjian to accept their current dynamics. Nevertheless, he believed that with time, she would likely revert to her former self. I should take my leave as well, Qin Xiaoxue announced as she stood to depart. However, just before exiting the room, she unexpectedly leaned closer to Zhou Feng. A few moments later, she turned and left, leaving Zhou Feng pleasantly surprised. This was not the first time Qin Xiaoxue had taken such initiative. He could discern that since Bai Qingjian had expressed her lack of opposition, Qin Xiaoxue had gradually become more open. In the early morning, after breakfast, everyone followed Zhou Feng as they set off, the group numbering over 30. Just as the previous day, upon reaching the papaya grove, Tang Fu awaited them with over 20 individuals in tow. Among Tang Fu's contingent were several young women who had also joined this potato harvesting endeavor, though they could not carry vast quantities of potatoes. Even a mere 10 pounds far surpassed what they could forage in the vicinity. Seeing Tang Fu arrive with her group did not surprise Zhou Feng. After all, Given Tang Cheng's current injuries, it was wise for him to refrain from excessive movement, and the danger of this undertaking was relatively low. It was unlikely that Fei Leida and his crew would launch a covert attack. As the two groups converged, Tang Fu approached Zhou Feng. "I heard you intend to scout the Wild People's tribe?" she inquired eagerly. "Indeed," Zhou Feng nodded. "How about I accompany you?" Tang Fu suggested without hesitation. "Please, do not complicate matters." Zhou Feng shook his head. "I am not a nuisance. Do not underestimate me just because I am a woman. I am quite agile and possess considerable courage," Tang Fu retorted promptly. Zhou Feng found this assertion credible. Previously, when she encountered Fei Leida and his associates, she had shown no signs of fear, boldly standing at the forefront with a spear in hand. "I can manage this on my own. It does not concern you." Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. "How can it not concern us? We agreed to share intelligence. I cannot allow you to venture alone into danger." Tang Fu insisted with conviction. Zhou Feng was taken aback by her resolute words. "Does your brother approve of your going?" he inquired. "Of course he does." Tang Fu replied with a nod, though her eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. Zhou Feng quickly comprehended the situation. Tang Cheng would never consent to his sister venturing into the territory of wild tribes. If there were a genuine necessity, he would most likely take the risk himself rather than allow his sister to face potential dangers. "You never even brought it up, did you?" Zhou Feng stated directly. "I would have, but my brother wouldn't allow it." Tang Fu pouted, her expression one of defiance. Upon learning the previous night that Zhou Feng intended to journey to the wild tribe's domain, she had devised a plan to accompany him. She believed that by assisting Zhou Feng, she would hold a more significant place in his heart. However, Tang Fu was acutely aware that she could not divulge this thought to her brother, as he would undoubtedly refuse. She volunteered to bring a few people to help with potato harvesting, which was why Tang Cheng eventually acquiesced. After all, this was not her first visit. "Once the potatoes are harvested, you'll return," Zhou Feng remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Humph," Tang Fu huffed, neither agreeing nor conceding, and instead shifted the conversation to other topics, such as where Zhou Feng had previously studied and his hobbies. Zhou Feng engaged in the conversation half-heartedly, appreciating the company on what was bound to be a challenging journey. When their group arrived in the woods, Zhou Feng spotted the subordinates of Boss Fei. They had just unearthed a considerable amount of wild potatoes and were preparing to return. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and his companions, they were taken aback and immediately became vigilant. Observing this, Zhou Feng felt a sense of poignancy. In such circumstances, everyone was wary of sudden aggression. He approached the group's leader, assuring them of his benign intentions, and inquired about the areas with a greater abundance of potatoes. The leader, visibly relieved, truthfully informed Zhou Feng that the quantity of wild potatoes in the forest was quite substantial. They had only harvested a small portion from the edges. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Feng had been discreetly assessing the vine baskets they carried, noting that their harvest was rather modest, with each person only gathering about 20 to 30 pounds. This indicated that the forest was indeed plentiful in wild potatoes. Boss Fei's group had not engaged in reckless overharvesting. Zhou Feng handed over the pre-prepared medicines to the group. Had he not encountered them, he would have intended for the supplies to be delivered directly to Boss Fei's camp. Once the group departed, Zhou Feng's companions began their work, selecting a spot to start digging. Zhou Feng remained behind, observing as they unearthed the potatoes, mindful of the need for caution. Although there were no signs suggesting that Boss Fei would breach their agreement, it was prudent to remain vigilant. After more than an hour of digging, nearly everyone's baskets were filled to the brim. Zhou Feng instructed the others to return first while he proceeded southeast, in the direction Boss Fei had indicated the wild tribe would be located. As he walked, he used a small knife to mark the trees along his path. He typically selects the stoutest tree among those surrounding him, as it makes it convenient to identify. When he begins to feel a twinge of hunger, Zhou Feng retrieves a piece of smoked fish and several boiled potatoes from his backpack. Sitting beneath a tree, he starts to eat. The smoked fish, seasoned with salt, is somewhat savory. However, the addition of potatoes balances the flavor perfectly. After a few bites, Zhou Feng furrows his brow, sensing a disturbance in the forest, reminiscent of the sounds he heard on his way here. Thus, he quickly stows away his food and climbs the tree behind him with ease. Moments later, a figure wielding a spear emerges from the thicket. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Zhou Feng is momentarily at a loss for words. It is Tang Fu. She had clearly left with the group harvesting potatoes earlier, and yet here she is, having followed his trail, likely tracing his footsteps through the dense foliage, where tracks do not easily vanish. When Tang Fu reaches the base of the tree, she can't help but murmur in frustration. She can no longer see Zhou Feng's tracks. Could it be that she has lost him? Determined not to relent, she begins to search around. Soon, she discovers another path marked by faint impressions, though they resemble the tracks of wild boars more than anything else. With limited clues in this area, Tang Fu resolves to pursue the trail, taking a gamble. Zhou Feng, observing this scene, feels a mix of exasperation and bemusement. He had hoped that by perching in the tree for so long, she would lose track of him and ultimately give up. Yet, unexpectedly, she has chosen to follow a different route. If she had not left any marks, she would surely have become lost, even with traces. Lacking knowledge of wilderness survival could lead her astray, a perilous path indeed. Zhou Feng descends from the tree silently, stealthily approaching Tang Fu from behind, who remains engrossed in her search for tracks. Suddenly, he places a hand on her shoulder. Startled, Tang Fu lets out a sharp scream and instinctively turns, thrusting her spear backward. Quick as a flash, Zhou Feng seizes the spear. "Are you trying to kill me?" he chides, bemused. "How did you end up behind me?" Tang Fu exclaims, her heart racing as she recognizes him and breathes a sigh of relief, albeit still confused. "I was following you the whole time. How did you appear behind me? I've been watching you from the tree for quite some time. How did you manage to follow me?" Zhou Feng inquires. "I also want to gather intelligence. I'm curious about the wild tribes, and it just so happens we are on the same path," Tang Fu replies. Having prepared this explanation in advance, "Then by all means, continue your reconnaissance," Zhou Feng says, crossing his arms and watching her performance with a hint of amusement. "I can't just take a break now," Tang Fu retorts, mimicking his posture, crossing her arms defiantly. Zhou Feng can only shake his head in resignation. "I shall escort you back along the path we just traversed. You must hurry back now." "No, I shall follow you," Tang Fu insisted firmly. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Chapter 87. Traces. Ultimately, it was Zhou Feng who conceded first. "Very well, if you wish to accompany me, then do so," he said as he continued onward. After all, Tang Fu was unwilling to part ways, and he could not possibly render her unconscious. "Rest assured, I shall not be a nuisance," Tang Fu replied with a cheerful smile as she trailed behind. "Why do you wish to follow me? What is so fascinating about the Wildman tribe?" Zhou Feng questioned, unable to restrain himself as he walked ahead. "I simply wish to see," Tang Fu stammered slightly, but soon shifted the topic to inquire whether there were any women in the camp. "Why are you so inquisitive?" Zhou Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. "Just earlier, on their way here, it felt as if she were conducting an interrogation, and now she was directly asking about the presence of women in his life. Surely there must be many, given that you are such an extraordinary individual and the leader of the camp," she remarked, gazing intently into his eyes. "I have but one girlfriend in the camp," Zhou Feng stated, slightly bemused. "Only one?" Tang Fu's eyes brightened instantly. She harbored concerns that Zhou Feng might be a notorious flirt, leading her to hesitate about drawing closer to him. After all, if she were to become one of his women, she might merely be one among many, and he likely would not harbor any genuine feelings for her. However, upon hearing that he had only one girlfriend, her heart soared with joy, for it indicated that he was quite devoted. Her opportunity had arrived. "If you continue to pry into my affairs, I shall send you back," Zhou Feng warned, halting his steps. All right, I shall refrain from asking." Tang Fu smiled, having already reached her conclusion. Yet, she had misinterpreted the situation, believing that her rival was Bai Qinjian. To her, Bai Qinjian seemed merely a young girl, hardly a contender. It was simply a matter of time before she could claim Zhou Feng for herself. As Zhou Feng treaded carefully, marking their path, Tang Fu observed the chaotic scribbles he had left behind, though she did not comprehend their significance. Nevertheless, she recognized that they must hold some meaning, given that they were Zhou Feng's markings. However, after traversing at least 3 to 4 kilometers until dusk, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the Wildman tribe. "Have we been deceived? There is no Wildman tribe here," Tang Fu could not help but exclaim. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow at the thought of that scoundrel. Fat Lauda. It was quite possible that the direction he had provided was erroneous. To ascertain the precise location of the Wildman tribe, it seemed they would need to negotiate with Fat Lauda once more, likely requiring some form of bargaining. Zhou Feng had not anticipated that he would fall prey to such a trick. "What shall we do now?" Tang Fu inquired, glancing around. "Let us return," Zhou Feng suggested, shaking his head. "While we still have the chance, we should retrace our steps and find a place to rest. This area is too unfamiliar, and we cannot know what threats may lurk." Wait. Suddenly, Tang Fu discovered something. After walking a dozen meters, she bent down to pick up an object. Zhou Feng approached and observed that it was a piece of blue fabric, seemingly torn from the sleeve of a garment. It was stained with dark red blood, suggesting it had been there for several days. Zhou Feng also noted numerous footprints in the vicinity. Many people had passed through this area. He crouched down by one of the footprints. "It's a wild man," Zhou Feng said slowly. The prints were clearly made by bare feet, and many surrounding tracks bore the same characteristics. "There are indeed wild men here." Tang Fu gasped in surprise, but soon wore a proud expression. "See, I told you I was useful." Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging that had it not been for Tang Fu, he might have missed this crucial lead and expended much more effort. Now, by merely following these tracks, they could locate the camp of their quarry. However, it will be perilous ahead. I should escort you back. Zhou Feng stood up and said to Tang Fu, I did not come here to be a hindrance. I am here to assist you. Tang Fu replied, her face displaying displeasure. Very well, Zhou Feng conceded with a nod. Since Tang Fu was so insistent, he refrained from further argument and began to follow the direction of the footprints. Yet, after walking less than a kilometer, darkness enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult for Zhou Feng to discern the tracks beneath him. He arrived at a towering tree. We shall rest here for the night, he declared. Sleep in a tree? Tang Fu exclaimed, astonished. It is safer up there, Zhou Feng affirmed, as it reduces the risk of being bitten by venomous insects. All right. Tang Fu acquiesced, though climbing the tree proved challenging for her. Zhou Feng ascended first and then extended his hand to assist Tang Fu. Yet, despite her efforts, she struggled to climb. Weren't you just claiming to be agile? Zhou Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated. She had previously assured him she wouldn't be a burden. Yet now she struggled with climbing. I said I was nimble, not that I was a monkey, Tang Fu retorted, visibly frustrated. Ultimately, she decided to remain on the ground, insisting that nothing would happen to her. Previously, they had slept by the beach on palm fronds without issue. It's safer up there. Let me give you a boost. Zhou Feng offered, jumping down from the tree. All right. Tang Fu nodded. Zhou Feng then grasped her lower leg and lifted her toward the branches. Blushing, Tang Fu finally grasped the trunk and managed to climb up. However, once settled, she realized a predicament. There was no comfortable place to sleep. She could barely lean against a branch, and any slight movement could send her tumbling down. How can I possibly sleep like this? Tang Fu exclaimed in frustration. Just lean back and rest. You'll get used to it, Zhou Feng replied, already leaning against a branch and slowly closing his eyes. Tang Fu felt a sense of helplessness. She wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Zhou Feng's eyes shut, she resigned herself to trying to find comfort on her own. Otherwise, continuing to trouble Zhou Feng would undoubtedly be perceived as a burden. After much effort, Tang Fu finally discovered a means to rest. She found that lying on a tree branch was significantly safer. Although the branch was somewhat uncomfortable, it was certainly preferable to the alternative of falling. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped her. Tang Fu yawned, feeling herself slip into a hazy slumber. At some unknown moment, she heard Zhou Feng speaking, his voice tinged with urgency. Tang Fu, what is wrong? Tang Fu opened her eyes. Be quiet, and do not move. They are coming, Zhou Feng whispered slowly. They? Tang Fu was taken aback, instinctively glancing down towards the ground beneath the tree. In an instant, she felt her blood run cold. Chapter 88, The Hunt Before Her. A large group of wild men approached. These individuals donned animal skins around their waists and wielded stone spears, some even bearing bows and arrows on their backs. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's timely warning, Tang Fu would have surely screamed at the sight. It was imperative that they remained undetected by these wild men, otherwise, their fate would be dire. The wild men did not communicate with one another and moved at a leisurely pace. The procession swiftly passed beneath the tree. Tang Fu felt a chill envelop her, a sensation of narrowly escaping death. At that moment, she sensed Zhou Feng grasp her hand, which brought her a measure of calm. However, the sight that greeted her as the last of the procession came into view made her shudder. Several survivors were bound at their limbs to thick logs, akin to prey, being carried forward by the wild men. Among them were both men and women. Tang Fu noted that all of these captives were alive, some emitting cries of anguish, while others desperately shouted for help. Yet, their voices were met with brutal retaliation from the wild men. Time passed, and eventually, the wild men vanished into the night. What is happening? What do these wild men intend to do with their captives? Tang Fu spoke, her voice trembling. It must be a hunt by the wild men. Zhou Feng replied solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Tang Fu felt a tightness in her chest. She was even overcome with nausea. She recalled her brother's tales of wild men who consumed the brains of ordinary people and roasted parts of their bodies. Those individuals would soon become the wild men as sustenance. To the wild men, this was merely a regular hunt. What is wrong with you? Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu's demeanor and reached out to pat her back. I'm fine. What should we do next? Should we follow them? Tang Fu gently bit her lip. Having accompanied Zhou Feng thus far, she could not entertain the notion of retreat. Now, there was no turning back. Yes, let us quietly follow them and see. Zhou Feng nodded. This was the opportune moment to trail the wild men to their tribe. After a few minutes, Tang Fu estimated that the wild men had ventured far enough. At that moment, Zhou Feng's brow furrowed. Signaling Tang Fu to remain silent, she paused, attentively listening. Soon, she discerned shouts emanating from the woods ahead, suggesting a fierce altercation was underway. The distance rendered the details unclear to her. Wait here, I will investigate, Zhou Feng declared. Having heard the commotion distinctly, It was evident that a battle had erupted, and anguished cries pierced the air. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng leaped down from the tree. Tang Fu was momentarily taken aback. The height was at least 5 or 6 meters. To her surprise, he descended effortlessly. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit, but upon landing, she stumbled and fell. "What are you doing?" Zhou Feng frowned. "I'm going to help," Tang Fu replied, scrambling to her feet. Relieved that she hadn't sprained her ankle, though her back ached, causing her to wince. "It's too dangerous. I cannot look after you here." Zhou Feng expressed his exasperation, realizing how troublesome Tang Fu could be. "I can take care of myself. I don't need your protection," she retorted immediately. "Just be careful," Zhou Feng said, resigning himself to her decision, starting to understand the depth of Tang Cheng's frustration regarding her antics. It was no wonder Tang Cheng wore a pained smile whenever she was mentioned. "Don't worry," Tang Fu nodded confidently. The two crept forward, one following the other. After traversing 300 or 400 meters, Zhou Feng became increasingly cautious. Tang Fu, unaware of what he had sensed, bent lower. Suddenly, Zhou Feng halted. The sounds of battle grew more intense. "Strange," he muttered to himself. "What is the matter?" Tang Fu inquired, peering over his shoulder, eager to ascertain the situation. However, the night cloaked the woods in darkness, revealing little to her eyes. "It seems the wild men are fighting amongst themselves," Zhou Feng remarked, a puzzled expression on his face. "Internal strife? That shouldn't be," Tang Fu responded, taken aback. Even within the tribes of wild men, there were conflicts. But it was unusual for them to engage in such a manner here. "Wait, this isn't just one group of wild men. Another has arrived." Zhou Feng finally discerned the situation as he noted the sheer number of combatants far exceeded those they had previously encountered. This indicated that a new faction of wild men had joined the fray. "It's for the best. Let them annihilate each other," Tang Fu exclaimed. Unable to contain her thoughts. "Someone is approaching." Zhou Feng suddenly lowered his body. Tang Fu quickly followed suit, crouching behind him. Shortly, several figures dashed past them, survivors who had been bound and intended as prey. Terror marked their faces as they desperately fled. It appeared that amidst the chaos, some had managed to free themselves and escape. However, pursuing them were wild men, their eerie cries compelling the survivors to halt. However, those with a semblance of rationality would not cease their efforts at this critical juncture. What could be more dreadful than falling into the hands of savages? "What shall we do?" Tang Fu now found herself in a state of panic. These individuals were clearly not from Fei Lao's camp. They had evidently arrived from elsewhere. At that moment, a savage had already caught up with the survivors. The last in line was a woman of striking features, who appeared not to have engaged in physical exertion prior. In this crucial moment, she had unfortunately lagged behind the group. The savage seized her hair with a brutal grip. She let out a piercing scream as she fell backward onto the ground. "Lily!" A man ahead halted, emitting a cry of despair. Yet, upon witnessing the relentless advance of the savages behind him, he hesitated but ultimately turned to flee. Zhang Lily attempted to rise from the ground, but she was utterly immobilized, her hair firmly clutched by the savage. Watching her fiancé retreat in terror, her heart sank into desolation. She had once believed there was a chance of escape, only to find herself facing death here. She would have preferred to perish within the confines of the camp. As she beheld the savage raise his stone spear, she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. But at that very moment, whoosh, a stone struck the savage's face, causing him to release his grip on Zhang Lily and collapse lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 89. Courage and resolve. Zhang Lily did not fully comprehend what had transpired. She merely sensed the pressure on her hand dissipate. Survival instinct propelled her to scramble to her feet and continue fleeing forward. The pursuers were few, merely 6 in number. As it was evident that the majority of the savages were engaged in combat, having dispatched only those tasked with capturing their prey. Zhou Feng had dispatched 4 with stones. Yet the remaining 2 savages showed no signs of retreat, charging toward him with unwavering determination. Zhou Feng, resolute, gripped his dagger and charged forth. The savages, astonished that a prey dared approach them, immediately brandished their stone spears and lunged at him. The clash of metal rang out as Zhou Feng's dagger met the spear, producing a fleeting spark. The savage's spear was deflected, yet Zhou Feng's dagger retained its lethal intent, plunging toward the savage's neck. Blood gushed forth as the savage's throat was sliced open, the crimson fluid invading his trachea. Instinctively, he clutched his neck, but it was in vain. The combined effects of blood loss and asphyxiation soon rendered him lifeless upon the ground. The remaining savage wielded a stone axe, swinging it menacingly toward Zhou Feng. However, at that moment, a spear thrust forth from the side, piercing the savage's eye. He let out a howl of agony. Staring in disbelief at the source of his demise, it was Tang Fu. Having retrieved the spear discarded by a previous savage, she took the initiative. Noticing that the savage still drew breath, Tang Fu gritted her teeth and thrust once more, this time striking his neck. With all her might, Tang Fu forcefully pushed the wild man several meters back. He stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. I killed him, I killed him. Tang Fu murmured, her hands trembling in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she had truly taken the life of a wild man. You are quite impressive, Zhou Feng remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Although Tang Fu's strength was modest, her explosive power was formidable, and her courage surpassed that of many men at critical moments. Really? Tang Fu noticed the appreciation in Zhou Feng's eyes, which alleviated some of the fear that had lingered in her mind. At that moment, the surviving onlookers who had fled began to halt. It was not that they no longer wished to escape, but rather they were nearly exhausted. They had endured prolonged torment and had little strength left. Their previous flight had been spurred by the threat of the wild man. Now, with several of them dead, they found themselves unable to run any longer. Let's leave this place. We can talk later, Zhou Feng suggested. The sounds of combat ahead had diminished significantly, indicating that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Regardless of who the victor was, the wild men would surely seek out their earlier prey. Wherever you go, we shall follow, one of them exclaimed, and the others turned their gazes toward Zhou Feng. At that moment, he was their beacon of hope. Come with me, Zhou Feng instructed as he began retracing his steps. The others promptly followed, uncertain of who Zhou Feng truly was but relying on him nonetheless. Lily, just now Zhang Lily glanced at her fiancé, Qin Xiaoxue, who had approached. You need not explain, she replied, shaking her head. Do not be angry. I too was paralyzed with fear and did not mean to abandon you, Qin Xiaoxue hastily explained. I understand, Zhang Lily nodded gently, acknowledging that most individuals would likely have been paralyzed in such a situation, even those who attempted to rush and would have only met their demise at the hands of the wild men. Yet, Zhang Lily couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Before this ordeal, Qin Xiaoxue had made numerous promises, uttering oaths of love and devotion. Yet, in this moment of crisis, he had faltered, leading Zhang Lily to doubt his previous assurances. Qin Xiaoxue's expression darkened, and ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Quietly trailing alongside Zhang Lily, Zhou Feng led the group for over half an hour, altering their route mid-journey to ensure the wild men would not easily track them down. As the night wore on, the wild men were unable to discover their trail. Finally, when the group could no longer continue, Zhou Feng signaled for a brief respite. They all leaned against trees, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Zhou Feng retrieved provisions and water from his backpack, distributing them among the group. Tang Fu also took out her supplies, but reserved a portion for Zhou Feng and herself. The others devoured the food voraciously, quickly finishing what they had been given. After all, Zhou Feng and Tang Fu had not brought much with them. Where do you come from? Zhou Feng inquired directly. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, a middle-aged man spoke up. We are survivors from the Wanli ship. Are you from there as well? Indeed, Zhou Feng nodded. Upon learning that Zhou Feng and his companions were also from the Wanli ship, excitement rippled through the group. Did you also lose consciousness after the lightning strike and then find yourselves in the woods? The middle-aged man asked, rising to his feet. In the woods? Tang Fu was taken aback. Weren't we all supposed to end up on the beach? Why did the middle-aged man and his group appear in the woods? Did you emerge in the woods? Is it far from the beach? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Bai Qinjian had previously mentioned waking up in the woods as well. Yes. We awoke in the woods, convinced we had encountered some mysterious event, the middle-aged man affirmed with a heavy nod. Zhou Feng nodded in return, realizing that this island indeed held many inexplicable phenomena, whether it be the enigmatic stone tablet or how they all arrived on this island. Many sensed the same. And what happened next? Zhou Feng continued to inquire. The middle-aged man began recounting their tale. After awakening in the woods, they encountered numerous other survivors and established a camp of over 40 individuals, all the while searching for food and a means to escape the island. However, just yesterday afternoon, their camp was suddenly attacked by wild men. Everyone except us perished. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, his voice faltering. When the wild men invaded, their group almost instantly crumbled. Most of the individuals surrendered. Yet, even then, the wild men did not cease their slaughter, and they even began barbecuing within the camp. Only this small group was spared, bound and taken away, presumably to be consumed by the wild men's tribe. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's account, several individuals present began to retch, clearly haunted by the memories of the horrific scene they had witnessed in the camp. Chapter 90. The Wild Men's Camp. They had watched helplessly as their companions were devoured. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng frowned. What a waste of food. What intelligence do you possess regarding the wild men? Zhou Feng directed his gaze toward the middle-aged man. The man shook his head. Before this, we had never encountered the wild men, he said, a bitter expression crossing his face. Had we known that a cannibal tribe was nearby, we would have devised a means to flee. There is no way we would have remained in that place. However, we did have individuals go missing. We thought they had merely lost their way. But now it seems they must have been captured by the wild men, Qin Xiaoxue added from the side. Zhou Feng recalled the incident in the woods when he had encountered two wild men who had slain several survivors. Perhaps they were companions of these individuals. The distance between them was likely not far, as Zhou Feng estimated it to be around 5 kilometers. However, the terrain was intricate, shrouded in dense forest, which had previously prevented their encounter. Where is your camp? Would you be willing to accept us? The middle-aged man inquired cautiously. Based on the provisions Zhou Feng and Tang Fu carried, he surmised that they hailed from a substantial camp, abundant in supplies. For it was unlikely they would so freely offer sustenance otherwise. Does your camp accept them? Zhou Feng asked Tang Fu. That might be a bit difficult, she replied, shaking her head. Last time, an infiltrator appeared in the camp, resulting in severe losses. Some blamed Tang Cheng for hastily accepting individuals of unknown origin. For the time being, we cannot afford to introduce new faces into the camp. Then you shall come to my camp, Zhou Feng proposed to the middle-aged man. At present, his camp could accommodate a few more individuals. These newcomers, if not absorbed into Tang Cheng's or his own camp, would likely join Boss Face. Among them, the middle-aged man appeared the eldest, likely in his 40s, while the others were all youthful, representing valuable assets. Thank you, young brother. My name is Qin Biao. The middle-aged man introduced himself, along with a few others. I am Zhou Feng. My camp has many rules. Only those who adhere to them may join. Zhou Feng shared his name in return. Your camp? Qin Biao and the others were taken aback. Could it be that the leader of that camp was Zhou Feng? He seemed rather young. Nevertheless, as long as they could survive, they harbored no extravagant expectations. Moreover, Zhou Feng had saved their lives. The leader of their previous camp had long been devoured by wild men, leaving them without a guiding figure, with only Qin Biao, the oldest, stepping forward. I will certainly abide by the rules, Qin Biao asserted immediately, with the others echoing his sentiment. Observing this, Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Fu, please take them to rest here while I assess the situation with the wild men. Zhou Feng turned to Tang Fu. You still intend to go? Tang Fu exclaimed, surprised. It was precisely at this moment that it would be convenient to locate their tribe. Zhou Feng nodded, affirming that his purpose for venturing out was to ascertain the whereabouts of the wild men. If he did not clarify this, it would have been in vain. Very well. Be cautious, Tang Fu said gravely. Given Zhou Feng's resolute tone, she refrained from further protest, focusing solely on fulfilling the task he had entrusted to her. Zhou Feng retraced his steps, leaving markers on the trees along the way. Throughout his journey, he did not encounter any wild men pursuing him. It appeared that, after their recent conflict, they lacked the energy to chase prey. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhou Feng arrived at the site of the earlier battle. To his shock, he found numerous corpses strewn about, over 40 in total, all devoid of heads, clearly severed by someone. However, Zhou Feng quickly discerned something else. He and Tang Fu had just dispatched several wild men, who were now nowhere to be found. The ground bore the marks of dragging. It was evident that someone had taken them away. Zhou Feng surmised the unfolding events. The first wave of wild men must have triumphed in battle, carrying off the bodies of their fallen comrades. What remained here were solely the corpses of the enemy, all decapitated. Zhou Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The ferocity of the wild men's skirmishes was astonishing. Those severed heads were likely trophies of victory. The sight of these corpses was truly macabre, especially under the cover of night, which only heightened their eerie presence. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, steeling himself, he examined several of the bodies. Soon, he stumbled upon a curious detail. Some of the corpses bore crescent-shaped tattoos on their arms and wrists. These tattoos were not of the modern ink variety. Some appeared to be burn marks, while others seemed to have been etched with sharp instruments. Scar tissue had formed the tattoos, which were then adorned with pigment. Could it be that these were two distinct types of wild men, or perhaps followers of divergent beliefs? Zhou Feng pondered aloud, one faction worshipping the sun and the other the moon. Their conflict seemed more fierce than against any survivors, embodying an unyielding determination. This revelation left Zhou Feng with mixed emotions. While it indicated that discord existed among the wild men on the island, it also confirmed that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. They were merely prey here. The number of hunters was greater than they had imagined. Zhou Feng began to follow the dragging marks, venturing deeper into the woods. Despite the darkness, the trails left by the sun-tattooed wild men were markedly pronounced. In addition to the traces of dragged bodies, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. After approximately an hour of trekking, Zhou Feng discerned flickering lights ahead. Reaching the edge of the forest, he crouched beside a low tree, peering cautiously. Before him lay a sprawling mountain range, with the highest peak towering over 200 meters. Below the mountains, numerous caves were visible, emitting some of the flames he had seen. Additionally, a vast clearing sprawled beneath the slopes, illuminated by firelight. Zhou Feng counted at least 100 wild men moving about. Surely, more of their kind resided within the caves. The number of wild men inhabiting this area must exceed 200. Was this the sole tribe of sun-tattooed wild men on the island, or did others exist elsewhere? Zhou Feng remained uncertain. At that moment, the wild men were constructing bonfires, stacking wood high, seemingly intending to burn their fallen comrades rather than consume them. Beside the bonfire lay what appeared to be a heap of stones. Initially, Zhou Feng did not recognize their significance, but soon he realized that they were, in fact, heads, from which dark blood flowed. Chapter 91. The Stabber. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng was overwhelmed by a visceral aversion. Yet, the tribe of savages appeared to be quite accustomed to such gruesome spectacles. Zhou Feng also observed that these wild men possessed a rudimentary form of language. They communicated with one another through a series of incomprehensible syllables, which were relatively simple in nature. After more than an hour of observation, Zhou Feng even discerned a few basic words, as their exchanges were devoid of elaborate discourse. Several bonfires had been ignited, beginning to incinerate the corpses, and a foul odor permeated the air. The flames soared into the sky. The savages knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in reverence towards the bodies. Repeatedly uttering a single word, Kara, Zhou Feng surmised that this likely referred to the sun or possibly the sun god within their tongue. To them, the sun and the sun god were probably synonymous concepts. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Zhou Feng cautiously retreated, ensuring that none of the savages detected his presence. After retreating several hundred meters, he hastened his return. Soon, he arrived at the location where Tang Fu and the others awaited him. Upon seeing Zhou Feng return, Tang Fu sighed in relief. They had remained vigilant, fearing that they might doze off and be pursued by the savages. "Did you find the savage tribe?" Tang Fu inquired. Rising to her feet, "I did. We should leave at once," Zhou Feng replied with a nod. Tang Fu immediately comprehended his implication. Reluctant to articulate certain matters in front of the others, much like the destruction of the papaya grove, there was no need for everyone to be informed. Such knowledge would only breed anxiety among them. "Let us wait until dawn to depart. We cannot discern the circumstances within the woods, and besides, the savages have not pursued us," Qin Xiaoxue interjected. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoxue's remarks, several individuals hesitated to rise. They were fatigued, drowsy, and famished. Although Zhou Feng had provided them with a meager amount of sustenance, it was woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, two individuals promptly stood up, Chun Jinbiao and Zhang Lili. "The situation on the island is complicated, with not just one wave of savages. It is prudent to leave now," Zhou Feng explained. "At this hour, the savages must be resting. They are not invincible. It shouldn't be too perilous," Qin Xiaoxue grumbled. This elicited a frown from Zhou Feng. During their time in the camp, whenever he spoke, others would comply without question. Even if someone voiced a concern, it was merely to seek clarification, and upon receiving an answer from Zhou Feng, they would invariably trust his judgment. Never had anyone openly defied him, and such a situation felt rather unfamiliar to him. "If you choose not to heed my counsel, you may remain here," Zhou Feng stated, turning away. Tang Fu immediately followed suit, with Chun Jinbiao and Zhang Lili trailing closely behind. Upon witnessing Zhou Feng's departure, the others panicked and hastily scrambled to their feet, trailing after him. Qin Xiaoxue appeared reluctant, trailing at the end of the line. Yet, internally, he harbored a sense of indignation at having to heed the commands of such a youthful individual. At the age of 28, he was certain that Zhou Feng was at least 7 or 8 years his junior. The thought left Qin Xiaoxue feeling somewhat vexed. He quickened his pace and approached Zhang Lili. "Lili, was I not correct in saying that traversing this path at night is perilous? It would be wise to wait until dawn. What if that fellow loses his way and endangers us all?" he murmured. Zhang Lili shot him an icy glance and replied coldly, "If you are unwilling to proceed, you may stay behind. And if I remain, who shall protect you?" Qin Xiaoxue retorted. Zhang Lili merely scoffed. When the wild men charged into the camp, they took refuge in a makeshift shelter. As the wild men approached to capture them, Qin Xiaoxue trembled in fear. Eventually, a skirmish erupted among the wild men, and they seized the opportunity to escape. Qin Xiaoxue did not wait for anyone and dashed ahead, becoming the last in the group. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's intervention, she would have perished at the hands of the wild men. Now, Qin Xiaoxue had the audacity to claim he would protect her. After repeatedly abandoning her, he dared to utter such words. How shameless. "Lili, one can only wonder what the enemy's camp is like, but as long as I am present, I assure you I will not let you come to harm." Qin Xiaoxue continued to prattle. Zhang Lili, filled with disdain, quickened her pace to the front of the line, positioning herself right next to Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxue stood dumbfounded, hesitant to approach any further, for he dared not murmur such sentiments in Zhou Feng's presence. Meanwhile, Tang Fu was taken aback. What was happening? This woman had moved ahead of her. Was she attempting to ingratiate herself with Zhou Feng? That simply could not be allowed. Just as Tang Fu had begun to contemplate drawing closer to Zhou Feng, she could not permit anyone else to steal the lead. Reluctantly, she advanced a few steps, pushing Zhang Lili behind her. Zhang Lili gave it little thought, content as long as Qin Xiaoxue did not disturb her. By the time they reached Tang Cheng and the others' camp, dawn had already broken. Tang Cheng had hardly slept, consumed by worry for Tang Fu's safety. Upon seeing her return, he exhaled in relief. Zhou Feng conveyed the intelligence he had gathered to Tang Cheng, whose expression grew grim. To think that so many wild men were lurking so close by, merely 7 or 8 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the camp of their leader, Fei, was even nearer, a mere 4 kilometers distant, and they had already been discovered. Although it was clear that if any misfortune were to befall them, it would certainly be Fei and his group who would suffer first. It was inevitable that they would soon be next. The worst part was that they were still unaware of the island's vastness or the number of wild tribes scattered throughout it. Zhou Feng could only offer words of comfort to Tang Cheng, suggesting that perhaps the situation would not be as dire as it seemed. Chen Jinbiao and his companions initially believed they had found their next resting place, and each of them felt quite content with their surroundings. However, they were soon informed by Zhou Feng that their camp was still 3 kilometers away. Tang Cheng and the others had prepared some potatoes, and after finishing their meal, they were ready to set off. Each person received a bowl of mashed potatoes. Though the taste was rather unremarkable, merely boiled potatoes crushed with a pinch of salt for easier digestion. Nevertheless, for them, it was considered decent sustenance. It was then that Qin Xiaoxue noticed something amiss. Zhou Feng was not consuming mashed potatoes, but instead indulging in a large bowl of meat. Why did he get to eat so well? Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Zhou Feng. Chapter 92. Discontent. The others around him regarded Qin Xiaoxue as if he were foolish, particularly those within Tang Cheng's camp. They were well aware of Zhou Feng's capabilities and the considerable assistance he had provided. If Zhou Feng were to partake in their meal, they would feel remorseful. After all, when Zhou Feng had gifted 2 pig legs to Tang Cheng, they had made a soup to share rather than hoarding the bounty. What Zhou Feng eats is of no concern to you. If you don't wish to eat, simply put it down, Tang Fu remarked coldly. She had little regard for Qin Xiaoxue. This is unfair. Don't any of you have objections? Qin Xiaoxue shouted at Chun Jinbiao and the others. Enough of this. Sit down and eat. Chun Jinbiao responded cautiously, meticulously scraping the mashed potatoes from his bowl. The fact that they were provided any food at all was already a stroke of fortune, and they had no right to be picky, especially considering Zhou Feng had saved their lives. People like you are just asking to be bullied. Qin Xiaoxue grumbled as he sat down. Glancing at the bland mashed potatoes in his bowl, Chun Jinbiao shot him a disapproving look. Back in their camp, Qin Xiaoxue was always a troublemaker, quick to voice his opinions. He had not anticipated that after nearly losing his life, Qin Xiaoxue would remain unchanged. Chun Jinbiao resolved in his heart to distance himself from Qin Xiaoxue in the future, not wanting to be dragged down by him. Before long, the group finished their meal and set off again with Zhou Feng. After nearly an hour of walking, they arrived at Zhou Feng's camp. Boss, who are these people? Yang Wei approached, his expression one of confusion upon seeing Chun Jinbiao and the others. They are survivors rescued from the wild men. They have nowhere else to go, so they will stay here. Please explain the camp rules to them, Zhou Feng clarified. All right, Yang Wei nodded readily. First, let them wash their faces or something. There's a small river nearby, so fetching water is quite convenient. Yang Wei then returned to Zhou Feng's side. Boss, should we keep an eye on them? He whispered, clearly concerned about the possibility of spies from rival camps among them. There's no need for concern. They pose no threat, Zhou Feng remarked dismissively. These individuals had narrowly escaped the clutches of the wild men and could hardly be spies. That is reassuring, Yang Wei exhaled, relieved. However, complications arose during the allocation of housing. Yang Wei approached, mentioning that a fellow named Qin Xiaoxue desired to reside alone with his fiancée, unwilling to share a makeshift shelter. Currently, Zhou Feng's camp comprised 2 rows of houses. One row, constructed by Wu Wenrong and others, consisted of 4 sturdy huts. The other row was a recent addition, merely providing shelter from the elements, featuring large communal sleeping quarters without any private rooms, accommodating 10 or more individuals together, with only a storage room partitioning the space. Inform Qin Xiaoxue that he must either share with the others or vacate the premises, Zhou Feng stated firmly. In the camp, despite several couples, no one had the luxury of private quarters. Even Li Ran and Yang Wei were separated, with Li Ran still residing with Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, adjacent to the rooms of Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qinjian. Should they wish for intimacy, they would need to seek out secluded areas. Understood, Yang Wei nodded. Upon discovering the absence of private rooms, Qin Xiaoxue's displeasure was evident. Previously, in their camp, They had only shared accommodations with 2 or 3 individuals and had never experienced such cramped conditions. The rationale was straightforward. Their prior camp lacked proper huts, consisting merely of makeshift shelters crafted from palm fronds that leaked during rain. Such conditions necessitated that only a few could huddle together. During lunchtime, Qin Xiaoxue's dissatisfaction grew as he noted that many individuals in the camp could exchange for smoked fish or meat soup, while they, the newcomers, possessed no points to redeem. The food allocated to them remained potatoes, a meager offering courtesy of their new arrival status. Only through completing work could they begin to earn points. They do not regard us as one of their own, Qin Xiaoxue thought, finding the potatoes increasingly unpalatable, particularly as he watched others savoring the rich meat soup, its surface glistening with grease, nearly causing him to drool. Even having something to eat is a privilege. We've just arrived and contributed nothing yet, Chen Jinbiao frowned. You simply lack the initiative. If you continue like this, you shall eat potatoes for the rest of your life. Qin Xiaoxue looked down upon Chen Jinbiao and the others, believing they were not on the same wavelength. At that moment, Fan Jian entered, beginning to organize the day's activities. Once you finish your meals, gather for tree felling. As for you women, follow Qin Xiaoxue's directives. Remember, you each have your own identification numbers. It will be more convenient to refer to one another by those. The camp was currently not lacking in provisions. In recent days, the task of felling trees has taken precedence. After harvesting potatoes in the morning, the afternoon is dedicated to cutting wood, as firewood is an essential resource. It must be chopped in advance and exposed to sunlight to allow the moisture within to evaporate, for future use in cooking and warmth. Can't we have a few days of respite? We have just regained our lives. After a long night, my body aches all over. Qin Xiaoxue is now in considerable discomfort. He feels unwell in every part of his body. If you don't want to work, then leave, Fan Jian remarked, surveying Qin Xiaoxue with no words of sympathy. After all, Qin Xiaoxue was not missing any limbs. He had no right to complain of fatigue. During their busy hours, they too were exhausted to the point of collapse. Moreover, they had already been granted time to rest. Qin Xiaoxue immediately fell silent. It was only after Fan Jian departed that he began to murmur discontentedly about inhumanity and slavery. Had he known, he would never have come. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was enjoying his lunch. After returning, he took a brief rest. Although he had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, he felt invigorated. Zhou Feng's lunch was rather special, potato pancakes. The potatoes were sliced into strips and pan-fried in lard until golden and crisp. Each bite offered a delightful texture. Qin Xiaoxue had prepared 3 for Zhou Feng. He was the only one in the camp who could indulge in such refined fare. If dozens of people were to share, there would be insufficient provisions for the day's labor. Zhou Feng devoured the pancakes with great enthusiasm. Slow down, don't choke, Qin Xiaoxue remarked with a gentle smile upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 93. The choice your pancakes are simply exquisite, Zhou Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He often visited Qin Xiaoxue's home for meals, as her culinary skills were unparalleled. Despite the harsh conditions on the deserted island, Qin Xiaoxue always sought ways to treat herself to special meals. If you enjoy them, take your time. I will always cook for you, she said, resting her chin on her hands, beaming with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Zhou Feng felt a wave of warmth. The prospect of enjoying Qin Xiaoxue's cooking for a lifetime would bring him immense happiness. Just then, someone approached from a distance. Boss. Zhou Feng turned to see Bruce, a Caucasian from the camp. The few white individuals in the camp had been quite earnest, diligently going about their tasks, unlike Charles and his group. Bruce and the others were reluctant to take sides, yet wherever people gathered, interest groups would inevitably form, be it based on race, nationality, or region. Various reasons could lead to divisions. Even villagers might quarrel over differing surnames, forming factions based solely on these names without any rational basis. What is it? What do you need? Zhou Feng inquired. The white individuals had been well behaved, leaving Zhou Feng with a favorable impression of them. I need to speak with you privately. Bruce glanced at Qin Xiaoxue beside Zhou Feng. You two carry on, Qin Xiaoxue said, lifting the plate from the ground and rising to leave. After Qin Xiaoxue departed, Zhou Feng inquired about Bruce's concerns. Boss, I have discovered something rather peculiar. Bruce leaned in, an air of mystery enveloping him. What is this peculiar thing? Zhou Feng queried, his face a portrait of confusion. It is a stone tablet, inscribed with the words Island of Paradise, Bruce whispered, casting furtive glances around, as if fearing eavesdroppers. How did you come across this stone tablet? Zhou Feng frowned. Boss, are you familiar with the stone tablet? Bruce discerned that Zhou Feng was already aware of its existence. Thus, he hastened to elaborate. He had once been a video blogger, with a penchant for capturing scenic vistas. Now, having arrived on this uninhabited island, he would often wander about after a day's toil. By chance, he stumbled upon the stone tablet. Boss, How could such a place harbor a stone tablet? Bruce couldn't suppress his curiosity. I do not know, but it is prudent that this matter remains undisclosed to others, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. I understand. And I have another discovery to share, Bruce continued. Another discovery? Zhou Feng inquired, intrigued. Indeed. I have found a grave in the vicinity, Bruce whispered conspiratorially. A grave? There is a grave on this island? The savages must practice cremation. This grave can only belong to someone else, likely a castaway from long ago. Where is it located? Zhou Feng immediately pressed. Roughly over there. If you wish to see it, I can lead you. Bruce gestured in a particular direction. Let us go take a look. Zhou Feng replied, his interest piqued. Under Bruce's guidance, Zhou Feng traversed northward for approximately 2 kilometers. The area was choked with vines, making passage arduous, a path seldom trodden. Boss, it is right here, Bruce pointed to a mound of earth ahead. Upon inspection, Zhou Feng discerned that it was merely an elevated earth mound. Nevertheless, it was evident that this mound differed from the surrounding terrain. The nearby weeds were noticeably smaller. Yet, as Zhou Feng approached, he furrowed his brow. For adjacent to the mound lay a significant pit, scattered with human remains. This grave has been disturbed, Bruce remarked, scratching his head. Can you ascertain when this grave was excavated? Zhou Feng asked, somewhat exasperated. Besides the bones, there was nothing else in sight. Approximately 3 to 4 months ago. It cannot be longer, Bruce asserted confidently, having specialized in this area of study. 3 to 4 months? Zhou Feng frowned again. The degree of decomposition of the bones suggested they had been there for many years, with numerous fragments scattered about. The individual who unearthed this grave must be Wu Wenrong and his associates. Wu Wenrong has been here for 6 months and has surely explored the area thoroughly. Even unearthing this grave, Zhou Feng had always harbored a lingering question. Why was Wu Wenrong so interested in his jade pendant? Wenrong Wu undoubtedly possessed some knowledge, yet tragically, he passed away too soon. Bruce, standing nearby, explained that he had thoroughly searched the vicinity, leaving no trace behind except for these bones. However, from his examination of the bones, Bruce deduced that the remains belonged to a male, likely in his 40s. Should there be any further discoveries, please inform me. Zhou Feng remarked with a nod. Zhou Feng had initially been searching the surroundings, but during this period, he found himself too preoccupied to continue his exploration. No problem. Bruce responded promptly. Upon their return to the edge of the camp, Zhou Feng was met with chaos. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were bustling about, directing others as if seeking assistance. Upon spotting Zhou Feng, both men visibly relaxed. What has transpired? Zhou Feng inquired immediately. It's Big Brother Fei. He has sent word that their camp has been attacked by wild men. Fan Jian pointed to an individual nearby. Zhou Feng turned to see Jiang Jun, who had been there during their last visit. Wild men. So many wild men. Jiang Jun gestured frantically. According to his account, they had spotted at least 70 or 80 wild men heading toward the camp. Once Big Brother Fei received the news, he promptly dispatched someone to seek help. Are you suggesting we go to your aid? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. We are all survivors of the Wanleihao. If you do not come to our aid, we will surely suffer heavy casualties. Jiang Jun implored urgently. Enough. Are you trying to impose moral obligations on us? Yang Wei raised his fist, poised to strike. Jiang Jun quickly shielded his head, though Yang Wei's blow never fell. Presently, Yang Wei lacked the inclination to deal with Jiang Jun. Boss, should we assist them? Fan Jian asked anxiously. According to Jiang Jun's account, the wild men had likely already begun engaging with Big Brother Fei and his group. They had little time to hesitate and needed to make a swift decision. With Zhou Feng absent from the camp, they had nearly lost their minds. Only Zhou Feng could make a decisive call in such matters. Help, Zhou Feng declared solemnly. In truth, from the very beginning, they had no real choice. To maximize their own interests, they could only assist Big Brother Fei and his group. Otherwise, they would be left to confront the wild men alone. Indeed, aiding us equates to aiding yourselves, Jiang Jun chimed in eagerly. Silence. Zhou Feng rebuked him, causing Jiang Jun to immediately fall silent. Gather 30 capable individuals to accompany me. You two will remain at the camp. Zhou Feng instructed Yang Wei and Fan Jian. The camp could muster only about 30 fighters. Yang Wei swiftly set about assembling the group. What if we are attacked here? Fan Jian paused to ask. Although the likelihood was minimal, it was not impossible. Then we shall retreat immediately without engaging the enemy, Zhou Feng replied. Understood, Fan Jian nodded. In no time, 30 individuals were assembled. Each individual grasped a spear, while half of them held shields. Zhou Feng led them forth. Given the considerable distance, he could not demand that they sprint throughout the journey, especially as they navigated through the dense woodland, which imposed its own limitations. Even at their swiftest pace, reaching their destination would require at least 2 or 3 hours. Jiang, filled with anxiety, incessantly muttered concerns about their tardiness. Fu Tai, I shall go ahead to assess the situation, Zhou Feng remarked to Fu Tai at his side. Boss, are you really going ahead alone? Fu Tai exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Feng offered no response, already dashing forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. What are you waiting for? We cannot allow the boss to face danger alone, Fu Tai urged, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Zhou Feng had traversed this path several times before and was quite familiar with it. Though the vines underfoot were numerous, they posed no hindrance to him. After more than an hour of running, Zhou Feng still felt no fatigue. He had yet to discover the limits of his endurance. Upon emerging from the thicket and beholding the chaos of Fei's camp, Zhou Feng involuntarily inhaled sharply. The scene before him was one of utter disarray. At the entrance of the camp lay numerous corpses, the majority of which belonged to the wild men, over 20 in total. Many bore arrows embedded in their bodies, with only a few corpses belonging to the survivors. Yet this did not imply that Fei's group held the upper hand. On the contrary, a multitude of wild men had already surged into the encampment, with anguished screams echoing from within. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng hesitated no longer. He had come to offer assistance. Racing to the camp's entrance, he seized a stone spear lying beside a corpse and lunged at the last wild man in line. "Ah!" the wild man shrieked, incredulously turning to face Zhou Feng. The shock evident in his eyes revealed that he had not anticipated an enemy lurking behind. With a fierce shout, Zhou Feng thrust the spear, piercing through the wild man's body, who then collapsed heavily to the ground. The commotion had drawn the attention of those ahead, and 3 wild men brandished their spears, charging at Zhou Feng. He deftly evaded the first strike, the spear tip grazing his abdomen. The second wild man followed suit, sweeping his spear horizontally towards Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng bent his knees and leaned back, feeling the spear barely graze his hair. The third wild man aimed his spear at Zhou Feng's neck. In that moment, Zhou Feng drew a dagger from his waist, parrying the incoming spear. The impact sent vibrations through the dagger, nearly causing it to slip from his grasp, but it was but a fleeting moment. Zhou Feng then swung the dagger, severing several fingers from the wild man's hand. "Ah!" the wild man's screams erupted. Like a specter, Zhou Feng swiftly appeared before another wild man. The glint of cold steel flashed, and blood gushed from the wild man's neck. The last remaining wild man displayed a visage of terror. With both hands gripping a stone spear held defensively before him, Zhou Feng shouted a single note loudly. He surmised that the adversary was likely calling out to warn of enemies. However, Zhou Feng offered him no opportunity, swiftly severing the opponent's fingers, followed by a decisive strike to the neck. At that moment, those within the encampment had also heard the commotion outside. "Hold your ground, reinforcements have arrived." A resounding voice bellowed. Zhou Feng recognized it as the voice of Big Brother Fei. Subsequently, a fervent cheer erupted from within the camp, indicating a considerable number of individuals. More wild men surged forth from the encampment. Zhou Feng promptly retrieved the bloodied stone spear from the ground. Despite these wild men being entrenched in the Stone Age, their spears were honed to a lethal sharpness, capable of easily piercing skin. Moreover, the spearheads were typically bound with animal hides, far superior to the rudimentary spears fashioned by survivors. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of wild men, Zhou Feng fought while retreating, ensuring he did not afford them the chance to encircle him. Any wild man who grew impatient in their desire to eliminate Zhou Feng would inevitably expose a vulnerability, falling victim to his lethal counterstrike. This enraged the wild men, several of whom howled and lunged at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Feng turned and fled, his speed granting him an advantage that left the wild men in his wake. Unable to keep pace, they were forced to halt. Yet, disregarding Zhou Feng's presence, he would soon close the distance again. In a series of encounters, Zhou Feng dispatched another 5 or 6 wild men. Meanwhile, the wild men inside the encampment were also being driven out by Big Brother Fei and his companions. Their numbers were limited, with only around 40 survivors remaining, merely half of the original group. One wild man shouted, prompting the others to turn without hesitation and flee into the woods. Zhou Feng noted this utterance, which seemed to signify retreat. His gaze then shifted to the entrance of the encampment, where Big Brother Fei and others emerged. Zhou Feng immediately noticed Big Brother Fei, whose one arm was bound, while the other wielded a stone knife, likely a weapon of the wild men. His attire was stained with blood, though it appeared to be that of the wild men rather than his own. The others surrounding Big Brother Fei looked considerably worse for wear, adorned with numerous wounds. "Did you come alone?" Big Brother Fei asked in astonishment, having initially believed that many had arrived upon hearing the disturbance outside. "I came ahead alone to provide support," Zhou Feng replied as he cast the stone spear onto the ground. "You dared to act alone?" The astonishment in Big Brother Fei's eyes deepened. Subsequently, as if having made a solemn decision, he slowly nodded. "What is the status of your casualties?" Zhou Feng inquired. "You should see for yourself," Big Brother Fei replied. Turning back towards the encampment, Zhou Feng followed him, and upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground within the camp, he could not help but furrow his brow. There were very few wild men's bodies inside the encampment, merely a handful remaining. The remaining bodies are all survivors, both male and female, totaling at least over 40 individuals. Chapter 95, The Map. Among the corpses, Zhou Feng spotted a familiar figure, Dr. Wan. He lay on the ground, a vast expanse of crimson staining his back, presumably pierced by a spear. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng could not help but shake his head. Dr. Wan was a good man, always carrying an abundance of medicine, undoubtedly intending to assist others. It was a pity that he encountered such a fate. The moment the wild men stormed into the camp, there was no longer a safe haven. The old, weak, sick, and disabled became the most vulnerable targets. What are your plans moving forward? Zhou Feng inquired, glancing at Old Fei. This place is no longer safe. I intend to lead everyone away, Old Fei replied slowly. Leave? Zhou Feng was taken aback, not expecting such a decisive stance from Old Fei, who had so swiftly resolved to abandon the camp. In truth, they should have left long ago. Old Fei sighed, his expression tinged with regret. Where do you plan to go? Zhou Feng asked. How about joining you? Old Fei looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, allowing Old Fei and his group to join. He felt that even without the wild men's interference, their internal cohesion would soon crumble. Haha, I was joking. In fact, I have a place in mind. Old Fei then chuckled. What place? Zhou Feng was intrigued. Old Fei did not respond immediately. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to organize their weapons and pack the available food for easy transport. Upon hearing his commands, the individuals wasted no time and began to prepare. Follow me, Old Fei finally said to Zhou Feng, leading him into a makeshift shelter. Zhou Feng followed inside. Noticing that the shelter was quite clean, equipped with various living necessities. There were wooden basins for washing and utensils for dining, along with a stone table constructed within the room, likely Old Fei's quarters. After rummaging through a straw mat on the bed, Old Fei produced an A4-sized notebook and laid it open on the table. One page prominently displayed a detailed map. Zhou Feng's heart quickened as he leaned closer. The map meticulously recorded not only their camp's location but also the positions of Tang Cheng's camps, as well as that of the wild men's tribe. The map was rendered with remarkable professionalism, depicting the terrain far more impressively than Zhou Feng's rudimentary version. Yet what truly astonished Zhou Feng was the notation on the map's edge. Though referred to as the edge, it actually pointed deeper into the island, a region they had yet to explore. Old Fei had marked a camp there, a notably large one, inscribed with the 4 characters, Central Camp. What is this place? Zhou Feng exclaimed. He had not anticipated that Old Fei would divulge such information so readily, for Old Fei was a man who calculated every move with great cunning. The tribe of savages marked on the map was the one that Big Fei had previously pointed out to him. Its location had deviated significantly, and no wonder he had searched for so long without success. It was evidently a deliberate misdirection by Big Fei. What surprised Zhou Feng was that Big Fei actually began to elaborate. The Central Camp, at its peak, housed over 500 individuals. However, after a conflict erupted, dozens lost their lives, Big Fei recounted. According to his description, the Central Camp was bustling with a diverse populace, including Easterners, blacks, and whites. Currently, it had become relatively harmonious, and Big Fei intended to lead his people to that very location. How do you know so much in detail? Zhou Feng asked, his face a mask of astonishment. Based on the information on Big Fei's map, that place was at least 20 kilometers away from their camp. Situated on an island densely covered with forests, it would take a minimum of 2 days to reach. My people discovered it, Big Fei explained. Not long ago, I dispatched a dozen scouts to investigate the surrounding area. I promised them that anyone who uncovered valuable information would receive enhanced privileges within the camp, along with arranged partners. Su Kai was among them. He found the papaya grove and the camps of Tang Cheng and others. Ultimately, fewer than half of those scouts returned to the camp, with 2 bringing back news of the Central Camp. They had communicated with the survivors there and relayed the general situation back to Big Fei. Zhou Feng nodded inwardly upon hearing this. Big Fei had a certain skill in commanding loyalty, compelling his subordinates to serve him wholeheartedly. There are over 400 individuals in that camp. How do they procure so much food? Zhou Feng pondered. Big Fei clarified. The camp consists of several factions, each separated by just 1 or 2 kilometers. However, they predominantly operate within the same area, hence it is referred to as the Central Camp. Zhou Feng acknowledged this. If they had potatoes or papayas, that could indeed sustain a large population for a while. Are you certain you want to go there? Zhou Feng inquired once more. You cannot possibly accept me. I cannot simply remain here waiting to be slaughtered by savages. Big Fei chuckled. Zhou Feng could see that this was not merely jest. Perhaps Big Fei had truly contemplated the idea of incorporating him into their ranks. Yet the conflicts they had previously engaged in indicated that they were not allies. Indeed, the central camp represented the best opportunity for Big Fei and his group. With a tearing sound, Big Fei ripped the page from the map and handed it to Zhou Feng. "This map is a gift for you," he declared. "A gift for me? What about you?" Zhou Feng was taken aback. "I have drawn several copies," Big Fei replied, flipping through his notebook. Indeed, several maps lay upon the notebook, all seemingly identical. "I possess a map as well. Let us exchange them." Zhou Feng also unveiled his map. The information recorded on Zhou Feng's map was considerably less than that on Fei Laetus. However, it contained numerous locations absent from Fei Laetus. Without hesitation, Fei Laeta took out a pen and enriched the map further. Thus, a corner of Paradise Island materialized before their eyes. They found themselves in the northern part of Paradise Island, yet the true expanse of this land remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Fu Tai and his companions had arrived. Zhou Feng and Fei Laeta stepped out. "Boss, we have arrived late," Fu Tai and his companions remarked, their expressions grim. Particularly upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about, they felt their breaths grow labored. Never in their lives had they encountered so many lifeless bodies. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle that had just transpired.